Brother, you're back. As soon as Lu Ching arrived at Half Mountain's small courtyard, he saw a little figure running out from inside and throwing herself into his arms. He gently caught the little one and picked her up. Seeing the joy on little Yan's face made Lu Ching breathe a sigh of relief. Good, the little one hadn't fussed. Yes, I'm back. Did little Yan behave at home? Lu Ching, holding his sister, asked indulgently. Of course I behaved. This time, even though brother didn't come home at night, little Yan didn't cry, the little one boasted. Little Yan is so incredible. Lu Ching praised her generously. The little one hadn't fussed, which was quite unexpected for him, because Grandpa Chen said that brother is now very powerful and won't be in any danger, knowing brother would come back, so little Yan didn't cry, the little one said earnestly. Yes, brother is very powerful now. Lu Ching rubbed the little one's head. Back now, but why did this trip to the mountain take so long? At that moment, old Dr. Chen also came out from the yard. Master, Lu Ching put down little Yan, his expression becoming more serious. There were some unexpected circumstances that might have worried you. Worried, not really. Gathering herbs in the mountains is never easy, and it's normal not to come back on time. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand. Old Dr. Chen often went into the mountains to gather herbs and naturally knew what the situations could be like in the mountains. Sometimes the world outside was sunny, but upon entering the mountains, a sudden mountain rain could occur, and then there were the mountain mists that might envelop at any time. A slight miscalculation and getting stuck inside for several days was normal. If it weren't for Lu Ching having achieved small success in the perfect blood chi realm and having little Lei, a peculiar spiritual beast with him, old Dr. Chen might not have agreed to him going into the mountains alone. By the way, where is that dark little beast of yours? Why didn't it come back with you? Old Dr. Chen asked curiously. These days, old Dr. Chen had seen little Lei, and it seemed to feel the innate kindness from old Dr. Chen, so little Li was not averse to him. Hey, brother, where's little Li? Has it come home? Little Yan also asked. Roar. Before Lu Ching could answer at that moment, a roar sounded, immediately capturing little Yan's attention. It's little Li. The little one played with little Li every day and they even slept together. How could she not recognize its voice? Hearing the sound, she immediately started looking around. Little Li, where are you? But no matter how she looked, she couldn't see little Li anywhere, which puzzled little Yan's little mind. The sound had been right beside her, so how could she not see it? Where was little Li hiding? On the contrary, old Dr. Chen was now looking at Lu Ching with a hint of amazed uncertainty. He had heard the sound coming from Lu Ching's direction, but he also hadn't seen little Li. It didn't seem like Lu Ching could have hidden a dark little beast on him. Could it be hidden in the medicine basket? Old Dr. Chen involuntarily glanced towards the medicine basket on Lu Ching's back. Little Li stopped messing around, come out. Seeing that both his master and little Yan were puzzled, Lu Ching laughed, patting his shoulder. Then, under the watchful eyes of old Dr. Chen and little Yan, little Li canceled its invisibility effect. Seeing little Li suddenly appear on Lu Ching's shoulder with a triumphant look, both old Dr. Chen and little Yan were quite astonished. Especially little Yan, her mouth and eyes went wide in shock. Seeing this, little Li became even more proud, its tail sticking up high. Ah, Ching, is this? Elder Doctor was extremely surprised. He could confirm that just a moment ago, he truly hadn't noticed that little Li was sitting on Lu Ching's shoulder. Close at hand, how did he not realize it? How did little Li's hiding skills become so impressive? In a flash, little Li jumped in front of little Yan, looking very proud, as if waiting for her praise. Little Yan did not disappoint it, immediately lifting it up, her face full of disbelief. Little Li, you're amazing, how did you do it? How little Li, being praised, became even happier. It jumped out of little Yan's arms and ran circles around her, darting through the air like magic, making little Yan exclaim in surprise again and again. Elder Doctor watched little Li's movements as if it were traversing through space and couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Even though he was not skilled in combat, he could see just how terrifying the ability that little Li demonstrated was. Ah, Ching, what did you encounter in the mountains to cause such a big change in little Li? Elder Doctor couldn't help but ask. Let's go inside and discuss it, Master. Lu Ching tightened the medicine basket on his back. In the yard, little Li and little Yan were playing a game of hide and seek. Lu Ching and his master entered the house. Master, I and little Li gained quite a lot on this mountain trip, starting with these herbs. Lu Ching put down the medicine basket from his back and took out the herbs one by one. Stargrass, Angelica, Tianqi, ginseng. Wait, this ginseng. Elder Doctor looked at the herbs Lu Ching was taking out. Each one was a surprise. Not to mention the quality of the herbs, which were exceptionally good, but that Tianqi was enough to astonish him. When did the mountain range behind Jiulai village start producing Tianqi? When he saw the ginseng Lu Ching took out, Elder Doctor almost jumped up. The ginseng was fully formed, almost completely humanoid. According to his experience, ginseng with such appearance must be at least 400 to 500 years old, truly a treasured ginseng, extremely rare and priceless. And it didn't stop there. After taking out that treasured ginseng, Lu Ching kept pulling out more herbs from the basket. And they were all ginseng, each one at least a century old, and even 2 or 3 of them were more than that. Master, these are the herbs I gathered from the mountain. As he took out the last ginseng and placed it on the ground, Ching said, "Just these." Elder Doctor looked at the row of century-old ginseng on the ground, somewhat speechless as he looked at his disciple. "You found all these ginseng on a single trip to the mountains. While I've been gathering herbs my whole life and have rarely come across a few, did you find a ginseng nest or what?" "Pretty much," Ching smiled. "The place little Li took me to had a lot of ginseng. I only dug up the ones that were old enough." "You really found a ginseng nest?" Elder Doctor marveled. Little Li really is incredible to find such a treasure trove. He finally understood why Ching had delayed so long in the mountains. With so many precious herbs, he himself would have been reluctant to leave the mountains so quickly. Being a doctor, seeing good herbs almost made it impossible to move. "Master, I would like your help to refine these ginseng into blood and qi-nourishing pills. All of these ginseng into blood and qi-nourishing pills." Elder Doctor was puzzled. "You are already at a small success in the qi blood realm. A few more century-old ginseng should be enough to advance you to the perfection of the qi blood realm. Why do you need so many pills?" "This is another curious encounter I had on the mountain." Ching pulled out a small jade bottle from his robe. "Master, during this trip to the mountains, I found a magical spiritual liquid in a cave." "Master, during my journey to the mountains, I accidentally discovered a mysterious cave where I found a spiritual liquid. Little Li's unique invisibility talent awakened after consuming this spiritual liquid. I also consumed a few drops and reaped considerable benefits." Ching said, holding a jade bottle in his hand. "Oh, what kind of spiritual liquid is so miraculous?" The Elder Doctor's curiosity was instantly piqued. "According to the records in that strange cave, it's a treasure liquid known as Earth Vein Spirit Liquid," Ching replied. However, to his surprise, the master, upon hearing this, stood up in shock. "What Earth Vein Spirit Liquid? Master, are you aware of Earth Vein Spirit Liquid?" Seeing the master so astonished, Ching was very surprised. He hadn't expected him to know about it. "I didn't know originally, but I only recently learned that such a spiritual liquid exists in this world." The Elder Doctor calmed his emotions and sat down again. "Some days ago, didn't I receive a copy of the Green Bag Medical Scripture from the Wei family? In this work by the medical saint, some extremely magical spiritual medicines are recorded, and this Earth Vein Spirit Liquid is among them. In the Green Bag Medical Scripture, the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid is highly esteemed. It claims it can revive the dead, regrow flesh on bones, and prolong life, making it far more miraculous than any medicine stone. However, the method to produce this mysterious spiritual liquid is said to have been lost long ago. You actually managed to find it." The Elder Doctor looked at Ching with great surprise. "It was just luck. Little Li was the one who discovered the place," Ching said with a smile. "Yet, the Green Bag Medical Scripture does not record everything. The Earth Vein Spirit Liquid not only revives the dead and regrows flesh on bones, but also prolongs life and enhances the potential and talent of living creatures." Little Li's potential was stimulated after consuming this spiritual liquid, which is how the invisibility talent awakened. "I also consumed a few drops of the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, and it significantly enhanced my talent, which is why I need more resources to reach Qi blood perfection in my cultivation, and that's why I wanted Master to refine more blood-enhancing Qi pills for me." "So it is," the Elder Doctor exclaimed in amazement, looking at his disciple. "You seem to know quite a lot about the effects of the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. It seems it's not just a simple acquisition of the liquid, right?" "Indeed, I was also fortunate enough to receive some heritage, which included information about the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid," Ching did not deny. "You truly have profound fortune to find such spiritual objects." The Elder Doctor nodded, yet he did not inquire about what heritage Ching had received. He understood his disciple well. If it were something that could be revealed, he certainly wouldn't hide it from him. Now, not mentioning it meant there must be some concerns. "Little Li truly is a creature of spirit. You chose to feed it fish instead of driving it away back then. That indeed formed a profound bond of goodwill," the Elder Doctor said with relief. "I initially wasn't intending to form a bond of goodwill, but was simply too scared to provoke Little Li." Ching silently retorted in his mind. He shook the small jade bottle in his hand. "Master, this Earth Vein Spirit Liquid can not only revive the dead and regrow flesh, but it can also prolong life. Therefore, I'd like to offer it to Master, as a way to repay the kindness of your teachings." The Elder Doctor looked at the jade bottle in Ching's hand. To say that he wasn't moved was impossible. No one could remain indifferent in the face of a spiritual medicine that could increase lifespan. Even someone as detached as him wished to live a little longer. "This precious spiritual liquid, being used by an old man like me, seems rather wasteful. You should keep it for your own use." The Elder Doctor pondered for a while before slowly speaking. Ching was stunned for a moment, and seeing his master's serious expression, he understood that his master wanted to leave all the precious Earth Vein spiritual liquid for his disciple. Moved, Ching nonetheless smiled and said, "Master, you need not worry. This earth vein spiritual liquid, I have obtained quite a bit of it. Besides what's in the jade bottle, I still have some left over. Moreover, the earth vein spiritual liquid has its limits in improving talent. Each living creature can only consume up to 5 drops. Any more than that, and it can only be used for healing purposes, without further improving talent. Is that really true? The elder doctor asked somewhat skeptically. In his view, treasure liquids like the earth vein spiritual liquid must be extremely scarce. It didn't make sense for there to be so much available all at once. Lu Ching replied earnestly, "How could I dare deceive you, master? This earth vein spiritual liquid isn't concocted from medicine stones, but can only be nurtured in a mysterious stone cave, and it takes 20 years to nurture a single drop. That mysterious stone cave has been unvisited for hundreds of years, so it has accumulated quite a bit of the spiritual liquid, all of which I have taken." Seeing that Lu Ching didn't seem to be lying, the elder doctor finally took the jade bottle. "Then this old man, will shamelessly accept it." Seeing that his master had finally accepted the spiritual liquid, Lu Ching breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Master, please consume this spiritual liquid quickly. The earth vein spiritual liquid can extend life by up to 50 years and also restore one's physical state to its peak. It's truly miraculous." "No hurry, let me study this spiritual liquid first." The elder doctor was not eager to consume the spiritual liquid, but couldn't resist studying it. Lu Ching understood this. As a doctor, his master was extremely passionate about medical skills. Naturally, he was curious about a spiritual object like the earth vein spiritual liquid. However, his expectations were doomed to be unfulfilled. The earth vein spiritual liquid was not derived from medicine stones, but was formed from the purest essence of earth veins. This involved techniques pioneered by the mysterious entity who created the Jade Cave, and it was beyond their ability as postnatal realm martial artists to fathom. Indeed, after studying it for a while, the elder doctor couldn't make head or tail of it. This earth vein spiritual liquid was unlike any medicine liquid. He just couldn't discern its secrets. It's truly a spiritual medicine, highly esteemed by even the medical saint, indeed miraculous. In the end, the elder doctor could only sigh and give up his research. Then Master Lu Ching began. "You, my boy, you won't rest until you see me consume this spiritual liquid, will you?" The elder doctor chuckled. "Are you worried I might keep it without using it? All right, I'll begin my closed-door meditation now." With that, the elder doctor entered the quiet room to seclude himself. As for Lu Ching, it was naturally his duty to protect his master to ensure he wasn't disturbed, as the half-mountain small courtyard often had villagers coming to see the doctor. However, today, all was silent. No one came seeking medical help at the half-mountain small courtyard, which saved Lu Ching quite some hassle. Half a day later, he heard the door of the quiet room open. Turning around, he saw his master stepping out, his face imbued with a touch of blankness. "Master, what happened?" Lu Ching saw his master looking much younger at first glance. The skin had tightened significantly, and the originally gray hair had turned much blacker. However, the master seemed somewhat at a loss with his changes, his face full of bewilderment. "I seem to have made a breakthrough," the elder doctor said, looking confused. "A breakthrough?" Lu Ching was initially stunned, then overjoyed. "Master, are you saying you've reached inner organs perfection?" Lu Ching remembered that his master's previous martial arts realm was at the great success of the internal organs realm, just a step away from the inner organs perfect realm of the martial arts grandmaster. Now with the breakthrough, he must have reached postnatal realm perfection. However, the elder doctor still looked somewhat bewildered. "It seems like inner organs perfection, but also not quite." Lu Ching's expression shifted. He silently activated his superpower to observe his master. Soon, a strong red light surfaced around his master. Several pieces of information appeared. Chen Songking, skilled in medical arts, kind-hearted, respected, a decent elder doctor. Cultivation, Qi acupoint loosened, divine soul not yet formed, half-step innate. Spent a lifetime in medicine, saved countless lives, possesses merit, deep fortune. Half-step innate, was there such a realm? Lu Ching was first stunned, then looked at the words with deep thought. Qi acupoint loosened, divine soul not yet formed. "Master, how do you feel now?" After some thought, Lu Ching asked. "I can vaguely sense that I'm touching upon a new realm, but I don't know how to push open that door," the elder doctor said, troubled. He naturally knew what the realm he sensed was. It was the innate realm he had longed for, the supreme realm that countless martial arts practitioners dream of. Yet, despite the realm of many dreams being right before him, he didn't know how to take that step, which was quite frustrating. Lu Ching pondered. He understood the state his master was in now. According to the inheritance left by Li Weishan, to enter the innate realm, one must first forge divine soul power. With divine soul power, break through the Qi acupoint, induct the heaven and earth primordial Qi into the body, refine the first wisp of innate true Qi in Danshan to officially ascend to the innate realm. His master's Qi acupoint was about to open, but since the divine soul power had not yet formed, he couldn't induce the energy into the body. Master, even you don't know how to break through to the innate realm? Lu Ching asked. I only know that a martial artist at the peak of the postnatal realm, wanting to break through to the innate realm, must have an innate technique as a guide to stand a chance to break through that barrier and ascend to that mysterious realm. But I have never had the chance to see what this innate technique looks like. Besides, such secret techniques involving the mysteries of the innate are not something anyone would easily reveal. Even in major sects or families that have produced innate realm experts, only the most core, most outstanding disciples and heirs get the chance to come into contact. You see, I am just a traveling doctor. How could I be fortunate enough to witness such a mysterious technique? The elder doctor's voice was full of regret. He had never expected in his life that he would touch the innate realm. He hadn't even dared to hope for postnatal perfection. After all, he was very old, his spirit no longer at its peak. Managing to maintain the great success of the internal realm was already difficult, let alone progressing further. Yet unexpectedly, he had gotten a chance through his disciple's opportunity to consume vital spirit liquid and such spiritual objects. This allowed his stagnant martial arts realm to leap forward suddenly, sensing the barrier between the postnatal and innate. Unfortunately, the chance to ascend was right before him, but he didn't have the key to open that door. Despite the elder doctor's detachment, he couldn't help but feel regret at this moment. Lu Ching, seeing the regret on his master's face, only slightly smiled. Master, you don't need to be disheartened. Although we do not have the heritage of the major sects and noble families, acquiring an innate technique is not as difficult as it seems. What did you say? The elder doctor was startled and looked at Lu Ching. Didn't I mention before, in that miraculous stone cave I acquired some inheritance which happens to include an innate technique. Ching, are you serious? The elder doctor asked dazedly. Of course I am. I will transcribe that innate technique for you right now. Lu Ching stood up and went over to the medicine cabinet. Since sometimes he needed to prescribe for others, the elder doctor had stored pen, ink, paper, and inkstone there. Lu Ching took them out, added water to the inkstone, laid out the paper, and began to write vigorously. After practicing for some time and further controlling his physical strength, Lu Qing's calligraphy had significantly improved. Even though he wrote quickly, the handwriting was not messy. Soon, he had transcribed the innate technique left by Li Weishan. Master, the key to ascending from the postnatal realm to the innate realm is to refine your own divine soul power. Then with this divine soul power, break through the Qi acupoint, sense the heaven and earth primordial Qi, induct the energy into the body, and refine the first wisp of innate true Qi in Danshan. The so-called innate technique is actually a secret technique that can refine the divine soul power. The inheritance I was fortunate enough to acquire contains such a technique. I was thinking of giving you a surprise after you had broken through to the perfection of the internal organs realm, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon. This essence-refining God method I now offer to Master. Lu Ching handed over the innate technique he had copied to his master. The elder doctor received it blankly and began to read it slowly. Then, the more he read, the brighter his eyes became. Although the elder doctor did not like to fight with people, that was only because he did not like to hurt others and hardly cultivated martial arts fighting skills. In fact, his martial arts talent was also extremely high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deduce the nourishing body boxing, a cultivation technique of the inner organs realm, from a mere incomplete nameless skill and reach the great success of the realm. Additionally, having practiced medicine for most of his life, and having a profound understanding of the human body's meridians and acupoints made the elder doctor extraordinarily insightful in the art of nourishing the body. Therefore, he recognized at a glance just how mysterious the innate technique written by Lu Ching was. The detailed description within it on how to circulate one's own essence and refine the divine soul power was beyond anything he had ever imagined. For a while, the elder doctor was completely mesmerized by the text. After he finished reading, the elder doctor read it over 2 more times before finally taking a deep breath. He exclaimed, truly worthy of being an innate technique. It is inconceivable and astonishing. I never imagined there could be such a delicate connection between the body's essence and the divine soul. Master, how is it? Is this innate technique helpful to you? Lu Ching asked. Not only is it helpful, it is enlightening. I always thought that I had achieved some success on the path of medical practice. Only today, having seen this innate secret technique, do I realize that the mysteries of the human body are vast like a sea of smoke, profound and wonderful. My previous medical knowledge was nothing but a frog's view from the bottom of a well truly pitifully shallow. The elder doctor sincerely sighed, but was very delighted as well. From this innate technique, he gained not only a method to refine his divine soul, but also various insights into the relationship between the body's essence and the divine soul. This was absolutely a great supplement to his medical skills. Indeed, the latter made him even happier. As a doctor, the elder doctor had a deep love for medical practice emanating from his very bones. Any improvement in medical skill made him joyful. Then master with the assistance of this innate technique. How long will it take for you to advance to the innate realm? Lu Qing continued to ask. That's hard to say, I just thought it over. Following the secret methods in this innate technique, if I smoothly refine my own divine soul power, it might take up to a year or as soon as 6 months. Does it need to take that long? Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. You child, you really do not know the hardships of cultivation. You go ask around any martial arts grandmaster at the inner organ's perfection who can confidently say they can refine their own divine soul and step into the innate realm within a year or half a year would be ecstatic. Do you know how many grandmasters with inner organs perfection in this world never even touched that barrier of the innate realm in their lifetime? After all, I am old. If not for the drops of earth vein spirit liquid you gave me, even if I encountered that barrier and obtained the innate technique, it would take 3 to 5 years to refine the divine soul power without them. And you still consider it slow. The elder doctor was somewhat helpless. This disciple of his had too good a martial arts talent. His cultivation came without any difficulties and had been smooth sailing. As a result, he hadn't truly experienced the hardships of the martial arts path. Having the martial arts path being too smooth may or may not be a good thing for him. I was foolish, Lu Qing admitted sheepishly, mainly because he saw from his superpowers information that his master was currently at the half-step innate stage. He thought that once his master got hold of the innate technique, he would quickly refine his divine soul power and advance to the innate realm. Imagining that, he thought it would be wonderful to have a backer in the innate realm. He hadn't expected it to be too good to be true. You, the elder doctor, did not know what else to say and could only shake his head. Master, once you officially advance to the innate realm, I have another cultivation technique for you, as a congratulatory gift on your breakthrough, Lu Qing said. Ching, what legacy have you really obtained to possess so many innate techniques and to remember them so vividly? Now, even the elder doctor couldn't hold back his curiosity and inquired. And furthermore, he was astonished by the scene where Lu Qing had recited the innate technique from memory. Although after spending so long together, he knew that Lu Qing had an excellent memory, possessing an ability that was almost photographic. But the essence refining God method was extraordinarily mysterious. Every word mattered, and a single mistake could lead to dire consequences. Lu Qing wrote it out so confidently, clearly believing that what he wrote was devoid of any errors. Now he even said that he would give him another innate method in the future. How long had Lu Qing been in the mountains, and how could he remember so many innate methods? The inheritance I obtained in that cave wasn't recorded on paper or bamboo slips. Lu Qing had already thought of an explanation for his master's doubts. Instead, it was a mysterious expert who used divine soul engraving to imprint the inheritance directly into my mind. I couldn't forget it even if I wanted to, so master, you don't need to worry. Divine soul engraving. There are such miraculous methods in the world, the elder doctor exclaimed upon hearing this. However, he then quickly remembered that the person who could even create rare treasure liquid undoubtedly had divine skills far beyond what he, a mere postnatal realm individual, could fathom. So master, in the days to come, just concentrate on your cultivation without worrying about the subsequent techniques, Lu Qing said. Wouldn't it be improper for you to pass on the technique to me? The elder doctor voiced his concern. He knew that many major sects treated their inheritances with utmost importance. The inheritance Lu Qing received must also be from some mysterious sect. Privately transmitting a technique was considered a grave sin in any sect. Don't worry, master. The senior who passed the technique to me has long been gone, and he never mentioned in his will that the techniques could not be passed on. All decisions are up to me, Lu Qing reassured. Li Weishan had been dead for 700 or 800 years. His remains had even turned to skeleton. It was already quite fortunate that the technique was being passed on. It wasn't his place to pick and choose. The elder doctor was finally reassured. His face beaming, I never thought this old man could bask in the light of his disciple and glimpse the innate realm, which countless martial arts experts dream of. The affairs of this world are indeed very unpredictable. Looking at Lu Qing, the elder doctor was filled with emotions. He could never have imagined that accepting a disciple on a whim would bring him such a great opportunity. It gave this old man, who was nearing the end of his life, not only an extension of several decades, but possibly even advancement to the innate realm. The elder doctor almost doubted whether he was dreaming right now. Seeing his master so happy, Lu Qing was also very pleased. Even if his master wasn't skilled in fighting, the innate realm was still the innate realm. Even the weakest innate realm was not something a postnatal realm could challenge. Later, he would pass on a more powerful technique to his master, so that even among those in the innate realm, his master would be a strong presence. After all, that was a technique left by Li Weishan, a technique passed down by a perfect innate realm expert who was dazzling and dominated an era. Any innate realm who obtained it would surely rise to the upper echelons of the innate realm. With such a powerful master, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased in Kang County in the future? groups like the Black Wolf Gang would really be nothing more than chickens and dogs. Even the Wei family would probably hesitate to provoke an innate realm expert. Thinking of this, Lu Qing got excited. Is this considered a kind of alternative nurturing? Lu Qing suddenly thought with a bit of wicked humor. Most people nurture little kids, little animals, and such. Yet, he was nurturing his own master into an innate realm expert. The difference really was somewhat significant. Brother, what is this? In the evening at the Lu family, after dinner, little Yan looked at the jade bottle Lu Qing had taken out and curiously asked. Good stuff, dessert after dinner, for you to eat. Lu Qing smiled. Sweet. The little one's eyes lit up instantly. She liked eating sweet things. Yeah, it's a bit sweet, try it. Little Yan obediently opened her mouth, and Lu Qing dropped a drop of earth vein spirit liquid into it. It really is sweet. Little Yan smacked her lips happily. Then she looked longingly at Lu Qing. Brother, is that all? This can't be eaten in excess. Since you like sweets, I'll make you some snacks tomorrow. Little Yan was still young, and the energy of the earth vein spirit liquid was extraordinary. Although its medicinal power was gentle, Lu Qing still did not dare to give her too much at once. He would start with one drop to see the effects. If she could digest more, then he would give her more when the time was right. Then brother, you promised, little Yan said, immediately becoming happy when she heard this. After taking a drop of earth vein spirit liquid, little Yan quickly became sleepy. Not long after, her eyelids grew heavy, and she slowly fell asleep next to her brother. Lu Qing carried her to her small bed and covered her with a blanket. Little Li also hopped up on the bed, lying down in its bamboo-woven nest at the head of the bed, silently guarding the little two-legged creature. After tucking little Yan in with a thin blanket, feeling her steady breathing, Lu Qing was relieved and left the room. He went to the courtyard and sat down in his favorite lounge chair. Now, nearing dusk, Lu Qing watched the setting sun with a sense of contentment. Although his trip to the mountains brought great gains and chances that others wouldn't even dare dream of, inside the mountains, he still had to keep his spirits comparatively high. After all, there were many poisonous insects and snakes in the mountains. If he relaxed too much, he might encounter severe misfortune. Back at home, he finally let himself relax completely. Watching the sunset, his mind went blank for a while, and then uncontrollably he started pondering again. His master was now helping him refine blood-enhancing chi-benefiting pills. Initially, he wanted to help, to practice the art of pill making. However, his master had just broken through, full of vibrant energy, and finding him in the way, promptly kicked him out of the medicine room, claiming that refining the blood-enhancing chi-benefiting pills was something he could do alone without help. Moreover, it was too wasteful to practice pill making with century-old ginseng, which he couldn't stand to see Lu Qing squander. Lu Qing didn't insist. After all, he knew how to make the blood-enhancing chi-benefiting pills and could practice making them later. After his master finished refining the pills, he could then devote himself entirely to cultivation. By then, his strength would enter a phase of rapid progress. Now, he only needed to wait patiently for 2 or 3 days. Besides martial arts cultivation, he couldn't neglect the training in the rune path. Although runes were weak in the early stages, once he truly mastered them, he could wield various profound powers, something unmatched by martial arts. How could Lu Qing give up such a fantastic power? Thinking this, Lu Qing took out a silver coin from his pocket, activated his superpower, and entered a state of meditation to slowly observe. Earlier in the Jade Cave, he had already had some insights, which were then interrupted by little Li's awakening. Now, he could continue to reflect. The sky slowly grew dark, and as Lu Qing entered a state of reflection, he was oblivious to time's passage. Not until the moon was high in the branches and the stars were bright did he suddenly snap back to reality. Looking around and then up at the sky, he felt bewildered. It's already this late. When you get absorbed in the study of runes, it's so easy to lose track of time. Similarly, in the Jade Cave before, it seemed to him like only a few hours had passed at most, but in reality, it had been more than a day and night. But the time spent is worth it. Lu Qing looked at the silver in his hand and smiled. He had gained some understanding of the patterns on the coin. He believed that after a few more sessions of reflection, he could fully comprehend them. Of course, just understanding the patterns on a coin didn't mean he had mastered the rune path. If the rune path were that simple, it wouldn't have disappeared, leaving only the Jade Cave behind. It was a profound and mysterious tradition, and for Lu Qing to truly master it, there was still a long way to go. Putting away the silver, Lu Qing stood up and noticed a layer of moisture on his body. It turned out that the night air had dampened his clothes. Luckily, being a Chi Blood Realm martial artist, he had a robust physique. If he had been a bit weaker, sitting in the courtyard for half the night could have resulted in a cold. Shaking his head, Lu Qing circulated his Chi blood, quickly raising his body temperature to dry off the dampness before going back inside to rest. The next morning, Lu Qing got up, practiced some punches, and then went to prepare breakfast. Just as he finished, he heard the sounds of little Yan playing with little Li in the room. He entered the room and saw the two little ones rolling around on the bed together. Brother, little Yan called out when she saw Lu Qing come in. Awake, how do you feel after sleeping the whole night? Brother, little Yan seems to have become whiter. The little one stretched out her arm, rolled up her sleeve, and showed her plump little arm to Lu Qing. The arm, originally somewhat dark, was now like white lotus root, tender and lovely. In fact, Lu Qing had already noticed that little Yan had undergone many changes without her having to show him. The family's meals had been good lately, and under his care, little Yan's body had improved significantly compared to when he first crossed over to this world. Not only had she gained some weight, but her originally dry and yellowish hair had also improved a lot. Nevertheless, although her hair had improved, it was still somewhat yellowish as the treatment had been short. Because she played outside every day, her skin had also become a bit tanned. Now, not only was her hair black and shiny, her skin had also become fair and tender. She had become even cuter and more likable. Yep, not only has your skin become fairer, your hair has become darker too, Lu Qing nodded. Really, little Yan's hair has turned black, the little one's eyes lit up. Ever since her friends had commented negatively on her hair, little Yan had been very self-conscious about it. Hearing her brother say her hair had turned black made her suddenly very concerned. Of course, it's true. You can see for yourself when you wash up and look in the mirror in the morning, Lu Qing nodded. Upon hearing this, little Yan hurriedly climbed out of her small bed. Brother, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. She ran to the yard, looked at her reflection in the water of the wash basin for a while, and then shouted with joy, Brother, little Yan's hair really has turned black. I told you before, as long as you eat your meals and sleep well, your hair will become beautiful very soon, Lu Qing said with a smile. At the same time, he activated his superpower to quietly check the little one's information. Soon, a faint red glow appeared from little Yan's body. Lu Zioyan, a human female child. Lucky one, after consuming Earth Vein spiritual liquid, she seems to have accidentally awakened a special talent. Ice Skin Jade Bone not fully activated. With a pure physique free of filth, crystal clear and unblemished, she's a natural seed for cultivation, with her cultivation of water cold attribute techniques yielding twice the result with half the effort. Seeing the information that appeared on little Yan, Lu Qing was astonished, not only because of the red glow of superpower that was at the same level as little Lei, but also because of the description that followed. Stimulated by the power of the Earth Vein spiritual liquid, little Yan had actually awakened a talent called Ice Skin Jade Bone, and this talent, going by the description, seemed quite powerful. She was a true cultivation prodigy, except not fully activated. Lu Qing read the words on the third line and pondered. Was it not fully activated because she had only taken a single drop of Earth Vein spiritual liquid? He believed that was likely the reason. Little Li's invisibility talent was fully awakened only after consuming 5 drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid. Having consumed just 1 drop, little Yan certainly wasn't enough. To completely activate this Ice Skin Jade Bone talent, it seemed he would need to spend a few more drops of spiritual liquid. But well, Earth Vein spiritual liquid was nothing he was short on. In the Jade Cave, Lu Qing had obtained nearly 40 drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid in total. He had used 3 drops, given 5 each to little Li and his master, and used another drop on little Yan last night, totaling 14 drops spent. He still had over 20 drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid remaining. Even if he gave 4 more drops to little Yan, he would still have about 20 drops left. Of these remaining 20 drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid, he needed to reserve 10 for cultivating the secret technique of the Divine Talisman sect that pre-refined the Divine Soul. That left him at least 10 drops for emergency needs. So Lu Qing wasn't worried at all about running out of Earth Vein spiritual liquid. On the contrary, seeing that little Yan had accidentally activated such a special cultivation talent, Lu Qing was delighted, but also somewhat speechless. After consuming the Earth Vein spiritual liquid, both little Lei and little Yan had awakened talents, and his master had improved his cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. Only he hadn't received any special benefits, aside from a slight increase in potential. Turned out that in the end, everyone had exceptional talents, and he was the only one lacking. Lu Qing felt somewhat conflicted. Over the following 2 days, Lu Qing continued to feed little Yan a few more drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid. Finally, after taking the 5th drop and waking up, he used his superpower to check little Yan's information again. A rich red glow emerged from little Yan's body. Ice Skin Jade Bone, with a pure physique free of filth, crystal clear and unblemished, she's a natural seed for cultivation, with her cultivation of water cold attribute techniques yielding twice the result with half the effort. Seeing the words not fully activated had disappeared from the information, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, just as he thought, little Yan's talent required the same 5 drops of Earth Vein spiritual liquid to be fully activated. Brother, what's wrong? Little Yan, having just freshened up and waiting for Lu Qing to tie her hair, saw her brother staring blankly at her and found it odd. It's nothing, your brother is just thinking about something. Lu Qing swiftly and skillfully tied little Yan's hair into two little buns. After tying them, he looked her over and was extremely satisfied. With her shiny black hair, tender white cheeks, and large eyes, little Yan, who was already very cute, became even more like a porcelain doll after consuming Earth Vein spiritual liquid, extremely cherishable. According to what the little one said, these past few days when she went out to play and met Grandpa Zhang and the others, she was always showered with compliments and received many little snacks and toys, making her very happy. That's enough, let's go have breakfast. Inside the house, the siblings faced each other eating their meat porridge, while little Lee enjoyed its fresh fish on the side. It had to be said, Black Knight spiritual foxes really loved fish. Even if little Lee ate fish 3 times a day, it would never tire of it. While sipping on the porridge, Lu Qing thought about something else. Now that little Yan had awakened such a special cultivation talent, some of his plans would need to change. Originally, in Lu Qing's heart, he just wished for little Yan to live a safe and peaceful life, without forcing her to achieve anything extraordinary. But now, since little Yan had awakened such a great talent, it would be a real shame not to make use of it. In this world where martial artists are revered, possessing the power of martial arts is something countless people dream of. It's just that the vast majority of people don't have that privilege. Since little Yan had such talent, he should be even more supportive. Therefore, in the days to come, he would start to slowly teach little Yan some knowledge about cultivation. However, according to the information displayed by Superpower, the most suitable cultivation techniques for little Yan were those with water and cold attributes. Ironically, Lu Qing had none of these. The inheritance left by Li Weishan was all innate realm cultivation techniques, none of which were of water or cold attribute, and thus not suitable for little Yan to cultivate. It seems that I'll have to find a water and cold attribute inheritance for little Yan in the future, Lu Qing thought to himself. Of course, there was no rush for this. Before stepping into the innate realm, the cultivation in the postnatal realm didn't really involve attributes. Everyone would methodically temper their chi blood, muscles and bones, and inner organs. Only after stepping into the innate realm and cultivating their own innate true chi would the attributes come into play. Little Yan was still a young kid, not even having started the first step of cultivation, even with exceptional talent, who knew how many years it would take to reach the innate realm. The search for cultivation techniques could be taken slowly. For the cultivation of the postnatal realm, the nourishing body boxing taught by her master was enough for her to learn for now. Thinking this, Lu Qing looked up and asked, "Little Yan, do you want to learn how to read and write?" "Read and write." Little Yan blinked, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, read and write. You really enjoy the little monkey stories, don't you? Outside, there are actually many stories even better than the little monkey's stories, but those are written in books. Once little Yan learns to read and write, you'll be able to read those stories yourself." During this time, Lu Qing still needed to tell little Yan stories now and then. He just didn't get it, how such a simple monkey story could be listened to so many times without her getting tired of it. Even little Lei, whenever he started to tell a story, would sit quietly and attentively, her eyes gleaming, clearly enjoying the story. So in order to stimulate little Yan's desire to learn, he decided to use this as a lure. Sure enough, as soon as little Yan heard this, she immediately became interested. Even little Li pricked up her ears. "Brother, are there really many stories outside that are even better than the little monkeys?" she asked. "Of course, but those stories are written in books and can't be understood by those who don't know how to read and write. I want to learn, I want to learn. Brother, I want to learn to read and write." Little Yan exclaimed immediately. "Then okay, starting today, I'll teach you how to read and write. If I'm not available, you can also learn from Grandpa Chen." Seeing the little one take the bait, Lu Qing's lips curved into a slight smile. At that moment, he felt something tugging at the hem of his trousers. Looking down, he saw little Li gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. "What's the matter, little Li? Do you also want to learn to read and write?" Lu Qing asked in surprise. Seeing her nod, Lu Qing was a bit speechless. He hadn't expected the allure of the stories to be so great that even the little beast wanted to learn to read and write. But how should one teach a little beast? He had no experience with that. "Well, that's perfect, brother. Little Li and I can learn together." Little Yan, however, was thrilled. Having a learning partner was, of course, the best. "Well, all right then." Faced with the hopeful gaze of the two little ones, Lu Qing could only nod in agreement. As Lu Qing finished his morning meal, he began teaching the two little ones how to recognize characters. Heaven and earth are enigmatic, the universe primal and vast. Holding a small stick, Lu Qing wrote in a basin of sand, reciting to them as he went. Having never tutored children in his past life, he could only teach based on his own understanding, slowly and steadily. Unknown to him what the primer books of this world were like, he taught them from the 1,000-character classic he had learned, bit by bit. Fortunately, little Yan and little Li were both quite bright, and despite Lu Qing's awkward teaching, were quick to remember. Of course, they could only recognize the characters and not write them or understand their meanings. "All right, now that you two recognize these characters, you can try writing them on your own." Once he saw that little Yan and little Li had memorized the characters, Lu Qing fetched 2 more basins of sand and placed them before them. If a schoolmaster were to witness this scene, he would likely be sick with frustration. Teaching recognition of characters like this, cramming them in on the first day of learning, without fearing the children would be overwhelmed, was unheard of. But at this moment, only Lu Qing and the 2 little ones were in the house. Both sides were daring on to teach and the other 2 to learn. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, little Yan and little Li began earnestly practicing their writing. Little Yan gripped a small stick, first observing the characters her brother had written, then imitating them in her basin of sand. Little Li had some trouble. With only paws, it found holding the stick awkward. After a few attempts, it simply tossed the stick aside and extended a sharp claw to write in the sand. Lu Qing watched, somewhat amused, but did not stop her. Expecting a little beast to grasp a pen and write was indeed asking too much. Just as the 2 little ones were seriously learning to write, a voice came from outside. "Ching, master, why have you come over?" Lu Qing went out, surprised. "I have finished crafting the chi blood-nourishing elixirs you needed and brought them over," said Elder Chen, smiling. "It's too kind of you to deliver them in person, master." "I should have come to pick them up," Lu Qing said somewhat embarrassedly. "Why should we worry about such matters between master and disciple? I've been sitting in the medicine room for several days and needed some fresh air." The elder doctor stepped into the house. "Grandpa Chen." Little Yan greeted him politely, and even little Li called out, "Yes, dear, what are you doing?" The elder doctor was curious to see both little ones each sitting in front of a basin of sand. "Brother is teaching us to recognize characters, and we are learning to write," little Yan said with excitement. Recognizing characters. The elder doctor looked more puzzled and turned to Lu Qing. It was understandable to teach little Yan, but why was little Li also sitting so obediently? Embarrassed, Lu Qing said, "I had some free time and thought that little Yan is not so young anymore and should start learning to recognize characters, so I started teaching her." Unexpectedly, little Li also showed a great interest, so I taught them both. Elder Dr. Chen looked at little Li in surprise. He had not expected the little black beast to have such an eager heart for learning, much stronger than many human children. He did not know that the reason the 2 little ones were so actively learning to recognize characters was entirely because Lu Qing had hooked their interest with stories, inspiring them to learn. Recognizing characters is good. Most knowledge in this world is hidden within books. If you understand characters, you will be able to learn many principles on your own in the future, said the elder doctor approvingly. Then, Grandpa Chen, are there many interesting stories in the books? Little Yan asked eagerly. Little Li also looked over. The elder doctor paused, then nodded. Of course, there are many fascinating tales in storybooks. Hearing this, little Yan and little Li's eyes lit up even brighter, their enthusiasm for writing growing stronger. Lu Qing was flustered and quickly diverted his master's attention. "Master, you said that you finished making the chi blood-nourishing elixirs. Indeed, they are ready." The elder doctor nodded, taking out several large medicine bottles. "I've sorted the elixirs according to their medicinal effects. These 2 bottles contain those crafted from ginseng of under 200 years, this bottle from 300 years, and this bottle from the 500-year-old treasure ginseng. Keep them safe." Seeing Lu Qing accept the elixirs, Elder Dr. Chen added, "Qing, elixirs are beneficial, but you must also be careful when taking them. Every medicine has its poison. Even the best elixir must be taken in proper doses. Do not damage your health in haste to achieve results." "I will remember that," Lu Qing said earnestly. "All right, I won't disturb you any further and will head back up the mountain." After delivering the elixirs, the elder doctor felt relieved and announced his departure. "Master, you've been crafting elixirs for days without probably having a proper meal. Why not let me prepare a simple meal for you?" Seeking to prevent his master from leaving so soon, Lu Qing quickly offered, "That's not necessary. I've already eaten. Over these past few days while crafting the elixirs, I've pondered over the innate technique you gave me and had some realizations. It's a good time for me to go into seclusion. Continue teaching little Yan and the others to recognize characters." The elder doctor refused. Seeing his master so determined, Lu Qing had no choice but to let the matter go. After all, such insights were rare, and he truly feared interrupting his master's enlightenment. After his master left, Lu Qing saw little Yan still seriously writing and did not disturb them. Going into the yard, he took out a chi blood-nourishing elixir that was 100 years old, swallowed it, and began to cultivate. As soon as the elixir entered his stomach, its medicinal properties quickly spread through his body. Lu Qing started practicing the first 9 movements of the nourishing body boxing technique one by one. Lu Qing's nourishing body boxing had undergone quite a few changes compared to before. After a trip into the mountains, Lu Qing had found a great opportunity, not only inheriting the legacy of Li Weishan, a cultivator of innate perfection, but also learning the method of cultivating runes. Though these 2 inheritances had not directly increased his strength, they greatly widened his horizons. They gave him a completely new understanding of the path of cultivation. And with that, his insights into nourishing body boxing deepened by another level. Whenever Lu Qing executed a move, there was not a hint of mundanity about him. He radiated vigorous vitality. Merely watching him brought a sense of relaxation and contentment to the observer. He fully embodied the nourishing essence of nourishing body boxing. If the elder doctor had been there to see Lu Qing's boxing, he would have been astonished. For Lu Qing's mastery of the first 9 moves of nourishing body boxing had now equaled his own. His deepening proficiency in nourishing body boxing had also sped up his refinement of the blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs quite a bit. It wasn't long before the potency of a 100-year-old blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixir was completely refined by him, transforming into his own chi and blood power. Without hesitation, he took out another elixir from the bottle and ingested it, continuing his cultivation. Lu Qing's martial arts realm had long reached the level of understanding necessary for perfect blood chi realm. What he lacked was merely the power of chi blood. Therefore, refining elixirs in succession was no issue for him. What he needed to be careful of was not refining too many blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs in one day to give his body a chance to adjust and acclimate. However, refining a few blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs in a day would not pose a problem. Lu Qing cultivated in the yard, and passing villagers who saw him couldn't help but stop and watch, their eyes filled with envy, but no one dared disturb him. Nowadays in Jiulai village, Lu Qing's status was exceedingly high. Not to mention his strength, which could kill a man with ease, the silver he had shared with the village alone was enough to earn him the gratitude of all. So when they saw Lu Qing practicing, no one dared to interrupt him. In the days that followed, Lu Qing's life became very regular. Every day, apart from paying a visit to his master and learning some medical skills, he spent most of his time cultivating and refining blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs. The remaining time was spent teaching little Yan and little Li to read. Occasionally, he would go fishing to provide little Li with some provisions. It's worth mentioning that since catching 2 golden loaches that one time, Lu Qing had not been able to catch any more strange fish. It was unclear whether he had fished out all the strange fish from the river, or if they had become wary. As a result, Lu Qing had yet to fulfill the promise he made to little Li, and so time passed quickly. As little Yan and little Li recognized more and more characters, Lu Qing's martial arts strength also grew rapidly. On the 7th day after they began learning to read, Lu Qing reached the great success stage of the blood chi realm. 15 days after they started reading, in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, the cultivating Lu Qing shook suddenly, as a vast power of chi and blood surged up. Guided by his will, it gathered and dispersed as he wished, perfectly harmonious and without flaw. Finally, I've reached the perfect blood chi realm. Lu Qing opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. After continuous cultivation for half a month and consuming most of the blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs, he had finally raised the power of chi blood within his body to its limit, reaching the realm of perfect blood chi. Now, all he needed to do was rest for a while, and fully master this power of perfect blood chi before attempting to break through to the muscle-bone realm. Martial arts cultivation really is like a gold-consuming beast, Lu Qing remarked, looking at the beside bottle of medicine. In half a month, he had progressed from chi blood minor achievement to perfect blood chi. Others would be astounded at such a pace of cultivation, but Lu Qing found nothing remarkable about it. In this half-month, he didn't even know how many blood-nourishing chi-enhancing elixirs he had consumed. If he were to convert all those elixirs into silver, he could likely crush a few individuals at the muscle-bone realm to death. With so many resources piled up, it would be truly absurd if his martial arts progress wasn't fast. However, because I took Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, my potential has increased considerably, allowing me to accommodate far more chi and blood power than an average person in the blood chi realm. Now, the chi blood power within me is likely several times stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist at the same level of perfect blood chi realm. Feeling the harmonious and satisfying chi blood power inside, Lu Qing was very satisfied. After all, the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid was a mysterious substance created by beings above the innate, and its effect on enhancing talent was still extremely formidable. Now, if the heart-plucking wolf were to be revived and face him again, he was confident that without even using a knife, a casual punch would be enough to blast it away, without the need for a second move. Even if it were a perfect blood chi realm martial artist of the same level, unless it was a martial arts prodigy with equally astonishing talent, it's likely they couldn't withstand a few of his moves. I just don't know if I were to face Magu now, what are the odds of victory? Lu Qing remembered that Magu's martial arts realm was at the initial entry to the muscle-bone realm, belonging to the lowest ranks within the muscle-bone realm. In the journey of martial arts, there's a huge gap between each realm. By logic, even the weakest muscle-bone realm should definitely be stronger than the chi-blood realm. But in this world, many things inherently lack reason. Some martial arts prodigies with heaven-defying talent are able to cross that chasm and fight beyond their levels. Lu Qing didn't know if his current talent qualified him as such a martial arts prodigy. Thus, he was also unsure whether he had the credentials to face Magu. Maybe find an opportunity to spar with Magu. No sooner had this thought arisen than it was immediately dismissed by Lu Qing. His current strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary perfect blood chi realm martial artist, was still not suitable to reveal. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say it wouldn't lead to unwarranted speculation. Lurking strangeness often hints at a monster, and no one is a true fool. For him to have cultivated to perfect blood chi realm in such a short period was already staggering enough. But this could still be explained with his cultivation talent. If he were to expose his strength that far surpasses those of ordinary people, even fools might sense something was wrong with him. Even if others couldn't guess the existence of earth vein spirit liquid, they might wonder if he had obtained some against the heavens' spiritual medicine. In that case, various troubles might follow one after another. Currently, Lu Qing lacked the power to resist such troubles. For now, it's better to keep a low profile as the primary strategy until I enter the internal organ realm, or until my master officially breaks through to the innate realm. Then I won't have to fear most of the forces in this world. Lu Qing set a target for himself. At the same time, he reminded himself never to become arrogant just because he had gained a bit of strength. The Qi blood realm is just the first realm on the path of martial arts, and he has a long road ahead. If he gets arrogant now, how could he possibly reach the pinnacle of martial arts? After reflecting for a while, Lu Qing calmed his excitement from the breakthrough and regained his usual calmness. He sat cross-legged, slowly regulating his breathing, then activated his superpower, entering a state of focused mind and heart cleansing, and took out a piece of broken silver. During this time, most of his time was spent on refining elixirs to nourish blood and qi, and on breaking through martial arts realms. He had reduced the time dedicated to comprehending the rune path. Now that he had made a breakthrough in the realm, it would still take some time to mature before stepping into the muscle-bone realm. It's time to continue studying the rune path. Holding the broken silver, Lu Qing observed it in a state of focused mind and heart cleansing. During this time, he hadn't spent much time on the rune path, but he still occasionally contemplated the patterns on the silver. He had a feeling that just one more serious study session would allow him to completely comprehend the mysterious patterns on the silver. The mountain breeze gently brushed by, and light wind sounds came from the bamboo forest. The sunlight quietly fell through the gaps between the bamboo. Everything seemed so serene and contented. In such an environment, Lu Qing quietly contemplated the mysterious patterns on the silver. Time ticked away slowly, and as the sunlight began to slant, Lu Qing remained motionless, his attention wholly fixed on the silver. Finally, as dusk approached, a gleam suddenly appeared in his eyes. "I didn't expect that a small piece of silver could contain so much information," Lu Qing said with a gleam in his eyes, muttering to himself. Just now he had finally deciphered all the patterns on this piece of broken silver and grasped the connection between them and the gold runes in the inheritance summary of the Divine Talisman sect. But as they say, every journey begins with a single step. Any insight, the breakthrough from 0 to 1, is the hardest. Now that he'd taken the hardest step, with this hint of insight, studying the textures of other objects would be much easier. He believed the day he truly entered the rune path wasn't far off. Tucking the silver back into his chest, Lu Qing was in a great mood. Today was truly a good day. Not only had he reached Qi blood perfection in his martial arts cultivation, but he had also made breakthrough progress in his rune studies. After packing up his things, he walked out of the bamboo grove and headed home. As he just reached the village, he saw someone waiting at the gate of his yard, constantly looking out. "Brother Tian." Lu Qing recognized the person and called out in surprise. "Young Master Lu, you finally returned." Zhao Tian saw Lu Qing and showed a joyful expression. "Why are you standing outside, my rare guest? Why not come in and sit?" Lu Qing asked. "I knocked on the door, young master, but there was no one at home," Zhao Tian said somewhat embarrassedly. Lu Qing then remembered that little Yan and little Li had gone out to visit their master. "I apologize for the poor reception. Come in and sit." Lu Qing opened the bamboo gate. "No need, young Master Lu. I've come here on urgent business," Zhao Tian declined. "Oh, what business?" Lu Qing recalled the anxious expression he had seen earlier. "I'm not quite sure of the specifics, but here is a letter Magu asked me to deliver to you, young master. You'll know once you read it." Zhao Tian pulled a sealed letter from his chest. Lu Qing took the letter, opened it, and quickly read through the contents. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. The letter was indeed from Magu, whose handwriting Lu Qing recognized. It primarily mentioned just one thing. That was that the Wei family had encountered trouble. The cause was that, a few days ago, a group of mysterious individuals had arrived outside the Wei Mansion in the county, loudly chastising the family. This scene had immediately alarmed the various powers in the city. The Wei family's position in the county had always been eminent. Even the county lord had to show deference and dared not provoke them. Now, someone dared to openly challenge the Wei family, shocking the local powers. Had these people eaten the hearts of bears and leopards to be so reckless? Just when the local forces thought this group of mystery people were going to meet their doom, the Silver Moon Guards from Wei Mansion indeed made their move. A whole squad of Silver Moon Guards swept toward the mysterious group. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the mighty Silver Moon Guards, as seen by them, failed to capture the group. Instead, they were beaten back step by step, and it was only when the Grand Steward of the Wei family personally intervened that the situation was stabilized and the mysterious group was held back. But even though they were held back, the arrogant demeanor of the mysterious people was undiminished. They claimed that since the Wei family's innate ancestor had died, they should no longer hoard that precious artifact, and that it would be wise to hand it over soon. Otherwise, clinging to the artifact might bring about the calamity of their clan's extermination. After dropping the harsh words, the mysterious group temporarily retreated, but the words they'd spoken had shaken the entire city. Firstly, the local powers were only then informed that the Wei family had had an ancestor in the innate realm all along. What shocked them even more was that this ancestor seemed to have died. These mysterious individuals appeared to be after some treasure of the Wei Mansion. Not only were they individually powerful, but they also showed no fear of the Wei family. This was simply unbelievable to the local forces. However, everyone was unaware that this was just the beginning. In the following days, new faces arrived in the city. Every day, people lingered near the Wei Mansion, and in the middle of the night, the sounds of fighting could often be heard coming from there. Then the next day, people saw bodies being cleaned out of the Wei Mansion. But this still hadn't deterred those coveting the Wei family's mysterious artifact, as new martial artists continued to gather in the city every day. At the end of the letter, Magu spoke very seriously to Ching. Now, with a large number of martial artists gathered in the county, the situation was turbulent. The Wei family still seemed to be keeping the situation under control for now, but no one knew how long they could hold on. Under these circumstances, the Wei family would undoubtedly not be able to concern themselves with minor matters like the Black Wolf Gang. Moreover, according to his knowledge, the Black Wolf Gang had recently been backed by some powerful martial artist and had begun to act arrogantly again. It was hard to say whether they would start probing into the Happy Village affair again. So Magu advised Ching to avoid going out unnecessarily recently, to avoid running into anyone from the Black Wolf Gang and causing unnecessary trouble. Ching closed the letter, his expression turning grave. The news from Magu was indeed very important. Seeing that the Wei family had an ancestor in the innate realm was unexpected. No wonder the Wei family was able to expand so swiftly from a minor family in a county to a powerful household that spanned the state mansion and had direct connections to the royal capital. It turns out their foundational strength lay here. Sadly, success by the innate, downfall by the innate. Now that the innate ancestor of the Wei family has encountered problems, backlash followed suit. Those coveting the Wei family's foundational strength pounced almost instantly. But can the Wei family persevere through this? Ching wondered silently. His impression of the Wei family was still rather favorable, not to mention the secret manual and elixir that housekeeper Wei had given him originally. Even the matter of Happy Village, it was the Wei family who had temporarily fended off the Black Wolf Gang for him. This debt of gratitude Ching still remembered. Yet, although indebted, Ching could only feel powerless regarding the Wei family's plight. According to what Magu had said in the letter, the martial artists gathered in the county were at the very least at the muscle bone realm, and even a few internal organ realm warriors were not uncommon. In such a complex situation, what could he, a mere Chi blood realm martial artist, possibly achieve? The only thing he could do was pray that the Wei family had a deep enough foundation to withstand this crisis. Only the Black Wolf Gang. Ching thought of the final words in Magu's letter, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold intent. The score with the Black Wolf Gang, it hadn't been settled yet. If those scoundrels dared to surface again, he wouldn't mind teaching them a harsh lesson. Xiao Tian, standing beside him, couldn't help but shiver upon seeing the sternness in Ching's eyes. Involuntarily, he was reminded of that night, the scene where Ching stood amidst a rolling tide of heads. That sight was a terrifying memory that would stay with him for life. Young Master Lu, the situation in town is complex now. My master has returned to the city to help our family maintain order, so during this time I will be managing the gatherings. If you need anything, just let me know and I will prepare everything as best as I can. These days, Ching also frequented the gatherings on occasion. Xiao Tian knew he would often need quite a few things. Ching nodded, taking a closer look at Xiao Tian, an idea suddenly stirring in his mind. Brother Tian, have you been stuck before entering the Qi blood realm for a long time? Xiao Tian was startled, then respectfully said, my talent is dull, making young Master Lu laugh. Xiao Tian also felt somewhat dejected. He had been following Grandfather Ma for quite a while, and often received his guidance. Physically, his qualities had been honed to the pinnacle of an ordinary person's. Yet for some reason, he simply couldn't make the final step, unable to grasp the secret of Qi blood connection that Grandfather Ma described. This resulted in his inability to enter the Qi blood realm. Seeing the disappointment in Xiao Tian's eyes, Lu Qing smiled slightly. He casually took out an elixir and handed it over. I've bothered you a lot these past days, running around for me. Here's an elixir, consider it a small gift from me. Once you take it, you should be able to step into the Qi blood realm. Xiao Tian caught the elixir, somewhat overwhelmed with gratitude, and couldn't keep from asking young Master Lu, what elixir is this? It's called the Nourishing Qi and Blood Elixir. Xiao Tian was immediately stunned. He had heard Grandfather Ma mention the elixir that Lu Qing referred to. It was reputed to be one of the best auxiliary elixirs in the Qi blood realm. A single pill was incredibly valuable. Xiao Tian still remembered the regret on Grandfather Ma's face when he spoke of this elixir, saying that even he, during his Qi blood realm stage, only had 3 nourishing Qi and blood elixirs for his cultivation. Even Grandfather Ma, so valued by his family, had only 3 nourishing Qi and blood elixirs to aid his cultivation during the Qi blood realm. And now, he had the chance to obtain one. Xiao Tian was suddenly filled with reverence and trepidation. He certainly did not doubt the authenticity of this elixir. With Lu Qing's status and cultivation, there was no need to deceive him with such matters. He merely felt that such a precious elixir was too exalted for someone of his humble status to touch. Young Master Lu, I can't accept such a precious elixir, Xiao Tian hastily said. It's fine, just take it. Magu won't be able to return for a while, and you'll be in charge of the market. With your current strength alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep things in order. Stepping into the Qi blood realm sooner will enable you to manage the market on Magu's behalf. Xiao Tian's martial arts were decent, but it was doubtful that they would be enough to manage a large market. Not to mention, his colleagues might not necessarily submit to him. Even some country bullies were strong and robust. Ordinary people practicing martial arts, if they can't step into the Qi blood realm and grasp the power of Qi and blood, no matter how skilled they become, they might not be able to take on multiple opponents. In situations where they face opponents who disregard martial ethics and attack all at once, they may end up capsized in the gutter. Lu Qing, who lived a secluded life, rarely traveled far except to gather herbs in the mountains. The marketplace was vital for his living supplies, and he didn't want it to become chaotic. Therefore, it was better for him if Xiao Tian could manage the market well. After all, he had already reached perfection in the Qi blood realm, and the blood-nourishing elixir wasn't of much use to him anymore. To use one as a favor was no problem. Young Master Lu, Xiao Tian wanted to say something else but didn't know what else to say at the moment. Enough, don't fuss. Lu Qing smiled. I'm a martial artist myself, and naturally know the difficulties of cultivation. This is also a chance for you, so don't refuse it. Xiao Tian was taken aback. He thought if someone with your frightful speed of cultivation still calls it difficult, then what are we lowly underlings supposed to say? But he knew that someone like Lu Qing, with a firm will and a domineering way of doing things, was hard to refuse. Lu Qing had made himself very clear if Xiao Tian still refused, it would be a blatant disrespect. Daring to disrespect Lu Qing was something Xiao Tian, regardless of how bold he was, wouldn't dare to do. So all he could do was gratefully say then, I'll have to thank young Master Lu. Watching Xiao Tian carefully going to store the blood-nourishing elixir away, Lu Qing shook his head. He somewhat understood why Xiao Tian hadn't been able to enter the Qi blood realm thus far. Although young Xiao Tian had perhaps served others too much and had grown accustomed to acting humbly and cautiously in everything he did, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But as a martial artist, it's essential to have some of the bravery that comes with Qi and blood otherwise. How could one ascend the path of martial arts against the current? Xiao Tian lacked this bit of valor, hence his ongoing failure to grasp the mystery of the connection between Qi and blood, unable to step into the Qi blood realm. Realizing this, Lu Qing suddenly said, Brother Tian, there's no need to put away the blood-nourishing elixir. Take it here and now. Take it here. Xiao Tian was shocked. Yes, it just so happens I have some free time and I can act as your protector for a while, Lu Qing said. Xiao Tian immediately hesitated. In his view, how could one casually swallow an elixir as precious as the blood-nourishing elixir? One should at least bathe, wear clean clothes, and adjust their breath, ensuring that every state of the body is at its best before taking it. Only then could one better refine the power of the medicine and avoid wasting it. But he also dared not go against Lu Qing's words, so after hesitating for a moment, he swallowed the elixir down. Once the elixir was ingested, Xiao Tian felt a surge of medicinal power arising within him. The power was so intense and vast, far beyond Xiao Tian's expectations, leaving him unprepared. Just as he was unsure of what to do, Lu Qing suddenly shouted, Why aren't you practicing your martial arts to refine the medicine? Startled, Xiao Tian quickly assumed a stance and began practicing a set of boxing. It was a Qi Blood Realm boxing technique taught to him by Magu, which he had practiced for many years. Lu Qing watched Xiao Tian's boxing for a while, nodding with some satisfaction. Although this boxing technique was not as profound as nourishing body boxing, Xiao Tian was skilled in its practice. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Tian would soon step into the Qi Blood Realm. However, many things in this world tend to be surprising. Lu Qing thought that with the assistance of the blood-nourishing elixir, Xiao Tian should easily step into the Qi Blood Realm. But after a long wait, he saw Xiao Tian practicing his boxing without being able to make that crucial step. Seeing him covered in steamy sweat, Lu Qing realized that if this continued, not only would the elixir's power be exhausted, but Xiao Tian himself might suffer significant harm. Immediately, Lu Qing drew his war saber from his back, a killing intent enveloping Xiao Tian as he struck with the blade. Xiao Tian, watch for the saber. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tian instinctively looked over and felt his soul tremble with terror. Lu Qing's sudden strike was the last thing Xiao Tian could have expected. He had never even considered the possibility that Lu Qing would suddenly attack him with such lethal intent here. But the fierce killing intent carried in Lu Qing's strike was all too real, convincing Xiao Tian beyond doubt that if he didn't dodge, Lu Qing would truly cleave him in two. Involuntarily, Xiao Tian's mind was flooded with the image of Lu Qing's murderous silhouette from their time at Happy Village. Overwhelming fear instantly enveloped Xiao Tian's entire body. In this life and death moment, he had no time to think. He could only desperately dodge backward, relying on instinct. At that moment, he unconsciously unleashed all his strength, pouring all his heart and spirit and will into his legs, hoping to summon even a bit more force to increase his speed and avoid Lu Qing's deadly slash. In this moment of utmost focus, Xiao Tian seemed to sense an extra surge of power within his body that he could call upon. Without thinking, he channeled it into his legs. Boom! And so, with every ounce of strength mustered, Xiao Tian finally managed to retreat just as Lu Qing's war saber reached him, knocking down a nearby fence and tumbling into the vegetable patch. Lu Qing did not pursue after his failed strike, but instead sheathed his saber, looking down at Xiao Tian on the ground with a smile. "Not bad, your reflexes are pretty sharp. Young Master Lu, why did you do this? Have I offended you in any way?" Lying on the ground, Xiao Tian asked in panic. He genuinely couldn't understand why Lu Qing would attack him out of the blue. "You haven't offended me. Now sense the Qi blood in your body. Is there any difference from before?" Lu Qing said with a smile. "The Qi blood in my body." Xiao Tian was startled and hastily began to sense his own body. In that explosive moment just now, Xiao Tian had used all his strength. Now he felt weak all over and his leg muscles were strained and ached terribly. However, Xiao Tian didn't care about the pain, as he discovered that the Qi blood within him was now very lively. More importantly, he could command it at will, capable of gathering and dispersing it with ease. At this moment, Xiao Tian finally understood. He had grasped the mystery of the Qi blood connection and had stepped into the long-dreamed Qi blood realm. Xiao Tian got up and started kowtowing to Lu Qing. Heaven knows how many years he had labored in an effort to enter the Qi blood realm. Yet for some reason, he could never take that crucial step. Even just before, after taking the blood-replenishing Qi-enhancing pill, he thought he would surely break through immediately. But to his surprise, even after the medicine's effect was more than halfway gone, he still couldn't find the opportunity to break through. Xiao Tian's heart had almost sunk into despair, but Lu Qing's saber strike had somehow thrust him into the Qi blood realm. Now, it became clear to him that the killing intent in Lu Qing's strike was not aimed at taking his life, but rather to forcibly draw out his potential on purpose. Otherwise, with Lu Qing's prowess in the martial arts, if he had truly wished to kill him, he would not have needed such an overt display of killing intent. A simple strike would have likely sufficed. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Tian was filled with gratitude toward Lu Qing. Enough, there's no need for that. The heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. If your foundation had not been so solid, barely a hair's breadth away from the Qi blood realm, my saber could not have helped you break through, Lu Qing said with a smile. Xiao Tian knocked his head against the ground 3 more times before finally getting up. "No matter what, young Master Lu, you are my benefactor, and I will never forget your great kindness and mercy in this lifetime," Xiao Tian said earnestly. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, about to speak. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. "Who's the little rascal causing trouble, tearing down my fence and trampling all over the vegetable field like this?" Lu Qing blinked, seeing Uncle Zhang's second son glaring fiercely at his own vegetable field. It turned out that Xiao Tian, in his frantic attempt to evade Lu Qing's slash, had damaged Zhang's vegetable garden fence and trampled on 2 vegetable plots. Now, the vegetables on those 2 plots were a sorry mess. Xiao Tian's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Uncle Zhang, it was me." Seeing the situation, Lu Qing had no choice but to call out, "Ah, Ching, was it you who did this to the vegetable field?" Uncle Zhang, still fuming, then noticed Lu Qing and paused. Sorry, Uncle Zhang, I was just sparring with a friend and accidentally damaged your vegetable garden. I will fix it for you later, Lu Qing said apologetically. Never mind, I thought it was some troublemaker, but if it's you, Ching, then it's fine. I'll handle it later, there's no need to trouble yourself, Uncle Zhang said dismissively, his anger dissipating. At the same time, he recognized Xiao Tian. After all, Uncle Zhang often went to buy things at the marketplace and knew Xiao Tian as Mai's capable assistant who maintained order there. He noticed Xiao Tian's clothes were a jaundiced green, stained with mud and vegetable juice, looking quite disheveled. Then looking at Lu Qing, who was spotless, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It seemed this was hardly a sparring session, but rather a one-sided pummeling. Xiao Tian's face turned a deeper shade of red as he pulled out a pouch from his bosom and poured out some pieces of silver, stepping forward to place them in Uncle Zhang's hand. Uncle, I'm the one who damaged the vegetable plot and fence. This silver is to compensate you. Then he bowed to Lu Qing and said, Young Master Lu, I'll head back to the marketplace. If you need anything in the future, just command me, and I'll do my utmost to assist you. Having said that, she blushed and walked toward the outskirts of the village. Uncle Zhang, seeing the silver in his hand, which was as heavy as half a tael, suddenly shouted, Hey, young man, 2 plots of vegetable garden don't cost so much. However, the more he shouted, the faster Xiao Tian walked, without looking back at all. Lu Qing found it amusing and said, Uncle Zhang, just accept it, after all, it's compensation for you. Xiao Tian was a capable assistant by Magu's side, and now he was in charge of the big market naturally, he wouldn't be short of money. Half a tael of silver was nothing to him. Sigh, but this is too much for such a trivial matter. I just need to fix the fence and replant the vegetables. It doesn't cost that much silver. Uncle Zhang still felt it was a bit improper. Lu Qing, however, didn't care about that, and after a brief chat with Uncle Zhang, turned and walked into the courtyard. Upon entering the house, Lu Qing's expression became serene. The news brought by Xiao Tian was something he took very seriously. Now the county was in turmoil, with a large number of martial arts experts gathering. It won't be long before a great battle erupts. The county is quite far from Jiulai village theoretically. Even if there was chaos there, it should not affect this place, but there is always the fear of the unexpected. If the state mansion collapses and martial artists scatter everywhere, who knows what consequences it may bring. Therefore, one should not lower their guard. I hope the Wei family can stabilize the situation. I wonder, has the innate ancestor of the Wei family really died? Lu Qing couldn't help but ponder. According to what Magu wrote in his letter, those mysterious people boldly announced the death of the Wei family's innate ancestor in the county, so it should be true. But he always felt something was amiss. Firstly, how did the Wei family's innate ancestor die? If it was through vengeance, then the entity capable of killing an innate realm expert should have directly attacked and destroyed the Wei family. If it was an accident, how did those mysterious people come to know about it? And looking at the situation in the county, the death of the Wei family's innate ancestor seemed to be common knowledge, which in itself was strange. According to his master's words, innate realm experts are always elusive, hardly leaving any traces. Now the death of an innate realm has caused such an uproar, which in itself is extraordinary. Lu Qing always felt that behind all this was a giant hand controlling the storm, plotting something. Could it be that the Wei family actually possesses some treasure that someone is going through so much effort to scheme for? And why would they not directly seize it? Are they apprehensive or probing something? Lu Qing recalled when he first heard from Magu that the Wei family, being a prominent family, had always kept their family head in the old house in the county. He had speculated that the Wei family had secrets. Now it seems his guess was right. The question is whether the Wei family can now protect that secret or not. Sadly, he had too little information on hand to analyze anything. Well, even if there are significant figures scheming something, it's not something I can get involved with now. Lu Qing thought for a while, felt clueless, and simply stopped thinking about it. He himself was merely a martial artist in the Qi blood realm among the warriors gathered in the county. He did not know how many could crush him. Even if he knew the insides, what could he do? It was better to just watch the drama unfold and silently pray for the Wei family. However, I still need to inform my master. With the situation being so complicated in the city, it's better if he doesn't go into town for now. Although his master was now at half-step innate, the affairs in the city might be a contest between those in the innate realm. Lu Qing did not want his master to be involved in such a turmoil. With these thoughts, Lu Qing closed the doors of the house and headed towards Half Mountain Small Courtyard. As he approached Half Mountain Small Courtyard, he could hear Little Yan's laughter from a distance. Entering the courtyard, he saw his master, Little Yan and Little Lei, sitting in front of a stone table, drinking tea and chatting. Of course, the master was drinking tea while Little Yan and Little Li were eating snacks. Brother, Little Yan was facing the entrance of the courtyard, and upon seeing Lu Qing, she immediately called out. Lu Qing walked over. The elder doctor turned around, and surprise filled his eyes upon seeing Lu Qing approach. You've broken through. Yes, I just broke through not long ago. Lu Qing knew that his progress in the martial arts realm could not be hidden from his master, who was about to refine the divine soul power. Your cultivation speed is really. The elder doctor immediately marveled. His disciple's cultivation speed was too fast. Not much time had passed since he took him as a disciple, and now he had already reached the perfection of the Qi blood realm. Even during his travels in the state mansion, he had never heard of any martial arts prodigy with a cultivation speed like Lu Qing's. Don't flatter me so much, the elder doctor said with a mixed expression of laughter and helplessness. Apart from teaching you a set of nourishing body boxing and making some elixirs for you, I haven't really helped you with anything else. Without the things the teacher gave, the disciple wouldn't be where he is today. The elder doctor helplessly shook his head. His disciple was good in all aspects, but this modesty was just too much. For some reason, no matter how much others praised him, he never considered himself a martial arts genius. It wasn't an act, the elder doctor could see that. Lu Qing truly never saw himself as a martial arts genius. No matter how fast his progress, it seemed he was never complacent about it. Master, just now, Lord Ma sent his men to deliver a letter, and it mentioned some matters. I believe it's necessary to let you know about it. At this moment, Lu Qing said, "Oh, what's it about?" Seeing Lu Qing's serious expression, the elder doctor couldn't help but look grave. He knew his disciple had some ties with Magu from the market. Could it be he's encountered some difficult issue that required Lu Qing's help? The letter has it all in detail. Please, master, take a look. Lu Qing took out the letter that Xiao Tian had delivered. The elder doctor took the letter, opened it, and as he read, his face gradually grew more somber. I didn't expect that such a big incident would happen in the city in just a few days. After reading the letter, the elder doctor showed a look of exclamation. Master, the city is now a mix of dragons and snakes, and the situation is hard to discern. Perhaps you, elder, should refrain from entering the city for the time being, Lu Qing said. He knew that his master would occasionally go to the city to deliver medicinal materials, but given the current situation in the county, he genuinely did not wish for his master to go there. That's probably best. I've not been eager to go about lately anyway, and since it's so troublesome in the city, I won't go. The elder doctor thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Although he followed the principle of medical benevolence, he was not old-fashioned. Knowing the city had become a powder keg, he naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. Seeing his master agree, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid his master would be too kind-hearted and want to go heal and aid the injured, which could complicate matters. Now it seemed that regarding these issues, his master had a good sense of judgment. However, Qing, you must be careful yourself. I see the letter mentions that the Black Wolf gang seems to be stirring again. You've offended them before and they might seek revenge, the elder doctor cautioned. I will be cautious, master. In the following days, Lu Qing continued to live his life with the usual rhythm, regimented and careful, but when going out he took extra precautions. Occasionally, he would go to the market and seek out Xiao Tian to gather some information. From Xiao Tian, he indeed received plenty of news from the city. For instance, as more and more martial artists gathered in the city, the situation in the county rapidly changed. The county was only so big, and the sudden influx of martial artists naturally led to conflicts. It was common to see martial artists starting fights in the streets over trivial disagreements, resulting in blood staining the sidewalks. Some martial artists began to subjugate local forces for their enjoyment. Those who resisted were immediately destroyed, while those who complied could cling to the powerful entities and rapidly inflate their strength, becoming one of the major forces in the county. Among them, the Black Wolf gang was a prime example. The gang leader, Black Wolf, had somehow persuaded several powerful martial artists to join the Black Wolf gang. Among these fighters, some were even on the powerful level of the inner organ realm. This had made the Black Wolf gang one of the mightiest forces in the city, their arrogance boundless. In short, the current situation in the city was in complete disarray, a veritable mess, with people dying every day. If not for the County Lord Mansion's declaration forbidding martial artists from harassing civilians, the county would have likely descended into chaos long ago. The County Lord Mansion represented the royal capital's dignity, and on the surface, martial artists still dared not blatantly defy its orders. But even so, many civilians in the city still fled to temporarily avoid trouble, planning to return once the turbulence subsided. With such chaos in the city, what went against Lu Qing's expectations was that the Wei Mansion had remained standing. The brazen martial artists, despite causing a significant stir in the city, had not yet attacked the Wei Mansion. Both sides seemed to be maintaining some sort of tacit understanding, waiting for something. This made Lu Qing sense something unusual in the air. The martial artists in the county had ultimately formed a standoff with the Wei Mansion, something Lu Qing had not anticipated. He had thought that the two sides would start fighting very soon. However, this also indicated that his previous speculation had some merit. The death of the Innate realm elder from the Wei family was indeed suspicious. The current situation in the county had surely been manipulated by someone behind the scenes. It was just unknown how long this strange peace would last. In this way, Ching led his peaceful life on the sidelines, eating melon seeds quietly. Every day he studied medical skills, practiced cultivation, and taught the two little ones how to read. Life couldn't be more rich and fulfilling. What he didn't expect was that after half a month had passed, the situation in the county still hadn't exploded. But Ching had no time to pay attention to these matters anymore, because after half a month's grinding and brewing, he felt the signs of a breakthrough. In the bamboo forest behind the mountain, Ching was sitting cross-legged, a picture of calm, yet his body exuded intense heat. His chi blood coursed through him, reaching a limit. He was attempting to break through the chi blood realm and step into the second realm of martial arts, the muscle-bone realm. The key to breaking through from the chi blood realm to the muscle-bone realm was to push the chi and blood power past its limits and permeate into the bones and tendons, repeatedly nurturing and tempering them until one's tendons, membranes, and bones gradually became stronger. This required martial artists to have an extremely high level of control over their own chi blood. Only by perfectly manipulating the chi and blood power to nurture and temper the bones and tendons without injuring oneself would suffice. Otherwise, if one's control was inadequate and they forcibly tempered, they could easily damage their own bone marrow. This could result in mild bone marrow fractures, or, in severe cases, completely burned-out bone marrow. This was why Ching, despite having already achieved perfection in the chi blood realm and being able to fully control his own chi blood, still chose to grind for half a month before attempting to break through. Advancing through martial arts realms was not to be taken lightly. One must not act rashly and impatiently, nor could they shrink back in fear. Everything had to be honed just right before making a breakthrough that was the safest way. At this moment, the chi blood in Ching's body had been pushed to an extreme, forming a thread of incredibly potent chi and blood power. Then, with great caution, he controlled this thread of chi and blood power, breaking its original path and permeated deeper into his body. This step, although it appeared perilous, was like using a steel wire to lead a fierce beast. The slightest carelessness could result in a chi blood explosion and could gravely injure or cripple him. However, Ching's face remained tranquil. Having reached his current realm, he was already adept at controlling his chi blood. Despite the dangers, everything was under his command. Quickly, the powerful thread of chi and blood power began to break through the limitations, soaking into the bones. Under Ching's strong control, it slowly circulated around the skeleton. With this step, Ching had successfully broken the boundary between the chi blood realm and the muscle-bone realm. But this alone was not enough. Ching stood up, assumed the boxing stance, and began to practice slowly. Starting from the first move of nourishing body boxing, he rapidly progressed to the ninth move. According to his usual cultivation habits, Ching should have started anew from the first move. However, this time he did not do so but continued to practice, performing a brand new move. It was the nourishing body boxing's 10th move. The nourishing body boxing passed down by his master consisted of 36 moves. The initial 9 moves were the cultivation method for the chi blood realm, and from the 10th move onward, it entered the level of the muscle-bone realm. Previously, whenever Ching tried to practice the 10th move, his bones and tendons would ache, preventing him from continuing, but this time was different. As he performed the moves, the thread of chi and blood power he had condensed also rapidly traveled through the bones and tendons throughout his body, nourishing them and alleviating fatigue. This allowed Ching to keep practicing with vigor. With the help of this powerful thread of chi and blood power, Ching smoothly completed the entire 10th move. He did not stop there, but continued to practice the 11th move. The 1st to 9th moves of nourishing body boxing were for the chi blood realm, while the 10th to 18th moves were for the muscle-bone realm. Ching quickly went through the 18th move, and after completing it, he slowly ended his routine and stood still, sensing the condition inside his body. At this moment, he felt extremely well inside. His chi blood surged lively, and his bones and tendrils throughout his body felt as if they were soaking in warm water, comfortably warm. He couldn't help but recall a saying his master had told him when teaching him nourishing body boxing. If practicing nourishing body boxing became more comfortable, it proved he was doing it correctly. If it became more painful, then surely he had practiced something wrong. Now his condition clearly showed that he was practicing correctly. Finally stepped into the muscle-bone realm, Ching said joyfully. From now on, he too was a martial artist in the muscle-bone realm, on the same level as Magu. Of course, only in realm. Now, compared to Magu, there was definitely still a gap. He had just stepped into this level, while Magu had been immersed for many years, having tempered his bones and tendons to the limits of his realm. In terms of pure physical strength, Ching feared he still wasn't a match for him, but Ching wasn't worried. Now that he had entered the muscle-bone realm, his strength was set to experience a period of rapid growth. With his potential reinforced by earth vein spirit liquid, Surpassing Magu would not take much time. Even now, if he really were to fight Magu, it was hard to say who would win or lose. After all, he could feel that his strength had at least doubled compared to before his breakthrough. Originally, his strength was several times stronger than that of a typical martial artist at the perfect Chi blood realm, now having doubled again. The explosiveness of his burst might be something that martial artists below the small success muscle bone realm could scarcely match. This was the advantage of having better talent. At the same cultivation realm, a martial artist with better talent had a higher limit and could exert much more power than an average martial artist. After experiencing the feeling of his breakthrough for a while, Ching gradually withdrew his attention. Then from a package under an old bamboo beside him, he took out a secret manual. Looking at this secret manual, Ching felt somewhat inexplicable. This secret manual was one of the gifts given to him by the Grand Steward of Wei. The Grand Steward of Wei had initially given him 2 items. One of them was the bone forging pill, which countless martial artists in the muscle bone realm longed for. The other was this secret manual in his hands. Initially, when Ching received the secret manual, he didn't start studying it right away but stored it together with the bone forging pill. Later on, as many events took place, he acquired too many opportunities and even obtained several cultivation techniques for the innate realm, not to mention the even more mysterious inheritance from the divine talisman sect. As a result, he completely forgot about this secret manual for a while. It was not until a few days ago when he was cleaning up a box at home that he noticed it. Now that Ching had broken through to the muscle bone realm, he could start learning the secret technique inside. Looking at the secret manual in his hand, a rich white superpower light soon emerged from the manual. Discovering cultivation technique, would you like to simulate download? Ching chose to download, then slowly turned the pages. Downloading, current progress 1, 2, 3, 4. As Ching turned the pages, the progress bar also gradually moved. By the last page, the progress bar jumped to 100%. Download complete, beginning simulation. Current progress 1, 2, 3, 4. Ching quietly waited, and before long a prompt appeared in his vision again. Simulation complete, would you like to learn? He immediately chose to learn. The next moment, a vast amount of comprehension information emerged from his mind. Ching habitually closed his eyes, silently receiving the information. Before long, he finished receiving the information and opened his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. So this secret technique is actually an explosive secret technique. With the aid of his superpower, Ching had completely understood the secret technique from the manual. The secret technique recorded in the manual was an explosive secret technique called violent chi technique. The principle of this technique was to stimulate a martial artist's body through a special chi blood circulation method, temporarily exploding with several times the strength of one's own. Of course, like all explosive secret techniques, after being executed, it would lead to weakness, and this violent chi technique was no exception. It could be used at most once every 3 days, and each time it could be maintained for half an hour. Afterward, one must rest, otherwise it would leave problems that hindered future cultivation. A standard explosive secret technique. After understanding the details of this violent chi technique, Ching gave his assessment. If it had been him before, perhaps he would have thought highly of this secret technique. But now, having received the inheritances from Wei Mansion and the divine talisman sect, his perspective had broadened a lot. Looking at this technique now, it naturally seemed average. However, though the level of this secret technique wasn't high, it was still quite useful for Ching at present. So he decided to properly practice it once he stabilized his power in the muscle bone realm. Now was not the time he had just broken through, and his muscles and bones were not fully forged yet, unable to withstand the impact of the power brought by executing the secret technique. After clarifying this, Ching put this secret technique behind him. He glanced at the sky, feeling that it was still early, and continued his cultivation. The situation in the county was quite grim, and trouble could erupt at any time. Who knew what would happen if a real fight broke out? Adding even a bit more strength was always a good thing. While Ching was endeavoring in his cultivation county Wei Mansion. Ever since the day when those mysterious figures publicly challenged them, Wei Mansion had begun to close its doors and refused to receive anyone. Even the county lord was denied when he visited. Now, the vast Wei Mansion looked serene from the outside. Even the fallen leaves outside the gate remained unswept, appearing rather desolate. Compared to the past when everyone revered it and passers-by didn't dare to look directly, it now had a slightly desolate ambience. Inside Wei Mansion, in that uniquely quaint courtyard, the Wei family patriarch was practicing his punches. Beside him, the Grand Steward, whom Ching was quite familiar with, respectfully stood by. Is everything arranged properly? While punching at an even pace, the Wei family patriarch suddenly asked. Although to outsiders, the days at Wei Mansion seemed precarious, the face of the Wei family patriarch remained very calm, showing no signs of anxiety. It was as if nothing on the outside could disturb his inner peace. Everything is arranged, the Grand Steward respectfully said. The lady and the young master have been sent out of the city via the underground passage. By now they should be heading toward the state mansion. That's good, the Wei family patriarch replied indifferently. Only, at this point the Grand Steward hesitated. Only what? Before leaving, the young master threw a big tantrum, saying he didn't want to go and wanted to stay with you, sir. In the end I had to knock him out to calm him down, the Grand Steward said. Hearing this, the Wei family patriarch's body stiffened, and he could no longer continue his punches. He sighed, it's my wife's and my own fault for spoiling him thus, forcing you to be the villain. This servant dares not. It's my duty, the Grand Steward quickly replied. I hope an can grow from this experience. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to see that day. The Wei family patriarch sighed deeply. Seeing him like this, the Grand Steward was shaken. Master, could it really be that the ancestor? I don't know, the Wei family patriarch shook his head. All I know is that half a month ago, our ancestor was ambushed by his enemies and managed to escape grievously injured. As for whether he's alive or dead, no one knows. The Grand Steward fell silent. This was the first time in a long while that he had heard definite news of the ancestor from the family head. However, the news didn't sound too good. The Wei family patriarch saw his reaction and gave a smile. Don't worry, the situation hasn't worsened to that extent. As long as there's no news of the ancestor, those outsiders won't dare to attack. The wrath of an innate realm expert is absolutely unbearable for those postnatal realm martial artists. Besides, even if they really have the guts to attack, our Wei Mansion is not without the power to fight back. What's there to fear? Those petty people also want to scheme against our Wei family's treasure, but they don't have the capacity. As he spoke, a domineering aura emanated from the Wei family patriarch, completely abandoning his previous calm. However, the Grand Steward's worries did not lessen by much. The outsiders were naturally not to be feared, but he was concerned about the mastermind behind these people. To mobilize so many postnatal realm martial artists, this mastermind must be an innate realm expert, and it's very likely the same person who injured the ancestor. Though there were edicts in the royal capital that innate realm experts should not attack those below innate realm without cause, such edicts had much room for maneuver. Who could guarantee that the mastermind would play by the rules? After all, this world ultimately respects the powerful. The Wei family patriarch seemed to have thought of this issue as well. After his bold declaration, he too fell silent. If not for the fear of the entity behind those warriors outside, why would he have sent his wife and child out of the city? An innate realm expert, after all, was too mighty. Even their Wei Mansion could not contend against such a power. Now, all they could hope for was that the ancestor would recover from his injuries and return. But as half a month passed and the ancestor did not return, a bad premonition grew in his mind. Just as the two were immersed in their worries, suddenly, a loud shout came from above the mansion. Wei Xing, your half-month deadline has arrived. The voice boomed like rolling thunder, filled with an immense aura that indicated it could only belong to a true top-tier martial arts expert. What have you decided? Will you surrender, or will you stubbornly defend that treasure, leading your entire Wei family to be buried with it? The expression on both the Wei family patriarch and the Grand Steward's faces changed in an instant. Wei Xing was indeed the name of the Wei family patriarch. The Wei family patriarch took a deep breath, and with equal volume, he declared, enough with the nonsense. If you truly are confident, then by all means come forth. You intend to seize the Wei family's property. Let's see if you have the capabilities. The patriarch's response was just as strong, showing no sign of weakness compared to the voice outside. He too was a formidable martial arts expert. Wei Xing, you really are stubborn. Are you truly not afraid that we will slaughter everyone in your Wei Mansion without mercy? The voice continued. Since you are so confident, why not come in and try? The Wei family patriarch retorted without showing any weakness. Voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting Wei Xing's attitude to remain so resolute at this point. At this moment, the whole scene was quiet. No one dared to interfere in the conversation between the two top-tier martial arts experts. After a while, the voice spoke again. Wei Xing, all you're doing is hoping your venerable ancestor from the Wei family is still alive. Let me tell you the truth. Your ancestor has been struck in the heart by the innate sword energy from our master. It's impossible for him to survive. If you know what's good for you, you will surrender and hand over the treasure that might spare your family. Otherwise, be careful, or the Wei family will have no descendants left. However, the Wei family patriarch was not moved at all. He said indifferently, in a word, are you going to fight or not? If not, then shut your mouth. A mere nobody, hiding in the shadows, you can't even show your true self, and yet you think you can make the Wei family surrender with just a few words. The voice stumbled. The speaker hadn't expected Wei Xing to be so impervious to threats, no matter how menacing. Hearing the disdain in his voice made him angry, truly wanting to throw caution to the wind and battle Wei Xing then and there. As a martial artist at the grandmaster level with inner organs perfection, was he not a man of temper? But recalling his master's words, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Instead, he scoffed coldly, Wei Xinghe, continue your futile resistance. The only reason you're so stubborn is that you've managed to send your wife and children out of the city, so you have no concerns left. But do you really think they can escape safely to the state mansion? Hearing this, the Wei family patriarch could no longer maintain his composure. His face drastically changed, and he shouted angrily as a martial artist of grandmaster level, a renowned figure, you even stoop to threatening women and children, don't you think that's beneath your dignity? Ha ha ha. The voice laughed wildly, didn't you just call me a coward? And now I'm a renowned figure. Wei Xinghe, guess what, by this time tomorrow, do you think you'll see the heads of your wife and children displayed at the gate of your Wei Mansion? After that, the voice gradually grew fainter and did not speak again. Wait a minute, the Wei family patriarch called out urgently, but the voice did not respond anymore, leaving it uncertain whether the person no longer wished to engage with him or had already left. Only the Wei family patriarch was left calling out in vain. Master, what should we do now? The grand steward beside him asked anxiously, his mind filled with confusion. The tunnels in the mansion are dug very deep, and the exits are extremely hidden. How could they have discovered them? There are only two possibilities. The Wei family patriarch took a deep breath, forcibly calming his mind and considering, first, someone inside the mansion is an informant, and the whereabouts of an and the others have been leaked. That's impossible. The departure of the lady and the young master was personally arranged by me, and those protecting them are the most loyal guards in the mansion. They would never betray our Wei family, the grand steward declared firmly. That leaves only one other possibility then. The Wei family patriarch's face showed a mix of emotions. We may have underestimated the abilities of someone in the innate realm, thinking that by relying on the tunnels, we could hide from our opponents. We never imagined that perhaps our arrangements had been in the enemy's sight from the start. The grand steward fell silent. If that was the case, they truly were helpless. The innate realm was always mysterious and unpredictable, with capabilities far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even they were not fully aware of what abilities someone in the innate realm could possess. Their ancestor had never shown them these capabilities. What do we do about the lady and the young master? Have they really fallen into their hands? The grand steward asked. They probably haven't yet, otherwise that person would have already used an and the others to threaten us. Right now, he only made some harsh comments, so obviously they have just noticed an and the others' tracks but haven't caught them yet. The Wei family patriarch, being more than ordinary, had his heart flooded by the mysterious person's words earlier, but he quickly calmed down and noticed the anomaly. What do you think? Should I go and assist the lady and the others? The grand steward quickly said. No, I can't spare you from the mansion. The Silver Moon battle formation needs you to operate at its fullest potential. If you leave, it'll cut our combative power by at least half, the Wei family patriarch decisively said. Maybe that's exactly why that person intentionally mentioned an and the others. They want to draw you out, madam and the others. They can only rely on their fate, sighed the Wei family patriarch. As members of the Wei family, we must always be prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the clan. If they truly cannot escape, then that is their destiny. The grand steward remained silent. He didn't quite understand why the master insisted on defending this ancestral home, preferring to die fighting rather than to retreat. But as a member of the Wei family, all his martial arts glory was given by the Wei family. Since the family head had ordered it, he would certainly obey until death. Master, perhaps things are not as bad as they seem. The guard Pang Zhan, who is escorting Madame and the others, is also a strong martial artist of the internal organ realm. With his leadership and the Silver Moon guards forming the Silver Moon battle formation, even if they encounter someone of great success in the internal organ realm, they should be able to hold them off. The royal capital has decreed that those in the innate realm should not attack those below innate. As long as the other side's innate does not act, perhaps Madame and the others still have a chance to escape. After a long silence, the Grand Steward spoke up to comfort him. Now we can only hope for this, the Wei family patriarch sighed, but he knew that this hope was likely very slim. Although the Silver Moon battle formation was formidable, the enemy was also numerous and had many strong individuals. Just the mysterious figure he had spoken with was already more than what Pang Zhan and the others could handle. Now, he could only pray that their pursuers did not include anyone above great success in the internal organ realm. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine the choices he would need to make. In an agonizing wait, the Wei family patriarch endured a tough night. The next day, when the same time arrived and there was no sign of any abnormalities outside the mansion, he breathed a sigh of relief. He presumed that perhaps they had not yet captured an and the others. Otherwise, given the arrogant demeanor of the mysterious strong individual yesterday, why would he miss such an opportunity to show off his power? Another day passed without any incident outside the mansion, allowing the Wei family patriarch's heart to settle substantially. It appeared his wife and son had really escaped. Even the Grand Steward greatly relaxed. The lady had once shown him great kindness, and now knowing that she and the son were probably safe, his anxious heart finally settled down. The forces within the county were also constantly watching the movements at Wei Mansion these 2 days. The conversation between the Wei family patriarch and that mysterious figure had echoed throughout the town. Everyone knew that someone was pursuing the Wei Mansion's lady and young master. Everyone speculated whether they would wake up one morning to see either the presence or corpses of the Wei Mansion's lady and young master. Unexpectedly, 2 days had passed without any sign. Even that mysterious figure had not reappeared. Could it be that the lady and young master of the Wei Mansion had actually escaped? Everyone couldn't help but entertain this thought. Rui, tell me, did the lady and young master from Wei Mansion really escape successfully, or have they been captured? Inside the county lord mansion, a handsome middle-aged man with phoenix eyes sat at a chess table, holding a chess piece, and asked the person sitting opposite him. You ask me, even as the county lord, you don't know how would I. The man in plain clothes opposite him responded indifferently. You are being too modest. Who doesn't know that the intelligence of Tianji building is unmatched in this world? Nothing can escape your eyes. Compared to you, what significance does my little title of county lord have? The phoenix-eyed middle-aged man placed his chess piece on the board and laughed. Although Tianji building has extensive intelligence, we never interfere in the conflicts between the families and sect forces. So don't bother trying to gather information from me. The man in plain clothes remained calm and also made a move. If you don't interfere, then why are you here? The expression of the phoenix-eyed middle-aged man turned slightly solemn. He stopped playing and looked at the man in plain clothes. Rest assured, my being here has nothing to do with you, and I am not interested in your matters. The man in plain clothes remained expressionless. Oh, then what is the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing the other party's words, a slight relief washed over the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes, and a smile returned to his face. He knew that the man before him never liked to speak untruths, and since he declared it had nothing to do with him, it definitely must be unrelated. I'm here just to confirm one thing, said the man in plain clothes. There's a prohibition from Holy Mountain. All martial artists above Innate must not attack those below Innate without proper cause, and they absolutely must not battle in densely crowded areas, causing needless slaughter. My visit is to see if anyone dares to defy this prohibition. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes grew solemn. The prohibition the man in plain clothes mentioned was not known by everyone. Only the true, great families and hidden sects were aware of this rule. However, this did not mean that the prohibition carried less weight. On the contrary, everyone who knew of this prohibition was well aware of how terrifying the power behind it was. It represented a mysterious authority that all forces in the world had to respect. So you're saying, this turmoil in the county, it really was instigated by someone from the innate realm? The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes asked tentatively. Yan Kanghai, you don't need to play dumb here, the man in plain clothes said lightly. This obvious fact doesn't need to be feigned ignorance to insult our intelligence. Wasn't I just uncertain? After all, the traces of those in the innate realm are not something we folks in the postnatal realm can ascertain. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes did not get angry. Instead, he became curious. Rui, tell me, who wants to doom that old ancestor of the Wei family to death, and what treasure inside Wei Mansion could possibly tempt a mighty innate figure to stoop so low as to bully the younger generation? Aren't you afraid that they might hear you disparaging them? The man in plain clothes glanced at him. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes stiffened, then relaxed again. Pretending to be nonchalant, he replied, with you here, what do I have to fear? Could it be that such lofty innate beings would bother with a petty figure like me? His words were light, but he dared not inquire further. You should try changing this curious nature of yours. Had you not been so overly curious back then, you wouldn't have been demoted to this remote place to be a minor county lord. The man in plain clothes picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes gave a forced laugh, not daring to speak further. If it weren't for the aid of the friend before him, he might not have even become the county lord. Nevertheless, his friend's words put his mind at ease. These days, saying his pressures weren't substantial would be a lie. Suddenly, so many martial artists had surged into the town, some possessing strength no less than his own. Should these people actually start a battle within the city, the civilian casualties would be unimaginable. If that were to happen, as the county lord, he could not escape responsibility. Now that his friend was here, whether or not he could stop the great battle was yet undecided. But at least, his friend could testify that it wasn't due to his inaction, but rather utter helplessness. The schemes of those in the innate realm were not something a small internal organ realm like himself could obstruct. The two quietly played chess for a while. Suddenly, the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes couldn't help but ask again, Rui, tell me, did that old ancestor of the Wei family in the innate realm really die? The man in plain clothes looked up, staring at him quietly. Even though the gaze was not intense, the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes felt a chill straight from his heart. He hurriedly waved his hand. Never mind, I really won't ask anymore. The man in plain clothes watched him for a while, making the middle-aged man tremble with fear. Then he suddenly spoke. "There is something I can tell you." "What is it?" the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes hurriedly asked. "The lady and the young master of the Wei family have not been captured yet." Magu felt incredibly unlucky. At this moment, he was lying flat in a pit in the forest, covered in mud, with a thick layer of fallen leaves above. At first glance, no one could tell there was a person hidden underneath, but Magu dared not be careless, because he knew the people pursuing him in the mountains were all martial arts experts, some of whom were no less skilled than him. A single misstep could lead to his discovery. Once surrounded, even if he was familiar with the area, escape would be impossible with wings. What on earth is going on? Thinking about his ordeal over the past 2 days, Magu couldn't help but complain bitterly. Lately, the situation in the county had been extremely tense, ready to explode at any moment. The Ma family, worried, had started to prepare for the worst by moving some of their assets to the state mansion. A few days ago, he had taken on a mission for the family to escort a batch of goods to the state mansion. After successfully delivering the goods and on his way back, he thought of visiting the big market to check on Zio Tian and the others. He informed his fellow clansmen and left the group. Now thinking about it, Magu incredibly regretted his decision. He really wanted to slap himself, wondering why he had the stupid idea to go to the market. As a result, he had got himself into so much trouble. 2 days ago, after leaving the family group, he took a shortcut through the mountains on his way to the market. While passing through a mountain hollow, suddenly a group of men in silver armor charged out from the woods. These people, clad in silver armor and exuding an evil chi, formed a protective triangle around a woman and a young boy in the middle. The woman seemed injured and lethargic, unable to lift one arm. When Magu saw the young boy, he immediately sensed trouble, because he recognized the young boy and even the silver-armored guards. They were none other than young Master Wei and the Silver Moon Guards of the Wei family. Magu intended to avoid them, but it was too late. The very moment he saw these people, the young boy spotted him as well and immediately shouted, "Magu, what are you doing here?" With that shout, all of the silver-armored guards' attention was drawn to him. "Young master, who is this?" A silver-armored guard with a powerful presence asked sharply. "Guard Pang, this is Magu of the Ma family. The last time I was injured, the mansion guard stayed temporarily in his house," the young boy replied. "That's right, Captain. We indeed stayed in his house for a while," one of the silver-armored guards added. "Oh," Guard Pang's gaze softened slightly, but the vigilance in his heart remained unchanged. It was too unusual for Magu to appear here. If it weren't for the fact that Magu's strength was inadequate and he was alone, he might have suspected that Magu had been waiting for them intentionally. "We've temporarily shaken off the people behind us. First, treat Mrs. Wei's injuries," Guard Pang ordered. A guard promptly took out antiseptic medicine and gave it to young Master Wei to apply to Mrs. Wei. "Greetings to young Master Wei, Mrs. Wei." Since young Master Wei recognized him, Magu had no choice but to brace himself and greet them. Although he didn't know why these people were here, considering the recent situation in the city and the blood-stained appearance of the Silver Moon Guards, it wasn't hard to imagine that he had seen something he shouldn't have. Could it be that fighting had finally broken out in the city? Was he going to be silenced? Magu inwardly groaned with worry. But now, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Each of the Silver Moon Guards was stronger than him. There was no way he could escape. "Magu, how come you're here?" Young Master Wei asked. "I was just thinking of returning to the market, and I didn't expect to encounter young Master Wei here," Magu replied truthfully. Just then, another noise came from the forest, and all the Silver Moon Guards tensed up. "Captain, they've caught up with us," one of the Silver Moon Guards said. "I know. The other side also has masters of the internal organ realm. With Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei, we won't be able to shake their pursuit," sighed Guard Pang. "What should we do, Captain?" "They outnumber us, and our formation, though it may hold for a while, will be of no use in the end. Moreover, Mrs. Wei is injured. If we don't find a place to treat her soon, she might not last much longer," said an anxious Silver Moon Guard. "How about you leave me behind and take her away?" Mrs. Wei said palely. "I am the mistress of Wei Mansion. They might want to capture me to coerce my husband, so they probably won't kill me right away." "Mother," young Master Wei immediately exclaimed. "It's absolutely not an option, Mrs. Wei," Guard Pang quickly said. "Protecting Mrs. Wei is our mission. Unless all of us Silver Moon Guards die, they won't lay a finger on her. But by keeping me with you, everyone will eventually die in these mountains. You can't let one person drag down everyone," Mrs. Wei asserted. "There will find a way, Mrs. Wei. Don't worry," Guard Pang tried to comfort her. But as the noise from the forest behind them grew louder and louder, his gaze swept around. When he noticed Magu, who was standing obediently to the side, an idea seemed to strike him. "Young master, can we trust this person?" asked Guard Pang. Guard Pang was not entirely satisfied with the answer, but he had no better idea. He gritted his teeth and said to Magu, "Brother Magu, there's something I need to ask for your help with." Magu, who had always pretended to be honest, felt a sudden surge in his heart and forced a smile. What could it possibly be? Guard Pang spoke solemnly. I ask you to escort Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei to a safe place. Once the task is accomplished, the Wei family will surely reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Guard Pang. Magu, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied, Lord, you must be joking. Even you can't ensure their complete safety. How could I, a mere practitioner of the muscle bone realm, possibly be capable of escorting Mrs. Wei and her son? Having heard the Silver Moon Guard's conversation earlier, Magu knew someone was pursuing them from behind. He barely had time to escape, let alone dare to get involved in such a matter. You have no choice because those people are already nearby. With their capabilities, you won't make it out of these woods without our help. These people are merciless killers, and for them, killing you would be as easy as lifting a hand, Guard Pang declared. Magu's face stiffened. This was exactly what he feared. The pursuers who could drive a whole squad of the Silver Moon Guards into such disarray must be extraordinarily powerful. If he encountered them, he feared they would kill him without a second thought. In the county, Magu had witnessed just how unreasonable those people could be. Now that they had left the constraints of the county, he feared they would be even more reckless. Lord, even if we have to split our forces and take Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei along a different path, wouldn't any of the Silver Moon Guard be more suitable than me? Magu asked in confusion. If it were before, yes, but now it's not possible. Guard Pang shook his head. We have lost too many men earlier, and we can't spare any to protect Mrs. Wei. Thinking of this, Guard Pang felt a pang of pain. Had they not suffered heavy losses during the initial ambush, the Silver Moon Guard could have still formed the Silver Moon Battle Formation and spared some men. He would never have entrusted the safety of Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei to an outsider. Now, you only have a chance to escape if you agree to help and let us hold them off, Guard Pang said with a piercing gaze, looking directly into Magu's eyes. Magu, brother, what do you think? Magu met his gaze for a while, then finally gave a bitter smile. Just as you said, Lord, I have no choice. Brother Magu, then I entrust the safety of Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei to you. Upon hearing Magu's agreement, Guard Pang suddenly knelt on one knee and pleaded. Captain, Guard Pang, the other Silver Moon Guards, as well as Mrs. Wei and her son, were all shocked to see Guard Pang kneeling. Magu was even more deeply moved. A powerful practitioner of the internal organ realm was kneeling and pleading to him, a minor practitioner of the muscle-bone realm, a scene he could never have even dreamed of. Looking at the entreating expression on Guard Pang's face, Magu felt a surge of boldness rising within him. Don't worry, Lord Pang, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the safety of Mrs. Wei and her party. Thinking back on the lofty words he had spoken 2 days ago, Magu, now stuck in a muddy pit, wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to act tough? Now he was probably really going to risk his life. That day, after he had agreed to escort Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei, that squad of Silver Moon Guards had taken the initiative to strike, forming a battle formation and entering the woods, turning the tables on their pursuers. Due to the commotion they caused, all the enemies in the woods were soon drawn there. Meanwhile, Magu, carrying Mrs. Wei and leading young Master Wei, quietly moved in another direction. However, they hadn't gone far before he realized they were surrounded by enemy forces from the outside and couldn't escape. With no other choice, he changed direction and headed deeper into the mountains. Fortunately, during the years he had spent in the market, he often hunted nearby in his spare time and was quite familiar with the local geography. Thus, by taking advantage of the terrain, he was barely able to shake off their pursuers. But as a result, he and the others could only temporarily hide deep in the mountains, not daring to venture out. He had no idea what had ultimately happened to the squad of Silver Moon Guards. After a long wait in the pit, seeing that there was still no movement in the woods and the sky was gradually darkening, Magu didn't spot any enemy, but instead saw a plump rabbit pass by in front of him. Hungry after 2 days, he couldn't resist. He sprang up, stunned the rabbit, and grabbed it. After catching the rabbit, he didn't linger any longer. After covering up the traces of the pit, he carried the rabbit and quietly proceeded in a certain direction. He stayed concealed all the way until he arrived in front of a hidden cave. Who's there? A vigilant voice came from inside. It's me. Magu shook his head, feeling helpless at young Master Wei's reaction. If it had been an enemy, his single remark would have given away their position. But considering that the other was a pampered scion of the Wei family, he couldn't really say much. Magu, you're back, young Master Wei exclaimed with surprise as he emerged from the cave. Yeah, how is Mrs. Wei? Mother is still unconscious and her forehead is very hot. Magu, do you have any ideas? As he spoke, young Master Wei's face grew worried. I don't have a way, Magu shook his head. Your mother's wound hasn't healed, she's lost a lot of blood and has been infiltrated by external pathogens. It's similar to your condition before. I'm not a doctor, I can't heal her wounds. Mrs. Wei had been slashed with a knife during their breakout, a deep wound across her lower back. Though she had been treated with antiseptic medicine afterward, due to a lack of timely medical attention and care, by the time Magu found this cave, she had already fallen into unconsciousness. Similar to what happened to me initially, Young Master Wei thought of the injury he had received before and felt a twinge of pain in his stomach. Fear grew in his heart. Magu, my mother couldn't possibly die, could she? Magu remained silent. Based on the current situation, it was hard to say. Mrs. Wei's injury, while not as severe as young Master Wei's had been, likewise, her constitution was also not as strong as her son's. Seeing his silence, young Master Wei's panic intensified. No, I can't let my mother die. Magu, you must think of something. Magu's irritation rose at the sight of young Master Wei, panicked and screaming. Shut up. Magu grabbed young Master Wei by the neck and pinned him against the cave wall. He growled, will your yelling wake your mother up, or will it bring enemies here and get us all killed? Young Master Wei's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Magu would dare treat him this way. As his breathing grew more labored, he realized Magu was not joking, a sudden fear arising as he started to struggle. Unmoved, Magu stared into his eyes. If you want me to let you go, fine, but you have to promise to stop yelling. Otherwise, do you believe I would cut you down? Young Master Wei, his vision darkening, hastily nodded his head in agreement. Seeing his face begin to turn purple and his breathing about to cease, Magu finally let go. Watching young Master Wei fall to the ground, coughing, for some reason, a sense of satisfaction rose in Magu. Every time he encountered this fellow, trouble ensued. To claim he held no resentment would be a lie. In the past, he would have never dared to rough-handle the young master, but now, with martial arts experts scouring the land in pursuit, they could be discovered at any moment. Under such precarious circumstances, Magu found his courage had grown, and he was naturally less obliging to the heedless young master. Young master, you're not that young anymore. Please stop being so childish and think about how to survive in these mountains. The Silver Moon Guards have risked their lives so you and Mrs. Wei can live. Does your current behavior honor their sacrifice? Tomorrow, I'll go out again to see if I can find some herbs to reduce Mrs. Wei's fever. Reflect on this. After leaving a few words of advice, Magu took the rabbit outside the cave and began to skin and prepare it, leaving young Master Wei behind, who stood there, dazed, apparently lost in thought. Before long, Magu brought some meat inside on a large leaf and offered it to him. Eat. What is this? Young Master Wei looked at the pink slices of meat. Rabbit meat, it's fresh. This meat is raw. How can I eat it? Young Master Wei said incredulously. What would you rather, start a fire and roast it? Do you believe the moment we light it up, someone will come and surround us, taking your mother away? Magu replied with a cold laugh. But I can't stomach it, young Master Wei said, looking at the meat with fear. Whether you can stomach it or not, you have to eat. You haven't eaten in 2 days, and without replenishing your strength, you'll struggle even to walk. Carrying Mrs. Wei is already taxing enough. I can't carry you as well. Unless you want me to abandon your mother, Magu said coldly. Hearing this, young Master Wei struggled internally. Eventually, he reached out, took a slice of rabbit meat, and swallowed it with his eyes closed. Watching young Master Wei swallow the rabbit meat, Magu slightly nodded his head. He likewise picked up a piece of rabbit meat and started eating. Perhaps because he was truly famished, after swallowing a piece of rabbit meat, young Master Wei found that besides psychological discomfort, it wasn't as difficult to get down as he had imagined. Therefore, he became less repulsed and silently continued eating. The two of them silently finished eating the entire rabbit raw. After eating, Magu tidied up the items, and then at the entrance of the cave, he leaned against the cave wall with a knife in his arms and rested with his eyes closed. Young Master Wei went to check on his mother and found that her condition still had not improved, which worried him. He wanted to discuss with Magu, but remembering the scene where Magu had grabbed his neck, he felt afraid and could only sit there silently. At this time, it had become completely dark, but as a martial artist of the muscle bone realm, Magu still had keen senses. In the darkness, he noticed young Master Wei's actions and spoke indifferently. Go to sleep. Early tomorrow morning, I will go find medicine for Mrs. Wei. Worrying now is futile. You had better rest well to keep your strength up. That's more practical. There was silence from young Master Wei for a while. Then he finally said, Magu, tell me the truth. Can my mother recover? Magu did not immediately reply. After a moment, he said, I don't know. Like I said, I am not a physician, and my understanding of medical principles is very superficial. The lady's injuries are not light. I can only try to find some recognizable medicinal herbs to administer to her to see if they have any effect. As for whether she can pull through, that's up to fate. Having said this, Magu paused and then continued, it's a pity that we can't get out right now. Otherwise, if we could reach old Dr. Chen, your mother's life would certainly be worry-free. Hearing this, young Master Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, we could take my mother to old Dr. Chen. He remembered how the last time he had been seriously injured, he had been saved by the elder doctor. If they could get his mother to him, her injuries would surely be cured as well. Magu shook his head. It's not that I don't want to take the lady there, but you know the situation outside. People are searching for us everywhere. We simply can't get out. Young Master Wei then realized the reality and his gaze dimmed. Yes, if they could get out, they wouldn't need to be trapped in this cave. All right, go to sleep and we'll see how things are tomorrow. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Magu said one more thing and continued to rest with his eyes closed. That night, young Master Wei could not sleep well. He would wake up from time to time, then go to check on Mrs. Wei, occasionally giving her some water to drink. He had almost no rest as he dozed and woke intermittently. Magu saw all this but did not speak. The next morning, Magu told young Master Wei before preparing to go out and look for herbs. He checked, and perhaps because the effect of the antiseptic medicine was still active, Mrs. Wei's condition, although it had not continued to worsen through the night, was still comatose. But this was not a good sign. The conditions in the mountains were too harsh. If she continued to remain unconscious, she might truly never wake up. Carrying his weapon, Magu cautiously moved through the mountain, searching for familiar medicinal herbs. Finally, by a mountain stream, he found a medicinal herb that could be used, and he was delighted. Just as he went forward to pluck it, suddenly, a premonition of danger surged within him, and he swiftly dodged to the side. In the next instant, an arrow that had grazed his body stuck in the ground. More than half of the arrow buried itself in the soil, leaving only the feathered tail trembling slightly above ground. Magu's heart chilled. Had he not dodged just then, the arrow would have likely pierced through his entire body. He turned around sharply, only to see a figure who had, at some unknown time, positioned himself not far behind Magu on the branch of a large tree. It was a robust youth in leather armor, with an arrow quiver on his back, holding a large bow and a short sword at his waist. Clearly, the arrow that had just been fired was shot by him. Got some skills to have dodged my arrow. The leather armor youth seemed surprised that his arrow had not hit. Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack me? Pulling out his knife, Magu asked in a grave voice while his gaze shifted around to assess the situation. Why pretend to be ignorant? 2 days ago, it was you who took the Wei family's lady and young master. Speak, where did you hide them? If you tell me, maybe I can spare your life, said the leather armor youth. I do not know what you're talking about. I am just a hunter who came into the mountains to hunt. I know nothing of any Madam Wei or young master, Magu denied vehemently. A hunter of the muscle and bone realm level. Do you really think I am a fool? The leather armor youth shook his head. It seems I have to capture you first before you'll tell the truth. Before his words had faded, he already took 3 arrows from the arrow quiver behind him and placed them on his bow. In the next instant, without any interval, 3 arrows shot off the string and flew towards Magu. 3-star consecutive. The 3 sharp arrows, in a brand shape and slightly staggered, nearly sealed off all of Magu's surrounding space, leaving him with hardly any room to dodge. Magu was shocked and instantly recognized the arrow technique used by the leather armor youth. This was a famous method of using arrows, indicating that an archer had truly mastered the art. Flee. Magu made his decision in an instant. He swung his sword to deflect one of the arrows and, with a roll reminiscent of a rolling donkey, evaded the other 2. As he rolled, he tossed a dart with a stealthy flick of his wrist, aiming straight for the leather armor youth's face. This counterstrike came unexpectedly, even catching the leather armor youth by surprise. He brandished the bow to knock the dart aside, and when he looked up again, Magu was already dozens of yards away. At the moment the dart was released, Magu didn't even check the result. He threw himself backward, starting to flee for his life. While fleeing, he continuously used the trees to shield his figure, preventing the leather armor youth from locking onto him with his arrows. Interesting, if I let you escape like this, where would I put my face? The leather armor youth chuckled softly, slinging the treasure bow over his shoulder and using his movement technique to give chase to Magu. His speed was even a few notches faster than Magu's. Hearing the sound of the leather armor youth's pursuit behind him, Magu inwardly cursed his bad luck. Seeing the leather armor youth's 3-star consecutive technique, Magu knew he was no match for his opponent. 3-star consecutive was an extremely sophisticated arrow technique. To unleash 3 bursts in an extremely short amount of time, drawing a hard bow, one would need to be at least a martial artist of muscle-bone realm small success. Such a master was an entire level above him. If they were to battle, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Not to mention, there was no telling how many other enemies were nearby. The more noise made, the more likely more people would come. So escape was the only option. But now it seemed that even escaping might not be possible. Feeling the footsteps drawing ever closer behind him, Magu became anxious. He had thought that with the leather armor youth carrying such a large bow, moving through the forest would surely be inconvenient. Unexpectedly, the other's movement technique was so excellent that he was gradually catching up, even in these circumstances. Yet he couldn't just stop. Magu steeled his heart and veered into an even denser thicket. Though his speed would slow and the unknown thorny plants would scrape him painfully all over, he was betting that the leather armor youth, with his treasure bow, would have an even harder time. Indeed, in the dense thicket, the leather armor youth's progress was severely hindered. The slender vines and branches occasionally snagged his treasure bow, and he dared not use force, lest he damage his beloved bow. Watching Magu's figure about to vanish from his sight, the leather armor youth seethed with anger. He sneered coldly. You think you can escape by running like a rat, do you now? He took off his beloved bow and took out a very special black arrow, placed it on the bowstring, and aimed. The front-runner's idea to escape into the brushwood forest wasn't bad, but he forgot one thing without the cover of those large trees. These small miscellaneous trees couldn't stop his arrows. Having been played once, the leather armor youth was now filled with rage. This time he held nothing back, activating his secret technique. His chi blood erupted, his bones and muscles creaked, and a powerful aura ascended. With both hands drawing the bow to its fullest, his chi locked onto Magu in front of him. The next moment his fingers released and a shrill whistling noise sounded. The black arrow shot off the string at high speed, flying straight towards Magu. Its rapid rotation stirred up a gale that pierced through everything, shredding countless leaves and weeds in front of it, forming a spectacular corridor connecting the two men. In an instant, Magu felt an extreme sense of danger welling up from deep within his heart. He had no time to look back, nor to ponder instinctively. His body lurched forward abruptly. Then he felt a pain in his back, a loud explosion sounded in front, and a blast of air passed over his head, painfully scraping his scalp. Magu looked up and saw a deep hole blasted in a large tree that the two of them could embrace together, with the black arrow shaking violently stuck in it. The terrifying sight shocked him to the core. Could such arrow power really come from a muscle-bone realm martial artist? What kind of enemies had the Wei family provoked? At this moment, Magu fell into deep despair. The arrow fired by the leather armor youth was so frightening for two obvious reasons. One was that the other party had just been playing with him before and had not used their full strength at all. His strength was far beyond just muscle-bone realm small success. Alternatively, the opponent had used some incredible secret technique to unleash an arrow far beyond their own realm. Either reason was terrible news for Magu. It meant that his chances of survival were now slim. But no matter how slim, he still had to escape. Sitting and waiting for death was not in Magu's nature. He touched his back, which was a bloody mess. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly and was only grazed by the arrow power, which was not life-threatening. Feeling that his injury didn't affect his movement, Magu leapt up and continued his escape. Behind him, the leather armor youth took several deep breaths after shooting that earth-shattering secret technique arrow, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The secret technique arrow that his master had taught him could, even with his talent, only be shot twice at most. After 2 arrows, his entire body would fall into a state of weakness, with strength not even comparable to the chi blood realm. Fortunately, the effect of this arrow was quite good. Upon seeing Magu being shot down, his heart surged with satisfaction. "You vile creature, to die by my secret technique arrow is to die a lucky death." However, before the leather armor youth's smile could surface, he saw Magu, who should have been dead, leap up and start to flee once more. Damn it, the thick underbrush had indeed affected the outcome. The leather armor youth was first shocked, but then quickly realized what had happened. His arrow had penetrated the entire underbrush, a sight that was indeed spectacular and intimidating. But the arrow's force was slightly impeded, delayed by that split second, allowing the vile creature to react and dodge the deadly shot. Seeing his full-strength arrow dodged by someone of a lesser realm, the cloth-armored youth immediately felt a wave of humiliation rising from his heart. "Vile creature, I will kill you." His angry roar echoed throughout the entire forest. Magu, hearing the chilling shout from behind, felt even bitterer. He regretted more than ever why he had foolishly left the team to go to the market. If he had returned directly to his clan that day, none of this trouble would have come about. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was all too late. Hearing the sounds of pursuit picking up behind him, Magu could only grit his teeth and continue to run for his life. However, this time, the sounds from behind were getting closer, much faster than before. Not good. Taking a quick glance back, Magu realized that the cloth-armored youth was no longer carrying his large bow. Without the encumbrance of the bow, the youth's pursuit in this thicket was making Magu the disadvantaged one. But at this moment, it was too late for Magu to change directions. He could only bite down hard and desperately run forward. "Vile creature, you can't escape. Stop now and I might just leave you a complete corpse." The cloth-armored youth's voice rang out, not far behind Magu. Magu didn't dare to respond. Fearing he might give away his position with his breath, he simply ran forward with all his might. After a few more breaths, with the sound behind him getting ever closer, Magu felt increasing desperation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water ahead, and a sliver of hope suddenly sprang up in his heart. If there was a river ahead, he might still have a chance at life. This sudden hope rekindled Magu's will to survive, and a mysterious surge of energy welled up inside him, speeding him up a notch. Planning to escape into the water, the cloth-armored youth behind him also heard the water, and noticing Magu's increased speed, immediately understood his intentions. He disregarded everything else, activated his secret technique once more, and sharply increased his speed while pulling an arrow from the arrow quiver. The arrow had just been grasped in his hand when the surroundings suddenly cleared, and Magu had leapt high into the air. Now, the cloth-armored youth flung the arrow in his hand with a hidden weapon technique. In mid-air, Magu could no longer dodge. The sharp arrow pierced his shoulder, and he fell from the sky, crashing onto a bed of pebbles. This isn't a river, it's a waterfall ravine. Bearing the pain, Magu realized the nature of his surroundings and felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, he was in a valley, and the sound of water he had heard was actually from a waterfall within the valley. Vile creature, seems your luck is a bit poor. At this time, the cloth-armored youth also stepped out of the woods, his face full of mockery. This time, I'd like to see how you run. Watching the cloth-armored youth approaching, Magu's eyes showed despair, and a premonition of death appeared on his face. Magu, just then, a surprised voice arose from one side. The sudden voice startled both Magu and the leather armor youth. Neither of them had noticed that there were others in the valley. The two turned sharply to see a figure standing with his hands behind his back on a large rock beside the waterfall in front. Brother Lu Ching. When Magu saw the figure clearly, his eyes showed disbelief. How come you are here? Had he panicked and fled without direction, ending up near Jiulai village? This thought involuntarily flashed through Magu's mind. However, he didn't have time to ponder whether it made sense, as he saw that Lu Ching seemed unaware of the severity of the situation and quickly shouted, "Brother Lu Ching, run. This person is ferocious and not to be provoked." Magu wasn't happy to see Lu Ching. He knew that Lu Ching's martial arts prowess was merely at the Qi blood realm. He was no match for the move of the opponent in leather armor. Rashly intervening would not only be of no help to him, but it could also cost him his life. "Think you can escape?" the leather armor youth said indifferently. "You rat, didn't expect this, did you? Now, not only will you not escape, but you will also involve your friend in losing his life. Doesn't that feel worse than death? Brother Lu Ching, run. I'll try to hold him off, take the chance to escape." Magu didn't pay any attention to the leather armor youth's words. He struggled to stand up, knife in hand, and glared fiercely at the cloth-armored youth, growling low. "It's surprising to see you, rat, still have some loyalty." The leather armor youth was somewhat surprised by Magu's resolve to fight to the death. "But do you think you're qualified to stop me?" Magu said nothing, just fixed his gaze intently on his opponent, as if looking for an opportunity to strike. "I say, you two, how about asking for my opinion first?" Lu Ching, watching the two converse, said somewhat helplessly. Magu and the leather armor youth were startled and looked at Lu Ching. Especially the leather armor youth, it seemed he couldn't believe that this young man, Lu Ching, would dare interrupt him. He became slightly cautious and began to observe Lu Ching carefully. Unfortunately, Lu Ching was a bit too far for him to sense the other's Qi blood power. For a moment, he couldn't judge Lu Ching's strength. "Could you explain the current situation, Mr. Ma?" Lu Ching asked with a slight smile. "Brother Lu Ching, you." Seeing Lu Ching's calm demeanor, Magu's heart suddenly stirred. From what he remembered, Lu Ching was always sharp. The words he had said should have made him realize the seriousness of the situation. But Lu Ching appeared completely unruffled, making Magu unable to fathom his intentions. "Let me tell you." At that moment, the leather armor youth suddenly spoke. "This pest overstepped his boundaries, hiding the Wei family's madam and young master and becoming our enemy. Are you sure you want to meddle in these murky waters?" Lu Ching looked at Magu in surprise. He had not expected him to be so bold as to get involved in the affairs between the Wei family and those mysterious martial artists. "Don't slander me. I don't know anything about the Wei family, madam and young master. I was just hunting in these mountains. You attacked me without asking questions. Anyway, it's your fault, isn't it?" Magu firmly refused to admit any involvement. "Keep talking tough. I hope you remain so when I break your limbs later and torture you slowly." The leather armor youth was unconcerned with Magu's denial. At this point, even if Magu was truly unrelated to the Wei family's affairs, he needed to die. The moment Magu escaped his lethal arrow, the leather armor youth had decided he must be tortured to death. Lu Ching, however, saw that Magu had indeed fallen into this quagmire. Despite not understanding why the usually cautious Magu had involved himself in such life-threatening affairs, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die in front of him. More importantly, Lu Ching saw in his view information revealed by the leather armor youth, giving him an inexplicable expression. At this moment, in his vision, the leather armor youth was emanating a thick white glow. Tong Kanglang, disciple of the northern border Sky Blue sect, cruel and bloodthirsty, Wang Kangyi's pupil, temperamental, and enjoys tormenting his opponents. Cultivation, postnatal muscle bone realm, small success, has expended great energy having just used a secret technique. He is currently at less than 70% of his usual strength. This time, the information Lu Ching gathered was more detailed than before. This was something he discovered after his recent breakthrough to the muscle bone realm. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his superpower seemed to have also strengthened. Not only was the investigation of items faster than before, but the information obtained was also relatively more comprehensive. Watching the characters floating above the leather armor youth, countless thoughts whirled through Lu Ching's mind. The information revealed in the description carried many details important to him. The origins of the leather armor youth, as well as his current physical condition, gave him a considerable understanding of the opponent. "Kid, I don't know why, but suddenly I find your gaze very annoying. While Lu Qing's thoughts were spinning, the leather armor youth felt uncomfortable. The way Lu Qing looked at him was particularly distasteful. "I've decided to start with you first." Magu had already been seriously injured by him and was no threat. However, the leather armor youth could not yet see through Lu Qing's background. But he wasn't worried given Lu Qing's age, much younger than himself. Even if he were a genius who has trained in martial arts since childhood, he couldn't be that formidable. Moreover, the leather armor youth didn't believe that in this remote place, there could be anyone whose martial arts talent could compare with his own as a devil sect inner sect disciple. So when he saw Lu Qing still standing there with his hands behind his back, putting on an act, and looking at him with a kind of gaze that made him very uncomfortable, the leather armor youth suddenly made his move, shifting his figure and pouncing toward Lu Qing. Not good. Magu, who had been keeping a close watch on the leather armor youth, noticed the opponent's movement immediately. But before he could react, he saw the leather armor youth had already pounced toward Lu Qing. With inferior strength to begin with and also severely injured, Magu simply couldn't intervene in time. All he could do was anxiously shout, "Brother Lu Qing, run." However, it was already too late as his voice fell. He saw the leather armor youth move swiftly, leaping like a rabbit, covering the ground in a few strides, and was already at Lu Qing's front. With palms turning into claws and with a gusty wind, he reached for Lu Qing's throat. Magu watched with eyes almost bursting out of their sockets. He seemed to see the next moment when Lu Qing's neck would be snapped, and his windpipe would be torn apart in a gruesome end. Even the leather armor youth himself believed his strike was foolproof. The wind-splitting claw was one of his proud techniques, and even among the inner sect disciples of the sect, there were few who could cultivate it more profoundly than he had. Against a country bumpkin who had emerged from nowhere, it should be a piece of cake. Just as the leather armor youth's lethal claws were about to tear through Lu Qing's neck, suddenly, a sword light illuminated in front of Lu Qing and slashed toward the leather armor youth's head. This sword light was fierce and filled with a killing intent. More importantly, it was incredibly fast. Getting the jump on the leather armor youth, it reached him before his hand could even touch Lu Qing's neck. What? This strike had come so suddenly and unexpectedly that it greatly startled the leather armor youth. Only then did he realize that Lu Qing's hands, which had been behind his back the whole time, had been holding a war saber. What a treacherous kid. At the critical moment, the leather armor youth tilted his head back and narrowly evaded the deadly strike. However, he couldn't dodge the rest of his body. Boom! The sword light struck the leather armor youth's chest without reservation, the burst of immense power sending him flying backward. The instant Lu Qing struck the leather armor youth, he felt something was amiss. The sensation didn't feel like striking a human body, but rather like hacking at some extremely tough leather, awkward and strenuous. He thought of the leather armor the opponent was wearing. In a rapid shift of thought, without time to contemplate further, Lu Qing's entire chi blood erupted. He leapt down from the boulder, and as he treaded, the soil and stones underfoot scattered wildly. In a few strides, he had caught up with the mid-air, backward-flying leather armor youth and slashed down with another strike. Clang! Another loud clang echoed, but the leather armor youth had recovered and pulled out the short saber from his waist to block Lu Qing's strike. Despite just managing to block the war saber, since he was in mid-air and couldn't leverage, the leather armor youth was slashed by Lu Qing's saber from the air to the ground, becoming a rolling gourd, stirring up countless fragments of rock and dirt. Yet this was not the end, as Lu Qing, seizing the momentum, disregarded all else and while the leather armor youth was at a disadvantage, stepped forward with great strides and slashed down once again. Damn it, was there no end to this? The leather armor youth hadn't expected that a moment of carelessness would put him in such a dire position. The frustration made him seethe with anger. When had he, Tong Kanglang, ever suffered such a loss? Boom! Furiously, the leather armor youth cast all caution to the wind and forcefully circulated the chi and blood power within him in a strange trajectory. In an instant, a powerful force surged from within him. Get lost. Emboldened by this power, seeing Lu Qing's saber slash down again, the leather armor youth roared and swung his short saber, successfully blocking Lu Qing's strike. This block was unbelievably strong, even beyond Lu Qing's expectations. His arm numb from the shock, he nearly lost his grip on the war saber. With a chill in his heart, Lu Qing took advantage of the repercussion force to retreat several steps, creating distance between himself and the leather armor youth. This bout of combat came to a temporary halt, ending with Lu Qing slightly ahead. Magu, who was standing nearby, had been staring dumbfounded the entire time. From the leather armor youth's charge at Lu Qing, to Lu Qing's subtle counterattack with the war saber, to the leather armor youth's disheveled retreat, falling on the defensive and being pursued by Lu Qing, until now when the two had parted. Though it seemed complicated in reality, all of these events occurred in a mere 10 seconds or so. By the time Lu Qing retreated, Magu's mouth was still agape in shock. He had never imagined that Lu Qing, who he thought was on the verge of death, would in the end nearly kill the leather armor youth with a single slash. The reversal was too great. He would never have believed it had he not seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind, and that was, when had Lu Qing broken through to the muscle-bone realm? Indeed, seeing Lu Qing's formidable performance just then, if Magu still couldn't discern that he had entered the muscle-bone realm, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. But it was precisely because he saw this that his heart shook even more, because he knew, from the time Lu Qing had been exposed to martial arts to now, it had been at most only a few months. A few months' time, and he went from a novice in martial arts to becoming a strong martial artist in the muscle-bone realm. This speed of cultivation, not to mention witnessing it, Magu had not even heard of it. Even within the state mansion, he had never heard of such a young genius. Lu Qing, my friend, what kind of demonic cultivator are you? Magu watched Lu Qing's figure with utter shock, momentarily forgetting even the pain in his shoulder. While Magu stood there dumbfounded, the leather armor youth's heart was also full of astonishment. He looked at Lu Qing, holding the war saber with disbelief in his eyes. Martial artist of the muscle-bone realm, you are actually a warrior of the muscle-bone realm, and moreover, an exceptionally strong one at the threshold of small success. The leather armor youth recalled the domineering Lu Qing earlier. The power Lu Qing had displayed was far beyond what a martial artist who had just entered the muscle-bone realm could unleash. Perhaps it was not even much less than his own. Such overpowering strength burst forth from a youth much younger than himself. How could the leather armor youth not be in disbelief? What an impressive leather armor. Lu Qing did not respond to his words. His gaze landed on the leather armor youth's chest, with a somewhat peculiar look. There on the chest of the leather armor youth's leather armor was a crack from which blood was seeping through faintly. Clearly, Lu Qing's slash, though blocked by his leather armor, still wounded him. It was only unknown what kind of leather armor this was, so formidable that it could withstand a full-strength blow from a martial artist of the muscle-bone realm. Although Lu Qing's comment was one of admiration, to the leather armor youth's ears, it sounded particularly harsh. He could clearly hear the mockery in Lu Qing's words, but in his heart he did indeed feel a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the leather armor bestowed by his master, he probably would have been split in two by that slash. The thoughts of this youngster opposite him were truly somewhat frightening. To think that as a martial artist of the muscle-bone realm, he would resort to such a poisonous scheme so young in age, yet so insidious. Boy, don't get cocky. That slash just now was your best chance, and since you couldn't kill me, your end is coming next, the leather armor youth declared with a ferocious look in his eyes. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more intent to kill. Realizing that Lu Qing was actually a martial artist of the muscle-bone realm, his desire to kill him even surpassed that of Magu. So young and already stepped into the muscle-bone realm, not far from reaching bone marrow small success. Given time, if he were allowed even more cultivation, what then? The leather armor youth, who had once considered himself a genius, was filled with jealousy and apprehension upon realizing Lu Qing's martial arts talent. At this moment, he had only one thought. This kid must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, it would not only be him, but even their Tong Kang clan might face grave danger in the future. Leather armor youth was not a man of broad mind. On the contrary, he was extremely narrow-minded and prone to jealousy. He had secretly schemed against a talented fellow disciple in the sect, who admired him but possessed greater talent, ultimately murdering him. The reason was that he saw a threat in that disciple. The affection their master showed to him clearly surpassed his own, and given time, with the master's partiality, he feared that the disciple would take away the resources that belonged to him. Thus he decided to strike first on one of their trips outside. While the disciple was not paying attention, he killed him. He was very secretive and well prepared during that act, with an alibi in place. Therefore, although the master grieved, he never suspected him. Instead, he focused more energy on him, providing him plenty of cultivation resources. From then on, something inside the leather armor youth switched on. Whenever he saw those with greater talent than him, he could not help but feel the urge to kill and destroy them. Now, seeing that Lu Qing, despite his young age, was already a muscle-bone realm martial artist almost as strong as him, and that he had nearly fallen into Lu Qing's trap and died by his sword, how could he not feel consumed by jealousy and a strong desire to kill? Kid, you're a martial arts prodigy. It's a shame you're destined to die by my hand. The leather armor youth said to Lu Qing in a chilling tone. Facing the leather armor youth's harsh words, Lu Qing remained calm. He quietly contemplated their recent exchange and concluded, the teachings of the innate realm were nothing special. Despite the leather armor youth's martial arts realm being one level higher, his combat ability was somewhat inferior to Lu Qing's. He knew various techniques, claw technique, saber technique, and judging by the arrow quiver on his back, he seemed to know bow skill too, though it was curious why he had arrows but no bow. Perhaps it was because he dabbled in too many areas, making none of his martial arts skills particularly pure. His skills were nowhere near as refined as Lu Qing's four-directions saber technique. Seeing Lu Qing ignore his words again, the coldness in the leather armor youth's eyes deepened. Lu Ching, brother, let's fight side by side. At that moment, Magu also approached Lu Ching, holding a saber in one hand and spoke solemnly. There's no need, I can handle him by myself. Lu Ching declined. His gaze towards the leather armor youth held a hint of curiosity, wondering if it was due to the earth vein spirit liquid. Since entering the muscle bone realm, Lu Ching had noticed something during his cultivation process, that his cultivation progress was frighteningly fast. Every time he practiced nourishing body boxing, he could clearly feel his muscle and bone strengthening. In just a few days, his muscle and bone had become significantly tougher. He wasn't too far from reaching the small success realm. That was also the reason he could send the leather armor youth flying with a single strike, because in terms of physical strength alone, he was not much worse than his opponent. However, although he had progressed quickly, since he was practicing alone, Lu Ching was not sure of his current strength level. Now the appearance of the leather armor youth was just the opportunity he needed. His realm was a little higher than his own, but he was somewhat weakened from using a secret technique. Could there be a better sharpener than this? Watching the leather armor youth, Lu Ching's eyes revealed an indiscernible meaning. That look again. The leather armor youth was furious once more. Even though his strength was superior, that kid on the opposite side always looked at him with an extremely annoying expression. As if from the beginning to the end, he never saw him as a worthy opponent. How could the leather armor youth tolerate that? Kid, you're looking for death. The leather armor youth, holding a short blade, first kicked a stone at his feet towards Lu Ching with impressive speed. Then with an explosive burst of chi blood and agile movement technique, he followed right behind the stone to strike at Lu Ching. Magu, please cover me for a moment. Lu Ching laughed out loud, sidestepping the stone and moving forward to meet the attack. Seeing Lu Ching respond this way, Magu could only stand where he was. As a fellow martial artist, he understood the pride of a warrior. Since Lu Ching wanted to fight alone, if he intervened, it would be an insult to Lu Ching. The two martial arts prodigies quickly clashed. A longer weapon has its advantage, using the benefit of his long saber. Lu Ching initiated the attack this time. When he was a few steps away from the leather armor youth, a bright sword light shone, and his war saber aimed straight at the opponent's face. Facing Lu Ching's straightforward saber technique, the leather armor youth showed some disdain. Previously, he was caught off guard, which had forced him into a poor situation. Now that he was prepared, how could such a clumsy saber technique hurt him? With a light sidestep, the leather armor youth dodged the blade and then closed the distance to Lu Ching. The shorter the weapon, the greater the danger. His short saber technique was most suitable for close combat. If he could get within a step of Lu Ching, the war saber would be useless, and his short blade would unleash its maximum killing power. Once he engaged Lu Ching, his death was certain. The leather armor youth had beautiful thoughts. However, what he didn't expect was, when he dodged and thought he had avoided Lu Ching's blade and was closing the distance, he felt a chill on his neck, stinging his skin. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Ching's war saber following his movements in a strange arc, skillfully aiming for his neck. How could this be? The leather armor youth was greatly shocked in his heart. He clearly perceived that Lu Ching's saber technique followed a broad and sweeping approach, which by logic should not have allowed for such exquisite variations. Shocked beyond belief, the leather armor youth had no time to think further. Seeing that the saber's edge was about to touch his neck, he could only roll to the side. Swoosh! The war saber passed by the leather armor youth's neck, missing by a hair's breadth, narrowly avoided being decapitated. Having dodged this deadly strike, the leather armor youth took the opportunity to roll backward, actively increasing the distance between himself and Lu Ching. Then he felt a sting on his face touching it. He found his hand was covered in red. It turned out he hadn't completely avoided Lu Ching's saber. His right cheek was slashed. A cold sweat broke out all over the leather armor youth. Pity. Magu, watching from the side, inwardly exclaimed in regret. Such a refined strike was actually dodged by the leather armor youth. At the same time, he felt a surge of amazement at the depth of Lu Ching's saber technique. As someone who was also skilled in saber arts, he naturally knew just how exquisite Lu Ching's saber strike had been. One instant, it was a fierce, imposing sword style. The next, it suddenly turned from strong to gentle, effortlessly altering the move, sticking to the leather armor youth's neck. Such a blade technique, accurate to the millimeter, truly made his hair stand on end, as enthralled as though drunken. At this moment, Magu finally understood why so many from Happy Village had been slaughtered by Lu Ching alone, including the heart-plucking wolf, who had not managed to injure him at all. It turned out, Lu Ching's saber technique had reached such an exaggerated realm. With such profound mastery of saber technique, even if several more heart-plucking wolves were to come at him, they likely couldn't pose a threat. However, on the other hand, brother Lu Ching really seems to fancy chopping off heads. After the shock, another bizarre thought emerged in Magu's mind. In the two exchanges between Lu Ching and the leather armor youth just now, Lu Ching's every strike was aimed almost exclusively at the opponent's head and neck. Magu wondered whether it was the nature of the saber technique Lu Ching had learned or a personal preference, but he found that Lu Ching seemed particularly fond of chopping off heads. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed before, with heads rolling everywhere in Happy Village. Not bad footwork. Having forced the leather armor youth to retreat in a fluster, Lu Ching did not pursue the victory. Instead, he stood in place and coolly offered his praise. This time, no anger rose in the leather armor youth's heart. He stared intently at Lu Ching, his eyes filled with disbelief. The harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous to the finest detail. Your saber technique has actually reached such a realm. Merely trifling skills not worth mentioning, Lu Ching replied indifferently. Seeing Lu Ching acknowledge it, the leather armor youth's eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Lu Ching's saber technique had genuinely achieved the harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous to the finest detail. Because in the outside world, such a level of saber technique had another name. Master blade skill. Yes, it was grandmaster level saber technique. Any swordsman who could reach such a state in their saber technique, the harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous to the finest detail, could be called a master swordsman. Because reaching such a realm in saber technique indicated that one had touched the very limits of the postnatal realm. Any further realm would be beyond the reach of postnatal realm martial artists. Even a grandmaster level martial artist with perfection in the inner organs realm could not surpass such a saber technique realm. Lu Ching was merely at the muscle bone realm, yet his saber technique had already reached a grandmaster level, causing the leather armor youth to be astoundingly shocked. In the face of the leather armor youth's astonishment, Lu Ching remained calm. He didn't feel there was anything inappropriate about his saber technique reaching such a realm. Not to mention, every time he practiced his saber, he did so with the aid of superpower. After activating the learning mode of superpower, he was almost in a state of sudden enlightenment, where no matter what he practiced, he could draw inferences from one instance and understand it extremely quickly. Not to mention, his mind contained numerous secret techniques that would drive martial artists of the outside world mad. These could greatly broaden his vision and allow him to examine himself from a higher level. Under such advantageous conditions, if he couldn't achieve anything in swordplay, then he would truly be dumber than a pig. It could be said that as of now, Lu Ching was confident that his understanding of saber technique even surpassed that of the inventor of the four-direction saber, who was a swordsman at the muscle-bone realm. His four-direction saber had also transcended the original confines and become a saber technique unique to him alone. Looking at Lu Ching's calm expression, a chill crept into the heart of the leather armor youth. He had never expected to encounter a monster like Lu Ching in this secluded and unknown valley. Merely at the muscle-bone realm, he had already grasped grandmaster-level saber technique. If his cultivation had not been somewhat inferior and his strength less than Lu Ching's, he probably would have been cut in two by that first strike. But now, the leather armor youth no longer had any desire to fight. Facing a monster who had grasped grandmaster-level saber technique, he truly had no confidence in winning. Even though Lu Ching was not as strong as him, he dared not rashly fight again. That perilous strike earlier had already cut down his courage. Not to mention, there was Magu lurking nearby with predatory eyes. Retreat. The leather armor youth was a decisive person and instantly made up his mind. His chi blood power erupted, and he attempted to throw himself into the jungle behind him. Trying to escape, Lu Ching had already guessed his thoughts the moment the leather armor youth's eyes flickered. The instant his figure began to move, Lu Ching had stepped forward and slashed at him with his saber. His saber skill perfectly intersected the path the leather armor youth had taken to escape. Kid, don't push people too far. Blocked from escaping, the leather armor youth was startled and became ferocious. He knew that if he didn't make a resolve now, he might truly meet his end here today. At once, a mysterious mental method circulated in his mind, stimulating his body with chi blood power along a mysterious trajectory. The next instant, a white mist rose from the leather armor youth's body, a sign of chi blood power operating at its peak. After using the secret technique, both the power and speed of the leather armor youth greatly increased. With a ferocious look on his face, he pounced toward Lu Ching. His dagger aimed straight for Lu Ching's neck in a desperate, life-risking fighting skill. Feeling the surging power of the leather armor youth, Lu Ching's expression remained unchanged. In response to his opponent's momentum, the war saber in his hand suddenly became agile. With a stick and a follow-through, he had already touched the leather armor youth's short dagger and then smoothly aimed a slice at his arm. Swish. This change in the saber technique was so refined that the leather armor youth couldn't avoid it in time, and Lu Ching's saber cut straight into his arm. But the next moment, Lu Ching's eyebrows furrowed. The troublesome leather armor. Whatever the opponent's leather armor was made of, it was extremely tough. Even with the edge of his 100 refined battle blade combined with the strength of the muscle-bone realm, it would take his full effort to cut through it. A mere wrist cut was not enough to slice through. It seems I'll have to aim for the head. Lu Ching's eyes wandered as he examined the leather armor youth's body. He found that aside from the neck up, the rest of him was protected by leather armor, so to kill him, he could only aim for the head. Thoughts raced through Lu Qing's mind as he sidestepped the leather armor youth's pounce. The war saber in his hand followed a mysterious trajectory, changed direction, and aimed for the leather armor youth's neck. Damn it. The leather armor youth felt his neck chill again and without thinking, immediately exerted all his strength to block with his saber. With the secret technique enhancing him, his strength far surpassed Lu Qing's. As long as he could knock away Lu Qing's saber, even if his opponent's saber skill was exquisite, it would be of no avail. However, how could Lu Qing fail to see his intention? Just as the leather armor youth's short dagger was about to touch the war saber, Lu Qing's wrist twisted nimbly, avoiding it and continuing to aim for his neck. This time, the leather armor youth was unable to avoid it. He watched wide-eyed as the saber blade approached his neck, revealing an indescribable fear in his eyes. The next moment, a large head flew into the sky. The leather armor youth dead, junior brother. At the same time, a roar filled with grief and indignation echoed from above the valley. The leather armor youth was finally decapitated by Lu Qing's saber. When he saw the head flying into the air, Magu's feelings were both shocked and complex. He was shocked because he hadn't expected Lu Qing's strength to have become so formidable. Even such a formidable adversary like the leather armor youth could be easily slain. The complexity came from seeing a powerful enemy who had driven him into desperation just moments earlier, only to fall dead in an instant, which filled him with a profound sense of lament. However, before Magu could reflect further, junior brother, a sorrowful roar echoed from above the valley, reverberating through the mountains and forests. Soon after, a figure leapt down from the top of the valley, using the cliff face to propel himself multiple times before landing in the valley. The powerful force of his descent directly created two large pits in the valley floor, and the surging chi and blood power made Magu feel a sense of dread. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, disheveled hair, and a face full of scars. Internal organ realm. Lu Qing's expression also became grave as he immediately activated superpower, looking toward the newcomer. A faint red light emerged from the person. Wang Qingshan, disciple of Northern Border Sky Blue sect, innate realm martial artist Wang Kangyi's sworn son, domineering, protective, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Cultivation, small success of postnatal internal organ realm, possesses an explosive secret technique, capable of temporarily doubling his fighting strength. Because of Tong Kanglang's deliberate flattery and praise, Wang Qingshan is extremely fond of him, regarding him as a brother. Small success of internal organ realm. When Lu Qing saw the newcomer's cultivation level, his heart became extremely heavy. Such an enemy was beyond his ability to deal with. Even if his saber technique was exceptional, the disparity in cultivation was too great. When the strength disparity is too vast, all techniques can be ignored. But Lu Qing's gaze also caught another piece of information. It seems that this Northern Border Sky Blue sect wasn't a righteous sect after all. Its disciples are all cruel and bloodthirsty. Such disciples could be taught. Then innate realm Wang Kangyi certainly wasn't any kind of benevolent figure. Junior brother. The middle-aged man looked grievously at the severed head on the ground, and after confirming it indeed belonged to the junior brother who had always shown him great respect, boundless fury rose in his heart. How dare you kill my junior brother? The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lu Qing with malice. Boy, you are doomed. No one in heaven or earth can save you. I will break your limbs, skin you, and torture you for 7 days in front of my junior brother's grave, so you will not find life or death bearable, to console my junior brother's spirit in heaven. These hateful and vicious words chilled Magu to the bone. It's over. Magu's heart sank into despair once more. He hadn't expected that after killing a leather armor youth, an even stronger senior brother would appear. Feeling the terrifying chi and blood power of the opponent, how could Magu not realize? The man before him must be a peak expert surpassing the muscle-bone realm, an internal organ realm martial artist. How could they possibly contend with such an enemy? He who kills must be prepared to be killed. Since your junior brother made a move against me, he naturally should have been prepared to be killed. What, didn't your master ever teach you this? Facing the middle-aged man's murderous intent, Lu Qing remained unfazed, his tone calm. Well said. So are you prepared to be tortured to death by me? The middle-aged man grinned viciously. A cruel light flashed in his eyes as his chi and blood erupted, stirring the air as he lunged toward Lu Qing. His massive palm, like a fan, caused a strong gust of wind, reaching directly for Lu Qing's neck. The middle-aged man's pounce was terrifyingly powerful, like a tiger bursting from its cage, and the ferocious aura alone made Magu continuously retreat. Bring it on. Facing the middle-aged man's extreme ferocity, Lu Qing showed no fear. Instead, his eyes shone with anticipation. The power that had been brewing since the middle-aged man's appearance was now fully unleashed. His chi and blood operated at full force, stimulating the acupoints throughout his body. Violent chi technique, activate. His strength multiplied several times, enhancing Lu Qing's physical capabilities. His body slightly bent forward, shoulders anchored, he assumed the initial stance of the Four Directions Saber. His entire body's muscles and bones resonated, each one popping in sequence. In the next instant, dazzling sword light abruptly appeared, slicing through the air currents in front of Lu Qing and slashing toward the middle-aged man. A flash of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's ferocious gaze. He felt that Lu Qing's saber had sealed off all his paths, leaving him with the sensation that no matter which direction he moved, he would encounter the edge of Lu Qing's saber. Was this youth's saber technique so exquisite? The middle-aged man was taken aback. But what did it matter if the saber technique was exquisite? After his moment of surprise, the middle-aged man's eyes became covered with a fierce light once more. Faced with Lu Qing's delicate saber strike, his movements were unhesitant. The palm that was reaching for Lu Qing's neck traced an arc, aiming to slap the side of Lu Qing's battle knife. With the middle-aged man's strength, if this strike was true, even a fine steel battle knife forged 100 times over might snap in an instant. However, Lu Qing, whose saber technique realm had reached the harmony of strength and gentleness, the subtlety of meticulous detail, was not someone whose war saber could be easily broken. At the critical moment, his wrist lightly turned, the blade's edge reversing, meeting the middle-aged man's palm. What? Surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes once more. This change of tactics by Lu Qing was again unexpected. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Qing's control over his own strength could be so precise and effortlessly executed. To be able to change tactics within such a small space was indeed remarkable. Seeing that if he didn't move aside, his palm was going to be chopped off. After all, even as a martial artist of the internal organ realm, he was still flesh and blood, not immune to blades. With no choice left, the middle-aged great hand could only flick his fingers, hitting the back of the saber, dodging the blade's edge, and retreating backwards. This exchange of blows ended temporarily with the retreat of the middle-aged strong man. Magu, standing by, nearly popped his eyes out when he saw this scene. What did he see? The Lu Qing brother actually forced the middle-aged strong man to retreat with a single saber strike. What on earth had just happened? The skirmish between Lu Qing and the middle-aged strong man happened too quickly. Even Magu, who was at the same muscle-bone realm, couldn't see the deeper meanings in their exchange, but this didn't stop him from being utterly shocked. Because he simply couldn't imagine how Lu Qing, who was at the muscle-bone realm, could force a top martial artist of the internal organ realm to temporarily avoid his sharpness. I didn't expect you to have cultivated your saber technique to such a realm at such a young age. After regaining his stance, the middle-aged strong man looked at Lu Qing with surprise showing on his face, although Lu Qing's cultivation was negligible in his eyes. But the saber technique realm demonstrated earlier deserved his attention. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. Saber Master, this youngster in his comprehension of the sword skill, had actually reached the grandmaster realm of harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous and profound. To think that even he, although he had entered the small success of the internal organ realm, his own martial arts skills had still not reached that level of refinement. How exactly had this youngster cultivated? Now the middle-aged strongman finally understood why his junior with his cultivation had been slain by Lu Qing, who had just entered the muscle-bone realm. Saber Master. Facing such a devilish talent, how could his junior not lose? Youngster, who exactly are you? The middle-aged strongman's expression became solemn involuntarily. To comprehend a grandmaster-level saber technique realm at such a young age. Such a martial arts prodigy was unheard of to him. Even the major martial arts sects had not produced such remarkable disciples. Truly speaking, only those few mysterious lands of hidden sects could possibly raise such devilish heirs. Could it be that this youngster was actually a disciple who emerged from those mysterious lands for training? At this thought, the middle-aged strong man's heart suddenly chilled. The heirs coming from those mysterious lands were rumored to be devils not to be inferred by common sense. Besides, they often had mysterious experts as their protectors. If Lu Qing was really someone from those mysterious lands, there might be a martial arts expert hiding nearby. The middle-aged strong man immediately started to observe his surroundings, trying to find traces of that mysterious expert. Lu Qing was unaware that the saber technique realm he had displayed caused the middle-aged strong man to harbor such strange misunderstandings. He was silently circulating his chi blood, easing the soreness in his arm. At the same time, he marveled inwardly, worthy of an internal organ realm expert. Merely by flicking a finger, he had caused his arm to go numb. If it hadn't been for his use of the violent chi technique, just that strike alone might have caused his war saber to fly out of his hand. Indeed, thinking he could cross blades with an internal organ realm expert just with saber technique was somewhat overly wishful. After circulating chi blood for a while and feeling his arm was no longer troubled, Lu Qing finally responded to the middle-aged strong man. I'm merely an insignificant country boy, not worthy of mention. HMPH. I didn't expect a disciple from the prestigious mysterious land to hide their head and show their tail like this, not even daring to admit their own background and heritage. The middle-aged strong man sneered coldly, not believing a word Lu Ching said. However, even if you are a disciple from the mysterious land, unreasonably killing my junior brother is reprehensible. I will capture you now, bring you back to the sect, and let your master provide our holy mountain sect with an explanation. By now, the middle-aged strong man had thought it through. His junior brother was dead, and he had also made a move against Lu Ching. The feud had been established, and it naturally wouldn't be easy to resolve. Rather than waiting, it's better to strike first, to capture Lu Ching and bring him back to my master to decide what to do. It's the perfect opportunity to test whether there really is a protector beside Lu Ching. Having said that, the middle-aged man reached out with his hands, took off a pair of steel knuckle dusters from his waist, and put them on. Lu Ching's saber technique is too terrifying even for him. It wouldn't be easy to capture him barehanded. One moment of inattention could lead to a disadvantage. Therefore, the middle-aged man decided to go all out and capture Lu Ching as quickly as possible. As long as he captured Lu Ching, even if the protector showed up, he would have a bargaining chip in hand. Being a core disciple of the Kangyan sect, the middle-aged man also had some understanding of the rules of those mysterious lands. Disciples who come out to train, although they have protectors, can only take action when their successors are in life-threatening danger. As long as he didn't intend to kill Lu Ching, that protector might not necessarily intervene to stop him. Even if they did intervene, he wasn't worried. The decree that those of the innate realm should not attack those below innate was established by the Holy Mountain. Even the mysterious lands must comply. If the protector was from the innate realm, they naturally wouldn't dare to kill him. And if they were from the postnatal realm, even at postnatal perfection, he was confident he could escape. With this in mind, the middle-aged man's arms shook with vigor again as he lunged towards Lu Ching. Although he didn't understand why the other's attitude had shifted from a kill intent to merely wanting to capture him, Lu Ching saw that the middle-aged man had drawn his weapon and naturally did not think of engaging with him further. Seeing his opponent lunging forward, Lu Ching lightly tapped his foot and retreated. He gently called out, "Little Li." This inexplicable utterance slightly startled the middle-aged man, but immediately after he felt an abrupt chill arising from his heart. He was shocked and could no longer focus on capturing Lu Ching. Quickly crossing his hands, he blocked in front of his chest. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, and a white claw emerged from the void in front of the middle-aged man, reaching for his heart. What the hell is that? The abrupt and strange incident was entirely outside the middle-aged man's expectations. But he was a martial arts expert with small success in the internal organ realm, and years of hardship now proved useful in this moment. On instinct, without thinking, he likewise transformed his hand into a claw, reaching for the white claw. Swish, he thought he could deflect this strange little claw, but something even more terrifying happened to the middle-aged man. His 100 refinement steel knuckle dusters could not block that white little claw at all and were sliced open as easily as tofu, and with it, half of his palm was cut off as well. HMPH. As the half palm fell to the ground, the middle-aged man couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Even a martial arts expert in the internal organ realm couldn't completely withstand the pain of a severed palm. However, more than the pain, what truly frightened the middle-aged man was that after inflicting heavy damage on him, the white claw disappeared. He watched as the claw ray entered the void. Such a strange occurrence sent a cold shiver down the middle-aged man's spine. Because the chilling sensation lingering at the bottom of his heart did not dissipate, indicating that the owner of the claw that severely wounded him in an instant was still nearby. But no matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't detect the slightest trace. "Wait a minute," the middle-aged man yelled out hastily. However, before he could finish his plea, suddenly, he felt a cold sensation in his heart again, as the white claw once more shot out from the void, reaching for him. This time, the target was still his heart. The speed at which the white claw emerged was astonishingly fast, even faster than a martial arts expert like the middle-aged man in the internal organ realm, leaving him no chance to dodge. There was no choice but for him to face it with his other intact hand. Swish, another flash of cold light passed, and this time the middle-aged man wasn't so lucky. His hand was cleanly sliced off from the wrist by the white claw. The muscles and bones of an internal organ realm level could not block it at all, and just like that, in an instant, the middle-aged man was crippled of both hands. Within an instant, his hands were rendered useless. The middle-aged strong man was covered in a cold sweat from the pain, his heart gripped by extreme fear. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a strange event. Even now, he still did not know exactly what had severely injured him. The little white paw seemed adorable, but its lethality was incredibly terrifying. Whether it was steel or his body, tempered and refined through countless ordeals, neither could offer the slightest resistance. Both were sliced as easily as cutting through tofu. The most terrifying aspect was that to this day, he still had not seen how this mysterious creature had appeared. Its ghostly and unpredictable emergence made it impossible for him to catch even a glimpse of it. Even if he thought to counterattack, he could not find any opportunity. How could he possibly fight like this? Could this be the protector sent by the mysterious land to challenge their family's disciple, a ghost-like and fearsome creature? The middle-aged strong man's heart turned ice cold. Beside him, Magu saw the middle-aged strong man's hands become utterly useless in the blink of an eye. He was so shocked he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. What kind of creature could it be that it could even inflict instant severe injury on a martial artist of the internal organ realm? What further astonished Magu was what the middle-aged strong man said next. "Young friend, just now I was offensive. I wonder if you might spare me this once." Feeling the chill linger in his heart, the middle-aged strong man did not dare to be negligent. He could tell that this mysterious and terrifying creature seemed to be following Lu Qing's command and quickly begged for mercy. His hands were already ruined, and if the strange creature attacked again, he would have no means to defend himself. Facing the man's pleas, Lu Qing offered no response. Only a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Indeed, so-called strong warriors of the internal organ realm are no different from ordinary people. When their strength is paramount, they bully and terrorize with impunity. But when their own lives are threatened, they kneel and beg for mercy, revealing their true nature. If little Li weren't here today, it's likely both he and Magu would be tortured to death. So how could he possibly feel compassion for such a person? "Boy, don't push people too far. If you want me dead, I'll take you down with me first." The middle-aged strong man, seeing the indifference in Lu Qing's eyes, realized that pleading was futile. In his despair, his heart immediately burned with malice. With a loud roar, a strong aura suddenly erupted from him. He was executing a unique secret technique from his sect, stimulating his chi blood and acupuncture points, greatly increasing his strength. After using the secret technique, remorse also arose in the middle-aged man's heart. He regretted underestimating his enemy. If he had used the secret technique at the very beginning and struck at Lu Qing with all his might, even if Lu Qing's Saber technique realm were higher, he would certainly not be the match for a single move of his. In that case, if he had captured or killed Lu Qing immediately, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into his current dire situation. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Now, with his hands useless even after executing the secret technique, he couldn't stop that mysterious creature. The only thing left to do was to stake his life on killing Lu Qing, the instigator of this disaster. After completing the secret technique, the middle-aged strong man stomped his feet, and a powerful force burst forth, creating a large pit at his feet and causing the riverbed to shake slightly. With this explosive force, the strong man's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, only to reappear not far in front of Lu Qing. So fast, Lu Qing had already retreated the moment the other's aura burst forth, but he was still caught up by the middle-aged strong man instantly. A martial artist of the internal organ realm truly was powerful even with his hands destroyed. It hardly impacted his explosive power. Feeling the powerful speed of the middle-aged strong man, Lu Qing silently praised in his heart. However, when it comes to speed, among the postnatal realm martial artists of this world, who could compare to little Lei? Facing the murderous face of the middle-aged strong man, Lu Qing was not panicked, because at this moment little Li was on his shoulder. The middle-aged strong man, with the speed from his secret technique, closed in on Lu Qing. Seeing that Lu Qing was just before him, with his hands destroyed, he did not use any other move, but instead lowered his body and charged shoulder first towards Lu Qing. This charge was fueled by a conviction to kill. Its momentum was ferocious. The air before him was compressed together even before contact. The raging airflow already caused Lu Qing's figure to become slightly unstable. Little Li, feeling the force, Lu Qing's expression grew solemn, and he called out softly. Yet he himself was retreating even faster. "Do you think you can run?" The middle-aged strong man's eyes bloodshot. His secret technique pushed to the limit, fixed his gaze on Lu Qing, aiming to charge at him and shatter him to pieces. However, just as his shoulder was about to touch Lu Qing and knock him dead, the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The strength in his body, like a collapsed floodgate, rapidly drained away. With his strength escaping, the middle-aged strong man's speed plummeted, and he could only watch as Lu Qing, who was within arm's reach, slowly moved away from him. He felt his body go weak, staggering and finding it hard even to stand. Holding onto the last bit of a warrior's pride, the middle-aged strong man ultimately didn't allow himself to fall to the ground. He struggled to stand and looked down at his chest, only to find that his chest had been torn open by an unknown force, leaving a gaping hole that went straight through to his back, and his heart was nowhere to be found. Staring at the large hole in his chest, the middle-aged strong man gave a wry smile. He knew he no longer had a chance to live. In the human body, the heart is revered above all organs. The heart governs the chi and blood power, which is incredibly important for any martial artist. Even innate realm experts, upon losing their hearts, have no chance of survival. He was merely at the postnatal internal realm, and with his heart plucked out, his death was certain. The reason he was still not dead at this moment was only because his high cultivation realm enabled him to barely control the chi and blood within his body, clinging to life. He never thought that, after surviving a fight against the Silver Moon Guards without injury, he would meet his end in this small valley. A sense of absurdity arose in the middle-aged, robust man's heart. He looked at Lu Ching. "Kid, you've won. But before I die, I wonder if you could answer a few questions for me." Lu Ching silently watched him, neither nodding nor shaking his head. But he still didn't approach the middle-aged sturdy man, maintaining his distance instead. Seeing this, the middle-aged man took it as tacit consent and directly asked, "Are you really not one of those disciples from the mysterious lands?" Lu Ching was struck by a thought. He remembered the change in the middle-aged man's attitude earlier. It appeared that he had been mistaken for a successor of some mysterious sect out for experience. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ching finally shook his head no. Magu was right beside him. Fully aware of his background, there was no need for him to lie. Really not. Upon seeing Lu Ching shake his head, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He did not believe that Lu Ching would still deceive a dying man. Since he said no, it must certainly be so. Reflecting on his previous wariness and speculation, the middle-aged man suddenly found it all incredibly laughable. He laughed at himself mockingly and then continued to ask, "That mysterious creature from before, what exactly is it? Could you let it show itself?" This time, Lu Ching, without even thinking, shook his head. Little Li was currently one of his biggest trump cards. Its mystery was its strength. He had no wish to reveal its true form to an enemy, even if the enemy was about to die. "I never imagined that I, Wang Qingshan, after half a lifetime of dominance, would not even be granted a glimpse of the one who defeated me before my death." The middle-aged stalwart saw Lu Ching's refusal and disappointment showed in his eyes, but he knew that at the moment he was the fish on the chopping block and Lu Ching the cleaver. Even if Lu Ching refused, he was powerless. Let it go, let it go. Why cling to such things when one is about to die? The middle-aged strong man shook his head, letting go of this last obsession, his gaze landing on the body of the leather armor youth not far off. "Little brother, I never imagined that both of us would perish in this small valley, yet this somehow fulfills the oath we made when we became sworn brothers." With those words, the middle-aged robust man released the last bit of control he had over the chi and blood in his body. The chi and blood which he had forcibly confined within his body through sheer will instantly gushed out from the wound in his chest and arms. As his body's chi and blood dissipated, the light in the middle-aged strong man's eyes also gradually scattered. Finally, with a thud, he fell to the ground, his chi and blood flowing out and staining the ground red. Seeing the middle-aged man fall, Lu Ching still did not let his guard down. He activated his superpower to check over the body. Soon, a white light shone and a few lines of text appeared. Wang Qingshan, disciple of the Northern Border Sky Blue sect, Wang Kangyi's sworn son, domineering personality, protective and short-tempered, cruel and murderous. Cultivation, small success in the postnatal internal organ realm, possesses an explosive secret technique, can temporarily double combat strength. Because of Tong Kanglang's deliberate flattery, Wang Qingshan was fond of him and considered him a brother. Due to his severe injuries, with his heart destroyed and chi blood collapsed, his will dissipated upon death. Seeing the description on the last line of text, Lu Ching was finally convinced that the middle-aged strong man was indeed dead, and his heart relaxed. There was no helping it, that man's performance had been too astonishing. Despite having his heart destroyed, he not only remained alive but even managed to communicate with him lucidly. He was truly afraid that the man was feigning death and would suddenly strike him a lethal blow. Now, seeing that the superpower confirmed his death, Lu Ching finally relaxed his vigilance somewhat. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He could tell that if the man hadn't voluntarily let go of his chi and blood, he could have lived a bit longer. Truly, worthy of being an inner realm expert, such life energy was indeed remarkably strong. "Brother Lu Ching, is he dead?" Magu asked carefully after seeing Lu Ching approach to inspect the middle-aged man. "He is dead," Lu Ching nodded. Phew. Upon hearing Lu Ching's words, Magu collapsed onto the ground, utterly relieved as if he had narrowly survived a huge disaster. The aura unleashed by the middle-aged man earlier was too terrifying. Even though it wasn't directed at him, Magu's heart and spirit still endured tremendous pressure. Now, knowing that the supreme martial artist had died, he finally allowed his tightly wounded heart and spirit to relax. After a moment of relief, Magu's gaze toward Lu Ching was filled with disbelief. He could never have assumed that, upon reuniting with Lu Ching, he would find him having stepped into the muscle-bone realm. And not just any muscle-bone realm, but a devil-level muscle-bone realm capable of easily slaying martial artists of the same level and forcing back inner organ realm experts with a single saber strike. Remembering the saber technique displayed by Lu Ching, Magu was still full of longing and admiration. He did not understand the saber technique realm of harmony of strength and gentleness, finely detailed, that the leather armor youth and the middle-aged strong man had spoken of. But he could see that Lu Qing's level of saber technique had reached an unimaginably high level. There was also that mysterious creature capable of piercing through the void. Although Magu watched helplessly as the martial artist of the internal organ realm was slain, from beginning to end, he still could not make out what the mysterious creature with the white claws was. What's even more terrifying is that the mysterious creature seemed to be under Lu Qing's command. How did he manage that? Magu looked at Lu Qing, feeling like he had suddenly become a stranger, shrouded in an additional layer of mystery. He thought about what the middle-aged strongman had said earlier and couldn't help but harbor a thought. Could it be true that Lu Qing is actually the descendant of some hidden sect? No. As soon as the thought appeared, Magu immediately dismissed it. He had already thoroughly investigated Lu Qing's background. He was just a rural youth living in Jiulai village. If he really were the descendant of some hidden sect, his parents would not have been killed by a small force like Happy Village. Besides, which descendant of a hidden sect would be so destitute they couldn't even get enough to eat? Magu hadn't forgotten, the first time he saw Lu Qing, how emaciated and skinny he was. Therefore, Lu Qing's origins must be problem-free. He must have relied solely on cultivation to achieve his current strength. However, thinking this way made Magu feel even more terrified. Simply through self-cultivation, to be able to possess the power to casually slay those of the muscle-bone realm within a mere few months. Just how terrifying is Lu Qing's cultivation talent? Lu Qing didn't know that Magu's mind was filled with so many thoughts. After confirming that the middle-aged strongman was dead, he searched the body for a while, then checked the leather armor youth. Soon, he made some gains. After looting the bodies, Lu Qing picked up a basket from beneath a big rock beside the waterfall, put the looted items into it, and walked back to Magu. Ma Yi, it's not safe to stay here. Let's leave. Yes, let's go. Magu suddenly woke to the situation. The commotion caused by that middle-aged strongman was not small. Who knows if it would attract others? He knew very well that many martial artists were hunting Mrs. Wei and her group that day. The two immediately moved, not even having time to bury the bodies of the two middle-aged strongmen. After all, in these deep mountains, there were many wild beasts. Even if left alone, in a couple of days, they would be completely devoured. Since they were enemies, Lu Qing and his companion would not put themselves in danger for the corpses of two foes. The two were quite familiar with the mountains and forests. Especially Lu Qing, because he often came here recently for practicing and gathering herbs, he was very familiar with this area. Soon they found themselves in a hidden cave. Ma Yi, your injuries seem quite severe. Let me treat you first. In the cave, Lu Qing took out a box from the basket, and from it, he retrieved a pouch of silver needles. That would be much appreciated, brother Lu Qing. Magu was also acutely aware of the painful injury on his shoulder. He had been pierced through the shoulder by an arrow, shot like a hidden weapon by the leather armor youth, and the wound was not light. Lu Qing was the direct disciple of old Dr. Chen, and of course he trusted his medical skills. Lu Qing first used silver needles to relieve Magu's pain before cleaning the wound and then applying antiseptic medicine. After treating Magu's wound, the two finally had time to chat. Brother Lu Qing, how come you're here? Brother Lu Qing, how come you're here? I came to gather medicinal herbs in the mountains, and it just so happened that I ran into you all, Lu Qing replied. Since stepping into the muscle-bone realm, Lu Qing had received another medicinal bath recipe for training muscles and bones from his master to aid in his cultivation. Because of this, his consumption of medicinal herbs these past few days had been somewhat high, using up all the herbs his master had stored away. To replenish the herbs, he took little Li with him to gather more in the mountains. Unexpectedly, he ran into Magu being pursued and almost killed. So it seems my luck is really not bad, Magu sighed. Had Lu Qing not been gathering herbs in the mountains today, he would have had no chance to escape from the pursuit of the leather armor youth. Then Magu, why were you being pursued by that person, and who are all these people? Lu Qing asked. From the information Lu Qing detected with his superpower, he only knew that the two people they had encountered were from a sect named Sky Kang sect. However, he was still unclear why Magu had become entangled with them. I'm not sure who they are. As for why I'm being pursued, that's a long story. Magu revealed an expression that was hard to articulate and began to recount the events of the past few days. Just like that, I went out to find medicine for Mrs. Wei and was discovered by that leather armor youth. I was chased all the way to the valley, and then I ran into you. I didn't expect that you'd have such an exciting couple of days, Magu. After listening to Magu's story, Lu Qing looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. He realized that this man's luck was truly poor, and it also seemed as if he had some trouble with young Master Wei. Both times he had met him, misfortune was sure to follow, and this time he had almost been killed in the pursuit. Brother Lu Qing, stop teasing me, Magu said sheepishly. I regret even going near that forest now. Lu Qing just smiled, not teasing further. Instead, he began to feel a bit of admiration in his heart. Magu could have chosen to abandon Mrs. Wei and her child or hand them over to save his own life. But he did neither. Even when cornered and nearly killed, he kept his lips sealed. Such steadfastness in keeping his promise was truly the mark of a real man. By the way, Brother Lu Qing, there's a favor I must ask of you. Mrs. Wei is in a coma due to an infection in her wound, in critical condition. Could I trouble you to save her? The lives of Mrs. Wei and her child had been protected by a small squad of Silver Moon Guards who had escorted them at the risk of their own lives. Magu had almost lost his life for it too. He really hoped she wouldn't die from her injuries. Otherwise, it would make the deaths of many people seem meaningless. Lu Qing fell into deep thought. Seeing that he was silent, Magu didn't dare to rush him. With Lu Qing's formidable strength and medical skill, and the fact that he seemed to command a terrifying, mysterious creature, if he were to help, their chances of saving Mrs. Wei and her child would be much greater. Thinking of the mysterious creature, Magu couldn't help but covertly glance around. When he and Lu Qing had moved to this area, they hadn't seen the creature at all. He wasn't sure whether it was hiding nearby or had already left. Lu Qing didn't notice Magu's subtle movements, as he was considering whether to involve himself in this messy situation. The situation was now clear. That so-called Sky Kang sect was most likely the force targeting the Wei family in the turmoil of the county. Although Lu Qing didn't know the strength of the Sky Kang sect, it was evident that as a force with an innate realm expert, its foundation must not be small. Going against such a power could have unimaginable consequences if they were exposed. With little Li, Lu Qing didn't fear postnatal realm martial artists too much, but as for the innate realm, that was a different story. Even little Li might find it difficult to threaten such existences. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing finally decided to go with Magu. Previously, the Wei family had helped him fend off the Black Wolf gang during the incident at Happy Village. In a way, Lu Qing owed them a favor. By saving Mrs. Wei and her child this time, he could consider the favor repaid. As for the innate realm expert, such a person should not appear in these mountains. That innate realm Wang Kangyi, who coveted the treasure of the Wei family, should stay in the county, watching it closely. Otherwise, if he left and the Wei family moved the treasure right after, all his efforts would be in vain. Of course, that's under the assumption that the deaths of Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan hadn't yet reached the county. Otherwise, with the death of two disciples, one an adopted son, one couldn't be sure that Wang Kangyi wouldn't go mad. So if they were to save these people, they would need to act quickly. They had to move Mrs. Wei and her child before the news of Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan's deaths got back to the county. All right, I'll go with you, Lu Qing finally nodded. Magu was overjoyed upon Lu Qing's agreement, thanking him profusely. Having made the decision, the two no longer delayed in the cave. With the strong recovery abilities of the muscle bone realm and Lu Qing's treatment, along with the application of antiseptic medicine, Magu's shoulder wound was no longer a serious issue. Aside from his injured side that prevented him from fighting, normal movement was not a problem. The two prepared to set off immediately and head to the cave where Mrs. Wei and her child were hiding. However, before departing, Lu Qing made a request. That was for Magu to point out the direction, but the specific route would be decided by him. Magu naturally didn't object to this. He knew that Lu Qing often went into the mountains to gather herbs and was much more familiar with this area than he was. Since he asked for this, he definitely had his reasons. The two stood in front of the cave as Magu began to determine the direction. Although previously chased haphazardly by the leather armor youth, Magu still had a rough idea of the direction he had fled in. After discerning for a while, Magu pointed out a direction to Lu Qing. Knowing the direction, Lu Qing immediately walked ahead, heading that way. On his shoulder, little Li occasionally gave him some hints. That's right, the reason Lu Qing wanted to choose the route was because of little Li's presence. Little Li possessed a unique sensing ability that could detect the presence of living creatures from afar. After consuming the earth vein spiritual liquid, this ability had also significantly strengthened. Lu Qing had tested it, and if little Li took it seriously, living creatures within a mile could not escape its detection, which was quite amazing. This distance might not seem very far on flat land, but in the mountains and forests, that range was quite substantial. After all, in the deep mountains, the environment was complex, and one could completely lose sight of something just a few steps away. A sensing range of a mile was practically no different from having clairvoyance. While communicating with little Li, Lu Qing slowly chose their route, occasionally changing direction. Sometimes he would suddenly find a place to temporarily hide. At first, Magu was somewhat baffled, but when, on one occasion, they had just hidden when two martial artists with astonishing chi blood passed by nearby, he finally understood what Lu Qing's actions meant. He was actually able to foresee the movements of these martial artists. Amidst his astonishment, Magu finally noticed Lu Qing occasionally turning his head as if communicating with something through subtle movements. but clearly there was nothing on his shoulder. He guessed that Lu Ching must be communicating with the mysterious creature that had killed the middle-aged man in the internal organ realm. And he also secretly guessed that it was probably that mysterious creature that could foresee the martial artist's movements. What kind of creature was it, to not only perfectly conceal its tracks, but also possess such terrifying sensing ability? Magu felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart, intensely curious. Unfortunately, he could see that Lu Ching didn't seem to want to disclose any information about that mysterious creature. So even though he was extremely curious, he had to forcefully restrain himself from asking. At this moment, Lu Ching was also somewhat surprised. After such a journey, little Li had already sensed several groups of martial artists. Exactly how many people had the Tong Kanglang sect sent into these mountains to search, or had the bodies of Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan been discovered, causing everyone to rush this way? Lu Ching couldn't be sure. He could only continue the journey with Magu very cautiously. Fortunately, after they passed this stretch of forest, little Li could hardly sense any martial artists' movements anymore. Their walking pace could also be quickened. Just like that, relying on little Li's sensing ability, Lu Ching and Magu finally, without much danger, reached the mountain where Mrs. Wei and her son were hiding. There's a hidden cave ahead. Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei are inside, Magu indicated to Lu Ching. Lu Ching nodded. Little Li had also reminded him there were people inside the cave. When they reached the cave, Magu first checked the small traps he had set at the entrance that morning. After seeing that none had been triggered, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that during the time he was being chased, no one had discovered this cave. Young Master Wei had also obediently stayed inside. Magu walked ahead into the cave, and just as he reached the entrance, a wooden stick came smashing out, aimed straight at his head. Magu dodged to the side and said in a deep voice, "Young Master, it's me. Magu, have you returned?" Young Master Wei's surprised voice came from inside as he ran out, still holding the wooden stick, the very one that had just attacked Magu. "Did you find the medicine? Wait, are you injured?" Young Master Wei first asked about the medicine, but immediately his expression changed. He saw the blood on Magu's shoulder and the arm that was half hanging in front of his chest. "I was carelessly discovered by those people and got injured, but thankfully Brother Lu Ching was there. Otherwise, I might not have made it back alive to see you, young master." Brother Lu Ching. Young Master Wei was puzzled, and only then he noticed Lu Ching standing not far away. Instantly, his eyes widened. "I recognize you, you're that." Young Master Wei felt that Lu Ching looked familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall Lu Ching's name. "This is Brother Lu Ching, Elder Dr. Chen's disciple. Young Master must recognize him," Magu reminded from the side. "Yes, I remember. You are the one who made medicine for me every day." Second Young Master Wei finally fully remembered. Originally, he had been severely injured and had recuperated at Elder Dr. Chen's. During that time, it was Lu Ching who had made and brought him the medicine every day. However, during that period, Lu Ching rarely spoke in his presence. Besides bringing him medicine, he barely appeared before him. This made him recognize Lu Ching, but their acquaintance was not close. "I have seen the young master. I did not expect to meet again here in this deep mountain," Lu Ching said with a smile. "Why are you here?" Young Master Wei was surprised. "Young Master, Brother Lu Ching is Elder Dr. Chen's proud disciple, and also an expert in medical skills. I happened to come across him in the mountains and specially invited him here to treat Mrs. Wei," Magu explained. "Right, you are Elder Dr. Chen's disciple." Young Master Wei suddenly recalled and anxiously said, "Lu Ching, right, please save my mother. I just checked on her again, and her head feels even hotter, and she has started to talk nonsense. She looks very unwell." Upon mentioning Mrs. Wei, young Master Wei could not care any more about the reason for Lu Ching's appearance there and urgently pleaded. "Oh, that's serious. Let me take a look inside." Hearing young Master Wei's words, Lu Ching's expression also turned serious. The three of them went into the cave. Magu, to avoid suspicion and also to keep watch, waited at the entrance. Lu Ching followed young Master Wei inside the cave to where Mrs. Wei was. Upon seeing Mrs. Wei, Lu Ching's brows involuntarily furrowed. At that moment, Mrs. Wei was lying on her side, cushioned by leaves and grass beneath her to isolate her from the cold ground. Her unpressed side was wrapped in white cloth, with blood faintly seeping through, clearly showing the wound was not healing well. Seeing Mrs. Wei's pale complexion and the cold sweat on her forehead, Lu Ching knew she was probably nearing her limit. He checked her pulse and his brows furrowed even tighter. He immediately activated his superpower and examined Mrs. Wei. Soon, a faint white light tinged with a hint of gray, the superpower light, emerged from her body. Li Ningyan, mistress of the Wei family, wife of Wei Xing, mother of Wei Zion, gentle on the outside but strong-willed inside, kind-hearted. Injury from knife in the waist, massive blood loss due to improper treatment. The wound's inflammation is severe, external troubles and internal distress, currently at death's door. Seeing the information about Mrs. Wei that appeared, Lu Ching's look became extremely grave. He hadn't expected her injury to have worsened so terribly. If he had arrived half an hour later, she probably wouldn't have survived. Even now, the situation was still very tricky. Young Dr. Lu Ching, how is my mother's condition now? Beside him, young Master Wei, seeing Lu Ching had finished checking the pulse, immediately asked. Young Master, to tell the truth, Mrs. Wei's condition is very bad, Lu Ching reported truthfully. Her wounds were not treated in time. An external evil has penetrated the wound, and after days of traveling, she is extremely critical both internally and externally. What should we do? Upon hearing this, young Master Wei panicked, immediately grabbing Lu Ching's sleeve and pleading, Young Dr. Lu Ching, I beg you, you must save my mother, no matter the cost, I will pay you. Young Master, there's no need for that. Saving lives and treating the sick is our duty as doctors. I will naturally do my best to save your mother, Lu Ching said. After calming young Master Wei down, Lu Ching began to think deeply. With Mrs. Wei's current condition, ordinary medicine would no longer have any effect on her. Seeing this, he would have to use the medicine he had prepared earlier. After pondering for a while, Lu Ching began to treat Mrs. Wei. Seeing the pained expression on Mrs. Wei's face, she first used silver needles to give her a few acupuncture points. After a few needles, Mrs. Wei's brows, which had been furrowed in pain, relaxed somewhat, and her face was not as pale. Lu Ching nodded in some satisfaction at this. Through her recent studies in medical skills, coupled with advancements in her martial arts realm, she had gained a deeper understanding of the human body. She had already gained some insights in the practice of acupuncture. The immediate relief that these few needles brought Mrs. Wei was the best proof of their effectiveness. However, this was only a temporary solution and not a cure for the root cause. Mrs. Wei's condition was not something that could be resolved with just a few needles. Even ordinary medicine stones were unlikely to have much effect on her illness. Furthermore, given their current situation, it was not suitable to start a fire and brew medicine. So after relieving Mrs. Wei's pain with the needles, Lu Ching took a jade bottle out of the small medicine box from her backpack and fell into deep thought. What is this, Dr. Lu Ching? Young Master Wei asked in surprise upon seeing the jade bottle. As a young master from a distinguished family, his conduct might seem naive on some matters, but when it came to recognizing certain objects, his knowledge was certainly not lacking. The jade bottle in Lu Ching's hand was pure and white without a trace of impurity, resembling mutton fat. He could tell at a glance that it was extremely valuable, priceless. If the jade bottle itself was so precious, what then was the value of the contents inside? Inside this is an extremely precious spiritual medicine prepared by my master, Lu Ching said. I am considering how to administer it to Mrs. Wei. An extremely precious spiritual medicine. Young Master Wei immediately asked, could it save my mother? It should be able to. Even if it can't heal Mrs. Wei immediately, it should at least be able to save her life for the time being. Upon hearing this, young Master Wei quickly pleaded, Dr. Lu Ching, please save my mother. No matter how precious the spiritual medicine is, our Wei family will definitely offer double, no, 10 times its value as compensation. Young Master jests. Since I intend to save your mother, naturally I would not be stingy with medicine. What I am considering is something else, Lu Ching said seriously. Is there anything else troubling Dr. Lu Ching? Never mind, it's nothing. Lu Ching shook her head. I will administer the medicine to Mrs. Wei now. Perhaps out of thirst or a primal instinct to survive, Mrs. Wei swallowed the medicine without the need for Lu Ching to stimulate her jaw's acupuncture point. Is that all? Dr. Lu Ching, shouldn't we give my mother a few more drops? Young Master Wei said anxiously after seeing that Lu Ching had only dropped 2 drops and then stopped. Too much of a good thing can be bad. Although the medicine is precious, it is also very potent. Given Mrs. Wei's current physical condition, it is not advisable to take too much at once otherwise. It could be harmful rather than helpful, Lu Ching explained. Her explanation was half true, half false. The medicine did indeed have strong effects, but the reason she did not give more to Mrs. Wei was not due to the principle of the strong being overwhelmed by too much nourishment. She was concerned that if Mrs. Wei recovered too quickly, it might lead to unwanted suspicions. The contents of the jade bottle were a medicinal liquid she had recently prepared according to some records on Earth Vein Spirit Liquid from the heritage of the Divine Talisman sect, and after discussion and research with her master. 1 drop of Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, combined with an entire century-old ginseng and other rare medicinal materials, made just 3 jade bottles of medicine liquid. Therefore, when Lu Ching said that the medicine was extremely precious, there was not a trace of falsehood in it. Indeed, a single drop had the value of 1,000 gold. As for the effects, her master had also tested it. While the medicine did not have the heaven-defying effects of directly ingesting Earth Vein Spirit Liquid such as bringing back the dead, regenerating flesh from bones, and significantly enhancing talent, it also had the effects of strengthening the body and an extremely powerful healing effect. For ordinary people, as long as they were not completely dead and retained a trace of breath, they could be kept alive and slowly recover with this medicine liquid. The information obtained through Superpower's investigation also gave this medicine a high rating, reaching the red light level. Lu Ching had prepared 3 bottles of the medicine, keeping 2 with her master and carrying 1 with her for emergencies. Such spiritual medicine was too precious and considered a real life-saving remedy, one that she was reluctant to use casually. Previously, although Magu's shoulder injury was serious, it did not endanger his life, so she had not considered using it. If it were not for Mrs. Wei's situation being so dire, at the brink of life and death, she would not have taken out the medicine liquid. Even now, she only planned to use 2 drops, leaving the rest for Mrs. Wei to recover on her own. Hearing Lu Qing's explanation, young Master Wei did not question further. He understood the principle that the frail cannot endure heavy treatments. His mother's body was indeed weak and could not withstand strong medicine. Once he understood this, young Master Wei immediately said to Lu Qing, "I apologize, Dr. Lu Qing, I was too anxious." "It's all right, young master is simply concerned about Mrs. Wei's health," Lu Qing said with a smile. In fact, she was somewhat surprised. In this encounter, young Master Wei seemed to have changed a lot, his temper nowhere near as arrogant as before. It seemed that after experiencing so much, he had also grown up, maturing quite a bit in mind. "So Dr. Lu Qing, is my mother okay now? Mrs. Wei should be feeling better soon after taking the medicine. Look at her breathing now, isn't it much steadier?" Lu Qing said. Lu Qing was quite confident in the medicine liquid he and his master had carefully concocted. After all, based on the information provided by Superpower, the efficacy of the medicine liquid was indeed very potent. Young Master Wei looked at his mother's face and found that her breathing had indeed become much steadier, and the cold sweat on her forehead had almost dissipated. Most importantly, the previously deathly pale complexion began to show a hint of color, making her look less frightening. Young Master Wei touched his mother's forehead and discovered it was no longer burning to the touch. He was instantly overjoyed. "Lu Qing, young physician, your medicine is really effective. My mother's condition has improved a lot." This time, young Master Wei truly believed that the medicine Lu Qing presented was indeed very precious and not merely an exaggeration to raise the price. He knew how serious his mother's condition was before. He hadn't expected that just 2 drops of Lu Qing's medicine liquid would induce such improvement in such a short period. It really deserved to be called a spiritual medicine. The evil forces within Mrs. Wei's body are being expelled, and the inflammation of her wounds is also healing. "Let her sleep for a while now, let's step outside," Lu Qing said. "All right." At this moment, young Master Wei admired Lu Qing greatly. After wiping his mother's sweat, he and Lu Qing approached the entrance of the cave. "How is Mrs. Wei doing?" Magu asked them as soon as they came out. "There's no serious issue anymore. With some good rest, she should be able to wake up," Lu Qing answered. "That's a relief, that's a relief." Magu's anxious heart finally settled down. Mrs. Wei was the one whom those Silver Moon Guards had risked their lives to escort out. He himself had nearly lost his life in the process. He truly didn't want anything bad to happen to her. "Lu Qing, brother, your medical skills are indeed impressive. You are worthy of being old Dr. Chen's proud disciple," Magu praised. Meanwhile, as Lu Qing and others waited for Mrs. Wei to wake up, at another location, the waterfall valley where Lu Qing had previously fought, more than 10 martial artists with powerful chi blood were huddled together, their faces grim as they looked at the 2 corpses in the valley. Whoosh! Suddenly a breeze swept past, and a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in the valley. It was a pale-faced youth in white, holding a feather fan. Second senior brother. Seeing the arrival, the group of martial artists immediately bowed respectfully. "You've urgently summoned me here, what's the matter?" "Did you catch Wei Xing's wife and child?" the white-robed youth asked. "No, second senior brother, it's third senior brother and 7th senior brother. They're both dead." Several martial artists stepped aside to reveal the corpses of Wang Qingshan and another behind them. "What?" The white-robed youth was shocked, quickly stepping forward. When he saw the bodies of Wang Qingshan and the other, his pupils constricted. After inspecting them, his face turned dark. What ruthless tactics, one beheaded and one pierced through the chest, even the heart removed. "Did you find out who did it?" "No, by the time we discovered this place, there were only the bodies of third senior brother and the other in the valley, with no one else around," a martial artist responded. The white-robed youth fell silent. Internally, he was extremely shocked. He had thought it was a simple task to capture the Wei family's mother and child, guarded by only a team of Silver Moon Guards. To his surprise, 3rd and 7th had met their end in this nameless valley. 7th's death was one thing, but 3rd was a martial artist at small success of the internal organ realm, whose strength was nearly comparable to his own. With his strength, even if he faced a martial artist at great success of the internal organ realm, he could run if he couldn't win. But what he saw indicated that 3rd had his hands disabled first before his heart was taken. On his body were signs of unleashed secret techniques. It was clear to imagine that 3rd had been defeated in direct combat after unleashing his full power. Yet he had not managed to injure his opponent in the slightest. Someone who could so effortlessly kill a martial artist at small success of the internal organ realm must be incredibly powerful. Could it be that a grandmaster of internal organ realm perfection had made a move? But how could that be possible? Apart from Wei Xing, the Wei family shouldn't have any other martial artists at internal organ realm perfection, and Wei Xing couldn't possibly leave the Wei Mansion without his father noticing. Moreover, the wounds on Third's body were peculiar, seemingly caused by some exotic weapon, not like the Wei family's methods. Could it be that some other power had stepped in, wanting a share of the spoils? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the white-robed youth's mind, startling him. If that were the case, things would become complicated. Second senior brother, what should we do now? While the white-robed youth was in a state of shock, a martial artist asked, what else can we do? Take the bodies of third and seventh with us, and let's head back to Kang County, the white-robed youth sighed. Just like that, we're going back. But we haven't caught Wei Xing's wife and child yet, the martial artist hesitated. What else can we do? The person who killed third and seventh in such a short time is beyond what we can handle. If we don't withdraw now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave at all. The other martial artists were startled, then they realized. Indeed, if a strong inner organ realm practitioner like third senior brother could be easily killed, then wouldn't it be effortless for that mysterious person to deal with them? Thinking of this, a chill suddenly ran through the hearts of the martial artists. Their gaze towards the surrounding forest also carried a hint of fear, as if there was some terrifying monster hidden within. All right, quickly lift up the third and seventh brothers. It's time we leave this place. Seeing that everyone else was frightened, the white-robed youth also breathed a sigh of relief. After inspecting the bodies of the two, he completely abandoned any thoughts of revenge, wishing only to leave the place as soon as possible. Anyway, he wasn't particularly close to either the third or the seventh brother, and it wasn't worth risking danger for them. Besides, their deaths might not necessarily be a bad thing. At least he would receive a larger share of the resources from their master in the future. It was just uncertain what their master's reaction would be upon seeing the bodies of the third brother and the others. Especially the third brother, who was the master's adopted son. Their relationship was quite special. Now with the third brother dead, the youth couldn't even begin to imagine how furious the master would be. Thinking about facing the master's wrath upon returning, the white-robed youth felt a headache coming on. On the way back, he would have to carefully consider what to say in order to deal with his master. Lu Ching and Magu and others did not know that because of Wang Qingshan's death, the disciples of the Tian Kang sect who were searching for them had all been scared off and temporarily withdrew from the forest. The group remained cautiously hidden in the cave, waiting for Mrs. Wei to wake up. Suddenly, Lu Ching heard a strange noise and turned his head to see that it came from young Master Wei's stomach. Just when young Master Wei felt embarrassed, Magu's belly also started to rumble. Sorry, Brother Lu Ching, we haven't eaten anything decent for 2 or 3 days, so we are quite hungry, Magu said somewhat sheepishly. Young Master Wei nodded repeatedly. At that moment, he found himself missing the rabbit meat from last night. Although it had been raw, it still served to fill their bellies. Lu Ching nodded, showing understanding. People who practice martial arts typically have large appetites, and having not eaten much for several days, it was indeed hard to endure. He took his own basket, rummaged through it, and finally pulled out a package wrapped in old paper to give to the two men. This dried food was meant for my journey into the mountain for emergencies. If you don't mind, you can have some. Magu didn't stand on ceremony, taking the old paper packet and opening it up. Inside were several thick pancakes fried in oil, their unique aroma of grain making him involuntarily swallow his saliva. The white-robed youth, upon seeing the pancakes, also had his eyes light up. Young Master, please go ahead. Magu first handed a few pancakes to young Master Wei. Young Master Wei intended to politely decline at first, but couldn't resist the hunger and took them with a blush on his face. Brother Lu Ching, then we won't be polite. After giving some pancakes to young Master Wei, Magu no longer hesitated and began to eat heartily. After a few bites, his eyes lit up. Brother Lu Ching, where did you buy these pancakes? They taste so good. Seeing Magu start to eat, young Master Wei also nibbled on the pancakes. After chewing a few times, he too showed a moved expression. The pancakes were not only rich in flavor, but had a unique aroma and were quite delicious. These aren't bought, I made them myself, Lu Ching said with a smile. These pancakes were made according to some seasoning methods from his past life, with a spice he had recently discovered added to them. They were a bit different from the pancakes in this world. Who would have known Brother Lu Ching had such skill? The times you invited me to eat and I refused are truly regrettable, Magu said with annoyance. You can't blame me for that. Every time I invited you, you always said you had other things to attend to. It seems I have missed out on quite a few delicacies, Magu lamented. Young Master Wei found the pancakes increasingly delicious, feeling that he might never have had such tasty pancakes in his life. Unable to help himself, he asked Dr. Lu Ching, what oil did you use to fry these pancakes? Why are they so fragrant? Lu Ching looked at the curious expression on the young master's face and remembered the time he first saw him at the market. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he said with a smile, these were fried with lard. Lard, The image of a certain animal surfaced in young Master Wei's mind, and instinctively he felt slightly uncomfortable. He had never eaten anything from a pig before. However, although he felt uneasy, the thought of spitting out the food in his mouth was something he couldn't bear to do. After all, he had even eaten rabbit meat raw, so eating some lard was nothing by comparison. With this self-consolation, the discomfort in young Master Wei's heart disappeared instantly. He started to eat the pancakes in his hand with even bigger bites. I had no idea that food cooked with lard could be so delicious. It seems my prejudices were too strong before. Seeing this, Ching nodded slightly. He could tell that young Master Wei had indeed grown. The Wei Zio from before would never have been able to utter such words. He hadn't forgotten the terror-struck expression of the young man when he saw a pile of pork meat and offal at the market. Indeed, although pigs may look dirty if their meat is cooked properly, it can be quite a delicacy, Ching said, smiling. Is that so? Then once we get out, I'll have to try your cooking for myself, Magu said with anticipation. Haha, you're welcome anytime. The pancakes brought by Ching, although plentiful, were enough for Magu and the others to eat only half full. Young Master Wei saved one of his pancakes particularly for his mother to eat when she awoke. She had been unconscious for so long without eating anything she must be starving by now. For his filial piety, Ching and everyone naturally did not object, and they consented to his action. Thus, after Magu and the others finished eating, another hour passed and they heard a soft moan from within the cave. Mrs. Wei, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up. Mother, are you awake? Young Master Wei heard a voice and was overjoyed. He immediately rushed inside. By the time Ching and Magu entered, they saw him crouching in front of the awakening Mrs. Wei. He asked with concern, Mother, how do you feel now? Where am I? Mrs. Wei asked with a somewhat weak voice. We are currently in a cave deep in the mountains. On that day, Guard Pang and the others broke out to attract the enemy, while Magu led us deeper into the mountains. Later, young Dr. Ching gave you acupuncture and medicine, and only then did you wake up. Young Master Wei narrated the events of the past few days slowly. Hearing this, Mrs. Wei realized that she had been unconscious for several days, and while she was unconscious, so much had happened. Her gaze fell on Ching and Magu. Ching and Magu quickly stopped her. Mrs. Wei, there is no need for this. Taking care of your health is more important. That's right, Mother, you are still injured. If you want to thank someone, let me do it for you. Upon saying this, young Master Wei knelt down and kowtowed 3 loud times to Ching and Magu. Young Master Wei's gesture came so suddenly that even Ching and the others were taken by surprise. By the time they reacted, young Master Wei was already kowtowing. They had no choice but to accept this great honor. Mrs. Wei was astonished to see this scene. She never expected her son to make such a gesture. If it had been him in the past, he would rather die than kneel to thank someone else. What exactly happened during the time she was unconscious? Young Master, there's no need for such gestures. I too have received favors from the Wei family, and by coming here, I am merely repaying a previous debt. It does not merit such grand gratitude, Ching sighed as young Master Wei got up from the ground. Does young Master have some deep connections with our Wei family? Mrs. Wei asked in surprise. That's right, Mother, I forgot to tell you just now. This elder Dr. Chen's disciple, named Ching, is the one who saved me when my disciple was injured. His medical skill is also very profound. He managed to awaken you in less than half a day. Young Master Wei explained on the side. Yes, Mother, that spiritual medicine is really potent. You recovered immediately after taking just 2 drops, said young Master Wei. Mrs. Wei looked at Ching, finally realizing who he was. Earlier, when an was injured, he was cured by a highly skilled elder doctor. She had also heard from her husband that the young man had done something significant in avenging his parents, wiping out a den of the Black Wolf gang outside the city. The mansion had previously sent the Silver Moon Guards to warn the Black Wolf gang, essentially to safeguard the young man. It seems Ching really did have some connections with their Wei Mansion. However, she never imagined that one day she would be saved by this young man whom she had never met. So it is young Master Lu. I have heard my husband speak of you. Seeing you now, I can tell you truly are a young talent with a remarkable appearance, Mrs. Wei commended. Mrs. Wei, you flatter me too much, Ching replied, somewhat embarrassed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ching brought the conversation back to the matters at hand. Mrs. Wei, currently many martial artists are searching these mountains, and this cave might not be safe for much longer. We need to think of a plan to move, said Ching. Ching was unaware that due to the deaths of Wang Qingshan and Tong Kanglang, the disciples of the Heavenly Vast sect had already withdrawn. But this cave, which had nothing in it, was not a place they could stay for long. Mrs. Wei needed to recuperate, and they needed food and water as well. But with my injuries, I fear I'll only slow you all down, Mrs. Wei said worriedly. She was aware of her condition. The villain's blade had struck too fiercely, deep to the bone. She had nearly met the same fate as an her abdomen nearly split open. To still be alive with such severe wounds was nothing short of a miracle. She was afraid that she might not survive the journey if they moved again. This should not be a problem. Mrs. Wei, you've taken the spiritual medicine prepared by my master. In a while, you should be able to move. We are not in immediate need to leave. We will wait for nightfall to make a move. The medicine liquid Mrs. Wei had taken contained elements of earth vein spirit liquid. Even though it was diluted, it was still extremely effective for all kinds of external wounds. Lu Qing estimated that in no time, her wounds should be able to heal. By then, they could take advantage of the darkness to relocate. When Mrs. Wei heard Lu Qing's words, she was initially hesitant to believe it. But when she tried to move a bit, she discovered that the wound on her body actually did not hurt that much anymore. Furthermore, although she had been unconscious for several days, she now felt surprisingly spirited, nothing like someone who had suffered a serious injury. This greatly astonished Mrs. Wei. She remembered what an had told her before. Lu Qing had given her an exceedingly precious medicine. It seems I must find an opportunity to ask an what kind of medicine young Master Lu had given her, for it had quite the miraculous effect. Mrs. Wei thought to herself, "Mother, are you hungry? I have a pancake here. It's the dry food given by Dr. Lu Qing. I saved one for you." At this moment, young Master Wei presented the pancake he had saved earlier as if offering a treasure. Smelling the fragrant aroma of the pancake, Mrs. Wei realized she was very hungry. After all, she hadn't eaten anything for several days. Looking at her son holding the pancake, eagerly watching her, she felt a little moved. It seemed that an had really changed a lot. Mrs. Wei took the pancake and took a gentle bite. "Mother, is it tasty? This pancake was baked by Dr. Lu Qing himself. It has a very special flavor. Isn't it different from what we've had before?" Young Master Wei asked expectantly. Mrs. Wei chewed a few times and raised her eyebrows. Just as an had said, the taste of this pancake was indeed special, very different from what the cooks in the mansion made. She nodded her head. "It's very tasty." Young Master Wei immediately became very happy. Lu Qing, standing nearby, was somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected that such an ordinary pancake could elicit such admiration from two noble individuals used to luxury. Yet seeing this loving scene between mother and son, he didn't want to modestly demur and spoil the mood. After eating the food and drinking some water, Mrs. Wei continued to rest. However, as time passed, she felt increasingly astonished. She could feel her strength steadily recovering, especially around her wound, which kept itching. If it weren't for the presence of others, she would have really liked to peel off the bandage to see what was happening. Fortunately, Lu Qing noticed her discomfort in time and administered a few acupuncture points with silver needles, which eased her discomfort. But Lu Qing knew what was happening. The 2 drops of medicine liquid he had administered to Mrs. Wei were taking effect and promoting the healing of her wound. The strong healing effect was causing the itchiness. She just needed to endure the healing period and there would be no problem. With Lu Qing's help through acupuncture, Mrs. Wei felt much better, though she still felt itchy at the wound. Luckily, by the afternoon, the itchiness at the wound had lessened a lot. By dusk, the itching had disappeared, and Mrs. Wei was even able to stand up and walk. When they saw Mrs. Wei getting up and walking, not only was young Master Wei overjoyed, even Magu was astounded. He well knew the severity of her injuries. How could it be that she had recuperated so quickly in just half a day? Had not only Lu Qing's skills in martial arts advanced by leaps and bounds, but also his medical skill reached such an exaggerated level. But why then was his shoulder wound not healing as quickly? Magu touched his own shoulder, feeling somewhat depressed. After getting up, Mrs. Wei's first act was to perform a courtesy bow to Lu Qing. By now she knew she must have ingested some rare treasure of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could her body have recovered so much so quickly? "You are too polite, madam. How do you feel now?" Lu Qing asked. Mrs. Wei moved a bit and replied, "The wound is basically painless now, and I should be able to move with you all. Then we should not delay. Let's prepare to leave." Lu Qing looked at the darkening sky outside and immediately said. However, though Mrs. Wei's body was no longer greatly troubled, walking in the dark in these woods was still very difficult. Since Magu also had injuries, after discussing, they ultimately decided that Lu Qing would carry Mrs. Wei on his back to move faster. "Madam, I apologize for the presumption." Lu Qing walked in front of Mrs. Wei and crouched down. "Don't mind it so much, Zai is about the same age as you. Just think of me as an elder." Mrs. Wei was quite unperturbed and did not care about such trivial matters. Thus, Lu Qing carried Mrs. Wei on his back, while Magu carried a carrying basket, and they left the cave to start their movement. Because he was carrying someone, little Li could no longer stay on Lu Qing's shoulder, but Lu Qing had already instructed it quietly beforehand to follow nearby and keep guard, and to notify him immediately if it sensed anything unusual. The group of 4 people and 1 beast moved stealthily through the mountain forest. Lu Qing possessed an ability close to night vision, aided by little Lei. They moved through the mountains at a brisk pace, and before long they had crossed several mountain peaks. However, what puzzled Lu Qing was that despite walking for so long, little Li had not once alerted him to the presence of people nearby. If it were not for little Li occasionally jumping onto his head to make its presence felt, he almost suspected that the little fellow had gotten distracted and failed to follow. Could it be that, as the night fell, those people had temporarily withdrawn from the forest? The thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind. But whether it was true or not, he wasn't planning on altering his plan. Under Lu Qing's lead, they took a big detour through the mountains and ultimately emerged from a secluded and little-known corner of Dashan. They made it out of the forest without incident. The next issue was where to settle Mrs. Wei and her son. The state mansion was out of the question. Given that the original plan at Wei Mansion had been exposed, the path to the state mansion was likely already filled with the Tian Kang sex people, waiting for them to fall into their trap. The best course of action was to find a place to hide. As long as they did not leak any information, they would be safe. The choice of hiding place was critical. Jiulai village was not an option. Not to mention that Lu Qing was reluctant to bring these hot potatoes home, but with many people and numerous eyes in the village, it was doomed to not be a good hiding place. After discussing it over with Magu, they decided to hide them in his residence at the large market for the time being. Magu's residence in the large market had a secret room below, with a hidden passage leading to the outside world for easy relocation. As for the people in the place, they were all Magu's trusted confidants, almost unlikely to betray him, so it was the most suitable place to temporarily hide them. As long as no information was leaked, no one would expect that Mrs. Wei and her son would be hiding in such a modest place. After making the decision, Lu Qing and others sought Mrs. Wei's opinion. Seeing that she agreed, and after figuring out the direction, they headed to the large market. Using the moonlight, they hastened their pace and finally arrived at the large market in the middle of the night. "Brother Lu Qing, madam, please wait here for a moment while I make some preparations," Magu said. The fewer people who knew about Mrs. Wei and her son, the better, so he needed to disperse the people in the residence to avoid them seeing anything they shouldn't. Lu Qing nodded and after Magu left, stood in the shadow of a large tree, carrying Mrs. Wei. Beside him, young Master Wei was panting heavily. How are you feeling? Tired. Hearing her son's heavy breathing, Mrs. Wei felt a pang of heartache. "Mother, don't worry, I am not tired." Young Master Wei took several deep breaths to steady his respiration and managed a weak smile. His actions, however, only served to increase Mrs. Wei's distress. Lu Qing listened to the conversation between mother and son and remained silent. Frankly, he was also somewhat surprised. The trek they had undertaken that night was not short between the mountain crossing and long-distance running. It was remarkable that the young master had managed to keep up, attesting to the quality of his Qi blood realm physique. The three of them waited in the shadows of the tree for about a quarter of an hour before they saw a figure running quickly toward them. It was Magu. "Brother Lu Qing, madam, I have made all the arrangements. We can go in now." Lu Qing responded and then, carrying Mrs. Wei, walked toward the residence. Upon entering the residence, they found it eerily quiet, devoid of people, as Magu had apparently already temporarily dispersed everyone. Led by Magu, Lu Qing and the others entered a secret chamber through a tunnel in one of the rooms. The secret chamber was furnished with beds and bedding, all brand new, clearly arranged by Magu just recently. "Madam, this place is humble and might cause you inconvenience. We can only impose this temporary arrangement on you and the young master for the time being." After settling Mrs. Wei and her son at Magu's residence, Lu Qing left. There was nothing more he could help with. As long as Mrs. Wei and her son stayed quietly in the house without drawing attention, there should be no major problems. Mrs. Wei's health, having taken 2 drops of medicine liquid, would fully recover with time, no longer requiring his additional treatment. Thus, Lu Qing left after his task was completed. Walking home, Lu Qing felt a sense of relief. Although this trip to the mountain had some mishaps, being able to repay his debt to the Wei family was a good thing. "Little Li, I really owe you for this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle that person behind us." Lu Qing scratched the chin of Little Li, who was perched on his shoulder, making it comfortably squint its eyes. At that moment, Little Li had turned off its invisibility, revealing its true form. "Rower," Little Li roared proudly. I know, I'll give you lots of fish when we get back," Lu Qing chuckled. Upon receiving the promise, Little Li contentedly lay down on Lu Qing's shoulder. Looking at Little Li's lazy demeanor, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that such an adorable creature could actually be a terrifying spiritual beast capable of easily slaying experts from the internal organ realm? Remembering the overwhelming aura Wang Qingshan emitted just before his death, Lu Qing still felt a bit shocked. Yet such a formidable martial artist appeared weak in front of Little Li. With its invisibility talent and astounding speed, coupled with its unbreakable claws, Little Li was truly fearsome. Even internal organ realm experts could hardly withstand a single blow from it. After all, though the bodies of internal organ realm experts were strong, they weren't as robust as refined steel. Little Li's claws could easily slice through steel, let alone the body of an internal organ realm martial artist. It was uncertain whether even an expert from the innate realm could withstand Little Li's claws. Lu Qing mused. However, the capabilities of the innate realm were far superior to those of the postnatal realm. Facing such an expert, it was hard to say if little Li's invisibility would be effective, so it was best left as a mere thought. Back at home, Lu Qing first served a plate of fish to little Lei. Then he started to cook his own portion. He had given all his dry food to Magu and young Master Wei, going the whole day without eating. After cooking something simple and waiting for it to be ready, little Li had already devoured most of its fish. Lu Qing watched as it continued to eat heartily and shook his head with a smile. It was a pity that he hadn't caught any strange fish recently. It seemed like no strange fish had been coming to the miracle fish fishing spot. Otherwise, he could have treated his little companion well. Perhaps it was time to look for a new and good fishing spot, Lu Qing thought as he ate. After both human and little beast were fed and content, little Li went to its nest to sleep. Today, little Yan was at Half Mountain's small courtyard. Since it was already late at night, Lu Qing was not in a hurry to fetch her. He thought for a moment, then took his backpack and began to search through it. After killing Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan during the day, he had gathered some items from their bodies. Due to the rush at the time, he hadn't examined them closely. Now he could finally see what they were. After searching for a while, Lu Qing placed the items he had found on the table. There weren't many items, mostly silver notes and a small amount of gold and silver. The remaining items were a piece of tattered leather armor, several medicine bottles, and a piece of unknown leather paper. After all, people like Wang Qingshan and Tong Kanglang, who had entered the mountain on a mission, naturally didn't carry too much, nor were there any secret manuals or the like. This didn't surprise Lu Qing. Except for lone practitioners without a sect, people generally don't carry secret manuals with them. Especially those martial artists who had to master their sects would never allow them to carry secret manuals outside. Such an act would only expose their techniques and vulnerabilities without any benefit. Ignoring mundane items like silver notes and gold, Lu Qing focused his attention on the few other items. The first thing he examined was the piece of leather armor. It was taken from Tong Kanglang, a fragment from the broken leather armor he wore. Lu Qing had been curious about the leather armor on Tong Kanglang. He wanted to know what it was made of that could withstand slashes from his war saber. Lu Qing gazed intently at the piece of leather armor. Soon, a white light tinged with a hint of red, the superpower light, rose from the armor. Tattered leather armor, made from the hide of a white-horned barbaric bull with amazing defensive power, capable of blocking blades. The white-horned barbaric bull is a mutant beast that inhabits the deep mountains of the northern border. Its hide is highly sought after for its remarkable defensive power. Many martial artists covet it, leading to its near extinction and rarity. White-horned barbaric bull. After reading the information about the tattered leather armor, Lu Qing realized. So the leather armor worn by Tong Kanglang was made from the hide of some mutant beast. No wonder it had exceptional defensive power. Unfortunately, he had damaged it. Moreover, in his hurry to leave and with Magu watching, it wasn't appropriate to strip the clothes off, otherwise he would have taken the armor back with him. Setting aside the tattered leather armor, Lu Qing turned his attention to the several medicine bottles. The bottles were collected from both Wang Qingshan and Tong Kanglang. Being personally kept by two sect disciples, the medicine must be extremely rare. Several medicine bottles were quite similar, showing only minor differences, likely mass-produced by Tian Kang sect. There were no labels on the medicine bottles, so Lu Qing couldn't tell at first glance what was inside each. He directly used his superpower to see through them. White light emerged. White porcelain medicine bottle, an excellent bottle for preserving the potency of elixirs. It seems to contain a decent cultivating elixir. Indeed, the bottles contained elixir-like substances. Lu Qing picked up a medicine bottle he had found on Tong Kanglang's body, shook it slightly, and heard a faint clinking sound. He took a bowl from the kitchen, placed it on the table, then carefully opened the medicine bottle and poured the contents into the bowl. There were 7 or 8 medicine pills, each sealed with honey wax or something similar. Lu Qing first examined them with his superpower and confirmed they were indeed sealed with honey wax before picking them up with his hands. It was understandable for him to be so cautious. Human hearts are unpredictable, and Tong Kanglang was not a good person by any means. Who knows if he might have rigged the elixirs with some trick. It wasn't entirely impossible that he could have added some powerful poison to the honey wax to prevent theft of his elixirs. Carefully pinching open one of the honey wax shells, Lu Qing saw a red medicine pill inside and used his superpower to look at it. He saw the superpower light rise from the elixir, shining from within with a hint of red. Red light. Seeing the superpower light surface on the elixir, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with joy. Although it was not completely red, anything having a connection to the red light was hardly ever of low quality. Bone-strengthening, sinew-transforming pill, a precious elixir, non-toxic and safe to consume. This elixir is made from rare medicinal ingredients such as tiger bone, deer tendon, and ginseng, greatly benefiting the strengthening of muscles and bones, and is a top-quality elixir aiding martial artists in the muscle-bone realm in cultivation. It's best to take no more than 1 pill a day. Taking more may accumulate elixir toxin, harmful to the body. Bone-strengthening sinew-transforming pill, a muscle-bone realm elixir. Seeing the information that emerged from the elixir, Lu Ching was pleasantly surprised. This was truly an unexpected gain. This elixir was obviously much more potent than the medicinal decoction brewed from the recipe his master had given him. He was now in the muscle-bone realm, and this elixir was exactly what he needed. Lu Ching checked and found 4 medicine bottles, 2 of which had come from Tong Kanglang. He opened another bottle that also contained bone-strengthening sinew-transforming pills, and this bottle was full, with a total of 18 pills. Together, he had suddenly gained 25 bone-strengthening sinew-transforming pills, almost enough for a month's worth of cultivation. A month. Thinking of his recent rapid cultivation progress, Lu Ching didn't dare to imagine how far he could advance in the muscle-bone realm in a month's time. Indeed, no horse grows fat without grazing at night, and no man becomes wealthy without windfalls. Tong Kanglang really sent himself a great gift. Lu Ching was overjoyed as he turned his attention to the other 2 medicine bottles. The elixirs carried by Tong Kanglang were already a delight. What kind of elixirs could be on Wei Mansion, his sect brother and a stronger martial artist in the internal organ realm? He immediately opened one of the bottles. Inside were medicine pills, also sealed with honey wax. Lu Ching opened a little and found that unlike the bone-strengthening sinew-transforming pills, the pills inside were pearl-like in milky white. He examined them with his superpower. A faint red light emerged from the elixir. Yun Chi Pill, a precious elixir, non-toxic and safe to consume. This elixir is made from rare medicinal materials such as cloud dream fruit and heavenly snow lotus, with a powerful effect on regulating vitality chi within the body, and is a top-quality elixir aiding martial artists in the internal organ realm and cultivation. Taking 1 pill daily is best. Taking more is likely a waste of the elixir's potency. Red light elixir. Seeing the superpower light appear on the elixir for just a moment, Lu Ching's hand trembled. After reading the information, he was even more delighted. Indeed, as a powerful figure in the internal organ realm, the elixirs carried by Wei Mansion were even more precious. These were specifically meant to aid in the cultivation of martial artists in the internal organ realm. Lu Ching found that the remaining 2 bottles contained Yun Chi pills. And there were nearly 2 full bottles, 30 pills in total, enough for him to consume and cultivate for an entire month after breaking through to the internal organ realm. Looking at the 4 bottles of elixir on the table, Lu Ching felt joy mixed with caution. Wei Mansion and Tong Kanglang carried these precious elixirs with them, and even the bottles were of the same style. It suggested that these elixirs were likely not concocted by themselves. More probably, they were cultivation resources bestowed by their sect or their masters. Regardless of which, the fact that disciples of the sect were allowed to use such precious elixirs for cultivation revealed the depth of the Tian Kang sect's resources. Yet he had slain 2 disciples of such a sect. Once this news leaked, it would unquestionably cause tremendous trouble. By then, he might have to flee immediately. It seemed prudent to stay put in the village for now, and to refrain from entering the mountain for the time being. Lu Ching silently made his decision. After all, with all the bone-strengthening and muscle-transforming pills he would not need to go into the mountains to gather herbs for quite some time. Having made up his mind, Lu Ching then turned his attention to the last item. It was a piece of parchment found on Wei Mansion. At the time, Wei Mansion had kept it close to his body, hidden so well that its color almost matched the skin, and Lu Ching had almost missed it. Given how cautiously Wei Mansion had stored it, it was probably no ordinary item. Lu Ching immediately focused his gaze on the parchment. A dense red light emanated from the parchment. Innate human skin paper, made from the skin of innate realm martial artists, impervious to swords and invulnerable to water and fire. It is rumored that the bodies of innate realm martial artists, nurtured by innate energy, possess various unique properties that are of great utilitarian value in the eyes of certain unrighteous individuals. Cultivation technique discovered. Initiate download for simulation learning. Lu Ching was stunned by the information that appeared on the parchment. He had not expected the parchment to be made of human skin, let alone that of an innate realm martial artist. It was unknown which unfortunate innate realm individual it was who had not only died, but also had their skin flayed. Reading the prompt from his superpower, Lu Ching fell into silence. To be honest, he was hesitant about learning a cultivation technique inscribed on human skin, uncertain whether it was righteous or nefarious. He turned the human skin paper over several times, but could not find any traces of writing. There wasn't even a hidden compartment. He could not preview the technique beforehand. No wonder Wei Mansion had kept the parchment so closely guarded. Although Lu Ching did not know where Wei Mansion had acquired this parchment from clearly, he must have recognized its extraordinary nature. That's why he carried it with him, intent on unlocking its secrets. Whether Wang Qingshan had gleaned anything from it was unknown, but without relying on his superpower, Lu Qing could not detect any clues. This left Lu Qing feeling conflicted. However, after some thought, he decided to download the technique first. Whether or not to learn it would depend on what kind of technique it was. With that, Lu Qing chose to download. He then stared at the parchment. Downloading in progress, current progress 123. Though he could not discern anything, his superpower continued to prompt that a technique was indeed recorded on the parchment. 97, 98, 99, 100, download complete, initiate simulation. Lu Qing chose to simulate. Simulating, current progress 123, 99, 100, simulation complete, proceed to learning. This time, Lu Qing did not hesitate and immediately chose to learn. The next moment, familiar enlightening information surged into his mind, and Lu Qing closed his eyes to quietly receive it. After a while, when he regained his senses from the state of enlightenment, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Such an ominous secret technique, worthy of being recorded on human skin paper. Though ominous, this secret technique is indeed mighty, and this technique, it's highly compatible with my 4 directions Saber. Lethal Chi accumulation technique. That was the cultivation technique recorded on the human skin paper. To be precise, it was a secret technique. The method of cultivating this secret technique was also quite unique. It involved a peculiar visualization method, imagining oneself in a state of near death, a deathly stillness. Then, from that state, one would comprehend a deadly and lethal chi that could annihilate all living things. According to the description in the secret technique, this deathly lethal chi was immensely powerful and could greatly harm the vitality of any living creature, rightfully calling it a true technique of slaughter. It sounded relatively simple, but in fact, the cultivation of this secret technique was exceedingly perilous, especially the part where one had to visualize oneself in a state of deathly stillness. A slight carelessness could lead to actual death, never to awaken again. To kill others, one must first face one's own death. This was the sinister aspect of this secret technique. After understanding the key points of cultivating the secret technique, Lu Qing knew that his previous speculations were correct. The cultivation technique recorded on the human skin paper was indeed wicked, not orthodox. It was a secret technique that walked the path less taken, pursuing lethal power, very extreme. However, this secret technique indeed paired well with his 4 directions saber. The 4 directions saber technique was primarily about slaughter. It was about wielding the saber with an intent to slaughter all around the world. The lethal chi accumulation technique, on the other hand, could cultivate the purest chi of deadly stillness and slaughter. If Lu Qing could integrate the two, his saber technique might instantly ascend to an extremely terrifying realm. However, this lethal chi accumulation technique has extremely high requirements for one's physical constitution. He mused otherwise. The body couldn't withstand that terrible, deathly lethal chi. According to the secret technique, only when the strength of the body reaches the great success of the internal organ realm can one attempt to cultivate it. I'm still far from reaching that realm. Having figured out the secrets of the lethal chi accumulation technique, Lu Qing put it aside for the time being. Currently, he had not even achieved small success in the muscle-bone realm, and even with the aid of elixirs, it would still take some time to step into the internal organ realm. In the short term, he was unable to cultivate this secret technique. It turned out that the secret technique had been inscribed onto the human skin paper with some sort of peculiar ink. Only when washed with a specially made solution would the contents be revealed. Wang Qingshan, who had pondered over the secrets of the paper for so long, probably had no clue about this. After examining everything, aside from the 2 bottles of bone-strengthening muscle-changing pills, Lu Qing put all the other items away. Then he checked the sky, noticing it was nearly dawn. He couldn't be bothered to return to bed for rest with his current physical condition. Even if he went days and nights without sleep, he wouldn't be much affected. Upon consideration, Lu Qing simply took out the bone-strengthening muscle-changing pill he had previously unsealed, removed the layer of honey wax, and swallowed the elixir. After the elixir entered his stomach, it wasn't long before he felt a rather domineering medicinal power rising from his abdomen. Lu Qing did not neglect this, and lightly hopped into the courtyard where, under the cover of night, he began practicing the nourishing body boxing to refine the medicinal power. As he practiced, the medicinal power transformed by the bone-strengthening muscle-changing pill was quickly refined and absorbed by Lu Qing. He could distinctly feel his muscles and bones strengthening bit by bit. Indeed, the elixir produced by a major sect was truly potent. He praised in his heart, then immediately focused his heart and spirit and concentrated on cultivation. As he practiced the nourishing body boxing over and over, finally, as a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, he had completely refined all the medicinal power. Drawing to a gradual stop, he exhaled a murky breath. Lu Qing sensed the condition of his body and revealed a look of surprise. After refining the bone-strengthening muscle-changing pill, his muscles and bones had strengthened incrementally. At this rate, in at most 10 days, he would officially reach small success in the muscle-bone realm. And now it had only been a few days since his breakthrough into the muscle-bone realm, half a month from the initial entry into the muscle-bone realm to small success. Even Lu Qing himself was slightly astounded at such a rate of cultivation. At this moment, he finally realized how fortunate he had been to obtain the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. Clearly, after consuming the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, his talent had been enhanced to a quite exaggerated degree. This was what allowed his cultivation speed to not only maintain but actually increase after stepping into the muscle-bone realm. Of course, this was good news, so Lu Qing was in a very good mood at the moment. While Lu Qing was delighted about the progress of his cultivation, in a certain residence within the county, a group of martial artists was standing in a courtyard, trembling and silent as cicadas in winter. In front of them, 2 corpses covered with white cloth were laid out. Under the illumination of the lamp, the scene was quite ghastly. If Lu Qing were here, he would recognize that these were the bodies of Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan, whom he and little Li had slain. Junior brother, what happened? Why did the 3rd and the 7th brothers die in the mountains? At this moment, a burly man built like a mountain bear asked gravely. I don't know either, senior brother, replied the white-robed youth who had appeared in the valley with a wry smile. The 3rd and 7th went separately from me. When we arrived, we only found their corpses and saw no trace of the enemy. Lao Chi was killed by decapitation, and the 3rd by having his heart gouged out. These 2 methods are too different, obviously not committed by a single person. Could they have been attacked by a group? The burly man, who had already examined the death states of the 2, speculated. I did check the valley, and indeed, aside from the 3rd and the rest, there were traces of another 2 people, the white-robed youth replied. As you said, it wasn't long after you separated from the 3rd brother that someone was able to easily kill them, he deduced. Clearly, the person who made the move must be much stronger than the 3rd brother. I thought the same, so I didn't dare stay in the mountains any longer and led everyone to retreat first, the white-robed youth concurred. The burly man nodded and didn't blame the white-robed youth for fleeing the scene. Since the 3rd brother had died, it was pointless for the 2nd brother and the others to remain in the mountains. But who exactly was the perpetrator? The power needed to easily kill the 3rd brother must not be far inferior to his own. Within the Wei Mansion, only Wei Xing had such strength. But Wei Xing couldn't possibly have left the Wei Mansion unless he truly intended to abandon his ancestral home. Could it be that the Wei family had sought external assistance, or was there another power meddling, trying to claim a share of the prize? At this thought, the burly man's heart tightened. If that was the case, they would need to be cautious. They couldn't afford to let others reap the benefits of the powers they had painstakingly built, making them a laughingstock among the Tian Heaven sect. Senior brother, isn't our master in the city? The white-robed youth asked cautiously. The master has gone out of the city to meet someone who could be so important that our master personally needs to receive them. The white-robed youth's eyes widened. The burly man glanced at him. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. The master's affairs are not for you to inquire about. Better think about how you'll explain the death of the 3rd brother to him when he returns. A chill ran through the white-robed youth, and he dared not inquire further. He knew that although he was the 2nd among the master's direct disciples, in the master's heart, his status was far below that of the eldest senior brother. He was even less favored than the 3rd brother, who was the master's adopted son. Many things were crystal clear to the eldest senior brother, yet he was utterly clueless. Like this pressing matter with the Wei family, which was supposedly about a treasure, he had no idea what the treasure actually was. It had seemed the eldest senior brother understood it very well. Jealousy briefly flared in the white-robed youth's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Time slowly passed, and by the time the morning sun had risen, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, unnoticed at first. It was a thin, somewhat fierce-looking old man with eyes like a sharp eagle. What's going on, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, what happened to them? A somewhat hoarse voice rang out, sending shudders through the burly man and the others. Only then did they notice the thin figure. Everyone hastily bowed in greeting. Master, 2nd elder. This person was none other than the white-robed youth's master, Wang Kengyi. Wang Kengyi, however, paid no heed to these gestures, his fierce eyes fixating on the white-robed youth. What are you telling me? How did the 3rd brother die? Under the oppressive gaze of the master, the white-robed youth broke out in a cold sweat. Master, it went like this. The white-robed youth shakily recounted the conversation he had earlier with the eldest senior brother. After listening, Wang Kengyi looked at the others. He casually pointed to one of them. Is that so? Ray, reporting to the 2nd elder, it is indeed as the 2nd senior brother said. By the time we arrived, the 3rd senior brother and the others were already dead, the pointy replied, trembling. So you're saying that you went into the mountains this time, and not only failed to capture Wei Xing's wife and child, but also lost the lives of the 3rd and 7th brothers. The white-robed youth shuddered, lowering his head. Yes, master. Wang Kengyi glared at the 2nd disciple. The white-robed youth trembled, and just as he could no longer hold himself up and was about to collapse, he finally felt the master's gaze shift away. Useless, Wang Kangyi huffed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he flung aside the white cloth covering the two corpses of Wang Qingshan, revealing their somewhat ghastly bodies. His gaze darkened as he looked at the wounds on the corpses of his two disciples. Wang Kangyi's expression was ice cold to the extreme. Good, very good. No matter who you are, daring to kill my disciples, I, Wang Kangyi, will remember this vengeance. Hearing Wang Kangyi's words filled with chill, the white-robed youth and others shuddered even more. But no one dared to speak up at this moment and provoke his ire. Even the burly man stood quietly to the side. After a while, feeling that his master's emotions had somewhat recovered, the burly man then said, "Master, we should first take care of the corpses of the third junior brother and the others, and the person who killed the third junior brother is extraordinary in martial arts. I suspect that there are other forces at play here. Our plan might need some alterations." Hearing this, the chill on Wang Kangyi's body weakened slightly as he began to ponder his eldest disciple's words. After a while, he finally said, "Ching, come with me inside. Second bro, take care of the third and the others' corpses." Seeing the eldest senior brother and master enter the house, the white-robed youth finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally passed this ordeal. Just now, he really doubted whether his master would turn against him. However, after feeling relieved, resentment once again surged in his heart. It was always like this no matter the situation. The master only discussed matters with the eldest senior brother. Although he was also a direct disciple, he always seemed like an outsider, always relegated to manual tasks, never earning the master's trust. Suppressing the resentment in his heart, the white-robed youth began to organize people to take care of Wang Qingshan and the others' bodies. Inside the house, the burly man asked Wang Kangyi, "Master, have you received the person you were waiting for?" "I have received him. I originally wanted to use my good friend's power to help you crush the Wei Mansion in one fell swoop, but from your words, it seems our plan needs to be delayed." Wang Kangyi's expression remained dark. The deaths of his two disciples made him suspect that other forces might also be meddling in this affair. But who could it be? Could it be those rivals from the Tiankang sect? But no matter who it is, anyone who obstructs him is his enemy. Even if they are from the innate realm, he would cut them down. Thinking of the treasure of the Wei family, Wang Kangyi's resolve strengthened even more. That treasure was crucial for his martial arts path. He was determined to obtain it. At the critical moment, even if it meant defying prohibitions and personally taking action, he would spare no effort. "Ching, go and check who killed the third. I want to see who dares to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth." "Yes, master." Lu Ching did not know that he and Little Li killing Tong Kanglang and Wang Qingshan had caused many speculations among the people of Tiankang sect. Indirectly, they had once again saved the Wei Mansion. In the following days, his life once again returned to tranquility. To avoid trouble, he even stopped visiting the large market. Every day, if he was not cultivating, he was learning medical skills from his master. Life was fulfilling, and so, while refining a bone-strengthening muscle-changing pill each day, his cultivation progressed rapidly. He was about to enter the small success of the muscle-bone realm. One morning, Lu Ching went to the half-mountain small courtyard, planning to ask his master for a 2-day leave to fully prepare for his breakthrough. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw his master sitting at the usual stone table. Just as he was about to approach and greet him, he suddenly sensed something was off. He noticed that his master's aura had undergone a strange change. It was as if the whole person had merged with the space of the small courtyard in perfect harmony. At that moment, the elder doctor looked over at hearing Lu Ching's footsteps. His gaze was very clear, as if it could see through one's heart, making Lu Ching shudder. He said, disbelief on his face, "Master, have you broken through?" Indeed, the elder doctor smiled. Lu Ching was immediately overjoyed. "Master, have you broken through to the innate realm?" Lu Ching asked excitedly. "No, not yet. I have only refined the divine soul power, but haven't officially entered the innate realm," the elder doctor replied. Lu Ching, upon hearing this, did not feel disappointed. The divine soul power is the most crucial step for someone in the postnatal realm to advance to the innate realm. The master was originally at half-step innate, lacking only the divine soul power. Now that the most critical component is in place, he is only a true step away from the innate realm. The next breakthrough, once it begins, will naturally follow, with no more obstacles. So when exactly can you properly advance to the innate realm, master? It will take a few more days. Once I regulate my essence, spirit, and energy to the optimal condition, I can attempt the energy induction and take that final step, the elder doctor said. "Master, didn't you say it would take at least half a year to possibly make the breakthrough? How come it has been so much sooner?" Lu Ching asked with curiosity. "It's also a stroke of luck," the elder doctor sighed. "The innate technique that you gave me is extraordinarily exquisite, and recently I have been studying the medical saints, green bag medical scripture. The two complement each other well, and this has deepened my understanding of the body's essence and the divine soul significantly, allowing me to advance this step ahead of time." Lu Ching was somewhat silent. He hadn't guessed wrong. His master was undeniably a genius in the path of cultivation. In his youth, he was able to deduce the exquisite and complete nourishing body boxing method from an incomplete cultivation technique. Now he has even managed to obtain enlightenment from the medical scriptures, making an early breakthrough. It is noteworthy that the master had no formal instruction on the path of cultivation. His own master was but a traveling folk doctor with only a rudimentary knowledge of boxing, not even a true martial artist. It can be said that the master's progress in martial arts has been almost entirely through his own solitary exploration. Yet even so, he has now reached a state where he has refined the divine soul power and is only a thread away from the innate realm. Although the opportunities given by the earth vein spirit liquid play a part, it is undeniable that the master possesses an extraordinary gift for cultivation. Of course, Ching also knew that the master himself probably didn't see it that way. In his heart, he probably didn't consider himself a martial artist, but merely a doctor who understood some cultivation methods. However, the master's imminent advancement to the innate realm is a great joy for Ching. He had saved Mrs. Wei and her child and had killed Wang Qingshan and Tong Kanglang with little Lei, greatly offending the Tian Kang sect. Although the Tian Kang sect might not necessarily be able to find out, it was still a hidden threat. Now that the master is about to break through, Ching felt more assured. Thinking of this, Ching took out a jade scroll. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. I may not have any grand gift for celebration, but this inheritance jade scroll is my gift to you. Ching presented the jade scroll to the master. Inheritance jade scroll. The elder doctor looked curiously at the jade scroll. Yes, the so-called inheritance jade scroll can only be created by those in the innate realm with considerable divine soul power. Such a small jade scroll can contain a vast trove of information and is very rich in content. The inheritance jade scroll can generally only be read by martial artists who have refined the divine soul power. The innate technique that I gave you came from this jade scroll. Since only those with divine soul power can read the inheritance jade scroll, how did you? The elder doctor was puzzled. His disciple had not yet cultivated divine soul power. In that cave, I had another incredible encounter and fortuitously received the complete inheritance. However, that was only once, and now I am no longer able to extract information from the jade scroll. This scroll is of little use to me, but can be presented to you, master. Ching gave the prepared explanation. He knew that his master's character meant he would definitely not inquire about the nature of his fortune. Sure enough, after listening, the elder doctor did not suspect further. According to Ching, that cave was capable of producing the miraculous treasure liquid, earth vein spirit liquid, so it being a place of strange occurrences was to be expected. The elder doctor took the jade scroll and studied it. Jade of the quality to be made into an inheritance jade scroll could not be ordinary. Only the very pure jade marrow could be used to create an inheritance jade scroll. Therefore, this jade scroll's appearance and jade quality were both exceptional, a treasure so rare that even as an ordinary artifact for enjoyment, it would be extremely valuable. However, the elder doctor was interested not in the jade scroll's appearance but the quaint patterns on it. Those patterns had a very unique charm for him. After examining for a while, the elder doctor could not discern any mystery. His realm was, after all, still too low. The patterns left by Wei Mansion, a master at the perfection of the innate realm, were not something he could see through yet. The elder doctor, following Ching's instruction, placed the jade scroll on his forehead and carefully probed into it with the bit of divine soul power he had only recently cultivated. The divine soul power entered the jade scroll smoothly. In the jade scroll, he sensed several small light clusters. He directed his divine soul power towards one of the light clusters. As the divine soul power touched the light cluster, a vast amount of information began to flood his mind. Ching watched as his master tried to read the inheritance jade scroll without intervening. Unless there was a divine soul restriction set on a jade scroll, merely reading the information it contained posed no danger. Wei Mansion didn't set up any restrictions when he created this inheritance jade scroll, allowing anyone who had cultivated divine soul power to freely read the information within. The elder doctor read the information on the jade scroll, his facial expression becoming somewhat stirred. Just as he was engrossed, he suddenly felt dizzy. It was because he had spurred his divine soul power to its limit. After all, his divine soul power had just been cultivated and was still very weak, not suitable for excessive use. Left with no choice, the elder doctor could only temporarily withdraw his mind from the jade scroll. I didn't expect that this predecessor Wei Mansion's fate was so full of ups and downs. After withdrawing his mind, the first thing the elder doctor said was a sigh. Apparently, he had also seen Wei Mansion's last words left in the jade scroll. Master, have you heard of this predecessor Wei Mansion before? Ching asked. I have not, the elder doctor shook his head. I have traveled all over for many years and have never heard the name of this predecessor. Ching was silent. This answer didn't surprise him. According to his estimates, Wei Mansion was at least 700 or 800 years old. Such a long time ago, dynasties could have been overthrown several times over. Let alone an innate realm expert, it was normal for no one to remember him. Master, I'll leave this inheritance jade scroll with you. When you officially step into the innate realm, you can cultivate the techniques inside. The elder doctor nodded and didn't say anything to refuse. At this point, there was no need for any polite words between the master and disciple. The bond between master and disciple had already surpassed everything else. By the way, I need to close off for 3 days to regulate my spirit and prepare for energy induction into the body, attempting a breakthrough. Remember to come over, the elder doctor said. 3 days later, Ching was somewhat surprised. I will certainly come to protect you, master. Being able to witness an innate realm breakthrough with his own eyes was also very beneficial for Ching. Protect what? As if someone is going to harm your master, the elder doctor laughed. That's true, it was inauspicious of me to say so, Ching quickly said. All right, I see your chi blood harmony and the powerful springiness in your limbs. As you move, you must be close to reaching the minor success realm, aren't you? The elder doctor said. Master's insight is like a torch, Ching said. I came up today to inform you that I was taking a few days off to focus on my breakthrough, but I didn't expect to hear such great news about Master's impending breakthrough. Your speed of cultivation is truly astonishing. Even those long-famed martial arts talents from the state mansion may not compare to you, the elder doctor exclaimed. His disciple had just broken through to the muscle-bone realm not long ago, and now he was already approaching the small success realm. But he knew that Ching had consumed earth vein spirit liquid, which greatly enhanced his talent. When it came to martial arts talent, he might not even be inferior to those peerless geniuses. Master will be in retreat for 3 days, and I'm just about to enter the bone marrow small success. It's perfect timing, Ching said with a smile. Descending from the half-mountain small courtyard, Ching was in high spirits. His master's unexpected breakthrough was an absolute pleasant surprise for him. Once officially stepping into the innate realm and adding the legacy left by Wei Mansion, who had reached the perfect innate realm, his master with his talent would quickly become a strong figure within the innate realm. By that time, his backing would be even more solid. With a joyful heart, Ching returned home. Inside the house, little Yan and little Li were playing Go. The two children seemed never to tire of this game, playing many rounds every day. And both of them had a strong competitive spirit, remembering the outcomes of their games very clearly. Now both could count past 1,000, saving Ching a lot of trouble. Originally, Ching had thought about whether he should get another game like Beast fighting chess for the little ones to change things up, but seeing that they didn't grow tired of Go, he couldn't be bothered to make the effort. Seeing the two children so absorbed in their game, Ching didn't disturb them. After speaking a word, he took his war saber and headed toward the bamboo forest behind the mountains. In the following days, Ching devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Then, on the morning of the 3rd day, he smoothly broke through to the muscle-bone realm small success. In the bamboo forest, Ching was practicing boxing. What he practiced was not nourishing body boxing. Instead, it was a chi blood realm boxing martial art that he found in his master's study. In previous days, as his saber technique reached the realm of harmony of strength and gentleness, deeply meticulous, Ching hit a temporary bottleneck in saber methods, where no further progress could be made. With nothing to do, Ching then took all the other martial arts secret manuals his master had collected, including the two-stick technique and swordsmanship methods he hadn't chosen at first. The elder doctor was aware of Ching's martial arts talent, far surpassing ordinary people, learning anything quickly. Plus, knowing Ching's character, who wouldn't confuse priorities, he let him take away all the secret manuals. After obtaining the manuals, Ching used his superpower to learn all the martial arts. With his current realm as a saber master, plus the assistance of his superpower, he quickly not only mastered all the martial arts, but even reached a considerably profound level, including the other 2 muscle-bone realm martial arts. However, after experimenting for a while, Ching found he still preferred using a saber, so he had no intention of switching to practice with other weapons. At this moment, what Ching was practicing was a boxing method from the secret manuals collected by his master. Named Fierce Tiger Fist, it was a chi blood realm martial art. Although it was a chi blood realm martial art, it was astonishingly powerful in Ching's hands. Every punch Ching threw made his entire sinews and bones sound like a drawn bow, bursting with tremendous power. Wherever the fist power went, there was a continuous whoosh, as if a real fierce tiger roared within him, quite terrifying. Such a momentum would probably have the creator of this boxing method, were he to see it, wide-eyed and tongue-tied, never imagining Fierce Tiger Fist could be executed with such vigor. Roar. After finishing the last move of Fierce Tiger Fist, Tiger Roar's dominate, Ching slowly retracted his stance. His chi blood was like a furnace, steaming sweat into puffs of white vapor. Sinews like bowstrings, bones like the bow's body. Drawing the bow as if to the full moon, the power is like consecutive arrows, capable of delivering 100 punches in a breath without losing strength, is known as bone marrow small success. The secret to this minor success realm lies in the words, drawing the bow as if to the full moon, the power is like consecutive arrows. Only when the strength and flexibility of the sinews and bones are both tempered to a certain level and capable of flexibly releasing force without damaging them, can one be considered to have achieved small success. The other day, Tong Kanglang was able to survive my full force strike with his saber without dying, without suffering much internal injury, not only because of the astonishing defensive power of his leather jacket. Another reason was that he had achieved the bone marrow small success. His sinews and bones were like springs, capable of flexing and shaking off forces, dissipating most of my strength. Lu Ching stood in the bamboo forest, with various epiphanies dawning on him. His understanding of the muscle-bone realm deepened even further. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although his mind had many high-level inheritances, expanding his horizons greatly, and understanding many profound realms rather well, the path of martial arts still required one to progress one step at a time. Only when his strength truly stepped into that realm could he have a deeper experience of the cultivation knowledge in those inheritances. Muscle-bone realm small success. Next comes the great achievement of sinew and bone. With the help of the bone-tempering pills, this realm won't be too far away from me, Lu Ching thought to himself in silence. Breaking through to muscle-bone realm small success naturally filled his heart with joy, but more than that, it was calmness. With so many opportunities obtained, his horizons had risen greatly. His goals for cultivation naturally became more ambitious too. Just a minor breakthrough within the muscle-bone realm was far from being enough to elicit his surprise. Now he had only one goal, and that was to reach the perfection of the internal organ realm as soon as possible, and then make a breakthrough towards the innate realm. Just in time, I can take a look tomorrow to see what mysteries lay in the breakthrough of the innate realm. Lu Ching thought of the agreement with his master, his eyes revealing anticipation. Grandpa Chen, early morning, in front of Half Mountain's small courtyard. Lu Ching, holding little Yan's hand with little Li standing on his shoulder, had just come up from the foot of the mountain. Seeing old Dr. Chen practicing boxing in front of the courtyard, little Yan called out sweetly, "Have you arrived?" The elder doctor completed the last move of nourishing body boxing and relaxed into the finish. "Master, your nourishing body boxing has reached a state of perfection, far surpassing your disciple," Lu Ching exclaimed. The boxing technique that his master had just demonstrated, devoid of any worldly flair and almost blending with the surrounding environment, was something Lu Ching had yet to achieve. "After all, your master has practiced for dozens of years more than you, so it's only natural that I've become more proficient," the elder doctor said with a smile. "It seems that these past few days of adjustment have been good for you." Lu Ching glanced at his master, who at that moment seemed like the most ordinary old man one could imagine, showing no sign of being a powerful martial artist about to step into the innate realm. Even for Lu Ching, without using superpower, he couldn't discern the slightest clue. This indicated that his master had achieved an astonishing level of control over himself, not revealing even a trace of chi blood. "You are a bit stronger than me, having so quickly achieved bone marrow small success." With the elder doctor's current realm, he naturally saw the level at which Lu Ching now was. The mentor and disciple exchanged a few words of praise for each other and then entered the courtyard. "Master, where do you plan to make your breakthrough?" asked Lu Ching. "I'll do it right here in the courtyard. I've lived here for so many years and am most familiar with this place. Smelling the medicinal fragrances in the courtyard gives me a sense of peace," the elder doctor said. Lu Ching nodded. From the legacy in his mind, he knew that the breakthrough to the innate realm doesn't necessarily demand a stringent external environment because heaven and earth primordial chi is omnipresent. As long as one's realm is sufficient, the external location wouldn't greatly affect the martial artist's energy induction. Of course, there are certain famous mountains and rivers, natural blessed lands, where primordial chi is inherently more abundant. There, the likelihood of breakthrough for martial artists is somewhat greater. However, such blessed lands are usually already occupied by other powerful forces and are not within reach for Lu Ching and his associates. Therefore, if his master felt that Half Mountain's small courtyard gave him peace, then it was the best place for a breakthrough. "Ah Ching, it's also my first attempt to break through to the innate realm. Pay close attention, it might give you some insights." The elder doctor sat cross-legged on his usual stone table where he drank tea, speaking in a solemn tone. "Understood," Lu Ching nodded seriously, then addressed little Yan and little Lei. "You two little ones should also carefully observe Grandpa Chen's transformation. The chance to closely observe a breakthrough to the innate realm is an immense opportunity for any postnatal realm martial artist." That's why Lu Ching brought the two little ones along. Even though they were young and naive, the implications of the breakthrough process could still imprint on their hearts, greatly benefiting their future growth. Even a spiritual beast like little Lei was not an exception. These were not Lu Qing's mere conjectures, but facts recorded in the legacy he had received from Li Weishan. That legacy mentioned that in some major sects, the breakthrough to the innate realm would often be observed as a ceremony to allow core disciples to experience the essence of an innate breakthrough in advance. The hope was that the breakthrough could bless the disciples, granting them insights that could smooth their cultivation path. Hearing Lu Qing's words, both little ones stared with wide eyes, seriously watching old Dr. Chen. Especially little Lei, whose keen spiritual awareness alerted it to the imminent miraculous changes in the elder doctor. The elder doctor closed his eyes and breathed quietly, waiting to adjust his body to the optimal state. Only then did he mobilize the divine soul power, refined through countless trials in his mind, toward the chi acupoint in the Danshan. The second step is using divine soul power to carve out a chi acupoint in the Danshan. Third step is to induce primordial chi into the body, drawing heaven and earth primordial chi into the chi acupoint of the Danshan, and refining it into one's own innate energy. Once innate energy is formed, one has truly broken through to the innate realm. Among these steps, the second and third cannot be separated. If the chi acupoint is opened but not nourished by primordial chi in time, it will quickly atrophy and close. If that happens, reopening it would be more than 10 times more difficult. So the first breakthrough for someone at postnatal perfection to the innate realm is the most crucial. If someone disturbs or attacks them during the breakthrough, delaying it and causing chi acupoints to close, a subsequent attempt at breakthrough would become exceedingly difficult. Such actions are akin to severing someone's path in life. At that point, even the closest of friends, spouses, or children might turn into sworn enemies. Understanding this critical point was why Lu Qing had volunteered to protect his master during the breakthrough. Under the guidance of the elder doctor's heart and spirit, the sliver of divine soul power in his mind quickly found its way to the Danshan, seeking the door to the chi acupoint. The door to the chi acupoint at the Danshan is elusive, mysterious, and profound, only detectable by the martial artist's divine soul power. That's why it's said that only those who have refined divine soul power at the perfection of the postnatal realm hold the hope of breaking through to the innate realm. Without divine soul power, unable to sense the door to the chi acupoint, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot open the chi acupoint and break through to the innate. The elder doctor had taken the earth vein spirit liquid, his vitality thrived within him, his body was in perfection without leaks, and his chi acupoints had already loosened. Thus, after he found the door to the chi acupoints, he easily opened them and established the chi acupoints. The newly established chi acupoints were still fragile and in an unstable state. At this point, it was necessary to utilize the power of the divine soul to carefully polish and thoroughly stabilize them. It was a painstaking effort, demanding high stability of the martial artist's heart and spirit. A slight impatience or excessive force could likely damage the chi acupoints. In such a case, even if one still managed to advance to the innate realm eventually, it might affect the foundation, making further progress difficult, trapping one in the initial innate realm. Fortunately, as an elder doctor who had lived through half a lifetime, he had witnessed countless partings by death and sorrowful cries in his life. He had treated even the most desperate patients. He had also felt the exuberant joy of those whom he cured. His heart had long been tempered to remain unmoved by honor or disgrace, and to view life and death lightly. In terms of stability of heart and spirit, perhaps many true experts of the innate realm could not compare with him. Therefore, he constantly polished his own chi acupoints unhurriedly. Even if his heart and spirit felt fatigued, he was not at all impatient. Finally, when his heart and spirit were nearly exhausted, the chi acupoints within his body were also finally polished properly by him, becoming completely stable and would never close again. After the stabilization of the chi acupoints, the elder doctor also found enlightenment. He immediately channeled the remaining divine soul power towards the 100 convergences point on the top of his head. Invisibly, the elder doctor thought he heard a faint sound. As the 100 convergences point opened, he suddenly felt his chi acupoints connect mysteriously with the outside world. At the same time, the divine soul power also sensed the heaven and earth primordial chi present everywhere, which he had never perceived before. What profound mystery this was between heaven and earth. The elder doctor was intoxicated in his spirit, moved by the entirely new world he sensed. Fortunately, he quickly came to his senses, knowing that he could not lose himself in this enlightenment of the universe. Otherwise, it would be easy for his heart and spirit to exhaust entirely, his will assimilated by the heaven and earth primordial chi, never to awaken again. Having come to his senses, the elder doctor immediately withdrew his heart and spirit, but carefully, using the subtle connection between his chi acupoints and the outside world, he used the power of the divine soul to carefully draw in a stream of heaven and earth primordial chi into his body. guiding it to the Dan Tian energy point. As soon as the heaven and earth primordial qi entered the qi acupoints, he immediately followed the secret technique left by Li Weishan to operate his qi acupoints and begin refinement. This was yet another painstaking effort. It was unknown how much time had passed before the elder doctor finally refined that stream of heaven and earth primordial qi into a strand of his own innate essence energy. When this strand of innate essence energy appeared within the qi acupoints, invisibly, it was as if ancient divine spirits were creating the universe. His already stable qi acupoints instantly expanded and fused completely with the entire Dan Tian. From then on, the Dan Tian was the qi acupoints. The qi acupoints were the Dan Tian, no longer distinguishable from each other. As the Dan Tian and qi acupoints became one, like a chain reaction, the elder doctor's entire body, including the divine soul power in his mind, also began an astonishing transformation. At the same time, in the external world between heaven and earth, an invisible essence spontaneously emerged. Lu Qing and Little Yan, witnessing this astonishing scene and feeling the awe-inspiring will of heaven and earth, were both mouths slightly agape, faces full of surprise. After the astonishment, joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. White mist appears, innate achieved, master has successfully broken through to the innate realm. With the inheritance in mind, Lu Qing naturally knew what this scene meant. White mist appears, innate achieved. This was recorded in the inheritance left by Li Weishan. The white mist was formed from extremely dense heaven and earth primordial qi, a reward from heaven and earth for a martial artist who had endured hardships and defied fate, breaking through from postnatal to innate. With this extremely dense innate essence energy supporting him, only then did the martial artist have enough energy to transform his physical body into an innate body. The strength of the physical body greatly increased, not to mention the lifespan also surged. Henceforth, if one were free of diseases and disasters, one could live a full 300 years. The white mist continued to gather, and Lu Qing's heart and spirit also rose. Every postnatal perfection breaking through to the innate realm took an indeterminate amount of time. The longer the transformation took, the more solid the martial artist's foundation was, and the greater the potential for future promotion. Generally, a common breakthrough to the innate realm would complete the transformation in just a quarter of an hour. Some martial arts geniuses, who had especially solid foundations, could sustain a longer transformation. In the future, within the innate realm, they could also maintain their exceptional status and become experts of the innate realm. Naturally, Lu Qing hoped that his master's transformation would last as long as possible. He also knew that his master was not obsessed with martial arts cultivation normally, so he was unsure how long his master's transformation could last. While waiting, that will of heaven and earth continually resonated, shaking the hearts and spirits of Lu Qing and Little Yan. Meanwhile, the strands of heaven and earth primordial qi that had coalesced into wisps of white mist also fell on them, merging into their bodies. This was the blessing of witnessing someone's breakthrough into the innate realm. Whether it was the heart and spirit imprint of this will of heaven and earth, or the heaven and earth primordial qi white mist, it was greatly beneficial to Lu Qing and the others. It could allow their future path of cultivation to proceed more smoothly. Time ticked away second by second, and Lu Qing kept track of the time. Gradually, his mouth began to gape, because he noticed that his master's transformation time had already lasted for a full half an hour without stopping. This had already doubled the transformation time of a regular innate realm practitioner. Is master's foundation so solidly built, or is it because of the earth vein spirit liquid? Lu Qing was very surprised. Within Lu Qing's amazement, another 45 minutes passed. He then saw that the white mist around his master gradually faded, and the omnipresent will of heaven and earth that enveloped the courtyard also slowly dispersed. When his master's body became visible, Lu Qing's eyes widened again. His master's appearance had vastly changed. The hair that had been somewhat grizzled was now dark and shiny. The wrinkles on his face had completely disappeared. His complexion was glowing, and he looked decades younger, reverting to a middle-aged appearance. "Brother, the tree is blooming." At this moment, Little Yan exclaimed excitedly. Lu Qing then noticed the tall old plum tree beside the stone table, which was now fully bloomed with white plum blossoms, overshadowing his master from above. Under this blanket of white, the elder doctor also opened his eyes. In his eyes was a calmness as deep and undisturbed as the sea. "Congratulations, master, for successfully advancing to an innate realm expert." Lu Qing stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Yes, I've finally broken through." A ripple appeared in the elder doctor's eyes as he spoke in a reflective tone. He had thought that this breakthrough would be smooth and swift, but it had still been fraught with danger, particularly at the moment when his heart and spirit burst through the 100 convergences point, and he perceived the heaven and earth primordial qi. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his will might have been assimilated by the cosmos, turning him into a soulless body. Indeed, every step in cultivation must not be taken lightly. Even with thorough preparation, dangers still lurked within breakthroughs. These are things one cannot understand without experiencing them firsthand. Grandpa Chen, you look so young. At this time, little Yan came closer, her tone full of surprise. Oh, really? The elder doctor examined his body before chuckling slightly. What is this anyway? I'm well into my 70s or 80s, and now I look like this, just giving others a reason to laugh. After speaking, he used some technique, and his chi blood quickly receded. His hair turned from black back to grizzled, and the wrinkles reappeared on his face. Apart from his demeanor being somewhat altered, everything had returned to how it was originally. Master, what is this? Lu Ching was astonished. It's just a small technique for receding chi blood, the elder doctor laughed. I'm already old, what do I need such a youthful appearance for? If people saw me like this, they might call me a monster, and how would I continue to practice medicine and treat people then? Lu Ching was at a loss for words. The master was truly the most genuine doctor. Having become an innate realm expert, his first thought was still how to continue healing and saving people. Such sincere dedication was truly rare. However, he was also amazed by his master's technique for receding chi blood. To be able to change one's appearance so freely, this technique was far more impressive than any disguise technique. The innate realm was indeed formidable. Master, now that you have broken through to the innate realm, what's the difference between the innate realm and the postnatal realm? Lu Ching asked curiously. Innate realm, huh? The elder doctor's face revealed an indescribable expression. This is a mysterious realm, but as for the specifics, you may first experience some of it. After saying this, an aura emanated from the elder doctor and enveloped Lu Ching. In an instant, Lu Ching felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. The space around him seemed to solidify, making it difficult to move even a single finger from head to toe. Lu Qing's gaze immediately showed horror. Although he knew his master would not harm him, the suffocating sensation of being in the deep sea still frightened him. Fortunately, the aura was swiftly withdrawn. The elder doctor merely let Lu Ching experience the pressure of the innate realm before retracting it. A sense of relief washed over Lu Ching, clearing the earlier suffocating feeling as if it had been an illusion. As for little Yan and little Li, they were still clueless, completely unaffected, and feeling none of their master's aura just now. But Lu Ching knew it was not an illusion. He had indeed been unable to move. If his master had wanted to kill him, it would have been a matter of mere thought. Master, what was that just now? Lu Ching quickly asked. His mind contained the legacy of the innate realm level. However, the legacy couldn't possibly cover every detail about the innate realm. Li Weishan was not the type to fuss over things. What I just demonstrated is the unique, innate pressure of the innate realm, explained the elder doctor. Postnatal perfect martial artists who have cultivated their divine soul power, upon breaking through to the innate realm with the aid of heaven and earth laws, will see their sliver of divine soul power quickly nurtured and strengthened considerably. This divine soul power, combined with the aura of the innate realm, forms a unique pressure. Although it cannot directly harm a person, it can intimidate the heart and spirit of martial artists. Within the postnatal realm, only those with great resolve and strong can break free from this intimidation. Even if there are martial artists who can resist being intimidated, under such pressure, their minds would be clouded, and their bodies burdened, hardly able to exert 3 or 4/10 of their full strength. Innate pressure, Lu Ching murmured to himself. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of the power of the innate realm. Not to mention the body of an innate realm and the mysterious innate true chi and how formidable they were. Just the innate pressure alone gave him a natural advantage when facing postnatal realm martial artists. That's right. So Ching, if you encounter someone from the innate realm in the future, you must handle them with caution and never foolishly offend such beings. The elder doctor knew his disciple had an astonishing talent and that it would not be long before he could step into the inner organs realm. A dazzling cultivation talent is often accompanied by strong confidence. He didn't want Lu Ching to potentially provoke a dislike from an innate realm person in the future due to a lack of respectful attitude. In that case, even with stunning talent, before absolute power, it would be vulnerable, shouldn't offend the innate realm. Lu Ching scratched his head upon hearing this. Master, if you had said this a few days earlier, perhaps it might have been possible, but now, it's already too late. I seem to have already offended someone from the innate realm. What do you mean? The elder doctor was taken aback. A few days ago, wasn't I gathering herbs in the mountains? Then, in a valley, I happened upon Magu being pursued. My guess is that those 2 villains who were chasing Mrs. Wei and her son might be from that force threatening the Wei family in the county these days. I slayed them, and the mastermind behind that force probably won't let things rest. Lu Ching detailed the event of how he had saved Magu and Mrs. Wei and her child a few days ago, including the part where he killed those 2 disciples from the Heavenly Kang sect. The reason he hadn't spoken earlier was firstly because the master had not yet made his breakthrough, and speaking would have been useless. Secondly, as the master was about to break through, he couldn't let his master worry, affecting his mental state. Now that his master had finally broken through to the innate realm, he could speak freely about it. After listening to Lu Qing's account, the elder doctor fell silent. He hadn't expected that. No sooner had he cautioned him not to lightly offend the innate realm, his disciple revealed he had already done so, possibly even offending a well-established innate strong person. Yet he couldn't say Lu Qing had acted wrongly, because he knew that if he himself had faced such a situation, he would have surely intervened, unable to merely watch as Magu and Mrs. Wei and her child were harmed. At most, he would not take the life of those two individuals. But he knew his disciple's strength. Until recently, he had only just entered the muscle-bone realm. To have survived against two such powerful opponents was already a miracle. To speak of holding back was pure folly. So for the moment, the elder doctor truly didn't know what to say. "Master, did I do something wrong?" Lu Qing asked somewhat nervously. The elder doctor sighed. "You were trying to save people at the time. What fault is there in that?" Facing such an event, it can only be said that the luck of us master and disciple is lacking. There is no talk of right or wrong. Realizing his disciple had indeed offended such a powerful entity, suddenly, the elder doctor felt that his own breakthrough was somewhat less sweet. Had he not made this breakthrough, he wouldn't have realized how powerful the innate realm was, and his heart wouldn't be as worried as it was now. "Master, now that you are also of the innate realm, you shouldn't have to be so wary of other innate realm experts, right?" Lu Qing asked. "Your master, how could I compare with other innate realm experts?" The elder doctor said with a bitter smile. "This old man is just a doctor, not good at fighting or killing. How could I possibly be an opponent for those innate realm experts who have been cultivating from a young age, coming all the way through battles? Wouldn't it work even with the legacy left by Senior Li Weishan?" The elder doctor was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "That's the only option left, I guess. However, the cultivation technique left behind by Senior Li Weishan is extremely mysterious, and I don't know if this old man can learn it." "You definitely can, master. You were able to cultivate to the inner organs perfection realm with just the nourishing body boxing technique. Surely Senior Li Weishan's cultivation technique won't pose a problem for you." Lu Qing immediately flattered. "Stop feeding me delusions. Your master knows his own limitations," scolded the elder doctor with a laugh. But given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to give it a try, to see if he could learn one or two simple cultivation techniques from the inheritance left by Senior Li Weishan. He didn't seek to defeat the mysterious innate realm expert, only to gain a bit more strength, enough to protect both his disciple and him, as well as the villagers of this hamlet. Seeing that his master intended to cultivate the legacy left by Li Weishan, Lu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his master's temperament. Without a bit of pressure, his master would prefer to study medical skill even after his breakthrough, and would not think of cultivating Li Weishan's cultivation techniques so quickly. As for whether his master could learn the techniques from the Jade Scroll, Lu Qing wasn't worried at all. His master was able to deduce a refined internal organ cultivation technique, like the nourishing body boxing, from an incomplete technique without any martial arts heritage. And in such a short time, he had penetrated the innate technique left by Li Weishan, forged divine soul power, and stepped into the innate realm. In any case, his master could be considered an out-and-out martial arts prodigy. It's just that his master had always been engrossed in medical skill and didn't have a clear understanding of his own talent. "Master, the disciple knows that the innate true chi cultivated in the innate realm comes with attributes." "May I know what attribute your innate true chi is?" asked Lu Qing. "My innate true chi has not yet gained an attribute." However, to Lu Qing's surprise, the elder doctor shook his head. Seeing the astonishment on Lu Qing's face, the elder doctor smiled. He knew this disciple of his, although he had obtained many innate realm cultivation techniques, still had only a superficial understanding of many matters of the innate realm. After all, the path of cultivation is deeply mysterious, and there are many aspects one cannot fully grasp without personally experiencing that realm. Put simply, if the realm is not reached, no matter how much one knows, one cannot comprehend thoroughly. There's nothing difficult to understand about this. The human body is mysterious beyond measure. Aside from those with extraordinary talents or born with disabilities, normal people have all 5 elements chi within their bodies circulating endlessly, which keeps them robust, spirited, pain-free, and healthy. How can there be any distinction of attribute? The description in the records that the true chi attribute of the innate realm is innate is actually the result of intentional cultivation by the cultivator. The innate true chi initially cultivated in the innate realm is without attributes, like the dawn of heaven and earth, a blank slate of purity. Only through subsequent cultivation do innate realm martial artists combine true chi with divine soul power, utilizing cultivation techniques, and selectively refine heaven and earth primordial chi from the outside world, allowing their innate true chi to be infused with attribute chi. Thus, he eloquently shared his insights with Lu Qing. Master, you mean that after breaking through to the innate realm, the choice of which cultivation technique to practice is the key to determining the attribute of one's true qi. Lu Qing suddenly understood. Exactly everything in the world can be divided into the 5 elements, and the heaven and earth primordial qi is no exception. What attribute of heaven and earth primordial qi the innate realm chooses to refine is the key to determining the attribute of one's true qi, the elder doctor nodded. When the divine soul power emerged from the 100 convergences point and sensed the colorful primordial qi between heaven and earth, the elder doctor's knowledge of heaven and earth primordial qi deepened significantly. Then is it possible to refine all the 5 elements primordial qi together, so one's true qi also incorporates all 5 elements? Lu Qing speculated. In theory, it is possible, but a person's energy is limited. Refining one type of qi might already consume most of the cultivation time of those in the innate realm. How could there be more mental energy spared to refine more heaven and earth primordial qi? Lu Qing also realized that made sense. Grasping too much yet unable to digest, the outcome of excessive greed is often gaining nothing at all. If cultivating all 5 elements were so easy, then the innate realm cultivation techniques of this world wouldn't be differentiated by attributes. Then Master, what cultivation technique do you plan to practice? Lu Qing knew that among the inheritance left by Li Weishan, there were several innate realm cultivation techniques. Their attributes varied from one another, and it was unknown which one his master would choose to practice. I have not yet decided. I still need to consider it further. The elder doctor shook his head. Having stayed at Half Mountain Small Courtyard for a while, and seeking guidance from his master about the innate realm, Lu Qing gained a deeper understanding of the realm before departing with little Li and little Yan. The master had just made a breakthrough and needed time to close up and digest the insights from the breakthrough. It wouldn't be good for Lu Qing to disturb him for too long. However, before leaving, the elder doctor also warned little Li not to become too unruly just because it could turn invisible. It turns out that little Li and little Yan were playing catch in the courtyard, where little Li had once again used its invisibility skill to play hide and seek with little Yan. Yet the now innate realm elder doctor pierced through the mystery of its invisibility with a single glance. This made Lu Qing shiver inwardly, knowing that his previous guess was right. Little Li's ability to turn invisible couldn't deceive the perception of innate realm experts. Likewise, he also knew that, seemingly cautioning little Li, the master was in fact admonishing him not to rely too much on little Li's invisibility skill to embark on more dangerous ventures. After all, when he recounted the rescue of Magu and others, he mentioned how Wang Qingshan was slain by little Li. Since returning from Half Mountain Small Courtyard, little Li and little Yan had begun to feel sleepy. Lu Qing knew this was because both little creatures had absorbed quite a lot of the primordial qi white mist from the master's breakthrough. This primordial qi white mist, formed by the condensation of the heaven and earth laws, contained an extremely gentle and rich life energy, a unique substance second only to earth vein spirit liquid, and greatly beneficial to the human body. Even a few strands absorbed by an ordinary person could strengthen the body and eliminate illness, let alone the large amount that the 2 little creatures had absorbed. Feeling sleepy was because their bodies could not fully digest so much primordial qi mist at once, necessitating sleep to slowly process it. Even Lu Qing now felt a tremendous energy stirring within him that he was finding hard to cope with. Lu Qing sent the 2 little ones to bed to rest, and after ensuring they had fallen asleep, he went to the courtyard, assumed his stance, and began to practice nourishing body boxing. Once his body was in motion, the energy formed by the primordial qi white mist found an outlet. It started to integrate into his qi blood, sinews, bones, and even deeper into his body, as Lu Qing's heart and spirit directed it. Doing so not only rapidly strengthened Lu Qing's body once more, but also filled it with an even greater vitality. This cultivation session ran uncommonly long for Lu Qing. He practiced the nourishing body boxing back and forth, again and again. He cultivated from when the sun blazed overhead until dusk fell. If it weren't for the villagers often seeing Lu Qing practicing boxing in the courtyard, they might have wondered if he had gone mad. Still, seeing him practice for such a lengthy period made some villagers worry about whether his body could withstand it. Neighbor Zhang from next door came out several times to the edge of Lu Qing's courtyard, watching with concern as Lu Qing practiced his boxing with complete absorption. If not for the fact that Lu Qing's complexion showed no signs of abnormality, he might not have been able to resist speaking out to interrupt him. Lu Qing paid no attention to these things. Deeply immersed in the cultivation of nourishing body boxing, he was in a wondrous state. Finally, as the last sliver of the setting sun disappeared, Lu Qing's body shook, and his bones and muscles suddenly crackled with noise. He actually broke through again and achieved great achievement in the muscle-bone realm. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Qing quietly sensed the condition within his body. Indeed, just now, he had successfully broken through to the great achievement in the muscle-bone realm. The opportunity gained from witnessing the innate realm breakthrough was truly not small. Only yesterday he had broken through to the small success in the muscle-bone realm, and with the absorption of the primordial chi white mist while witnessing his master's breakthrough, in less than a day, he had broken through again, entering the great achievement in the muscle-bone realm. Such cultivation speed, if it were known to other martial artists, would likely astonish them beyond words. Moreover, Ching also felt that after stepping into the great achievement in the muscle-bone realm, the vital energy transformed from the primordial chi white mist hadn't been completely exhausted. The remainder was lurking deep within his body, quietly nourishing his physical body. At this rate, he estimated that reaching the perfection of the muscle-bone realm would not be too far off. "Ah Ching, what was that just now?" At that moment, an astonished voice rang out. Ching turned his head and saw that old Zhang and a few other villagers were staring at him in surprise. Clearly, they had been scared by the extraordinary phenomenon of his muscles and bones crackling and chi force vibrating just now. "Oh, it's nothing. I had some enlightenment in martial arts this afternoon and just successfully broke through," Ching answered. In fact, while he was practicing his punches, he could sense the surroundings and knew about the movements of old Zhang and the others. However, since they did not disturb him, Ching did not pay it much mind. But seeing the worried looks on old Zhang and the others' faces, Ching thought it would be better to practice in the bamboo forest behind the mountain in the future. This time, because little Yan and little Li were in deep sleep, he did not want to go far and chose to cultivate in the courtyard. "It's like that, then good." Upon hearing Ching's response, old Zhang and the villagers all heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not understand cultivation, they knew it was a good thing from Ching's words and felt happy for him. After knowing that Ching was all right, old Zhang and the others gradually dispersed. Ching went back to his residence and found that little Yan and little Li were still deep in sleep. He did not disturb them and made himself dinner. It was not until the next morning that the two little ones woke up from their deep sleep. As soon as they woke up, they both started clamoring with hunger. Ching brought out the breakfast and fish that he had prepared earlier, and the two little ones began to eat heartily. While the little ones were eating, Ching also used his superpower to check on them. First was little Yan. Amidst the rich red hue, a trace of golden superpower light suddenly blossomed in front of Ching. Lu Zioyan, a human cub female. Fortunate little one, after consuming the earth vein spiritual liquid, seems to have accidentally awakened a special talent. Ice skin jade bone, a physique pure and free of filth, ice clear and as clean as jade, a naturally born cultivation seed, which makes cultivating water and cold attribute cultivation techniques twice effective with half the effort. Due to the absorption of the vital energy condensed from the heaven and earth rules during an innate realm breakthrough, her body contains a trace of an innate Taoist body essence. Hiss, Ching was first shocked by the trace of gold in the superpower light that appeared from little Yan. Next, as he saw the last piece of information, he took a sharp intake of breath. Innate Taoist body. This was an extraordinary physique highly venerated in the heritage of the Divine Talisman sect. Legend had it that those with such an extraordinary physique were true darlings of heaven and earth, favored by the heavens. No matter what they cultivated, their progress was incredibly fast, with virtually no bottlenecks. Let's put it this way, the cultivation of the Rune path was already difficult enough, and it was impossible for anyone who wasn't a true genius to even begin. But in front of a real innate Taoist body, even the Rune path would become very simple, and entering it would be as easy as eating and drinking, almost. He had not expected little Yan to possess a trace of the innate Taoist body physique, although it was just a trace, but it was enough to illustrate how terrifying her current talent was. If the Divine Talisman sect still existed, with its esteem for the innate Taoist body in the heritage, they would probably be scrambling to take little Yan under their wing. After observing little Yan's changes, Ching turned his attention to little Li. Then he saw that within the rich red light, a stroke of golden superpower light mixed in appeared again. Black Knight Spirit Fox, a mountain spiritual beast, young, female. Extremely fast, with claws sharp enough to shatter stone and gold, cutting everything asunder. Possessing a talent skill, its fur can twist light, blending into darkness. According to legend, the Black Knight Spirit Fox loves fish but has a natural aversion to water, forever gazing at fish with longing. Due to the absorption of the vital energy condensed from the heaven and earth rules during an innate realm breakthrough, it shows signs of evolving into an innate spiritual beast. The superpower light that emerged from little Li's body had a gold hue even denser than little Yan's. Likewise, it had an additional piece of information reveal. Innate spiritual beast, what's that? However, Ching was not familiar with what the information referred to. In the heritage left by the Divine Talisman sect, there was no mention of innate spiritual beasts, but judging from little Yan's situation, this innate spiritual beast must also be an incredibly formidable living creature. He had not expected that after one night of sleep, both little ones would gain such great benefits. Compared to that, his hard work cultivating half a day to break through to the great achievement of the muscle bone realm seemed rather ordinary. Brother, what's wrong? Does little Yan have rice on her face? Seeing Lu Qing staring blankly at her, little Yan, not understanding, touched her own face and asked, "There's nothing." Brother was just thinking, keep eating. Lu Qing came back to his senses and smiled. At the same time, he also took it seriously in his heart. The better the talents of the two little ones, the more he could not relax in his cultivation of them in the future. Otherwise, he would waste such a good opportunity. Little Yan, seeing everything was all right, buried her head and started eating again. At that moment, Lu Qing felt something tugging at his trouser leg a few times. Looking down, he saw little Li sitting in front of him. "What's wrong, little Li?" Lu Qing asked. Little Li pointed at her food bowl with a little paw. Lu Qing looked over only to see it empty. "You finished that quickly." Lu Qing was surprised. He had given little Li the usual amount of fish, which normally took her quite a while to eat. Could it be that after absorbing the primordial chi white mist, her appetite had also grown? "Little Li, are you still hungry?" Roar. Little Li nodded her head. "Then I'll go get you some more." It seemed her appetite really had increased. Lu Qing got up and walked to the kitchen. It was only when he reached the kitchen that he realized there were only a few fish left in the tank, not enough to make up many little fish. Because he had been focused on cultivation these past few days as well as looking forward to his master's breakthrough, Lu Qing had not gone fishing. As a result, the fish in the house had been nearly eaten up. Lu Qing scooped up the remaining few little fish and brought them to little Li. "Little Li, this is all the fish we have left. Will it be enough for you?" Little Li looked at the several little fish jumping around in the basin, then at Lu Qing, and moisture began to form in her big eyes. Stop, I get it, I'll go fishing for you in a bit. Don't cry, okay?" Seeing her like this, Lu Qing immediately shouted. The moisture in little Li's eyes slowly began to dissipate. "Brother, has little Li finished all her fishy?" asked little Yan. "Yep, brother hasn't had the time to go fishing these past few days, and we've eaten all the fish at home." Little Li's eyes began to well up again upon hearing this. "Little Li, be good. We can go fishing with brother later, then you can eat the freshest fishy." Little Yan stroked little Li's back to comfort her. Upon hearing this, little Li immediately looked up at Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded directly, "Sure, let's go fishing together." After all, little Li had the invisibility talent, so there was no worry about her being seen. She had also followed them on a few fishing trips before. Seeing that Lu Qing agreed, the little black beast perked up immediately with its tail raised high. She really enjoyed going fishing with Lu Qing. In her eyes, Lu Qing's ability to constantly pull those fish from the water with a bamboo rod, fish that she could only watch but not catch, was something magical and impressive. Knowing that they would go out to play later, little Yan quickly increased her eating speed. With a few gulps, she polished off the rice in her bowl. "Brother, I'm full. Can we go fishing now?" "Wait a sec, let me wash the bowls first." Lu Qing shook his head, gathered the dishes into the kitchen, washed them, and put them away before he went to get the fishing gear. Fishing rods, creels, landing nets, bait. After everything was prepared, the two little ones were already waiting obediently by the side. Little Yan was carrying a little bamboo basket on her back. That was something Lu Qing had asked a villager skilled in bamboo weaving to help make. The little one often followed him around, including on fishing trips. She needed her own basket to carry her little trinkets like small toys. "Brother, I can help you carry some." She then shouldered the landing net and with a proud and imposing gesture pointed forward, "Let's go." Then she charged ahead. Lu Qing watched, amused, locked the door behind him and followed her out. As for little Li, she had already entered her invisibility mode and hopped into little Yan's basket. After all, little Yan's physical condition was very good now. This little weight was no problem for her. In the village, little Yan ran ahead while Lu Qing followed at an easy pace. When the villagers saw them, they immediately understood what was going on. "Ah, Ching, going fishing again?" a villager asked. "Yep, just going to cast a few lines when there's nothing else to do," Lu Qing nodded. "I really don't understand why you like fishing so much. Don't you get sick of eating so much fish?" The villager did not understand. They often saw Lu Qing going fishing and he always had a good catch. If it were them eating fish every day, they would have long grown tired of it. It's okay to taste fish occasionally, but eating it every day, how could they stand the fishy taste? It's all right. "It's my one hobby and I also like eating fish. Plus, my master likes to have fried little fish with his drinks," Lu Qing said with a smile. He couldn't exactly say that there was a major fish lover in the house who devoured fish like it was her life. "Fried in oil, huh? That must taste so good. No wonder the elder doctor likes it." The villagers' eyes immediately widened. They couldn't even begin to imagine how delicious fried little fish must taste. Unfortunately, oil wasn't cheap, and even if they knew how to make it, they wouldn't dare to use that much. "It's pretty nice. If you have time, you're welcome to try it at my place." "Haha, then I really should give it a try when I have the chance." After chatting with a few villagers, Lu Qing left with little Yan, heading to the riverbank outside the village entrance. His first stop was the miracle fish fishing spot. This had become a habit for Lu Qing. Every time he went out fishing, he would spend some time at this spot. hoping to catch another strange fish. After all, he had promised little Lee that he would let her taste the flavor of strange fish again. Unfortunately, after catching those 2 golden loaches, he had never managed to catch another strange fish again. Previously, Ching had marveled at how unexpectedly plentiful strange fish were in the river outside the village. Now, it seemed it wasn't that the river was full of strange fish, but rather that he was still in the newbie protection period when he first came to this world, which allowed him to continuously catch them. Now that the newbie protection period had passed, not to mention strange fish even, the scales of the strange fish were no longer to be found on his hook. Ching had also tried looking in other river sections to see if he could find another miracle fish fishing spot, but he had walked 10 miles up and down the river outside the village and still hadn't found another spot where strange fish appeared. There were primary fishing points, but the information displayed did not mention any strange fish. In the end, Ching concluded that there was probably only that one miracle fish fishing spot in the river outside the village. As for the reason, it must be the few blood apricot trees by the bank of the fishing spot. That was the fundamental reason that attracted the strange fish. However, Ching had never figured out the origin of the blood apricot trees. He had even picked some blood apricots for his master, but his master also did not recognize the fruit, and after testing its medicinal properties, did he find it to be a very good medicinal herb. As for why it could attract strange fish, that was also unclear. Sitting in front of the fishing spot, Ching skillfully hung 2 blood apricots on the hook, then cast them into the water. During this period, Ching had upgraded his fishing rod once again. Aside from still using snow silkworm silk for the fishing line, the rod and hook had both been replaced, especially the hook, which he had recently asked Magu to order for him in the city, at the blacksmith shop, and had cost a fair amount. 10 hooks had cost him 10 pieces of silverone for each hook. If you really calculated by weight, a hook was even more precious than an equivalent amount of gold. Initially, when Magu heard the price of the hooks, he was shocked, and his look at Ching was somewhat odd. He hadn't expected that Ching had such an extravagant hobby, spending so much on just a few hooks. Of course, Ching didn't care about what Magu thought. He wasn't short of money now, not to mention the silver he had received from Happy Village. There was also a large amount of gold and silver at his master's that they didn't know how to deal with. Spending a bit of silver to order a few hooks was nothing to him. Besides, you get what you pay for the hooks made by the great blacksmith indeed had really good quality. Their toughness was almost comparable to his war saber, not to mention being used for fishing they were more than enough for use as exotic weapons. After casting the hook into the water, Ching began patiently waiting. Little Lee then appeared, squatting beside him and staring intently at the float. As for little Yan, she had already taken out her toys from her little basket. She knew that just like her brother, whenever little Lee came to the river, he would be engrossed in fishing and wouldn't play with her, so she simply entertained herself. Watching little Lee's serious demeanor, Ching felt amused. The little guy really had the potential to become a little fisherman. If it weren't for the fact that its paws weren't good at grasping things, he would have made a small fishing rod for it to play with. The hook had been in the water for quite a while and there was still no movement. Ching had long grown accustomed to this. He even suspected that there might no longer be any strange fish in the river. The reason he still came each time was merely out of habit, and from a slight feeling of, what if there is still one, inside his heart. After a while, seeing that the float still hadn't moved, Ching was about to reel in his line and move to another fishing spot to catch ordinary fish. This spot had been fished by him quite a few times before, and there weren't many fish left below. It needed some time to recover. Just as Ching reached out to reel in his line, the next moment, the float that had been quietly stationary on the water's surface suddenly quivered and then violently plunged toward the bottom. Good heavens, another sneak attack. At the same time, little Lee's eyes instantly bulged round. Seeing a fish suddenly pull on the line, Ching was actually not surprised. This otherworld's fish liked to launch sneak attacks, and he had long since gotten used to it. What excited him was that this time, he had baited the hook with blood apricots. Normally, only strange fish showed interest in eating these. Ordinary fish seemed to mostly ignore them. Feeling the strong pull coming from the rod, Ching could almost be certain that the one on the hook this time was definitely a strange fish. Apart from big green armored fish, none of the other ordinary fish in the river possessed such an exaggerated strength. Little Lee couldn't keep calm at this point either, pacing anxiously by Ching's side, nearly beside herself with wanting to help him pull the rod in. Little Lee, don't worry, the fish won't get away. Ching soothed the little black beast, while he himself held the fishing rod steadily in his hand. With his current martial arts prowess, it was naturally impossible for him to be pulled off balance by a fish like he used to be. Hearing Ching's words, little Lee finally calmed down a bit and sat down by the shore, but its eyes remained fixed on the water surface, and its tail swished restlessly, betraying its inner turmoil. Ching, holding the fishing rod, started to walk the fish. He was now a martial arts expert at the great success of the muscle bone realm, and his saber technique realm was even at the grandmaster level, having comprehended the harmony of strength and gentleness in great detail. This was coupled with the much upgraded fishing rod. With his strength, walking the fish was almost too easy. In no time, a fish with a faint golden color, with a soft and slender body, was pulled up by Lu Ching. Ow ow ow, seeing the fish being pulled up, little Li immediately got excited. Circling around Lu Ching's feet, it kept making excited noises. Brother, this fish is so pretty. Little Yan, who had been playing on her own under a tree behind, heard the commotion and ran over too. Don't rush, little Li, let me see what fish this is first, then I'll give it to you to eat. Lu Ching unhooked the fish and weighed it. The fish wasn't heavy, weighing just over 2 pounds, but its strength was definitely not small. When Lu Ching was walking it, he found that its strength was even greater than the red moon carp he had caught before. If his fishing rod hadn't been upgraded, it would have been doubtful whether he could have pulled it in. The most obvious feature of this fish was the 2 long barbels hanging from the corners of its mouth, almost half as long as its body. Its body was covered in scales with a faint golden hue, which looked very attractive under the sunlight. Holding the fish before him, Lu Ching used his superpower to quietly examine it. Soon, a half-red, half-white superpower light emerged from the body of the fish. Dragon whisker fish, strange fish, clad in golden scale armor, possesses astonishing strength and swims with incredible speed. Contains spiritual charm, flesh is tender and nourishing, a true yang element. It is said that there is a trace of Jiaolong bloodline in the dragon whisker fish, hence its flesh is full of yang energy, and it is highly nourishing. Dragon whisker fish. Lu Ching looked curiously at the strange fish in his hand. According to the description, this creature should be more suitable for males to consume. Would there be a problem if little Li ate it? However, seeing little Li's eager eyes fixed on him, Lu Ching knew if he didn't let it eat, the little one would probably cry on the spot. But Lu Ching thought that a spiritual beast like little Li already possessed a very special magical intuition. It could easily differentiate what was beneficial or harmful to it. Since it so longed for this strange fish, it probably meant that it was quite beneficial for it. After some thought, Lu Ching decisively tossed the fish to little Li. All right, little Li, this strange fish is for you. Always staring intently at the strange fish in Lu Ching's hand, little Li was overjoyed. It pounced on the fish, caught it, and took it to a clean patch of grass nearby to eat voraciously. With every bite, it blissfully squinted its eyes and the tip of its tail waggled happily. Seeing it eat so joyfully, Lu Ching also became relieved. He baited the hook with 2 more blood apricots and cast it into the water again. Though he thought the chances were slim, he still wanted to see if he could catch another strange fish. Not long afterward, having finished the fish, little Li, completely satisfied, licked its paws a while, then sat down next to Lu Ching again, expectantly watching the water surface. Both the person and the little beast had the same wish to catch another strange fish, but this time they were destined to be disappointed. After a long wait and seeing no movement from the float, Lu Ching knew this time strange fish was the only one. Catching another one was no longer possible. However, Lu Ching had figured out a pattern. Clearly, the key to attracting strange fish to this spot was the blood apricot trees nearby. As long as there were blood apricot trees, there would always be strange fish attracted after a certain interval of time. So if little Li wanted to eat strange fish again, it would have to wait a while. Lu Ching shared his suspicion with little Li, and instead of feeling disappointed, little Li was happy. Because it meant that after some time, it would get to eat its favorite strange fish again, something it had never even dared dream of before. After confirming that they couldn't catch a second strange fish, Lu Ching, along with little Yan and little Lei, moved to another fishing spot. It was a new spot he had discovered a few days earlier, a bit far but plentiful with fish, and he had no concerns about making a catch. At the new spot, Lu Ching reeled in constantly, allowing little Li to eat its fill until it was round-bellied before stopping to feed it and putting the fish in a bucket. After its feast, little Li did not cling to Lu Ching and went off to play with little Yan. After little Li, the major fish consumer, was no longer beside him, Lu Ching's fish storing efficiency also began to increase. It didn't take long before there were over a dozen large fish of more than 2 pounds in the fish basket, and as for the small fish, there were almost half a bucket of them. Swoosh! Another small fish was flung into mid-air, and Lu Ching picked it off and tossed it into the bucket, feeling a wave of satisfaction and comfort. Lately, he had been busy with cultivation, and occasionally fishing like he was doing now was a great way to relax. The path of cultivation also needed controlled relaxation. Exclusively harsh cultivation sometimes would make one too tense, which could easily lead to problems. Roar! Just as Lu Ching was immersed in the relaxation of fishing, suddenly little Li appeared before him and called out somewhat solemnly. "You're saying someone is coming." Lu Ching's expression turned serious. Having been with little Li for so long, their tacit understanding was exceedingly high. He could essentially discern the meaning behind Little Lee's expressions and movements. If it had been a villager approaching, Little Lee would definitely not act like this. It had to be someone from outside the village, and not just any ordinary person, for Little Lee to be so cautious. Could it be that a foreign martial artist was approaching? A thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind. Little Lee, where are the people now? Little Lee pointed a tiny claw in a direction. Are there many people? Little Lee nodded. Lu Qing did not hesitate. First, he instructed Little Lee, then called out to Little Yan, who was not far away. Little Yan, come here quick. What's the matter, big brother? Little Yan ran over briskly. Okay, Little Yan obediently agreed. Lu Qing quickly gathered their belongings, then carrying the items and holding Little Yan, they swiftly departed. With Little Lee's special sensing capabilities, they didn't encounter anyone along the way and smoothly returned to the village. After returning to the village, he didn't put Little Yan at home, but carried her directly to Half Mountain Small Courtyard. After speaking with his master, Lu Qing then left Half Mountain Small Courtyard with Little Lei. With so many martial artists suddenly appearing near the village, he had to clarify the situation. Little Lei, can you sense those people now? Having strapped the war saber on his back and reaching the village entrance, Lu Qing tied a red rope on the letter tree and asked. Little Lee shook its head. Its special sensing had a range, and beyond a certain distance it could no longer sense anything. Lu Qing began to ponder. Since those people weren't near the village, it meant they weren't directly targeting the village. What were they heading towards? The market. As this question emerged, Lu Qing already had the answer in his mind. Only a place like that could draw so many martial artists into action. Could Mrs. Wei and the others have been exposed? Lu Qing wasn't sure, but he knew that he had to find out quickly. Tightening the war saber strapped to his back, Lu Qing's gaze turned towards the market direction, striding toward it. Today wasn't a market day, and villagers seldom left the village. So along the way, Lu Qing didn't encounter anyone. Howl, just when he was about to reach the market, Little Lei, invisible on his shoulder, suddenly tugged at his hair with its claw. You're saying the martial artists are up ahead? Lu Qing's heart became alert, knowing he had guessed right. Those people were indeed heading for the market. It seemed like Mrs. Wei and the others had been exposed, but why exactly that happened was still a mystery. After all, Magu wasn't supposed to be so careless. With his doubts, Lu Qing concealed his entire aura as he quietly moved forward. With his mastery in saber techniques, if he chose to, by completely suppressing his chi blood, even inner organ realm experts couldn't sense him unless they were within 3 steps. Lu Qing quietly advanced and soon heard a voice. Mr. Feng, what kind of wind blew you here to visit my small market with so many people? Lu Qing recognized the voice as Magu's. He felt a surge in his heart, sensing that the situation might not be as he had thought. The voice came from the direction of Magu's house, so Lu Qing approached nearby. Silently, he positioned himself atop a large tree and looked down. He saw 2 groups confronting each other in front of the house. One group was Magu with Zhao Tian and 7 or 8 subordinates. The other group stood with over 20 people, nearly half of whom were martial artists by their aura. The leader was a tall, broad man with long arms and legs, and a scar on his side face, exuding a fierce and formidable aura. Judging by the numbers, Magu's side was at an absolute disadvantage, not to mention in terms of the number of martial artists. Haha, before Lu Qing had a chance to use his superpower to check the profiles of these people with a laugh, the leader from the opposite side spoke. He said, nothing much, I just came here wanting to seek Brother Ma's advice on a matter. Not long ago, my Black Wolf gang's 9th master and some brothers mysteriously died in a nearby village. The village itself was burnt to the ground, leaving no trace of their bodies. I wanted to ask Brother Ma if he knows who did this. Black Wolf gang. Lu Qing was shocked by these words, immediately focusing intently on the tall man. Soon a thick white light emerged from his body. Fangde, nicknamed Black Wolf, leader of the Black Wolf gang, ruthless, merciless, bullies the weak and fears the strong. Cultivation, postnatal muscle bone realm, great success. Indeed, it was the Black Wolf gang. Lu Qing swept his gaze over the others and found that they were all members of the Black Wolf gang. Not only was the gang leader Black Wolf there, but most of the other key members were also present. This truly is a coincidence. A chill slowly rose in Lu Qing's eyes. However, he did not act rashly and continued to watch quietly. The sudden arrival of the Black Wolf gang was indeed strange, and who knew if there were other reasons behind it. Mr. Fang jokes, I Magu, have offended the nobles in town and have been thrown into this forsaken place by my clan. I spend my days in the estate, drinking and reveling, barely involving myself in external affairs. I only found out about the fire at Happy Village the next day, and by the time I sent people to investigate, all that was left were ruins. I am not sure what specifically transpired. However, isn't there a rumor in the city that the Wei family is behind this? On the other side, Magu was shaken by Black Wolf's questioning, but his expression remained unchanged. HMPH, don't try pressuring me with the Wei family. The Wei family is now like a clay figurine crossing a river, barely able to save themselves, and before long, they will likely be exterminated and disappear from Kang County. Black Wolf snorted coldly and seethed with anger upon hearing Magu's words. Everyone in the county knew that he had been defeated by the Wei family's Silver Moon guards in a single move, sustaining serious injuries and losing face. Magu's mention of the Wei family was clearly a jab at him. You claim you know nothing about what happened at Happy Village, but someone in our gang saw women from Happy Village in your Ma family's textile workshop just 2 days ago. How do you explain that? Magu was startled inwardly, but kept a normal expression on his face. Is that so? I really wouldn't know. Matters of the family's textile workshop have never been under my control. When I have the chance, I shall inquire with the workshop's manager for you. Magu, do you take me for a fool? Black Wolf sneered. Since people appeared in your Ma family's domain, it's clear that your family cannot be separated from the death of our 9th master and the destruction of Happy Village. Your Ma family must have colluded with the Wei family. I suspect that Wei Xing's wife and child are hidden by your family, and they might even be concealed within this very estate. Black Wolf, don't spout slander. Magu's face suddenly turned stern as he shouted, do you really think my Ma family is easy to bully? You think you can just throw dirt on us as you please? Are you trying to start a war with the Ma family? Haha, start a war. Are you qualified? Black Wolf laughed in derision, his face full of contempt. If it were before, I might have given 2 hoots about the Ma family, but now, go back and ask those old folks in your clan if they dare to clash with our Black Wolf gang. Magu shuddered. He knew that Black Wolf's words were true. Ever since the Black Wolf gang had pledged allegiance to those mysterious martial artists, their power had swelled rapidly. If it came to blows, the Ma family stood no chance at all. But he couldn't allow Black Wolf to have his people search the estate. Although Mrs. Wei and her son were hiding in a secret room, the Black Wolf gang members, fierce and crafty as they were, excelled in stealth and thievery, so it was uncertain whether the secret room would remain undiscovered. Thinking of this, Magu became secretly anxious. He didn't know if Mrs. Wei and her son had heard the commotion outside and escaped through the underground passage in the secret room. The sudden arrival of Black Wolf's people had caught him off guard, leaving him no time to help Mrs. Wei and her son escape. If you dare not, then step aside. Seeing Magu's troubled expression, Black Wolf's face grew even more smug. He knew that on normal days, despite the apparent respect others showed him, in reality, family scions like Magu did not really hold the Black Wolf gang in high regard. Seeing Magu's frustrated expression, yet unable to say anything, brought Black Wolf joy as if he were eating snow in June. Brothers, go in and search, leave no stone unturned, Black Wolf commanded, waving his hand to the gang members behind him. Yes, dozens of Black Wolf gang members roared in response, ready to press forward. Wait a minute, damn it, don't know how to appreciate a gesture. Magu intended to stop them again, but Black Wolf had already erupted in fury, his large fists stirring up a fierce wind as he aimed a punch at Magu. Black Wolf's punch was tremendously powerful, his whole body's chi blood erupting like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, utterly terrifying. Magu's heart filled with dread. He hadn't expected Black Wolf to strike the moment he said he would. Already with an injured shoulder not yet fully healed, he did not dare to block Black Wolf's punch, which was full of momentum. Instead, he stamped his foot and quickly retreated backward, dodging the punch. Boom. Black Wolf's punch missed, creating a gust of wind that caused Xiao Tian and the others to turn pale and retreat continuously. Not bad. Black Wolf revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw Magu dodge his almost sneak attack punch. However, having already made a move, he was not the type to just let things go. Seeing Magu retreat, Black Wolf pressed his advantage, stepping forward and launching another punch towards Magu's chest. This time Magu had nowhere to retreat to, as right behind him was the tightly closed door of the house. Seeing Black Wolf's fist almost upon him, Magu grit his teeth and had no choice but to raise his uninjured right hand, preparing to take the punch head-on. At this moment, Magu felt immense regret. He had left in a hurry earlier and had not brought his war saber otherwise. He would not have been so passive. Black Wolf's strength was far superior to his. If he took this punch, he feared his right hand would be ruined. Seeing Magu daring to face his fist, a hint of cruelty flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. Just as he was about to unleash his power and shatter Magu's arm with a punch, a piercing howl suddenly sounded by his ear. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart, causing a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Black Wolf was shocked. No longer caring about Magu, he quickly retracted his punch, twisted his body, and punched behind him. Bang! Dust filled the air, and a stone the size of a fist was shattered by Black Wolf's punch. The broken pieces shot out swiftly in all directions, and a few unlucky members of the Black Wolf gang who were hit by the debris suffered bleeding head wounds and screamed in pain. However, Black Wolf had no time to care about them. Although his punch had shattered the attacking rock, his arm also violently shook, and his fist was in pain, already bloodied. The force contained within the stone was shockingly strong, no less than a full-force punch from him. Who is it? Black Wolf was greatly alarmed and looked toward the big tree where Ching was hiding. Hee hee, I didn't expect that I'd run into the scum of the Black Wolf gang here, truly an unexpected pleasure. A sigh sounded, and a silhouette appeared at the top of the big tree. Lu Ching brother, Magu, having survived a near-death experience, joyfully looked up at the tree. Young Master Lu, Xiao Tian and the others were just as shocked to see the person who appeared atop the tree. Lu Ching brother, young Master Lu. Hearing Magu and the others' exclamations, Black Wolf squinted and looked at Lu Ching in the tree. When he saw Lu Ching's face, his heart couldn't help but shake. There was no getting around it. Lu Ching's appearance was just too young, looked like nothing more than a teenager. But how could a teenager exert the terrifying force of the stone from earlier? Black Wolf tried hard to sense Lu Ching's strength, but facing Lu Ching, who had retracted his chi blood, he couldn't make out any details. The other members of the Black Wolf gang were also stirring. No one expected that the person who had attacked their boss was such a young kid. Black Wolf, filled with doubt, directly shouted, "Kid, who are you?" An enemy, Lu Ching, standing on the tree, said calmly, "Aren't you looking for the person who destroyed Happy Village?" "That was me." Hearing this, the members of the Black Wolf gang stirred again. "It was you." Black Wolf's gaze sharpened. "What grudge does my Black Wolf gang have with you that you would commit such a ruthless act and slaughter the entire village? Don't you think your methods are a bit too cruel? Cruel, you say?" Lu Ching chuckled upon hearing this. It seems the Black Wolf gang really has no self-awareness of the evil it has done. Forget it. There's no reasoning with scum like you. After all, you are just a bunch of beasts wearing human skins. What did you say? Hearing Lu Ching's arrogant words, the people from the Black Wolf gang could no longer hold back. They who always strutted around the county unchecked had never been so openly humiliated. Someone skilled with the hidden weapons swiftly hurled a dart at Lu Ching. "Kid, get down here." The dart was fast and urgent, and in the blink of an eye it reached Lu Ching, aiming at his head. Lu Ching's expression remained unchanged, his fingers lightly lifted, and he had already clamped the dart. "Here, take it back." In the next instant, a white flash passed by. Before anyone could see what happened, a scream sounded. Turning their heads to look, the member of the Black Wolf gang who had launched the dart had already fallen to the ground. A large hole was torn open in his throat, blood pouring out nonstop, and right next to him on the ground, a dart was lodged. It was the very one he had previously directed at Lu Ching. "Eighth Master, Old Eight, Brother Eight," members of the Black Wolf gang cried out. But with his throat torn open and his windpipe ripped, the Eighth Master clearly could no longer respond to their calls. His eyes filled with terror, gurgling in his throat but unable to make a sound. After struggling for a while, his eyes lost focus, his legs stretched out, and he was gone for good. Eighth Master. The members of the Black Wolf gang were shocked by the Eighth Master's death. Looking at Lu Ching again, their eyes were now filled with fear. The Eighth Master was a martial artist who had reached great success in the Chi blood realm, and his skill with hidden weapons was well known in the county. To think that ambushing this young man would not only prove unsuccessful, but also result in one's own dart causing one's death. With a casual strike, he could kill a martial artist with Chi blood great success. Just who could this fearsome young man be? Old Eight, Black Wolf, seeing his sworn brother die, felt equally anguished. He fiercely turned to Lu Ching. "You brat, truly heartless and ruthless. Today, if I don't kill you, I, Black Wolf, swear I'm no man. To beings like you, who never deserved to be called human in the first place, you're nothing more than beasts, not even worthy to be pigs or dogs." Lu Ching spoke lightly, but his words were incredibly venomous. "Good, good, good. I, Black Wolf, hereby swear, if I don't skin you alive, dismember your limbs, hang and sun-dry you for 7 days, then capture all your family members and friends to torture them to death, to appease the spirits of my fallen brothers, then I truly don't deserve the title of man." Black Wolf was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ching, grinding his teeth with every word. His appearance, as if ready to tear someone to pieces, made Magu and the others tremble with fear. Knowing that Black Wolf was on the verge of madness, especially Xiao Tian and the others, who felt themselves shaking, because they all knew that Black Wolf was someone who could indeed do as he said. In the county, who didn't know that Black Wolf was a madman who, at times, acted with complete disregard for consequences, and the actions of the entire Black Wolf gang were similarly insane, vengeful and ruthless, almost like their tagline. In the Western District, unless necessary, few were willing to provoke conflict with them, because once provoked, one might face a madman's vicious attack. This was also why the Black Wolf gang, despite not being the strongest, still arguably had the reputation as the leader of the 3 major gangs in the Western District. Now that young Master Lu had enraged these madmen, a deadly battle was inevitably upon us. "Yes, boss, we must capture this brat, torture him to death, and avenge the 8th and 9th Masters. We must force him to reveal where his family is, capture them all." The members of the Black Wolf gang, encouraged by their leader, regained their courage and began shouting frenziedly. The fear they had of Lu Ching a moment ago vanished. Faced with the crazed manner of the Black Wolf gang members, Lu Ching's expression didn't change. He mocked, "Is that all you Black Wolf gang people can say to intimidate others?" I recall that heart-plucking wolf said the same few lines, and then his head was chopped off by me. Good, very good. By now, Black Wolf was so enraged he was almost at a loss for words. No longer did he think about what grievances Lu Ching might have with the Black Wolf gang because it no longer mattered. He just wanted to capture Lu Ching immediately and torture him to death with his own hands. Bring him down. At his command, the people of the Black Wolf gang made their move. Those skilled with hidden weapons launched them. The archers drew their longbows and shot arrows, and even those who knew nothing of hidden weapons picked up rocks and clods of earth, hurling them with all their might at Lu Ching. For a moment, a barrage of various hidden weapons and arrows cloaked Lu Ching in the tree. Although the Black Wolf gang members had just witnessed Lu Ching's proficiency with hidden weapons, they didn't believe he could maintain his position in the tree under such an onslaught. As expected, faced with so many attacks, Lu Ching didn't try to resist. His form shrank and he vanished from the top of the tree. When he reappeared, he was already at the base of the tree, having dodged all the hidden weapons. But at the bottom of the tree, there were already people waiting for him. Black Wolf had anticipated that his underlings' hidden weapon attacks would not be effective against Lu Ching. His goal was simply to force him down from the tree. Seeing Lu Ching indeed fall from the tree, Black Wolf was elated. Without a second thought, as Lu Ching's feet had yet to touch the ground and his body was suspended in the air without leverage, he violently threw a punch. When the punch was thrown, Black Wolf's eyes were filled with cruelty. This punch, if it connected, would shatter even a martial artist of the muscle bone realm's bones, causing severe injury or even instantaneous death. Faced with such a daunting punch, Lu Ching's expression remained unchanged. He extended his hands, lightly touched, and had already caught hold of Black Wolf's arm. Then with a twist and a pull, using the force of that punch, his body lightly drifted backward, steadying himself firmly on the ground. How is that possible? Watching Lu Ching effortlessly, unscathed, catch his full-powered punch, Black Wolf's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous expression. He couldn't believe that his punch, delivered at such an exquisite timing with all his might, was so easily dissolved by Lu Ching. The key point was, even after exchanging blows, he still couldn't discern his opponent's realm. Lu Ching's chi blood was completely retracted within his body, preventing him from seeing through to any details. What kind of monster was this kid? Good at hand-to-hand combat, Lu Ching looked at Black Wolf, showing a hint of amusement in his eyes. Just in time, I have taken some interest in hand-to-hand martial arts recently. Let's use you for practice. Arrogant brat. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf's temper flared once more. He found that this kid's mouth was genuinely venomous, with every sentence uttered utterly humiliating. If he failed to kill him today, he feared that every time he remembered this, he would explode with rage. With a shudder of his arms, Black Wolf lunged at Lu Ching again. He refused to believe that this youngster, at such a young age, could possibly have a higher martial arts realm than him, who had been cultivating for decades. Such a figure simply couldn't exist in this desolate place. As Black Wolf lunged, his momentum was fierce, and his movement technique was extremely agile. His hands turned into claws, just like a giant steppe wolf king pouncing on his prey. This was his signature technique, the Black Wolf Fist. He had received this technique from an internal organ realm eccentric who came from the western border. That eccentric had spent decades in the steppes of the western border, observing the dominant giant wolves' habits, and created this overbearing and ruthless technique. When mastered to perfection, one could step into the internal organ realm that countless martial artists yearned for. In his youth, Black Wolf met the eccentric and, by chance, learned of the man's abilities. He then hatched a sinister plan, using smooth talk to earn the eccentric's trust, and became apprenticed to him, becoming the man's sole disciple. After becoming the disciple of the eccentric, Black Wolf attended to him day and night. After 3 years, he finally received the true teachings and was bestowed with martial arts knowledge. Once he obtained the secret techniques, Black Wolf immediately revealed his true colors. Already sick of serving the eccentric, one day at lunchtime, he poisoned the food with a rare toxin he had painstakingly acquired. The unsuspecting eccentric ate it and was instantly struck by violent poison, his inner organs seriously damaged, leaving only a fraction of his original strength. After the eccentric was poisoned, Black Wolf struck immediately, ambushing and crippling his limbs. Then, after torturing him in every way possible, he finally decapitated the man who had cursed him for 3 days. After killing the eccentric, Black Wolf swept up all his possessions and fled far away. Finally settling down in the remote Kang County, relying on the elixir medicine secret manuals left by the eccentric, he rigorously practiced martial arts until his cultivation soared, leading to the establishment of the Black Wolf Gang. During the foundation of the Black Wolf Gang, it was through the Black Wolf Fist that he fought his way to the top, gaining a firm foothold in the western part of the county town and thriving. Therefore, Black Wolf was full of confidence in his proud technique. He believed that even if someone was at the same muscle-bone realm of great success, they would surely not be a match for his Black Wolf Fist, which he had immersed himself in for decades. With agile and strange footwork, Black Wolf blinkingly arrived in front of Lu Qing. His claws, like a wolf king on the hunt, traced a bizarre trajectory as they lunged for Lu Qing's throat. Bring it on. Facing the ferocious Black Wolf, Lu Qing's gaze remained calm. Rather than retreating, he advanced. His chi blood exploded in an instant, his strong energy vibrating the air around him, causing it to crack like thunder. His shoulders sinking, his fist twisting with a stomp that shook the ground beneath him, his right fist, swift as a thunderbolt, shot out directly at Black Wolf's heart. Fierce tiger fist, fierce tiger heart pluck, roar. Lu Qing's punch erupted with a might more than tenfold stronger than Black Wolf's. Under the surge of air currents, an almost imperceptible tiger's roar sounded in conjunction with the tremors underfoot, shaking everyone's heart. What? This sudden outburst from Lu Qing was wild beyond Black Wolf's imagination. Facing Lu Qing's punch, which was both extremely fast and fierce, he had no time to react. Before his claws could touch Lu Qing's throat, he felt a severe pain in his heart, and the blood that surged up uncontrollably spurted out violently. His entire body was hurled backward, crashing into the large tree where Lu Qing had previously been standing, shaking down countless leaves. At his chest there was a gaping hole, completely penetrating front to back. Boss, big brother, chief, seeing Black Wolf propped up against the tree trunk, slumped in a sitting position, all the members of Black Wolf gang couldn't help but shout out loud. Their hearts were filled with panic as well. Just moments ago, they had watched with their own eyes as their usually mighty boss had his chest blown open by that kid's fist, piercing through his back and sending him flying backward into a tree. Now, looking at the huge hole in Black Wolf's chest, the members of the Black Wolf gang knew that their boss probably wouldn't survive. Black Wolf was not yet dead. The strong life energy of a martial artist at the bone marrow small success level allowed him to cling to life, even with such severe injuries. But as his drooping head looked down at the gaping hole in his chest and his heart, which had been blasted to pieces, disbelief still filled his eyes. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take one move from Lu Qing. Even more unbelievable was that this kid before him was so young, yet like him, he had already reached great success in the muscle-bone realm. Indeed, just a moment ago, when Lu Qing suddenly erupted with power, Black Wolf finally recognized his martial arts realm. Step by step, Lu Qing slowly walked toward Black Wolf, standing in front of him with a trace of regret on his face. It really is a pity. I thought you might entertain me a bit. Let me test the results of my recent cultivation. To think you couldn't even take one punch. Who are you exactly? Black Wolf looked up at Lu Qing, struggling to speak. He couldn't fathom when the Black Wolf gang had provoked such a terrifying individual. A young martial artist at great success in the muscle-bone realm, even in those ancient major sects, would likely be few in number. Why would such a being appear in such a remote county, claiming to have a grudge against their Black Wolf gang? You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I have come to annihilate your Black Wolf gang. Lu Qing spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the other Black Wolf gang members not far away. Roar, a faint roar of a tiger echoed, and as Lu Qing swung his arms forward, two members of Black Wolf gang were solidly struck in their chests. A series of bone-snapping sounds followed, and the two members of Black Wolf gang spurted blood, flying backwards and had already breathed their last halfway through the air. Fierce tiger fist, tiger pouncing down the mountain. With one move, Lu Qing killed two members of Black Wolf gang and remained expressionless as his figure never stopped, his fists striking out in tandem, blasting two more into the air with broken limbs and bones, dead before they hit the ground. In the following time, Lu Qing was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep with every punch. A member of Black Wolf gang was killed. At the beginning, the people of Black Wolf gang thought to use their numbers and fight him. But when they saw that Lu Qing killed two people with every move he made, in just a blink of an eye, only half of their number was still standing. Even the household heads struggled to block his strikes. The remaining people immediately fell apart. Ah, run for it, this guy isn't human. Monster, a monster, spare me. Mercy, good sir, mercy. The members of Black Wolf gang were fierce but not fools. Seeing that they were no match for Lu Qing, they started fleeing or begging for mercy, no longer showing their earlier arrogance. However, how could Lu Qing possibly show any mercy to these wretches filled with evil deeds? Whether fleeing or begging, he treated them all the same, pursuing and killing with a single punch. Very soon, he had killed all the members of Black Wolf gang. Even the second and third in command, who also had the strength of the muscle-bone realm, couldn't withstand a punch from him and were blasted to death with their inner organs shattered. In a brief time, the Black Wolf gang, which had arrived with such a ferocious and invincible momentum, was entirely slaughtered by Lu Qing alone. Magu and the others on the side were already staring, dumbfounded. As for Xiao Tian and his companions, there was no need to mention them. Their gazes toward Lu Qing were full of reverence, as if he were a god. They had personally experienced how threatening Black Wolf's presence was. They could never have imagined that such a strong and ferocious martial artist would be killed by Lu Qing with just a single punch. How powerful is young Master Lu after all? Even Magu watched with full shock in his heart. He knew Lu Qing's strength not long ago. He had personally witnessed Lu Qing slay a mysterious martial arts expert of the bone marrow small success realm. Even his saber technique had once forced an expert of the internal organ realm to temporarily avoid its edge. So the moment Magu saw Lu Qing appear, his heart settled down considerably. He knew that his own life and those of Xiao Tian and the others were temporarily safe. With Lu Qing's strength, even facing someone like Black Wolf, who had reached great success in the muscle-bone realm, he would likely not be much worse off. Not to mention that mysterious and unpredictable living creature that could easily slay even internal organ realm experts. However, what he didn't expect was that in just a short period of time since then, Lu Qing's martial arts cultivation had explosively increased to a level even he couldn't see through. Without even drawing a sword, just a single punch had blown away the Black Wolf, who had long been famed in the county for his prowess in the muscle-bone realm of great success. Such rapid improvement in cultivation level left Magu immensely shocked. After all, it had been less than half a month since they had last met. Master Ma, are you all unharmed? Only after killing all the members of the Black Wolf gang did Lu Qing turn his attention to Magu and the others. As for the Black Wolf, he had already died from the violent assault by Lu Qing while he was killing the others in the Black Wolf gang. Luckily, Brother Lu Qing, you arrived in time. We're all unharmed, Magu said in relief. By the way, Brother Lu Qing, how did you come over here? During that brief conflict, no one from their side had died. The most seriously injured was a subordinate with a gashed head. His wound had been caused by a small stone chipped off by Black Wolf's punch that smashed the rock, which then splattered out and hit him. I was fishing by the river with Little Yan not long ago when I inadvertently saw this group of people. Seeing them rushing towards the market with such momentum, I was worried that something might happen, so I hurried over. Magu was rendered speechless for a moment. He knew Lu Qing was fond of fishing and had even spent a lot of money crafting some expensive fish hooks. But to think that Lu Qing stumbled upon the Black Wolf gang's trail just because he was out fishing. Master Ma, how should we deal with these corpses? Lu Qing asked, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground. Let Xiao Tian and the others take care of it. Magu gestured dismissively. They're familiar with this sort of thing. Xiao Tian and the others. Master Ma, don't make it sound like we're some kind of killing maniacs. We're familiar with it only because we helped young Master Lu dispose of an entire stronghold's worth of corpses last time, right? However, these were the thoughts they dare not voice in front of Lu Qing, keeping their complaints to themselves. Standing in front of Black Wolf's body, Magu felt a wave of emotion. Black Wolf's reputation had been quite prominent in the county. Muscle-bone realm great success, even in the county, could be considered to be at the pinnacle level of strength. Apart from the Wei family and the county lord mansion, no family's martial artist could confidently say they could suppress Black Wolf. Yet such a formidable martial expert had been killed by Lu Qing in just one move. Brother Lu Qing, you should have left a survivor earlier. Black Wolf gang's arrival seemed odd. We do not know who instigated them to come and find trouble in my insignificant place, Magu said. There's no need for such trouble. The person who directed them has already arrived. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly spoke. What did you say? Magu was startled. However, Lu Qing did not answer him and instead looked towards a large tree not far away, declaring loudly, Your Excellency has been here for quite some time. Aren't you planning to show yourself? Magu furtively glanced behind that tree. Interesting, a mere muscle-bone realm youth managed to discover my presence. Boy, who exactly are you? A voice came from behind the tree. Immediately following, a white-robed young man holding a jade fan stepped out from behind the tree. When Magu saw the young man in white clothing, his whole body trembled immensely. Not only because he had previously not detected any trace of the other party, but more so because in his perception, the chi blood on that young man's body was like a deep abyss, even more terrifying than the middle-aged man he had encountered in the Nameless Valley. A martial artist of the internal organs realm, and he was even more formidable than that middle-aged man from before, from the internal organs realm. Magu instantly made a judgment in his heart. Lu Qing's expression was equally solemn. In his field of vision, a dense red light was radiating from the body of the young man in white clothing. Bai Yuhua, disciple of the Northern Border Sky Blue sect, a martial artist of the Innate realm who is the second disciple of Wang Kangyi, characterized as devious and treacherous, unpredictable. Cultivation, small success in postnatal internal realm, possesses an explosive secret technique that can temporarily double combat power. Due to his master Wang Kangyi's favoritism and estrangement, he harbors resentment toward his master and is extremely jealous of his fellow disciples. Indeed, it was someone from the Sky Blue sect. Lu Qing, understanding the information about the young man in white, felt clarity in his heart. However, although Wang Kangyi is an expert of the innate realm, his ability to teach disciples is truly poor. How come each one of his disciples is rebellious by nature? It's bad enough that the disciples don't get along with each other, but they also harbor much resentment towards him, their master. On the other hand, the young man in white was equally astonished in his heart. Recently, due to the deaths of the seventh disciple and third disciple, his master was furiously enraged and issued a command to definitely find out which sect forces were meddling. Among them, he also received a mission, which was to continue searching for the whereabouts of Wei Xing's wife and child. After seeing the manner of death of the third and seventh disciples, how could the young man in white dare to expose himself to danger so easily? But he couldn't defy his master's order, so he directly drove a gang that he had recently subjugated to search for information outside of the city. As for himself, he followed behind these people, looking to potentially startle the hidden snake into revealing itself. Due to his wariness of that mysterious force, the young man in white didn't dare to get too close to Black Wolf and his men, always hiding 1 or 2 miles away. In this way, he could ensure that he would notice in time if Black Wolf and his group caused any disturbance, and it also ensured his own escape route at any moment. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of this distance that by the time he heard the screams of the Black Wolf gang's men and approached, it was already too late. In that short span of time, Ching had already slaughtered all the members of the Black Wolf gang. The inner heart of the young man in white shook as he looked at Ching's youthful face. Just now, as he sneakily approached, he had witnessed Ching kill the last few members of the Black Wolf gang. Judging from the outburst of chi blood, he knew that Ching was a martial artist with great success in the muscle-bone realm. Great success in the muscle-bone realm was not unusual, but such a young martial artist with great success in the muscle-bone realm was extremely rare. Even within those top major sects, such a talented disciple was a rare sight. At the very least, their sky blue sect didn't have such a genius. Thus, at the glimpse of Ching, the young man in white clothing was almost certain that Ching was undoubtedly linked with the mysterious force they were searching for. Ordinary families and clans simply could not nurture such a young martial artist with great success in the muscle-bone realm. Having identified Ching's identity, the young man in white intended to retreat. But he never expected that his movements would be called out by Ching. Remarkable, to think that a mere martial artist with great success in the muscle-bone realm could detect my movements. Which sex core disciple might you be? Asked the young man in white, waving his jade fan with a carefree air. Hearing his words, Magu's heart jolted, knowing his previous guess wasn't wrong. Ching indeed had reached the realm of a great success martial artist in the muscle-bone realm. However, Ching did not answer him, but said with a serious expression, "Magu, you retreat to the side first." Magu nodded and quickly moved back without any hesitation or delay. He knew that his presence would only serve as a burden to Ching. The young man in white flashed a hint of displeasure when he saw Ching ignoring him. However, he didn't immediately get angry. Instead, he became more cautious. Ching's arrogance had to be based on something substantial. The scenes of the third and seventh brothers, deaths in the nameless valley, flashed through his mind. With this in mind, the young man in white clasped his hands and said, "Since you do not wish to reveal your identity, I won't intrude further. Farewell." After speaking, he lightly tapped his foot and began retreating backward. This unexpected turn of events caught Ching off guard. He hadn't expected that a martial artist from the internal organ realm would retreat without a fight when facing him, a martial artist of the muscle-bone realm. Truly, it was the character described by Superpower as being cunning, unpredictable, and not concerned with face. The moment he sensed something amiss, he immediately sought escape. But could he really escape? Ching stepped forward and chased in the direction the young man in white had left. "Magu, leave this place to you, okay?" Watching Ching and the young man in white disappear behind the trees, Magu had no other choice but to comply. Such a level of combat was beyond his capacity to intervene. Yet he wasn't worried about Ching's safety, because he knew that if Ching dared to chase after him, the mysterious creature that had appeared in the nameless valley must be nearby. That was a terrifying being capable of easily slaying internal organ realm martial artists. With that being nearby, what he had to consider was whether the young man in white could manage a successful escape. "Magu, what should we do now?" At this moment, Xiao Tian and the others cautiously asked. The brief aura that the young man in white presented upon his departure had made them tremble with fear. It was a sensation far more dreadful than Black Wolf. They could scarcely imagine what kind of expert would possess such a terrifying aura. "Continue dealing with these bodies here. I need to go inside for a moment. Don't worry, with brother Ching here, nothing will go wrong." After giving his instructions, Magu hurried into the residence. When he arrived in the secret room and saw that Mrs. Wei and her son were still there, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had been frightened that they might have already fled through the tunnel, which would have made searching for them quite challenging. "Magu, what happened outside?" On seeing Magu enter, Mrs. Wei and her son were startled, and young Master Wei immediately asked, To report to Madam, it was Black Wolf, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, leading a large band of his gang to forcibly intrude into the manor, searching for your whereabouts, Magu answered. The Black Wolf gang, how did they find out we were here? Young Master Wei asked anxiously. Mrs. Wei couldn't help but frown on normal days. She had heard from the master that Black Wolf was a martial arts expert of the muscle bone realm at great success. Lu Ching, the young doctor, came. Young Master Wei said with surprise and delight. Mrs. Wei was equally astonished. She thought she had heard Magu say that Lu Ching had killed all the people from the Black Wolf gang, including that Black Wolf with great success in the muscle bone realm. Where is young Master Lu now? There is an even more formidable person behind the Black Wolf gang who is in control. Brother Lu Ching has already pursued him, and I was worried that you might have left through the tunnel, so I came in to check the situation first. Ah, hearing this, Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei were even more astonished. In the forest, Lu Ching was relentlessly pursuing the white-clothed young man. Sir, as a powerful martial artist of the internal organ realm, why run away without a fight? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Lu Ching called out loudly at the white-clothed young man not far away. Anger and shock filled the white-clothed young man when he saw Lu Ching chasing after him. What infuriated him was this insignificant little muscle bone realm kid daring to mock him so brazenly, treating him with utter disregard. What shocked him was that Lu Ching dared to chase after him so recklessly, which suggested he had some backup, likely meaning that the person who had killed Lao San and Lao Chi the other day was nearby. With this thought, even though the white-clothed young man was annoyed and longed to turn around and capture Lu Ching at once, his pace quickened even more. Being usually cautious and prudent, he had already resolved to report back to his master and call over the elder disciple. Being at the perfection of the internal organ realm, having reached the limit of the postnatal realm, without an innate standing in their way, they were the mightiest of martial artists. As long as the elder disciple took action, he no longer needed to fear the hidden master. Then crushing Lu Ching, a minor muscle bone realm martial artist, would be as easy as flipping his hand. Seeing the white-clothed young man unperturbed and escaping even faster, Lu Ching heaved a sigh inwardly, realizing that provocation wasn't going to stop his enemy. He had recently experienced a surge in his realm and wanted to test his current strength to see if he could exchange a few moves with an internal organ realm opponent. To his disappointment, the white-clothed young man was too cautious and didn't offer any openings. Seeing the white-clothed young man on the verge of escaping his line of sight, Lu Ching had no choice but to shout, "Little Li, block him." As the words left his mouth, the white-clothed young man suddenly felt an immensely frightening sense of crisis assailing the posterior of his heart, chilling his back. How can it be? The white-clothed young man was greatly alarmed. Lu Ching should still be more than 20 yards away. How could he be at his back so swiftly? Feeling the bone-chilling coldness behind him, and in an urgent situation, the white-clothed young man could only stab backward with the jade fan in his hands. Hiss! The white-clothed young man's move, piercing the air, was loaded with power, but in the next moment he felt a lightness in his hand. His jade fan, made of the hard cold jade incomparable to fine steel, was cleanly severed in an instant, and at the same time a sharp pain struck his hand. Had he not retracted it rapidly, he might have lost his wrist as well. What? The white-clothed young man was internally reeling. He abruptly stopped and hid behind a large tree that could be encircled by one person looking back, but what he saw caused his pupils to contract drastically once more. Behind him was utterly empty. There was no one there. The closest person to him, Lu Ching, was still over 10 yards away, rushing towards him. What had just attacked him? In an instant, looking at the jade fan broken into several pieces on the ground and the deeply visible bone wounds on the back of his hand, the white-clothed young man's heart weighed heavily. The unknown was the most terrifying. He couldn't imagine what kind of attack could half-cripple one of his hands in an instant, but he knew that it must be related to Lu Ching, for it was right after Lu Ching's shout that he had suffered the attack. "Face my blade." The white-clothed young man was cautious of his surroundings, but Lu Ching disregarded his shock. Upon seeing Little Li halt the man, Lu Ching, who had been rushing over, did not slow down. His war saber drawn from its sheath, he used his momentum to strike down with unstoppable force. That might, it looked as if he meant to cleave both the white-clothed young man and the tree into two with a single blow. This saber technique. Feeling the might of Lu Ching's strike, the white-clothed young man couldn't help his eyelids twitching. In this move, he too sensed danger. A careless response might leave him seriously wounded, even with his own strong capabilities. That a mere muscle-bone realm youngster could exhibit such saber technique, who exactly was this kid? Although the white-clothed young man was astonished, his reaction was not a bit slow. With a will, he controlled his injured right hand to stop the bleeding. The left hand swept across his waist, and a silvery flash, like a venomous snake, shot out, aiming straight for Lu Ching's throat. At this point, the white-clothed young man could no longer afford to ponder what had attacked him. He had to take down Lu Ching as swiftly as possible, to make the mysterious entity hesitate from acting in hopes of gaining a chance to break away. A soft sword. Lu Ching was somewhat surprised to see the true nature of that silvery flash. He had thought the white-clothed young man's weapon was solely the jade fan, not expecting that what he truly excelled in was swordsmanship, and within that, the extremely challenging soft sword technique. However, it also perfectly suited the other's sneaky and cunning nature. The white-clothed young man's soft sword, flickering like a venomous snake, was exceedingly fast. It cut through Lu Qing's saber momentum, reaching first despite acting later, aiming to pierce his throat. This single move displayed the high level of his sword proficiency. Taking advantage of the tree's cover and striking suddenly and lethally was indeed unexpected and severely crafty. For an average muscle bone realm martial artist, even one at the perfection of the bone realm, such a strike would likely be impossible to defend against, resulting in a pierced neck and immediate death. But Lu Qing was clearly not an average muscle bone realm martial artist. Sensing the white-clothed young man's soft sword was faster than his war saber, he instantly changed tactics. His formidable, wave-like saber force in an instant turned into entwining flowing water with a heavy knock, deflecting the soft sword aside. Following a twist of his wrist, his body moved with the war saber, which, like the nimble flow of a mountain stream, drew a mysterious arc around the trunk, aiming for the neck of the young man in white. This lad's saber technique. The sudden change of move took the young man in white by surprise. Seeing the war saber about to strike his neck, he quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blade. Then, with a quick roll to the ground, he instantly distanced himself and looked at Lu Qing with incredible shock. He didn't know how many times he had been surprised by Lu Qing since they'd met, but the saber technique Lu Qing displayed was too unexpected for him. From sheer hardness to the utmost softness, this lad was able to switch so smoothly without any sign of difficulty. Even he had never seen such a level of saber technique realm before. Harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous to the extreme, a saber master. Did you kill Lao Chi, kid? Instantly, the young man in white recalled the sight of Lao Chi's corpse in the nameless valley, and an exclamation escaped his lips. Clearly, the enemy's strength was insufficient to cut through Lao Chi along with his armor in one strike. At the time, he had found it odd that someone could so easily kill Lao Chi despite their lack of strength. Now, witnessing Lu Qing's saber technique, he finally had an epiphany. If it was this lad, then surely Lao Chi had no chance to fight back. Lu Qing ignored the young man's shocked exclamation in white. He knew that the Lao Chi the other party mentioned must be Tong Kanglang, but for such a question he wouldn't respond. While the young man in white was still mentally unsettled, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened. He strode forward and swung his saber again. HMPH, what if you are a saber master? You're just in the muscle-bone realm. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? The young man in white was equally annoyed to see Lu Qing disregarding his words. Although he didn't know how Lu Qing, at such a young age, managed to cultivate his saber technique to such a realm. If a martial artist from the internal organ realm, even someone newly entered into the internal organ realm, displayed grandmaster-level saber moves, he'd surely have to flee in defeat. But it was different for someone in the muscle-bone realm. The gap in cultivation between major realms isn't so easily bridged. Facing Lu Qing's fierce strike, the young man in white shook his soft sword and thrust swiftly, aimed right at Lu Qing's saber-wielding wrist. Lu Qing twisted his wrist, avoided the thrust, and without altering his movement, continued the chop forward. Ting, ting, ting. The sound of saber clashing with sword was incessant, with silver light interweaving. In just an instant, they had exchanged blows dozens of times. One had profound cultivation and immense strength with astonishing sword speed. The other possessed a deep realm of saber technique, with exquisite moves that flowed as he wished. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Ting! Another loud clash rang out, and Lu Qing easily blocked the young man's killing move in white. The young man in white then used the rebound force of that strike to retreat far back, temporarily out of Lu Qing's attack range. This time, Lu Qing didn't continue to chase, standing still as well. Seeing Lu Qing so composed, the young man in white clenched his teeth in resentment. If it weren't for his right hand injury and the unfamiliarity of using his left hand with the sword, Lu Qing wouldn't have been able to block his moves so easily. Now he, a martial artist of the internal organ realm, was fighting to a draw with someone from the muscle-bone realm, an outright humiliation. Watching the young man's disgruntled face in white, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. That's because he was not adept at wielding the sword with his left hand. Otherwise, Lu Qing feared it would have been more difficult for him. Likewise, Lu Qing also knew that he was able to block the young man's offensive in white largely because the opponent was using a soft sword. Soft sword techniques rely on agility and surprise, and due to the nature of the weapon, no matter how strong one is, it won't be too overpowering. Even in the internal organ realm, one couldn't rely on that to overpower his war saber. One could only seek to exploit vulnerabilities with clever moves for a fatal strike. Unfortunately for the young man in white, his sword technique realm was much lesser compared to Lu Qing's saber technique. unable to surpass him in skillfulness of moves and unable to crush him with strength. This was why the young man felt so stifled. The path of light and strange swordsmanship he took was exactly restrained by Lu Ching. At best, he could only fight the young man in white to a standstill, but trying to defeat him was exceedingly difficult. The internal organ realm was indeed strong even in a wounded state. He was not someone Lu Ching in the muscle-bone realm could easily defeat. If the young man in white knew what Lu Ching was thinking at that moment, he'd be even more infuriated. Mere muscle-bone realm youth, relying on luck to fight him to a draw and yet unsatisfied, foolishly aspiring to defeat him personally, was sheer arrogance. But the young man in white was currently struggling internally. Under the current circumstances, regular exchanges wouldn't allow him to defeat Lu Ching. Should he resort to using a secret technique? The young man in white hesitated. The secret technique could double his combat strength instantly, making defeating Lu Ching a non-issue once used. But that was his last trump card, reserved for whatever mysterious force had injured him earlier. Using it now would leave him defenseless against that mysterious force. Moreover, after using the secret technique, he would fall into a weakened state, with his strength drastically declining. If he couldn't take down Lu Ching in a short period of time, he feared that the time of his death would truly arrive. Little Li attacked. However, just as the young man in white was still hesitating, Lu Ching on the opposite side suddenly issued a command to Little Li. Since he had already tested his current strength, Lu Ching naturally wouldn't continue to entangle with the young man in white. This sharpener had lost its value. After giving the command to Little Li, he himself, holding the war saber, pounced forward. He intended to fight without martial honor, teaming up with Little Li to launch a joint attack. The young man in white, upon hearing Lu Ching call out that name again, was shocked to his core. The chill that had previously seized him returned to his heart. Without a second thought, without any hesitation, he immediately circulated his chi blood, stimulating the acupoints all over his body. As the secret technique activated, a formidable power surged forth from deep within his body. The next moment, as the chill in his heart intensified, he saw a white little paw suddenly emerge from the void before him, grabbing towards his chest. What the hell is that? The young man in white was terrified. He had never imagined such a strange occurrence. Without thinking, his soft sword trembled violently, like a swimming venomous snake, quickly stabbing towards that strange little paw. Ding! Just as the strange little paw seemed about to be pierced by his sword, the next instant, a piece of blade edge appeared in front of him, deflecting his soft sword. Immediately after, a black little beast, strange and enigmatic, leaped out from the void before him, dexterously avoiding the sword edge and pouncing toward his chest. Thud. A muffled sound, and the young man in white felt a pain in his body, as if something had left his body, causing his whole body to stagger. His strength began to drain rapidly. The young man in white looked down to see a large hole had been ripped through his chest, piercing front to back. The heart that should have been beating within his body was nowhere to be found. The specially made inner armor he wore under his clothing seemed to have not provided the slightest protection. With disbelief, the young man in white raised his head, about to say something, but saw a section of blade already in front of his eyes, a cut decapitating his head. As the world spun, the young man in white's fading consciousness suddenly recalled everything he had seen that day in the nameless valley, and he realized, so that's how number 3 had died. Thud. As the young man in white's severed head hit the ground, Lu Ching's expression didn't change at all. In fact, just Little Li alone was enough to kill the young man in white. However, to avoid complications, he chose to end the fight quickly. Looking at the corpse of the young man in white, Lu Ching felt somewhat sentimental. It seemed that he really didn't get along well with Wang Kangyi. In this short period of time, 3 of his disciples had died at his and Little Li's hands. If that innate realm individual discovered his identity, he'd likely search heaven and earth to seek revenge. Thinking this, Lu Ching immediately grabbed the corpse and head of the young man in white and went deeper into the mountains. Eventually, he found a rarely trodden valley and buried it. After doing all of this, he relaxed somewhat. The vast mountains made it extremely difficult to find a living person, let alone a corpse. For Wang Kangyi to find his second disciple's corpse would probably be as hard as reaching the heavens. Although this couldn't completely deceive the other party, as long as the disciple's body wasn't seen for a day, Wang Kangyi probably wouldn't dare confirm his true death. Just drag it out for a bit longer until his master's strength increased, then the situation would be different. Lu Ching, brother, you're back. When Lu Ching returned to the market, Magu greeted him with a face full of surprise. At the same time, the heart he had been holding was finally set at ease. Lu Ching had been gone for over an hour, and to say Magu wasn't worried would be a lie. Now he had finally returned safely. Lu Ching nodded. Mrs. Wei and the others are all right. They're fine, just a bit shaken, Magu replied. Lu Ching, brother, that man in white. He's been dealt with, Lu Ching said coolly, but Magu was shocked. Although he had anticipated it, the confirmation from Lu Ching still astonished him. After all, that man had been at the level of the internal organ realm, and including him, 2 experts of the internal organ realm had now died at Lu Qing's hands. By the way, Master Ma, this place is no longer safe. We probably need to relocate Mrs. Wei, Lu Qing said. The Black Wolf gang had come this time without hiding their tracks. Once the county found their disappearance, they would definitely send people to investigate. Soon, they would track it to the market. But where can we relocate them to? Magu wondered, distressed. He knew too well that keeping Mrs. Wei and her son in the house was no longer safe, but for the moment he could think of no other place to shelter them. Lu Qing also felt troubled. Mrs. Wei and her son were like hot potatoes now. No matter where they hid, they might bring death upon the people there, unless those who would harbor them were not afraid of an innate realm expert like Wang Kangyi. After thinking it over, Lu Qing said, "It seems the only plan for now is to hide them in the mountains." The mountains were vast and hiding someone there would be easy. Now that Mrs. Wei's injuries had healed, as long as they were well prepared, staying hidden in the mountains should be no problem. We have no other choice, Magu nodded. Let's go in and ask for the lady's opinion. The two entered a dark chamber. Young Master Lu, Mrs. Wei and her son were overjoyed to see Lu Qing. They had been shocked and very worried when Magu told them Lu Qing had gone to chase the enemy. Now seeing him return safe, they were relieved. Madam, young master. Lu Qing nodded in response. The evil ones outside have been temporarily dealt with, but it's already clearly unsafe for you and the young master to stay here. Lu Qing shared his idea of relocating them. Mrs. Wei pondered for a while and did not object. Since their whereabouts were likely compromised, staying here was not only unsafe but also posed a risk to nearby people, so moving was the best solution. Seeing Mrs. Wei agree, the rest was easier to handle. They immediately packed their belongings and essential daily supplies. Lu Qing and Magu carried the packs, and along with Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei, they left through the tunnel in the dark chamber. However, before leaving, Magu had also ordered Xiao Tian and the others to temporarily close the market and scatter to find places to avoid detection. Coming out of the tunnel, Lu Qing and his group had reached the mountain behind the market. Lu Qing carried the bags for young Master Wei while he carried Mrs. Wei, and the four of them headed deeper into the mountains. In the deep mountains, after some searching, Lu Qing finally found a hidden cave on a cliff more than 10 meters high in a valley. After cleaning, it became a temporary shelter for Mrs. Wei and her companions. After that, Lu Qing also scattered a bag of medicinal powder around the cave entrance. Madam, I apologize for the inconvenience of staying here. This medicinal powder can repel insects and animals. With it, ordinary wild beasts and poisonous creatures wouldn't dare come near, Lu Qing explained after settling everything. I will deliver some living supplies every few days. Just let me know if you need anything. After settling Mrs. Wei and her son, Lu Qing prepared to leave. He would not stay in the valley, but Magu would stay with Mrs. Wei and her son. Otherwise, with their lack of experience surviving in the wilderness, it wouldn't take long for trouble to arise. Brother Lu Qing, let me walk you out. At this moment, Magu suddenly spoke. All right, Lu Qing didn't refuse. The two reached the cave entrance and jumped down to the valley floor. At the entrance, there was actually a vine ladder, but clearly, for the likes of Lu Qing, such aids were unnecessary. Master Ma, seeing how you move, your muscles and bones are powerful. You must be close to achieving small success in the muscle-bone realm, right? Upon reaching the valley floor, Lu Qing observed Magu and remarked, you really can't hide anything from Brother Lu Qing. Indeed, after my encounter with that leather armor youth, I gained some insight and touched upon the principle of bone marrow small success. Magu laughed. He felt somewhat fortunate. Previously, he was being relentlessly pursued by that leather armor youth, and in his bid to escape, he had pushed his abilities to the limit. Unexpectedly, after surviving that ordeal, his potential was unlocked, and he touched the threshold of bone marrow small success. Just because of his injured shoulder, he had not been able to focus on his cultivation, thus he had not fully entered that realm. This is certainly a joyous occasion, and I don't have much to offer. Lu Qing took out a white porcelain medicine bottle and tossed it to Magu. Magu, caught off guard by Lu Qing suddenly throwing an elixir his way, awkwardly caught it in his hands. With some confusion, he asked, Brother Lu Qing, what kind of elixir is this? This is a few bone-forging pills that housekeeper Wei gave me before, Lu Qing explained. They are quite beneficial for martial artists in the muscle-bone realm to aid in their cultivation. Indeed, what Lu Qing had given was the thank-you gift from the Wei family, those 3 bone-forging pills. Bone-forging pills. Magu was taken aback on hearing this. How could he not have heard of such precious pills that could assist in the cultivation of the muscle-bone realm? Brother Lu Qing, this is too precious, Magu quickly said. It's all right, these pills are of no use to me anymore, Lu Qing insisted. It's a waste for me to keep them, better you have them. The main effect of the bone-forging pills was to help martial artists in the muscle-bone realm expand their sinew and bone potential during cultivation. But having consumed earth vein spirit liquid like rare treasure liquid, and absorbed a lot of the primordial chi white mist condensed by the heaven and earth rules during his master's breakthrough, Lu Qing's potential had already reached its limit. Though the bone-forging pills were good, it was impossible for them to enhance his potential any further. Even to assist in cultivation, he had better pills like the bone-strengthening and muscle-relaxing pill. Therefore, these bone-forging pills were not of much use to him now and were better given to Magu. Lu Qing quite admired Magu. He was a friend worth making, and Lu Qing was more than willing to lend a helping hand on his path of cultivation. "Brother Lu Qing, then, I will shamelessly accept it," Magu said, clutching the medicine bottle, visibly moved. Such precious elixirs like the bone-forging pills were not even in the possession of the Ma family. Usually only major families and sects could produce them. Small powers could only hope to buy them for a hefty price. Although Magu had a respectable status within his clan, not being from the direct line, his family would not spend a large sum on such precious cultivation resources for him. Now Lu Qing had given him such precious pills without a second thought, deeply touching Magu's heart. I will remember that. Magu was startled. He truly did not know there was such a contraindication in taking bone-forging pills. "I'll be leaving now, and I'll come back in a few days to check up on you all," Lu Qing then said. "Just rest and recuperate here peacefully for now." With that, Lu Qing began to move, leaping away and soon vanishing into the valley. Watching Lu Qing disappear into the forest, Magu stood there dazed for a while before he climbed back to the cave via the vine ladder. "Mr. Ma, has Dr. Lu Zio left?" young Master Wei asked. "Yes, he said he would come back to visit us after some time." "What is that in your hand?" Young Master Wei saw the medicine bottle in Magu's hand. "This is from Brother Lu Qing just now," Magu replied openly. "He told me it was the bone-forging pills that your Wei family had once given him." "Bone-forging pills? Young Master Lu did not take these pills," Mrs. Wei asked in surprise. She had personally selected the pills from the family's medicine store, never expecting that Lu Qing would not use them. "Brother Lu Qing said that the pills are not of much use to him anymore," Magu explained. "That taking them would be a waste, so he gave them to me." Mrs. Wei fell silent for a moment. Earlier, in the secret room, she had heard from Magu that Lu Qing's martial arts cultivation might have reached the great achievement of sinew and bone. At the time, she was surprised and thought that the bone-forging pills they had given to Lu Qing must have been of some help, but it turned out that Lu Qing did not take those pills at all. In this way, the debt of gratitude the Wei family owed to Lu Qing had grown even larger. Mrs. Wei was sighing, and beside her, young Master Wei also had a troubled expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. "Magu, can you teach me martial arts?" "Young master, what did you say?" Magu doubted he had heard correctly. "I said, can you teach me martial arts?" said young Master Wei, now unfazed after speaking out candidly. "Young master is jesting. Your family has many experts, any one of whom could easily defeat Ma. If you wish to learn martial arts, you could ask them in the future. How could Ma's superficial skills possibly teach you?" Magu repeatedly shook his head. The Wei family had a profound background. He probably couldn't even handle a silver moon guard. To teach young Master Wei, wouldn't that be leading him astray? "But our bodyguards are not here at the moment, they can't teach me," young Master Wei earnestly said. "Besides, whether my mother and I can survive and return to the Wei family is still unknown. If villains find us tomorrow and want to capture my mother and me, what should I do? Am I to just watch you fight alone, hiding on the side like a useless person? I don't want to be like that anymore. I also want to have the strength to protect my mother myself. So Magu, please teach me. I can promise you, no matter how tiring or difficult, I can persevere." Magu looked at young Master Wei in surprise. As for Mrs. Wei, her beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her son had said such words. She hadn't expected him to ever say something like that. After all, when he was in the mansion, and had always detested martial arts training. If it got a little tough, he would complain endlessly, hardly able to continue. Usually, he was always slacking off, shirking duties wholly uninterested in cultivation. The martial masters in the mansion didn't dare to force him and had no way to deal with him. Thus, even with the resources of the mansion in the end, had only managed to barely cultivate to the Qi blood realm and learned a few fancy but useless moves, having no real combative skills. Hearing her son's sudden request to learn martial arts, how could Mrs. Wei not be shocked? Looking at her son's serious expression and the stubble on his face, Mrs. Wei realized, after these days of hardship, her son's face had become much more resolute. His entire demeanor had drastically changed from before. Overjoyed, Mrs. Wei also stood up and bowed to Magu. "Mr. Ma, since an has such determination as a mother, I too humbly ask you, could you agree to his request? I can let him perform the rites of a disciple for you." "Madam, that must not be." Magu was greatly alarmed, repeatedly waving his hands. The rites of a disciple were not trivial. It was a major ceremony conducted only between actual masters and disciples. That is to say, Mrs. Wei was actually offering her son to truly become his disciple, to be the teacher of the young master of the Wei family. Even if Magu were given a few more doses of courage, he wouldn't dare. "What's not to be, Mr. Ma? You are renowned for your righteousness, risking danger many times to rescue us, a rare virtue in this world. It would be a blessing for an to apprentice under you, Mrs. Wei earnestly said. Madam, please stop flattering me. How much Ma is worth, don't I know it myself, Magu said, embarrassed and smiling wryly. However, if the young master truly wishes to learn martial arts, then I can teach him, as long as Madam and the young master do not mind my modest skills. And aren't you going to thank Mr. Ma? Mrs. Wei said. Young Master Wei was straightforward, immediately knelt down and gave Magu several deep kowtows, shouting loudly, this. Magu hadn't expected young Master Wei to kowtow to him so promptly. By the time he thought to stop him, it was already done. For a moment, Magu was in a daze. He couldn't quite understand how he had become young Master Wei's master in such a befuddled state. Lu Qing didn't know that after he left, Magu had actually become young Master Wei's teacher. Returning home, he remained attentive for a few days and noticed no unusual people lingering near the village. The death of the man in white probably hadn't been exposed yet. 2 more days passed, and he packed some belongings before heading to the hiding place of Magu and his associates. Just as he entered the cave, he saw Magu seriously training young Master Wei in horse stance in a spacious cavern, which greatly surprised him. After learning the reason, he felt happy for Magu. Master Ma, congratulations on gaining a promising disciple. Not far away, young Master Wei was practicing his horse stance while Mrs. Wei watched over him. On another side, Lu Qing casually chatted with Magu. For someone of the Wei family's heritage, having Magu become young Master Wei's teacher was definitely a good thing for him. The current concern was whether the Wei family could survive this crisis. Brother Lu Qing, stop joking with me. How much my martial arts are worth I know better than anyone, Magu said with a bitter smile. I'm just afraid of not teaching well and leading the boy astray. It's fine, just take it step by step and help the young master lay a solid foundation. I think that can never be wrong, Lu Qing suggested. That's what I thought too, so these past few days, I've had him practice horse stance to cultivate his qi blood. Zion has essentially been doing very well. What surprised me, though, is that Zion's martial arts talent is actually quite good. Once he focuses, he quickly grasps some mysteries of the circulation of qi blood. I think it won't take long for him to break through to the small success stage of the qi blood realm. Young Master Wei's name was Wei Zion, and since Magu had become his teacher, he naturally couldn't continue addressing him as young master, as that would be against etiquette. Oh, that's great. Why the long face then? Lu Qing was also a bit surprised. The better Zion's martial arts talent is, the more anxious I become. What should I teach him when the time comes? Magu was worried. That's easy, just ask what martial arts he likes, and then you can teach him that, replied Lu Qing. He knew that Magu excelled in saber technique and was also quite adept at swordsmanship. I've asked, but Zion's preferences seem to be a bit different. At this point, Magu's expression turned somewhat strange. What martial arts does he like? Lu Qing was curious. Stick technique. Zion is more fond of stick technique, Magu replied helplessly. But my knowledge of stick technique is very limited. How can I teach him? Stick technique. Lu Qing's expression also became odd. He didn't expect the gentle and clean-looking Wei Zion to favor stick technique. Aren't these heirs from great families usually fonder of swordsmanship or saber technique, or refined short combat arts like the Jade Fan? So he vowed that when he has the chance, he must learn very powerful stick technique so that he can protect his mother. Lu Qing. All right, although that explanation was a bit bizarre, it wasn't unreasonable. However, when it comes to stick technique. Watching Magu looking worried, Lu Qing thought for a moment. He said, I happen to know a stick technique, but I don't know if young Master Wei would look down on it. Brother Lu Qing, you also know stick technique. Magu was astounded. Just a bit recently, when I had nothing better to do, I just played around with some common martial arts I got from my teacher. Magu looked at Lu Qing speechlessly. Listen to this, is this even human talk? What does he mean by playing around with some common martial arts when bored? He had always thought that the rapid progress in Lu Qing's martial arts cultivation was due to relentless and disciplined practice without the smallest slack. But now Lu Qing was saying that he also could afford to idle away time, practicing some common martial arts to pass the time. Is this the daily routine of a true martial arts genius? What Magu thought to be genius also needs incredibly hard practice for rapid progress, but it turns out that isn't the case at all. Magu felt somewhat disarrayed. However, he recalled the scene several days ago when Lu Qing had killed Black Wolf with a single punch. The Black Wolf had dominated the county for a long time, having reached great success in the muscle-bone realm, with formidable boxing skills and few rivals. Yet he couldn't withstand even one punch from Lu Qing. Before that, Magu never knew that Lu Qing's boxing skills were so powerful, so his knowledge of stick technique seemed to not be an unbelievable thing after all. Thinking this, Magu hurriedly said, any martial arts skill that brother Lu Qing deems worthy must be extraordinary, and I'm sure Zion would definitely not scorn it. Then all right, I'll ask him later if he's willing to learn. The two walked toward the cavern where Wei Zion was practicing. This cave was specially chosen by Lu Qing. With a hidden entrance and a spacious interior, divided into several chambers, it allowed Magu and his associates to live separately and avoid awkward situations. The cavern where Wei Zion practiced horse stance was the largest one, easily accommodating dozens of people. Master Ma, young Master Lu. Mrs. Wei stood up to greet the two men as they approached. As for Wei Zion, he was practicing horse stance until his face turned red and his legs trembled, yet he dared not speak easily, fearing that losing his focus would prevent him from continuing. And that's enough. Rest for a while. Seeing his disciple reach his limit, Magu spoke up. Hearing this, Zai and could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Seeing this, Magu nodded slightly with satisfaction. In the past few days, he had indeed seen his disciple fulfill the promise made at the time of apprenticeship. No matter how hard or tiring, he never complained and strove to do his best. And didn't you want to learn the stick technique? I'm ignorant in that skill. I'm afraid it would be hard for me to teach you, Magu said. Brother Lu Ching just mentioned he knows a stick technique. Would you like to learn it? Young Master Lu, aren't you skilled in the saber technique? Wei Zion replied in astonishment. He had seen that every time Lu Ching appeared, he was always carrying a war saber. Brother Lu Ching is truly a martial arts genius. He easily masters any type of martial arts, hence, the stick technique is naturally no difficulty for him, Magu praised. I wouldn't call myself a genius, but I do know a little about the stick technique. If the young master doesn't mind, I could teach it to you, Lu Ching said with a light laugh. Learn, of course, learn, Wei Zion nodded repeatedly. With Wei Zion's agreement, Mrs. Wei had no objections either. She too hoped her son could learn the martial arts he liked. Thus, Lu Ching went out into the mountainside forest, found a suitable resilient tree branch, cut and trimmed it into a stick, and brought it back into the cave. Young master, the stick technique I know was originally an advanced discipline within the muscle-bone realm. Your current cultivation is shallow and not enough to cultivate it. I have simplified it into 8 forms, which you can cultivate even at the Chi-blood realm. As long as you learn them, ordinary Chi-blood realm martial artists will not necessarily be your match. Lu Ching, holding the stick, stood in the center of the cave chamber, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Wei Zion became somewhat excited, watching Lu Ching with keen eyes. Honestly, he had never seen Lu Ching fight with his own eyes. To him, Lu Ching seemed just a common young man, about his own age, with nothing to show for his martial arts realm. Even during their previous journeys, Lu Ching's aura was extremely contained, showing nothing outwardly. But from the teacher's praise, Lu Ching was held in high esteem, going as far as to say that if he and Lu Ching were to spar, he wouldn't withstand even half a move before being defeated. Moreover, with what his teacher said a few days ago, that Lu Ching had single-handedly annihilated the entire Black Wolf gang, including the leader who had achieved great success in the muscle-bone realm. All of this made Wei Zion extremely curious about Lu Ching's strength. Now hearing that Lu Ching was going to demonstrate the stick technique, he was, of course, delighted. Even Mrs. Wei looked on with anticipation. As for Magu, he was even more amazed. To simplify a high-level martial arts technique from the muscle-bone realm was no easy feat. It required a deep understanding and full mastery of the discipline. Brother Lu Ching's earlier modesty was evidently not just modest words. This technique, called one-breath stick technique, is corely about the continuous, unified intent of the moves. Having said that, the stick in Lu Ching's hand swirled like a flipping river dragon, casting shadows of sticks all over the skies. Under the stirring of the long stick, the air currents surged within the cave, the sticks sound whooshing, each strike reverberating through the air with immense force. Feeling the oppressive nature of the stick shadows before him, Wei Zion felt overwhelmed, yet his eyes were incredibly bright. Is this the stick technique young Master Lu is going to teach me? As Wei Zion murmured to himself, Lu Ching's demonstration reached its final form. His long stick was first drawn back, then rapidly jabbed out, striking 7 times each, creating a booming sound that echoed through the cave. Suddenly, the myriad of stick shadows converged, revealing Lu Ching's calm demeanor. Wei Zion was already watching, wittied. Even Magu and Mrs. Wei seemed a bit dazed. After a while, Wei Zion finally came back to his senses and hastily asked, "Young Master Lu, what do you call that last move?" "This move is called 7 stars in a chain. The key is to burst forth continuously within a single breath, demanding high control over chi blood. Mastering this move signifies that you have learned the entire stick technique, Lu Ching replied with a smile. 7 stars in a chain. Wei Zion recalled the formidable execution of the move just demonstrated by Lu Ching, and his eyes shone with admiration. Young Master Lu, I want to learn this stick technique. Teach me, sure. I will now pass on to you the moves and key points of this stick technique. Watching Lu Ching now instructing Wei Zion in the stick technique, Magu finally regained his senses, his eyes showing awe. The stick technique that Lu Ching had just displayed was exquisite, filled with vigor. Even he could not find a single flaw. And this, according to Lu Ching, was still a simplified version. How powerful must the original, one-breath stick technique be? Brother Lu Ching's strength was truly unfathomable and immeasurable. All right, you have already remembered the key points of the first 2 moves of the one-breath stick technique. Next, as long as you diligently cultivate and fully grasp them, it won't be a problem. Once you are proficient in these 2 moves, I will teach you the remaining ones. Wei Zion indeed possessed the talent for martial arts training, as Magu had said. Lu Ching had taught him for half an hour, and he had essentially mastered the first 2 moves of the one-breath stick technique. What was lacking was only the practice. I understand, Dr. Lu, Wei Zion responded loudly. At this moment, he was inexplicably excited. He found that the mnemonic key points Lu Ching explained, while teaching the stick technique, were very easy to remember. Compared to the enigmatic and obscure mnemonics his father's masters taught at home, these were much simpler and clearer. It made him feel for the first time that martial arts training could be so simple. All right, then you go ahead and practice on your own. Seeing the excited look on Wei Zion's face, Lu Ching shook his head and, after giving an instruction, let him practice on his own. He then walked over to where Magu and his companion were. Thank you for your hard work, young Master Lu. This is the first time I've seen an so enthusiastic about a martial arts skill. Previously at home, whenever his father asked him to practice martial arts, it seemed as though it was torturing him. Watching Wei Zion seriously practicing the stick technique, Mrs. Wei expressed her gratitude. The young master's talent in martial arts is quite good. As long as he is willing to sincerely cultivate, his future in martial arts is immeasurable, Lu Ching said with a smile. I don't really hope for him to achieve much in martial arts. As long as he can defend himself and live on without being bullied even if the Wei family is gone, I will be completely satisfied, Mrs. Wei sighed. Lu Ching did not speak. He knew that Mrs. Wei was still pessimistic about the calamity that had befallen the Wei family. Indeed, the Wei family's ancestor from the Innate realm was still missing, presumed dead. Under such circumstances, facing the oppression of the Kang sect, anyone would feel despair. Madam, please take heart. It's been this long, and those people are still searching for you and Zai En's whereabouts. It seems that back at your residence, they are still holding out. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to expend so much effort to trouble you too. Magu spoke up, reassuring her. Magu's words were not without reason. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wei's spirit was immediately lifted. That's true, the house is still holding on. How can I speak of such discouragement here, amusing you too? No harm done, madam. Your willpower is very strong, something we have seen with our own eyes and greatly admire, Lu Ching said earnestly. Mrs. Wei did not understand martial arts, and her physical fitness was just slightly better than that of an ordinary woman. Having endured such severe injuries before, her will was stronger than many accomplished martial artists. This was something both Lu Ching and Magu highly respected. In the following days, Lu Ching's life returned to its usual calm. It became his regular routine of studying medicine, cultivating, and leisurely fishing. Only now, every few days, he would go into the mountains to deliver some living supplies to Magu and his companion, and to check on Wei Zion's progress in his stick technique cultivation. In such leisurely days, Lu Ching's cultivation continued to swiftly advance. On a certain morning more than 10 days later, while practicing in the bamboo forest, his body trembled and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Finally, perfect bones and muscles. Feeling the formidable strength concealed within his body, Lu Ching felt somewhat satisfied. Perfect muscle and bone realm. It represented the muscular strength of postnatal realm martial artists reaching one's own limit. Continuing to temper with chi blood could no longer increase it even in the slightest. Even if he broke through to the internal organ realm, the strength of his muscles and bones wouldn't increase much. Unless there was a great opportunity to obtain some magical spiritual medicine, it might be possible to break the limit again and further strengthen the muscles and bones. But Lu Qing had already consumed Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, which greatly enhanced his own talent. His muscular strength now was several times stronger than that of an ordinary practitioner at the perfection of the muscle and bone realm. Finding spiritual medicine rarer than Earth Vein Spirit Liquid to continue breaking through limits seemed unlikely. What comes next should be to solidify the foundation and then strive to break through to the internal organ realm. However, the breakthrough in the muscle and bone realm certainly pleased Lu Qing. What made him even more delighted was another breakthrough. Lu Qing picked up a green bamboo leaf and quietly looked at it. At that moment, a bamboo leaf, ordinarily unremarkable to the common eye, appeared very special to him, especially the patterns on it, which carried a different implication. After so long, I've finally understood the basics of the rune path. Gently turning the bamboo leaf in his hand, Lu Qing revealed a smile. It was only at the moment of attaining perfection in the muscle and bone realm, leveraging that perfect state of mind, that he had an epiphany which made him break through the rune path, which had been at a bottleneck for some time. The 300 mysterious runes in his mind were all deciphered for a trace of implication and could be correlated with patterns in the real world. Truth be told, since obtaining the divine talisman sect inheritance, Lu Qing had practiced the rune path for quite some time. It could be considered the most difficult technique among all the inheritances he had received. Even with the aid of superpower, it still took him so much time to truly get started. These days, he observed all kinds of things in daily life. Pots, bowls, ladles, stones, leaves, flowers, weeds, gold, silver, jewels. Anything he could see, he would try to observe from a perspective of calming the mind and cleansing the heart. The more he observed, the deeper Lu Qing's understanding of the 300 mysterious runes in the summary of the runes became. Gradually, a subtle insight began to form in his heart, accumulating slowly. But this insight had reached a bottleneck not long ago and no longer progressed. Lu Qing could feel that he was only one step away from truly starting the rune path, but that step remained elusive. The inheritance left by the Divine Talisman sect stated that this step had to be comprehended by oneself, because the rune path is ever-changing and contains the supreme truth of the universe. Every practitioner of the rune path has their unique insights and understanding of the connection between runes and the universe. Adhering too rigidly to the experiences of predecessors might instead become a restraint and hinder future cultivation. This was why Lu Qing had been stuck on this step for so long. Now, leveraging the breakthrough in the martial arts realm and the realization during the transformation of chi blood and muscles, he inadvertently opened the massive gate of the rune path. It was my narrow view. The first mantra of the Divine Talisman sect legacy demands the disciple to regard all things in the universe as teachers. I only observed external objects and forgot that humans themselves are also part of all things. Living creatures themselves are the most magical and unbelievable existence among all things in the universe. Without understanding the mysteries of life, how could one sketch a spirit talisman with a soul? Of course, sketching a spirit talisman with a soul, this almost divine technique, isn't something that an ordinary rune practitioner could master. Even within the Divine Talisman sect's legacy, this was treated merely as a lofty pursuit. Presently, it was even less likely for Lu Qing to comprehend such profound mysteries. He only had an epiphany about the mysteries in chi blood flow and flesh transformation during his own breakthrough, feeling inspired, and thus started on the rune path. He still hadn't mastered even the simplest runes, let alone sketching a spirit talisman. However, now that I've started on the rune path, I can finally cultivate the secret technique mentioned in the inheritance. Lu Qing's eyes shimmered with a faint light. Within the Divine Talisman sect legacy, there was a special secret technique that allowed cultivators who hadn't achieved postnatal realm perfection boost divine soul power. But this secret technique also had its cultivation prerequisites. 1. The cultivator's physical condition must at least reach the muscle and bone realm level. This was necessary to withstand the stress of the divine soul during refinement. 2. The cultivator must have started the rune path, and their heart and spirit must be strong to a certain extent. Only when these two conditions are met, and protected by a rare treasure liquid such as Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, can one cultivate the secret technique. Thus, although the Divine Talisman sect's secret technique allows cultivators to cultivate divine soul power prematurely, the conditions for its cultivation are equally stringent. It's nearly as difficult as cultivating to perfection in the internal organ realm. Fortunately, Lu Qing now met all the conditions. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Lu Qing thought for a moment and then set out with little Li to the mountains. Before long, the two, a man and a little beast, arrived at the valley where the jade cave was located. Looking at the valley filled with the chirping of birds and fragrance of flowers, Lu Qing's mind drifted momentarily. Since he had left the valley last time, this was his first return. When he had left, he was still a Chi blood realm martial artist. Now upon returning, he had reached perfection in the muscle bone realm. His strength had increased immeasurably. One major reason for such a rapid enhancement in his strength was largely attributed to the opportunities he had discovered in the cave. Standing before Li Weishan's grave, he paid his simple respects, and then Lu Qing took little Lei and leapt into the cave behind the waterfall. Inside the jade cave, everything was the same as when he had left, unchanged. However, Lu Qing looked at the runes in the cave and felt differently about them. The last time he hadn't yet begun to study the rune path, and while he found the runes on the cave walls mysterious and profound, he couldn't decipher their secrets. Now that he had entered the doorway of the rune path, looking at these runes ignited various insights in his mind. He felt a sense of awe as if gazing up at towering peaks. The mysterious being who had created the jade cave was indeed profoundly inscrutable in the ways of runes. Standing in front of the cave wall for a long time, Lu Qing felt like he'd gained substantial insights in the rune path, stepping truly into its grand gateway. It seemed that going forward, he would need to return to this cave for further elucidation. Lu Qing secretly decided. He casually pushed open the hidden door of the cave and entered the dark room where Li Weishan had passed away. Inside, everything was the same as before. Little Li, guard the outside for me and protect me while I cultivate for a while, and let no one disturb me, Lu Qing instructed little Li. The secret technique in the inheritance was risky to practice and highly sensitive to disturbances. Though the jade cave was hidden and unlikely to be visited by anyone, Lu Qing still prudently asked little Li to protect him, ensuring absolute safety. Seeing little Li nod seriously, Lu Qing felt reassured and closed the door of the dark room. Then he sat down cross-legged on the stone bed where Li Weishan had once sat, slowly regulating his breathing. After getting his body into optimal condition, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the same bottle he had taken when he left, filled with earth vein spirit liquid. Without hesitation, Lu Qing poured a drop of the earth vein spirit liquid into his mouth. The spiritual liquid transformed into a vast and vibrant exotic energy inside him. Lu Qing dared not delay, and immediately began practicing the technique in the scripture, circulating his chi blood in a peculiar trajectory towards the acupoint between his eyebrows. As the chi blood surged, Lu Qing's face swiftly turned red, especially between his eyebrows, which seemed nearly ready to bleed. However, his expression remained calm as he controlled the surging chi and blood power with potent control abilities. This was a very dangerous practice, for the acupoint at the forehead is vital and should not be damaged lightly. Fortunately, since his Saber technique realm had reached the postnatal grandmaster level and he had understood the fine balance of harmony and strength, he had excellent control over his body. He could manage his chi blood precisely, refining the acupoint with the secrets detailed in the secret technique. During the refining process, the bizarre vital energy from the earth vein spirit liquid constantly flowed into the acupoint, nourishing and stabilizing this mysterious location. Throughout this process, Lu Qing carefully controlled the chi blood, not allowing any lapses in concentration. Nevertheless, after a while, he still made an error. The controlled chi blood veered slightly off course, causing injury to the acupoint at the forehead, nearly leading to a collapse. Luckily, the bizarre energy from the earth vein spirit liquid fiercely protected the acupoint, preventing it from collapsing. It also quickly repaired the injury, restoring it to its original state. Feeling these changes, Lu Qing sighed in relief. This was the perilous aspect of this secret technique. The human brain is extremely delicate, even martial artists are no exception. Even powerful experts of the inner organs realm would not dare to recklessly direct their chi and blood power towards their heads, because damage to the brain could lead to unimaginable consequences. At the least, one could be paralyzed or become an idiot at worst. It could be fatal. Lu Qing would never dare to practice this secret technique if he didn't have the earth vein spirit liquid at hand. With this experience, Lu Qing became even more cautious as he polished the acupoint between his eyebrows. In this highly focused state, Lu Qing's heart and spirit were quickly drained. However, he remained calm and persevered. Before long, he felt the vital energy within him start to weaken. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the jade bottle and poured another drop of earth vein spiritual liquid into his mouth. With the addition of this drop of spiritual liquid, his spirits lifted, and he continued his cultivation. In this manner, Lu Qing persistently followed the secret technique's mental method, circulating his chi blood and polishing the acupoint. Whenever the energy of the earth vein spiritual liquid faded, he would pour another drop into his mouth. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Lu Qing had consumed the fifth drop of earth vein spiritual liquid, and its energy was more than half depleted, he finally felt an invisible sound resonate in his mind. It was as if an egg had cracked, and the acupoint between his eyebrows was finally opened by him. With this opening, Lu Qing felt as if the whole world had changed. However, before he could deeply experience this change, the remaining vital energy within him, along with all his chi blood power, rushed into the newly opened acupoint. A wave of weakness surged from within Lu Qing. He dared not delay and immediately poured 3 more drops of spiritual liquid from the jade bottle and swallowed them. These 3 drops of earth vein spiritual liquid quickly transformed into vital energy, replenishing the deficit in Lu Qing's body. The rest continued to be incessantly infused into the acupoint between his eyebrows. It was unclear how such a small acupoint could contain so much energy. In this way, under the continuous supply of vital energy, a peculiar power slowly began to form in the acupoint between Lu Qing's eyebrows. When this peculiar power manifested, Lu Qing's body shuddered. As if blessed by divine insight without thinking, he poured all his heart and spirit into the acupoint, merging with the peculiar power. Then with a boom he entered a strange state. In a daze, unaware of how much time had passed, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Is this the divine soul power? It truly is astonishing. At that moment in the acupoint between Lu Qing's eyebrows, a lively and peculiar divine soul power was slowly moving. Compared to the spacious acupoint, it seemed so insignificant, but it was this strand of divine soul power, cultivated from much earth-vein spiritual liquid and fraught with danger, that was exceedingly precious. And this strand of divine soul power did not disappoint Lu Qing. At this moment, the world seen through his eyes had transformed. Is this what Master referred to as the heaven and earth primordial chi? Sensing the subtle energy flow around him, Lu Qing realized this was probably what his master had referred to as heaven and earth primordial chi. However, his divine soul power was still weak and could not clearly sense these energies. Moreover, since his physical body had not yet cultivated to postnatal perfection and his chi acupoints were not relaxed, he could not induce energy into his body and directly achieve innate. However, after cultivating the divine soul power, Lu Qing also felt a much tighter connection between his heart and spirit and his physical body, which significantly enhanced his control over his body, likely surpassing even those at the internal organ realm. At this rate, the day he would break through to the internal organ realm might come even sooner. Of course, these changes were secondary. The truly important transformation, which Lu Qing valued the most after cultivating the divine soul power, was that he could finally commence the genuine cultivation of the rune path. The first step in cultivating the rune path was to stabilize the mind, cleanse the heart, sense the essence of all things, discern the commonalities among the various textures of the world, and verify these against the runes in the master guideline to find the opportune moment for entry. Once past the entry stage, the second step involved genuine rune cultivation, and for this step, divine soul power was absolutely indispensable. Now Lu Qing had finally met this requirement. Bear, how is it, has Yu Hua returned? In a certain residence in the county, Wang Kang's face was grim. He had sent his second disciple out on an errand, but the disciple had simply vanished without a trace. He thought it was because the damn boy couldn't complete the task and didn't dare to come back to see him. After all, his second disciple always liked to take shortcuts in his work, always scheming, but now he had a bad feeling. No news of the junior brother, not even the members of the small faction he had subjugated have returned, but the people who went out to search brought back this. The first disciple, a burly man, also wore an ugly expression at this moment. He produced a slender piece of jade. What is this? Wang Kang did not quite understand why his first disciple had brought out this piece of jade. This piece of white jade, known as corundum, is unique to the northern border. It is produced near our Tian Kang sect. The fan bone of the jade fan that the second disciple usually carries is made of this corundum. Moreover, there were numerous bloodstains found around the area where this piece of the fan bone was discovered. Also, several miles away, our people found a large pit containing some remains that had not been completely burnt to ashes. The burly disciple explained. What are you saying? Wang Kang's heart sank suddenly. I suspect that the junior brother has met with an accident, and it's likely that the small faction he took with him also did not survive, the burly disciple speculated. Actually, from the information brought back by those who were sent out, he felt this guess was very close to the truth. Otherwise, not even if he had the audacity, would he dare to stay away so long without reporting back. Good, very good. Wang Kang's face was dark, his body quivering with rage. Who exactly is it to have such a grudge against me, Wang Kang? To kill several of my disciples, do they really take me for someone they can mold as they wish? Feeling the terrifying evil chi radiating from the master, the burly disciple's heart also chilled. He knew the master was truly enraged. Master, what should we do now? The Wei family has been stubbornly resistant and refuses to surrender. Meanwhile, there's this mysterious force watching us covetously. Shall we continue to drag this out? In fact, the burly disciple felt stifled as well. Their Tian Kang sect had a loud reputation in the northern border. Anyone who heard their name would fear them by 3 parts and dare not be enemies. Yet, in this remote little place, they had been repeatedly thwarted. Several junior brothers had died in unclear circumstances, and they didn't even know who the murderer was. Such a huge loss had never been suffered by their Tian Kang sect before. What's there to drag out? If we continue dragging this out, I'm afraid that one day, even you might fall. Wang Kang spoke with an icy tone. Since someone is breaking the rules, wanting to reap the benefits of a fisherman, then don't blame me for flipping the table. Bear, prepare the troops immediately. We're attacking the Wei Mansion. Today I want to completely level the Wei Mansion. But Master, without the second and third disciple now, we lack sufficient combat power from the internal organ realm and probably aren't strong enough to break through the Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation, the burly disciple said anxiously. It doesn't matter, I will lend a hand when necessary. That Silver Moon battle formation is nothing to fear, Wang Kang said coldly. Master, if you make a move, what about the sacred prohibition from the Holy Mountain? The burly disciple gasped with shock. If it was anywhere else, they might have been able to kill others and destroy evidence to leave no proof. But this was the county. With the county lord mansion present clearly, they would not be able to escape the observation of everyone. Now that it has come to this, do you still think we should retreat? What of the sacred prohibition? At worst, after this matter, I will go to the Holy Mountain and imprison myself for 10 years. Stop wasting words and immediately do as I say. Wang Kang had to obtain the treasure of the Wei family. As long as he could obtain that treasure, even being imprisoned for 10 years would be worth it to him. The burly great Han, hearing his master's words, knew his mind was made up, and it would be difficult to dissuade him. I must obey, the disciple said. Yes, master, I will prepare now. After the senior disciple left, Wang Kangyi looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with resolute determination. No matter who you are, if you think you can take advantage of me, Wang Kangyi, we'll have to see if you have the skill. Brother Wang, have you truly decided? At this moment, a voice sounded. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out from within. Clearly, he had heard the conversation between Wang Kangyi and his disciple. Yes, I ask for Brother Zhao's assistance. Wang Kangyi seemed not at all surprised by the presence of the red-faced elder. Instead, he sincerely requested his help. So be it, the red-faced elder sighed. Although I do not approve of your behavior of killing for treasure, I owe you my life after all. This time, let's say I'm repaying you with my life. Brother Zhao, you're too serious. Inside the Wei family, only family head Wei Xing has achieved the perfection of the inner organs realm. With your help and my son's, defeating him will be as easy as lifting a hand. The red-faced elder shook his head, saying nothing more. If it were that easy, Wang Kangyi wouldn't have delayed for so long. He could have attacked the Wei family directly upon his arrival. Evidently, the Wei family's reliance was not so simple. The burly disciple was highly efficient. Soon, a large group of martial artists gathered in the courtyard of the residence. Master, everyone has been assembled, the burly disciple reported. Good, Wang Kangyi murmured, and then turned to the red-faced elder. Brother Zhao, I'm in your debt. Before long, a large number of martial artists set out from the residence, pressing towards the Wei Mansion. Such a commotion naturally could not escape the notice of the attentive in the city. At the county lord mansion, the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes, upon hearing his subordinate's report, felt a shiver in his heart. So, it's finally happening. In recent days, the county had been very quiet, so quiet that he almost believed the mastermind behind the scenes had given up. Quickly summon Jai Rui. Lord County Master, Lord Jai Rui is not in his room. Hearing Jai Rui was not there, the man with phoenix eyes felt his heart sink, knowing that this time it was going to be for real. His figure flashed, and he vanished from the courtyard, rushing towards the exterior of the mansion. At that moment, dozens of martial artists had already assembled outside the Wei Mansion. Wei Xing, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you surrender or not? The burly great Han stood at the forefront, his booming voice demanded. Ha ha ha, I've already answered that question long ago. The Wei family has those who die in battle, not those who surrender. Wei Xing's voice came from within the mansion. Fine, since you're so stubbornly resistant, don't blame us for being ruthless. The burly great Han had anticipated this response. He appeared solemn, lifting his hand high, then swinging it down. Kill, leave no one alive in the Wei family. Yes, as soon as his voice fell, several burly men, wielding heavy meteor hammers, stepped forward. They swung their meteor hammers swiftly, gathering all their strength before violently throwing them forward. The target was the stately and solemn vermilion gate of the Wei Mansion. Boom. With the powerful impact, the gate of the Wei Mansion came crashing down. In Kang County, the Wei family. In the past, the Wei Mansion, esteemed and feared by all, was now in complete chaos, blood everywhere. Many bodies lay on the ground, lifeless. Just a quarter of an hour ago, they were robust martial artists, full of vigor and vitality. Inside the spacious front courtyard of Wei Mansion, two groups of people were confronting each other. A burly man watched the scene before him with an expressionless face. Among those lying on the ground were his men as well as the Wei Mansion's Silver Moon guards. These were the remnants of their first clash when they had stormed in. The Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation was indeed formidable. Wei Xing, you really have something. Your Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation indeed lives up to its reputation, the burly man couldn't help but exclaim. Despite being enemies, he had to admit the prowess of the Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation. A few people could form a formation, their chi connected to each other, coordinated silently as one entity. Even when facing an enemy a level stronger than themselves, they could still fight. Such a sophisticated battle formation, he wondered where the Wei family had acquired it from. Even their Tian Kang sect did not possess such a powerful formation. You flatter us it's just a minor formation, not worthy of a grandmaster of the internal organ realm with perfection like yourself, replied the Wei family patriarch indifferently. He looked at the fallen Silver Moon guards on the ground, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. It wasn't easy to train each of the Silver Moon guards in the mansion. Many were personally selected by him and had grown up under his watch since their youth. Seeing them dead now, how could his heart not ache? But even if your Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation is powerful, it can't stop so many of us. Wei Xing, do you really want to watch Wei Mansion be leveled to the ground, sparing neither chicken nor dog? As long as you hand over the treasure, I promise you, I'll immediately take my men and leave Wei Mansion and Kang County. How about that? The burly man said. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child, to trust the words of a man who leads a horde of villains storming my Wei Mansion? Scoffed Wei Xing. If that's the case, then it's such a pity, the burly man said regretfully. If possible, he truly did not wish to have a mutually destructive fight with the Wei family. The majority of the people they had brought were from the external forces of the Tian Kang sect. But if the losses were too great, even his master, who was an esteemed elder in the sect, could not avoid being held responsible. Now it seemed this battle was inevitable. The burly man turned and respectfully bowed to an elderly man with a ruddy face behind him. Mr. Zhao, please lend me a hand. Ah, why must it come to this? The ruddy-faced elder sighed and stepped forward. Don't worry, leave this Wei family patriarch to me. After you break their battle formation, join forces to capture him. Wei Xing's heart sank as he saw the ruddy-faced elder step forward. From the aura emitted by the man, he knew this was another grandmaster-level expert in the inner organs realm of perfection. Although he was prepared, knowing the enemy would come prepared, the moment he saw the ruddy-faced elder step forward, Wei Xing couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in his heart. Now, however, there was nothing he could do but to meet soldiers with generals and water with earth. Family headway, let us have a little spar, said the ruddy-faced elder decisively. No sooner had his words fallen did he, utilizing some unknown movement technique, suddenly appear in front of Wei Xing and lightly strike out with his palm. Though the palm seemed gentle, in Wei Xing's heart arose a very dangerous premonition. He could not afford to be careless and immediately flipped his arm forward to block. Boom! Wei Xing's block did not seem fast and appeared very sluggish. But when their arms collided, a muffled sound erupted, and a powerful chi force burst from around them. The bluestone slabs they were standing on shattered inch by inch, spreading outward. The entire front courtyard shook, incredibly horrifying. Many martial artists in the courtyard, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, looked on with shock. Two martial arts experts at the inner organ's perfection had just clashed and exhibited such tremendous power. Such was the terror of a grandmaster. How formidable the Mayan palm! Wei Xing stepped back several paces, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said in a deep voice, "The Wei family master's boxing is equally extraordinary." The elder with the ruddy face similarly exclaimed. Wei Xing looked at the ruddy-faced elder with a solemn expression. The clash had let him know that this elder's realm and strength were not beneath him. To not be defeated, he could only give it his all. "Ah, hi, I'll leave the rest to you," Wei Xing instructed. "Yes, master." Standing behind him, the Grand Steward in silver armor responded. "Then let Wei witness your superior skills once again." This time, it was Wei Xing who took the initiative to strike. He moved with the grandeur of a dragon and a tiger, stepping forward, and in an instant, he was in front of the ruddy-faced elder, like a flood dragon emerging from a cave, throwing a punch at him. As the punch was thrown, a fierce wind arose before the fist even reached. The powerful punch wind already flapped the elder's clothes sharply. Facing this awe-inspiring punch, the ruddy-faced elder merely smiled lightly. His palms gently entwined towards Wei Xing's arms, appearing soft but like a dragon binding rope. They hid lethal intentions wanting to break Wei Xing's arms. Wei Xing saw the ingeniousness of this move, yet he was undaunted. His chi blood exploded, continuing to hammer towards the elder's chest. Bang! When their arms contacted, another collision ensued, raising a gust of wind. In an instant, the two grandmaster-level martial artists had exchanged more than 10 moves. Each clash of fists and palms caused the ground to tremble tremendously, leaving the onlooking martial artists agape. The only one who remained calm was the burly great Han at the inner organ's perfection. "What are you staring at? Charge forward with me, break through this Silver Moon battle formation." The burly great Han's cold voice sounded, chilling his subordinates to the bone. Yes, seeing the burly great hen already rushing forward with his saber, none of the subordinates dared hesitate and followed suit. However, as they charged forward, everyone avoided the area where Wei Xing and the ruddy-faced elder were fighting. They weren't able to participate in a battle between grandmaster-level martial artists. A slight misstep might mean being torn apart by the fists and palm winds of the two. Form up. The Grand Steward in silver armor, leading all the Silver Moon Guards, held a spear as piercing as a python emerging from its lair. Behind him, numerous Silver Moon Guards arranged into a mysterious formation, linking their chi with his. Wind, thunder, saber, break it. The burly great hand's chi blood exploded, his expression stern, as his saber raised a sound of wind and thunder, cleaving forward with one strike. Boom, the clash of saber and spear created a powerful burst of energy. Just days before, Grand Steward Wei, who had only recently broken through to the great success of the internal organs realm, felt a tremendous power surge through his spear, shaking him to the core. Fortunately, he was positioned within the Silver Moon battle formation, linked by energy with the other Silver Moon Guards. The force that reached him was quickly dissipated and transferred outwards, shared among the other Silver Moon Guards. This allowed him to maintain a firm grip on his spear without injury. However, despite not being injured, Grand Steward Wei's heart was still filled with shock. It was truly worthy of a perfect internal organ realm. This strength was terrifying. Even with the enhancement from the Silver Moon battle formation, he barely managed to withstand that attack. Damn, the burly great hand was also shaken back 2 steps. Seeing that Grand Steward Wei had taken his full force slash without being hurt, he knew that by himself, he likely couldn't break through the Silver Moon battle formation. Though reluctant, he still commanded his subordinates, spread out everyone and attacked this formation separately. His men immediately dispersed, surrounding and attacking the entire Silver Moon battle formation, and the burly great hen continued his assault on Grand Steward Wei. Both sides clashed once again. The Tian Kang sect had slightly fewer people than the Wei family Silver Moon Guards, but overall, they possessed superior strength. Logically, the Silver Moon Guards should have soon become overwhelmed and defeated. However, to their surprise, the Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation was too exquisite. Once it got going, it was unending, with the hearts and minds of dozens of people in sync as if they were one. Connected by their energy, every Silver Moon Guard could benefit from the power of the battle formation. Thus, after some time, it was the Tian Kang sect that was being pushed back step by step. This Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation, how could it be so formidable? A figure stood on the corner of a rooftop, watching the battle below, his phoenix eyes filled with astonishment. According to the rumors, the Wei family's Silver Moon Guards must be trained from a young age, living and eating together, practicing the same cultivation technique, and training together. Only after years and years can they achieve such perfect communication and perform the Silver Moon battle formation so flawlessly. People have doubted the Wei family's Silver Moon battle formation in the past, but now, seeing the power demonstrated by the formation, it truly deserves to be considered a top-tier protective treasure for the family. Any family with such a formation can ensure the prosperity of their lineage for a century. At this moment, the burly great hen felt equally furious and shocked. Although he had made sufficient estimations of the Wei family's protective battle formation, he did not expect the Silver Moon battle formation to be so intricately perfect. Even with him at the forefront, leading so many martial artists, they still couldn't break through the array. Darn it, if it weren't for the death of the second and third brothers, with their help, even if this Silver Moon battle formation were more exquisite, it would have definitely been broken. At this moment, the burly great hen felt a heightened hatred for the mysterious forces lurking in the shadows. The second and third brothers were both martial arts experts with small success in the internal organs realm, not to be underestimated in strength. If they were still alive, joining him to lead a team of martial artists each and attack simultaneously from 3 sides. Even this formidable Silver Moon battle formation would not be able to withstand such tremendous pressure. Instead of the current situation, where they were always just short of the power to break the formation, we must think of a solution. The anxiety in the burly great hand's heart grew, because he noticed that the longer the battle went on, the more smoothly the opposing formation operated. It was like an unbreakable and indestructible, resilient rubber ball, full of resilience yet also tremendously tense, balanced in both attack and defense. Unconsciously, his side had started to suffer casualties, whereas the other side had not lost a single person. If this continued, inevitably, it would be his side that would face defeat. With this thought, the force behind the burly great hand's war saber grew even more formidable. Boom! Once again, taking the burly great hand's mighty slash, Grand Steward Wei skillfully redirected the force to avoid injury. After such a long battle, his command over the Silver Moon battle formation became even more adept. Seeing the enemy begin to suffer casualties, his spirit was lifted, and he began to see the hope for victory. By then, the Wei family's crisis would be largely resolved. The other Silver Moon guards also realized this. Inspired by this, the onslaught of the Silver Moon battle formation became even more fierce. Could the Wei family really be about to win? Lord County Master, the middle-aged man with phoenix eyes on the corner rooftop, also noticed the change in the situation below, his eyes full of astonishment. However, that person would probably not allow such a thing to happen, right? Just as the thought passed through his mind, he suddenly felt a chill rise from within his heart. An uncontrollable shiver spread throughout his body. With awe in his eyes, he looked towards the highest part of the opposite rooftop. There, unbeknownst, when another figure had appeared. A terrifying presence emanated from this figure, causing him, an experienced martial arts expert within a step from the perfect realm, to tremble uncontrollably. Innate realm. In an instant, the man with the phoenix eyes knew the origins of that figure. Other than the mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful innate realm expert, who else could possess such a terrifying aura? This figure's appearance also caught the attention of the numerous martial artists in the front courtyard below. For a moment, everyone's bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they involuntarily stopped what they were doing. There was no helping it, the figure on the roof exuded such a terrifying presence that no one could overlook. Even Wei Xing and the red-faced old man, who were still entangled in a fight, suddenly separated and retreated to either side, looking towards the rooftop with trepidation and uncertainty. Master, the burly great hand's pupils shrank. Second elder. The martial artists who had come with the burly great hand also exclaimed in shock. Master, second elder. A thought crossed Wei Xing's mind, realizing that the person arriving was the behind-the-scenes mastermind who had brought calamity to the Wei family. A bunch of trash. Wang Kangyi looked down at the scene below with a dark expression. He hadn't expected that so many of his subordinates would not only fail to handle the Wei family, but even show signs of defeat. This was something the always arrogant him couldn't tolerate. The burly man's body trembled, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Disciple has been inept, please punish me, master. The other disciples of the Kangyan sect also quickly knelt down. HMPH, Wang Kangyi snorted coldly but said nothing. These worthless disciples indeed needed punishment, but that was not for now. His gaze swept over the kneeling disciples before settling on the Wei family crowd, eventually focusing on Wei Xing. Are you the current family head of the Wei family? Being under Wang Kangyi's gaze, Wei Xing immediately felt a tremendous weight upon him, as if a massive mountain had fallen onto his shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. Fear uncontrollably welled up from the depths of his heart, and he couldn't help but want to kneel and beg for mercy. Not good. Wei Xing realized that this was the influence of the innate realm's pressure, causing him to have hallucinations. He clenched his fists tightly, thrusting his nails into his palms, and under the sharp pain his mind finally broke free from the fear and his vision cleared. Indeed, I am Wei Xing, the current patriarch of the Wei family. I have seen the distinguished personage of the innate realm. Wei Xing bowed deeply, his posture very humble. Good composure, quite the talent. With your temperament, given time, you might indeed cultivate your own divine soul power and step into the innate realm. Seeing that Wei Xing had freed himself from the innate pressure, Wang Kangyi's expression did not change, but he actually offered praise. I dare not, Wei Xing's heart quivered. The more composed the other party was, the more uneasy he felt. Wei Xing, I am giving you two options now. One is to hand over that treasure, and I will spare your Wei family. The other is for me to take action personally and obliterate your Wei family completely. Which option would you like to choose? As expected, Wang Kangyi's following words shocked Wei Xing greatly. He cried out urgently, Sir, the Holy Mountain has decreed that those of the innate realm should not harm those below the innate level at will. Does Sir intend to defy the Holy Order? Presumptuous. Wang Kangyi's face darkened, and a powerful aura burst forth from him, instantly creating a gale. All the martial artists below felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them. Those with weaker resolve immediately knelt down, faces filled with fear. As for Wei Xing, who bore the brunt of the pressure, he felt the burden on him multiply as if the heavens were about to collapse upon him, so oppressively that he even shattered the thick Ching stone slabs under his feet. Hallucinations, these are all hallucinations. Wei Xing kept reminding himself internally, refusing to allow himself to kneel. As the patriarch of the Wei family, he had felt the might of the innate realm from his ancestors. He knew that this inborn momentum couldn't directly injure people. As long as his will was strong enough, he could treat it as if it were a breeze, not affecting him. With continuous mental reassurance, Wei Xing actually withstood the pressure, and despite trembling, he remained standing without kneeling. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Kangyi's eyes. If previously Wei Xing's resilience could be explained by his strong will, it was another matter that he could persevere under the full force of his aura now. This indicated that Wei Xing's will far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the internal organ realm. Will is closely related to one's heart and spirit. Previously, Wang Kangyi's words were 70% deception and 30% coaxing. giving Wei Xing a prospect of reaching the innate realm. With the intent to lessen his will to fight and make him surrender the treasure now, he felt that Wei Xing might indeed have the potential to step into the innate realm. Especially after his aura had washed over the environment, it wouldn't be long before Wei Xing might truly comprehend the divine soul power because of it. This man must not be left alive. With that thought, Wang Kangyi's gaze suddenly sharpened. He raised his hand, and a white sword chi materialized from thin air, speeding straight towards Wei Xing. What? Wei Xing was shocked. He couldn't have imagined that a mighty innate realm cultivator would actually stoop to such a level of shamelessness. Not only did he make a move against a postnatal realm martial artist like himself, but he did so in an almost sneak attack manner. Wei Xing wanted to dodge. But the sword chi arrived too swiftly, and coupled with Wang Kangyi's oppressive aura still bearing down on him, he couldn't bring even 30 to 40% of his full strength to bear, much less dodge in time. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chi was about to strike him. My life is over. Wei Xing sighed in his heart and closed his eyes. Yet in his mind, two figures involuntarily surfaced. My lady and I'm afraid I won't be able to come find you myself. Wei Xing closed his eyes, waiting for death. The other martial artists also widened their eyes, watching this unfold. However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Just as Wang Kangyi's sword chi was about to hit Wei Xing, a red light suddenly emerged, overtaking and blocking the white sword chi. Boom! White and red lights collided, and an intense explosion erupted. Under the tremendous outburst of chi force, not only was Wei Xing sent tumbling away, but even nearby martial artists were destabilized, rolling on the ground like scattered gourds. Wang Kangyi, you still haven't changed, using such shameless sneak attacks against a junior in the postnatal realm, truly disgraceful for someone of the innate realm. After the blast, an old yet vigorous voice rang out from above the crowd. Grand ancestor. Shocked to the point of spitting mouthfuls of blood and suffering from chest pains, Wei Xing was too preoccupied with his injuries to care and looked up, his face showing a surge of overjoyed relief. Indeed, on another rooftop, he saw a familiar figure. That old man with a fierce character and powerful stature, carrying a war saber on his back, another innate realm figure. Feeling the aura emanating from this newly appeared figure, the martial artists below instantly realized that here stood another innate realm grandmaster. And to hear Wei Xing's address, this elder was the famed patriarch of the Wei family. Damn it, another innate realm cultivator has appeared. Amid the tense atmosphere, one person felt extremely fearful. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes didn't dare to move an inch under the eaves. Sure enough, it's not the right time to enjoy the commotion. Why did I get curious? If I had left earlier, none of this would have happened. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes lamented in his mind. Currently trapped between two innate realm powers, he found himself in a dilemma with no way to escape. He didn't dare dream that the two innate realm masters hadn't noticed him. His only hope was that they would respect his status as county lord and not make things difficult for him. Wei Shanhai, you really aren't dead. Wang Kangyi's expression remained calm as he looked at the Wei family patriarch and spoke slowly. Pa, I Wei Shanhai have a long life ahead. You deceitful coward will die before I ever will. The Wei family patriarch Wei Shanhai spat in contempt. HMPH, even if you're not dead, your central veins have been hit by my sword chi. You probably still haven't fully expelled it, have you? With your primordial chi greatly damaged, how much of your full strength can you really wield now? Wang Kangyi said with a smile, I'm not sure how much strength I can use, but to kill a treacherous person like you who speaks honeyed words but harbors malice, it should be more than enough, Wei Shanhai retorted with disdain. Really? Then let's see you try. Wei Shanhai's gaze intensified, and a sword light also emerged in his hand. As the aura of the two innate realm powers collided, the martial artists below suddenly found breathing difficult, their hearts oppressively heavy as if they were about to meet their end at any moment, a profound discomfort spreading among them. An overwhelming sense of fear arose within everyone. They could sense that if these two innate realms started to battle here, they would likely suffer collateral damage. The two of you, are you sure you want to fight here within the city? That's when a plain voice sounded. Who dares to challenge the authority of two innate realm existences? As the martial artists, almost suffocated under the pressure of the two innate realms, heard this remark, they were stunned. Then they saw a figure appear, walking slowly from the Wei Mansion's main gate. He was a young man in simple clothes with an ordinary appearance. In his hands, he held a jade scroll. This jade scroll emitted a soft white light, enveloping the cloth-clothed youth and allowing him to walk freely under the daunting pressure of the two innate realms, unobstructed. This bizarre scene not only shocked the gathered martial artists. Even Wang Kangyi and Wei Shanhai, both innate realm experts, couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Both of you, Holy Mountain once issued a decree that innate realm martial artists must not attack those below innate without reason, nor engage in combat of innate level in populated cities. Do you intend to defy this decree? Facing the scrutiny of the two powerful innates, the cloth-clothed youth remained composed, yet his tone grew increasingly stern. Dan Book Jade Scroll, are you a representative from Tianji Building? Wang Kangyi stared intently at the jade scroll in the hands of the cloth-clothed youth, his expression serious. Tianji Building's Zhai Rui at your service, esteemed innate realms. The cloth-clothed youth bowed slightly and said calmly. Hearing the admission from the cloth-clothed youth, Wang Kangyi was shaken. He quietly observed the cloth-clothed youth for a while and slowly dispersed the sword chi in his palm. Although uncertain of his true identity, he had heard of the mystical Dan Book Jade Scroll. Such a mysterious scroll could only be activated by ones from Tianji Building. Even Wei Shanhai sheathed his sword light. However, unlike Wang Kangyi, his heart somewhat relaxed. He knew that with the appearance of someone from Tianji Building, today's battle would likely not occur. Wang Kangyi keenly sensed this slight fluctuation in Wei Shanhai's spirit. He immediately understood that his opponent was not yet healed and had been merely bluffing just now. In an instant, Wang Kangyi's face darkened. He looked at the cloth-clothed youth and questioned. It is well known that Tianji Building does not partake in conflicts between the world's factions. Mr. Zhai Rui, are you intending to break this stance? The position of Tianji Building has never changed, Mr. Wang, no need for doubts. The cloth-clothed youth replied indifferently. Your conflict with Senior Wei is of no interest to Tianji Building. But if you both insist on fighting within the city, you should know the consequences. Wang Kangyi's expression flickered. Had the cloth-clothed youth not been there, he could have killed Wei Shanhai, annihilated the Wei family, obtained the treasure, and then fled. Then, even if Holy Mountain pursued the matter, he could have lowered his responsibility to the minimum. But now, with the cloth-clothed youth present, he dared not act rashly. It was rumored that the Dan Book Jade Scroll from Tianji Building had a magical ability. Content written on it could be transmitted instantaneously to the headquarters of Tianji Building, quite mystical. With the cloth-clothed youth present, even if he slaughtered everyone in the city to silence them, he likely could not prevent the news from leaking. Wei Shanhai, do you dare to fight me outside the city? Wang Kangyi's face darkened as he was silent for a moment, suddenly yelling at the Wei Patriarch. Ha 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 ha, Wang Kangyi, no rush. This old man has traveled for days and is a bit tired. Give me a few days to recuperate, and I will personally come and take your head. However, seeing the hardy and bold Wei Shanhai, he just laughed heartily, showing no intention to fight. You, Wang Kangyi, grew furious, cowardly old thief. You lack even the spirit to fight. You disgrace the 3 words innate realm. Unlike you, a despicable villain who only knows how to attack from behind, engaging in petty theft, retorted Wei Shanhai. You. Wang Kangyi's chest heaved violently, knowing that Wei Shanhai had decided to hide in the city like a coward. Yet he had no way to lay hands on him, if he insisted on starting a battle, unless he could kill Wei Shanhai instantly. Otherwise, no matter the outcome, as long as others were harmed during the fight, he could not escape the pursuit of Holy Mountain. Thinking of the penalties for starting an innate-level battle in the city, Wang Kangyi shuddered. He did not want to spend the rest of his life confined to Holy Mountain, living in constant fear. After weighing his options, knowing that Wei Shanhai, even if unhealed, wasn't someone he could kill instantly at this moment. With that, a loud blast sounded, and his figure vanished atop the roofs. Master, seeing Wang Kangyi leave abruptly, the robust Great Han and others were alarmed. Aren't you leaving yet? Wei Shanhai did not trouble these men further. His voice deepened as he shouted, releasing a powerful burst of energy. The robust Great Han and others dared not linger. Hearing this, they hurried towards the exterior of Wei Mansion. Those who were slow were kicked by the people behind them, scrambling desperately to escape. Once all members of the party had left, Wei Shanhai then addressed someone under the eaves. Sir, please come out. Was there someone else hiding above? The people of the Wei family all looked in that direction. Beneath the scrutiny of many, a figure crawled out from beneath the eaves, dropped to the ground, and stood there with poise. I pay my respects to Senior Wei. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes first bowed to Wei Shanhai, then turned to the cloth-clothed youth and said, Mr. Zhai Rui, it's good that you arrived in time, otherwise I might never have seen you again. Upon seeing this figure, the people of the Wei family were all somewhat dumbfounded. No one had expected the county lord to be hiding in that spot. The cloth-clothed youth also hadn't expected his friend to be hiding there. Even his usually calm demeanor now bore a look of astonishment. Seeing his friend still acting nonchalant, he couldn't help but sigh. You really need to change your love for watching spectacles, because one day, if I hear news of your death, it wouldn't be a surprise. Mr. Zhai Rui, that's a bit unfair. Why would a friend curse me with death? As the two bickered, Wei Shanhai also landed on the ground and bowed to the cloth-clothed youth. The cloth-clothed youth's expression returned to its usual calm. He faintly said, Senior Wei misunderstands. My presence here was not to relieve the Wei family from any situation, but because I did not want to see anyone defying the Holy Mountain's prohibition. No matter the reason, your arrival indeed saved our Wei family, a favor Wei Shanhai will never forget, Wei Shanhai declared. The cloth-clothed youth shook his head and walked away without saying another word. Mr. Jairui, why the rush? Wait for me, let's go for a drink together. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes bowed to Wei Shanhai and chased after him while shouting. Wei Shanhai watched the two leave the Wei Mansion without calling out to keep them. Ancestors. Once all the outsiders had departed, Wei Xing, clutching his chest, led the family members to approach excitedly. Xing had the situation was urgent just now, and I couldn't fully block Wang Kangyi's sword chi, causing you to be injured. I hope it's nothing serious. Wei Shanhai asked. It's nothing. Who would have thought that an innate realm expert would resort to a sneak attack on a junior like me? Luckily, you arrived in time, ancestor, Wei Xing said, shaking his head. HMPH, that Wang Kangyi has always been despicable and shameless. He doesn't care about reputation, Wei Shanhai scoffed. Ancestor, why didn't you keep Mr. Jairui here? He saved our Wei family, and just letting him leave seems somewhat discourteous, Wei Xing inquired. Wei Shanhai shook his head. It's not that I didn't want to keep him, it's just that his status is special, and he usually doesn't get close to other powers. Keeping him would have been making things difficult for him. Wei Xing still wanted to ask, but Wei Shanhai gestured with his hand. Let's go inside and talk. Have someone tidy up the courtyard first. Wei Xing had to hold his questions until they were inside the house with only him, the Grand Steward, and the ancestor present. Then he continued, Ancestor, when did you return? I have been back for several days, but I haven't entered the city because I knew Wang Kangyi would be waiting in the shadows to strike. Ancestor, who are these people exactly, and what is the grudge between you and Wang Kangyi? This question had been troubling Wei Xing for some time. Such a treasure had always been hidden and secret, known to only a few in the family. Why then could this mysterious force know about it? The attackers on our Wei family mostly came from a sect force in the northern border called the Heavenly Kang sect, where Wang Kangyi serves as the second elder. As for the grudge between him and me, Wei Shanhai sighed before continuing. He and I were once friends. Friends, how then? Wei Xing and the Grand Steward were shocked. That was a matter of 100 years ago. As Wei Shanhai narrated, Wei Xing and the others slowly came to understand what had truly happened. 100 years ago, Wei Shanhai was a vigorous and bold young man. At that time, he had achieved greatness in martial arts cultivation, and though young, he was a martial arts expert with perfect bones and muscles, a rare martial arts genius in the Wei family in a century. To find a breakthrough to the internal organ realm and to broaden his horizon, Wei Shanhai, at the age of 20, decided to travel and meet the heroes of the world. During his travels, he met a young man about his age, Wang Kangyi. Wang Kangyi, from a major sect, was exceptionally powerful and well experienced. In both strength and experience, he surpassed Wei Shanhai, who originated from a lesser-known family at the time. The two felt an instant kinship, and Wei Shanhai was particularly impressed by Wang Kangyi's demeanor. Eventually, the two swore brotherhood. After becoming sworn brothers, they ventured through the martial world together, experiencing and witnessing much. However, it was during these travels that Wei Shanhai slowly realized that Wang Kangyi was not as grand and noble as he seemed. His heart was not as expansive as it appeared sometimes. He would pick on the weak over trivial issues. He was quick to take vengeance, and if anyone offended him, even by accident, he would slay them to vent his anger. If not for Wei Shanhai often intervening, many times he even wanted to vent his anger on others, families, obliterating entire clans. Thus, throughout their travels, their ideologies and discourse on dealing with matters diverged, leading to frequent arguments. But at that time in Wei Shanhai's heart, he still considered Wang Kangyi a brother. He thought that although Wang's actions were a bit extreme, he was still a righteous person. What really caused their rupture was an incident after the two went to explore a secret chamber together. In that mysterious land, they inadvertently deciphered a cave dwelling and obtained a great opportunity. However, when it came to dividing the treasure, disagreements arose. Wang Kangyi believed that since he had put in more effort during the process of deciphering the cave, he should be entitled to 90% of the treasure. Wei Shanhai, however, felt that since they were brothers, they shouldn't be so calculative. Even though he hadn't exerted as much effort, he had also protected Wang Kangyi from a lethal trap when entering the cave. By that reasoning, even if he didn't get half, he should receive more than just 10%. The two had an intense argument once more, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Wei Shanhai stepped back. He was willing to take only 10% of the treasure, but with one condition: that he picks his share first. Unexpectedly, Wang Kangyi didn't even agree to this request, insisting that they take turns picking one item at a time. Thus, Wei Shanhai was thoroughly disappointed in Wang Kangyi. You must know, the treasures they obtained were quite extraordinary with their power levels at the time. They couldn't distinguish which items were the best. Even if he were to choose first, he wouldn't have been able to pick all the most precious treasures. And yet, Wang Kangyi wouldn't even concede that slight disadvantage. After completely seeing Wang Kangyi's true nature, Wei Shanhai let go. He casually picked a few treasures, and once they exited the cave, he severed ties with Wang Kangyi forever, each going their separate ways and ceasing all contact. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for my breakthrough in the innate realm during our travels back then, making our powers nearly equal, with neither of us sure of victory over the other, I'm afraid Wang Kangyi might have already had murderous intent at that time, Wei Shanhai sighed. Ancestor, according to what you said, the treasures you ended up with, Wei Xing tentatively asked. Indeed, among the treasures I picked, one of them is the item hidden in the Wei family's secret vault, Wei Shanhai nodded, and it was the most precious item we found in that secret chamber. The most precious. Wang Kangyi would have never imagined that I'd be so lucky, choosing the most valuable treasure in one go perhaps. This could be called destiny. I wonder if it made him exceedingly furious in the days that followed. A trace of an ironic smile appeared on Wei Shanhai's face. Imagining the scenario, Wei Xing and housekeeper Wei felt that given Wang Kangyi's temper, he probably was indeed very agitated. So Wang Kangyi's visit to our Wei family this time is to obtain that treasure, but why then were you ambushed by him, ancestor? Inquired Wei Xing. That, I must say, is because I was too careless, Wei Shanhai sighed. After my fallout with Wang Kangyi, I hadn't seen him again. Recently he wrote to me, saying that as old friends who hadn't met for many years, he wished to meet up. I thought to myself that so many years have passed, and we were both so headstrong when we were young, which is why we argued so fiercely. Now 100 years later, what is there that can't be let go? So I went to meet him. I didn't expect that once we met, Wang Kangyi pretended to reminisce with me about our youthful travels and then launched a surprise attack while my guard was down. I was caught off guard and seriously injured, managing to escape only by finding an opening. How are your injuries now, ancestor? Wei Xing hurriedly asked. My injuries have not yet healed, and I can only exert up to 30% of my full power, Wei Shanhai spoke nonchalantly. Hearing this, Wei Xing and housekeeper Wei were shocked. Just as they were about to ask further, Wei Shanhai asked, by the way, I have been back for so long, why haven't I seen Ning Yan and where are they? Innate realm practitioners have extraordinary senses, and Wei Shanhai realized that he could not detect the presence of Li Ningyan and Wei Ziyan in the residence. Does that mean Ning Yan and Zai, and their lives are still hanging by a thread? Wei Shanhai spoke with a furrowed brow. Just now, Wei Xing had recounted all that had happened during this period. This included the attempt to secretly send his wife and children away, a plan that ended up being discovered. But the lady and the young master should be fine. Otherwise, our adversaries would have already used them to threaten us, housekeeper Wei analyzed. The problem is we have no idea where they are now, whether they've already reached the state mansion or are hiding somewhere. No matter what, we still need to confirm they are safe, Wei Shanhai said. Ziohai, arrange for someone to check the state mansion first, then send others to scout outside the city. Yes, Grand Ancestor, I will make the arrangements right away, housekeeper Wei responded. Actually, they had wanted to do this for a long time, but the presence of Tian Kang's sex people had been looming over them like a specter, preventing them from daring to send out anyone carelessly. After housekeeper Wei left to arrange for manpower, Wei Xing turned to the Grand Ancestor. Grand Ancestor, are your injuries not serious? Approximately when will you recover? My injuries, I'm afraid, are beyond healing. At this moment, a look of weariness suddenly appeared on Wei Shanhai's face, his energy rapidly waning, and he seemed to age considerably as he slumped into his chair. Grand Ancestor, Wei Xing shouted in alarm. Don't make a fuss, Wei Shanhai gestured with his hand and sighed. Wang Kangyi's innate sword energy is indeed formidable. Having been struck by his sword, though I avoided the brunt of the damage, my heart meridians are still gravely wounded by his sword chi. With the Grand Ancestor's strength, is it really not possible to expel the sword chi? On my own, it's very difficult, Wei Shanhai shook his head. Wang Kangyi's innate sword energy is extremely toxic, akin to bone-corroding poison, entangling around my heart meridians. Given that our cultivation levels are on par, I cannot guarantee the sword chi can be purged without further damage to my own heart meridians. I can only suppress it temporarily with my true chi, preventing it from erupting. Upon hearing this, Wei Xing grew anxious. Then is there truly no other way? Unless there's assistance from another innate realm expert, who can work both internally and externally with me, using gentle true chi to protect my heart meridians, allowing me to fully focus my cultivation to completely purge the sword chi. Upon hearing this, Wei Xing felt a sense of despair, not to mention innate realm experts, who are as elusive as dragons, rarely revealing themselves to the common folk. In their remote location, where could they find an innate realm expert on short notice? Moreover, even if by some stroke of luck such an innate realm expert appeared, the risk of allowing another's innate realm true chi into one's heart meridians was too great. Human nature is unpredictable. If the other party harbors evil intentions, in an instant, they could completely destroy the Grand Ancestor's heart meridians. Then, even a deity descending to Earth could not reverse the damage. Wei Shanhai was also aware of the difficulty of this matter. Nevertheless, with a determined spirit, seeing Wei Xing's anxious expression, he comforted him instead. There's no need to be so dejected the situation hasn't reached the final step. As long as I am alive, I can still protect our Wei family. Grand Ancestor, what are the consequences if the sword chi isn't purged? Wei Shanhai paused before speaking. Suppressing the sword chi puts a great strain on my heart meridians probably. After at most one more year, my heart meridians will not withstand it and will fail and die. Wei Xing fell silent. He had thought that with the Grand Ancestor's return, everything would be safe. Unexpectedly, the Grand Ancestor's injuries still posed such a significant hidden danger. At that moment, his previous joy evaporated. After pondering for a while, Wei Xing still unwillingly said, Grand Ancestor, is it possible to heal your injuries using that treasure? Unlikely, Wei Shanhai shook his head. That treasure is exceedingly mysterious and far from ordinary. It was by chance that I learned the Silver Moon battle formation and the cultivation technique I now practice from it and advanced to the innate realm. For decades, I have been unable to glean anything more from it. There's no need to waste those years of accumulated foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of the initial innate realm for so many years. But it is still a method, isn't it? Wei Xing quickly said, what if, Grand Ancestor, you experience life and death this time and are able to comprehend a higher realm from it? You sigh very well, I will give it a try. Wei Shanhai, seeing his insistence, sighed and agreed. At a time when Wei family seemed to have temporarily resolved another life and death crisis, with the return of Wei Shanhai, elsewhere in the county, discussions about the battle between Tian Kang's sect and Wei family were gradually surfacing. There was no help for it, though the battling factions far surpassed any other power within the county. Logically, other minor forces should have steered clear, not daring to even glance towards such a conflict. But there are always those in the world who do not fear. Within these forces, there are always spies painstakingly cultivated in secret. Hence, some of the inside stories of this battle eventually leaked, especially the conversation between the cloth-clothed youth and the two innate realm experts, which was unabashedly loud enough to echo throughout the city. Thus, everyone learned that there existed such a taboo for the reclusive and mysterious innate realm authorities. They were not to casually harm those below innate. I don't know what force Holy Mountain holds to be able to restrict the immensely powerful innate realm. Thank goodness such a ban exists, otherwise, we might all be dead by now. That momentum earlier was truly terrifying. Indeed, my heart was pounding so hard earlier. If those two had really started fighting, I fear half the county would have been destroyed, right? And what force does Tianji building belong to? Due to the power of the Holy Mountain sect, they hadn't completely evacuated the county, so the residents dared not talk loudly about it. However, private discussions were inevitable. Thus, before long, discussions about the great battle had spread throughout the entire county. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. There was no helping it when the two great innate realm powers clashed earlier. The might was truly too fearsome. The entire city had been silent then, not daring to even breathe. No one wished for those two to truly start fighting, because after their battle, who knew if they would still be able to survive? Now that everyone knew fighting was not allowed casually in the city among the innate realm, everyone felt genuinely relieved. In these discussions, one person, as he listened, couldn't help but show a joyful expression on his face. But soon he quickly concealed his joy and pretended as if nothing special had happened, joining the discussions with others. The next morning, after disguising himself a bit, he followed the crowd and quietly slipped out of the city. After leaving the city, he changed his route several times, even staying the night at his brother-in-law's house in the countryside, ensuring that no one was following him before he headed toward Jiulai village. Upon arriving at Jiulai village, he went straight to Lu Qing's house and saw Lu Qing practicing his punches in the courtyard. Young Master Lu, Brother Tian. Lu Qing looked up, a bit surprised. According to Magu's instructions, shouldn't Tian and the others have dispersed and hidden after dealing with the corpses of the Black Wolf gang? Why would he appear here? Brother Tian, why are you here? Lu Qing felt a chill in his heart. Had something happened? Young Master Lu, something big happened in the city these past 2 days. I specifically came to tell you, Tian said with some excitement. Indeed, Lu Qing's expression became serious. Come in, let's talk inside. Inside the house, little Yan hadn't woken up yet, and the table was set with freshly made breakfast. The steaming aroma made Tian involuntarily swallow. He had gotten up very early that morning and hadn't had the chance to eat at his brother-in-law's place before rushing here. Brother Tian, did you have breakfast yet? Why not eat something here? Lu Qing noticed his motion and asked. No need, I have something important to tell you first. Tian shook his head, insisting. All right, then go ahead. Lu Qing didn't press further, seeing how serious Tian was. Evidently, something important had happened in the city. Could it be that the Holy Mountain sect and the Wei family had finally started fighting? Just as this thought crossed Lu Qing's mind, he heard Tian start speaking. Just the day before yesterday, those foreign martial artists in the city officially declared war on the Wei family. They gathered many martial artists and launched a direct attack on Wei Mansion. Tian's first sentence already made Lu Qing's heart tremble. However, as Tian continued recounting, his expression gradually turned into astonishment. Just like that, the two great innate masters ended up not fighting after all, allowing us to escape a disaster. I took the opportunity to slip out of the city to tell you about it. After hearing Tian's account, Lu Qing fell into a long silence. There was no helping it. Tian's words contained too much information, and he needed to sort it out first. Seeing him in silence, Tian did not interrupt, quietly waiting. He knew young Master Lu was no ordinary person and understood far more than him. He didn't need to say much, he just needed to wait for his thoughts. However, during the wait, Xiao Tian, smelling the aroma of the food on the table, felt hungrier by the moment. Finally, his stomach uncontrollably growled. This sound also startled Lu Qing from his thoughts. He looked at the somewhat embarrassed Xiao Tian and smiled. "Brother Tian, don't be shy, go ahead and eat something." "Yes, young master." This time, Xiao Tian did not hesitate and picked up a steamed bun to eat. After he finished 2 buns and drank a bowl of porridge, Lu Qing then asked, "Brother Tian, you mentioned that those in the innate realm are not to freely attack those below innate, nor battle within the cities. That's certain." "Certain." Xiao Tian nodded seriously. This was personally stated by that official from the Tianji building when those 2 innate realm experts were about to fight. He rushed into the Wei Mansion and proclaimed it to be a decree from the Holy Mountain, heard by the entire city. And in the end, those 2 innate realm experts really didn't fight, and the foreign one left angrily. Lu Qing's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop. He hadn't expected that there were such decrees for the innate realm. What place was this holy mountain? It could restrain the innate realm powers of the world, and it seemed those innate realm individuals also did not dare to publicly defy it. It appeared that this world indeed held many secrets, harboring numerous formidable forces unknown to the people. Even becoming an innate realm expert did not guarantee one could act as they pleased. However, this decree was beneficial for the present Lu Qing. It at least gave him more confidence in dealing with Wang Kangyi. Of course, this did not mean Lu Qing was not wary of Wang Kangyi anymore. A cornered dog will leap over a wall, and those in the innate realm were not made of clay. Anyone who could cultivate to such a realm was proud and independent. If he truly angered the other and invoked a murderous intent, any decree would be meaningless. If someone really wanted to kill, it was just a matter of intention. Could that so-called holy mountain revive a dead person at that point? Therefore, a proper reverence for the innate realm was still necessary. Young Master Lu, now that the Wei family elder has returned and resolved their crisis, when can Master Ma come back? Asked Xiao Tian, a perceptive man. Although he hadn't seen Mrs. Wei and her son with his own eyes when he was in that large estate at the fair, from various clues in the events that followed, he had guessed some connections. He knew that his master's disappearance was likely related to the Wei family's matriarch and young son. "This matter is not urgent." You also said that the mysterious innate realm individual before leaving stated he would not rest easily. Clearly, the situation in the county is still tense under these circumstances. It is not suitable for Master Ma to appear, especially since where he is now is very safe, Lu Qing said. Xiao Tian thought so too and did not inquire further. As long as he knew Master Ma was fine, that was enough. After eating, Xiao Tian took his leave. He wanted to return to the county to continue gathering information. To this, Lu Qing could only advise him to be careful. After Xiao Tian left, Lu Qing went to wake little Yan from her bed, helped her wash up, have breakfast, and then took her and little Lei to the half-mountain small courtyard. The news brought by Xiao Tian was very important, especially the information regarding the decree for the innate realm. He had to inform his master. Upon reaching half-mountain small courtyard, his master was just drying herbs. After Lu Qing relayed the news brought by Xiao Tian to his master, he then asked, "Master, having traveled for many years, have you ever heard of this decree or the forces of the Holy Mountain and Tianji building?" The elder doctor, after listening to Lu Qing's words, was quite surprised. Upon hearing his question, he seemed a bit lost. He shook his head and said, "I have never heard of these 2 names, nor have I heard of such a decree." Lu Qing wasn't surprised to hear that his master had never heard of those 2 mysterious forces. Although his master had once achieved great success in the internal organ realm in martial arts cultivation, he had always considered himself a doctor, never regarding himself as a martial artist. He spent the first half of his life wandering the countryside, treating the sick and saving lives, uninterested in the disputes among martial artists. So it wasn't surprising that he didn't know about these top forces. Lu Qing shared his thoughts with his master, but the elder doctor didn't care. The old man here doesn't like to fight with others. Let the prohibition be a prohibition, it's rather peaceful that way. Lu Qing thought so too. His master always had the heart of medical benevolence, amiable with everyone. Sometimes, when patients were in a bad mood and lashed out, he would still comfort them with gentle words and rarely got angry. Getting him to fight others was as difficult as getting him to abandon a patient to death. For other innate realm individuals, the prohibition might be a restraint, but for his master, it really didn't seem to make any difference whether it existed or not. With that in mind, Lu Qing wasn't worried anymore. By the way, master, there is something else your disciple wants to consult you about. Now that the Wei family's innate realm ancestor has returned, should your disciple escort Mrs. Wei and her son back to the county? As for the fact that Mrs. Wei and her son had been moved to the deep mountains, Lu Qing did not hide this from his master. The elder doctor thought for a moment and said, "Wait a few more days. The situation in the county is still unclear. It's better for us, master and disciple, not to get involved." I was thinking the same thing. After all, Mrs. Wei and her family are currently in a relatively safe situation. There is no need to rush back. According to what Xiao Tian had said, Wang Kangyi clearly hadn't given up on the Wei family's treasure and was still eagerly watching in the county. If Mrs. Wei and her family returned now, they would fall straight into Wang Kangyi's hands. Wouldn't that make them inadvertent saboteurs, hindering the Wei family? However, even though Mrs. Wei and her family couldn't return yet, they should still be informed about it. After spending half the morning with his master and finishing his studies for the day, Lu Qing then took little Lei and headed into the mountains. As for little Yan, she had been recognizing more and more characters lately and could start reading some simple sentences with an effort. When the master learned of this, he was very pleased, knowing that Lu Qing often had to go into the mountains for cultivation, so he took the initiative to propose teaching little Yan himself. Therefore, the little fellow's recent study tasks were not easy, with much to learn. Accompanied by little Lei, he arrived at the cave where Magu and his group were hiding, and Lu Qing happened to see Wei Zion practicing stick technique. Lu Qing watched for a bit, noticing that his stick technique had become quite proficient, and he nodded in some satisfaction. Just as Magu had said, Wei Zion indeed had a bit of talent for the path of martial arts. During this period, Lu Qing had taught him the simplified one-breath stick technique in its entirety. Now, it seemed that Wei Zion had been diligently practicing in private, without slacking off. Good, not bad. When Wei Zion had finished performing a set of stick techniques, Lu Qing then spoke out in praise. "Young Master Lu, you're here." Wei Zion turned his head and was immediately glad to see him. Mrs. Wei, who was resting in another cave room, came out upon hearing the voice. She was surprised. "Young Master Lu, why have you come so quickly this time?" According to past habits, Lu Qing usually visited only once every 3 or 4 days, but now it had been only 1 day since his last visit. "There is something minor. Where is Elder Ma?" Lu Qing asked casually. "Master went out to see if he could find some small game to improve our meals." Lu Qing nodded, without further comment. As time slowly passed, everyone realized that the likelihood of that mysterious force coming back to search the mountains for them had become very small. So Magu and the others had not been as tense as they were in the beginning. Their range of activities gradually ceased to be confined to the cave. Before long, Magu came in holding 2 wild rabbits, both happy and surprised to see Lu Qing. Happy that Lu Qing had come, and surprised for fear something bad had happened outside. "All right, now that everyone's here, I do have some news to tell you." Hearing Lu Qing's words, both Magu and Mrs. Wei tensed up. Indeed, there was a reason for Lu Qing's sudden visit. "Mrs. Wei, there's no need to be nervous. This is actually good news for you," Lu Qing said with a smile upon seeing Mrs. Wei's expression. "Young Master Lu, what exactly is it?" Mrs. Wei's expression eased when she heard it was good news, and she asked. "This morning, Brother Tian, Elder Ma's trusted man, came to look for me and informed me of a significant event that occurred in the county a couple of days ago. The Wei family's ancestor has safely returned." Lu Qing slowly retold what Xiao Tian had told him. Mrs. Wei and Zai's eyes widened more and more as they listened, and by the end they were overjoyed. "So the Wei family's crisis is now essentially over. Madame and the young master can rest easy." "Mom, our ancestor has come back. Does that mean we can go home?" Zion asked excitedly. "No, not yet." Although Mrs. Wei was also excited, she quickly calmed down. "According to young Master Lu, those villains haven't given up on plotting for our family's treasure. It's still too risky for us to return now." "Madam speaks wisely," Lu Qing nodded in approval. Although Mrs. Wei wasn't knowledgeable in martial arts, to remain so clear-headed upon hearing such great news was truly worthy of the Wei family's matriarch. "That mysterious group, having made such a big move, will definitely not leave so easily," he said. "They are keeping the entire county under surveillance. If you return now, you will probably be walking right into the mouth of a tiger before even nearing the county, and this would only cause trouble for the family head and the others." "Mother, what should we do then?" Wei Zion had matured a lot recently and knew that his mother and the others had a clearer understanding of the situation, so he didn't stubbornly insist on returning. "Wait," Mrs. Wei said firmly. "Since nothing is amiss at the manor, that's already excellent news. We should, even more so, not cause any trouble for your father and ensure our own safety by staying peacefully in this forest. I refuse to believe that those people will stay in Kang County forever. When they leave, that will be our time to return home." "Perfectly. Aren't you also cultivating the stick technique taught to you by the young master?" Use this time to diligently practice, and once you master it completely, you'll give your father a huge surprise when we get back and he'll see you in a new light." Hearing his mother's words, Wei Zion immediately felt a surge of blood boil within him. He really wanted his father's approval. Without delay, he loudly declared, "Don't worry, mother, I will train seriously. No, I will start cultivating right now." Watching Wei Zion, fired up by his mother's words with a newfound zeal for cultivation, Lu Qing and Magu couldn't help but smile. The hearts of the youth are indeed easily swayed. Lu Qing had originally planned to escort Mrs. Wei and the others back to the manor after some time. However, the next day, the arrival of an unexpected visitor completely disrupted his plans. Returning from the mountains, Lu Qing went to the half-mountain small courtyard early the next morning, as usual, with little Yan and little Li. Little Yan went to learn her morning lessons from her master, while Lu Qing helped dry herbs in the courtyard. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from outside the courtyard. "Excuse me, is anyone home? Someone is here. Are you looking for a doctor? Come in, please." Lu Qing, busy with the herbs, didn't look up and casually replied. Assuming it was just another villager seeking medical help early in the morning, an often occurrence, he thought nothing of it. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss, for the person's first words upon entering were full of praise. "The plum blossoms nourished by the heaven and earth primordial chi must make exceptional tea. May I ask for a cup to taste?" Lu Qing's body jolted, and he abruptly looked up at the visitor. He saw a plainly dressed, ordinary-looking, cloth-clothed youth standing at the courtyard entrance, smiling at him. Seeing Lu Qing look over, the youth praised again at such a young age to have achieved perfect bones and muscles, truly worthy of being a disciple of an innate grandmaster. Lu Qing asked. His heart was secretly shaking even without using his superpower. He couldn't see through the visitor's martial arts realm. There seemed to be a layer of fog around him, completely concealing his aura. At a glance, he seemed like just any ordinary young person, but Lu Qing knew this was definitely no ordinary person. Someone who could so easily expose the reason behind the blooming of the plum tree in the courtyard and see through his martial arts realm couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. More importantly, even little Li hadn't noticed the visitor's approach in advance, which was extremely unusual. Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower and looked at the newcomer. Very soon, a rich red light mixed with a glimmer of golden light emerged from the youth. Lin Zhirui, true disciple of Central State Tianji Tower, gentle and calm nature, wise and strategic. Cultivation, completed the postnatal internal realm. Carries an exotic treasure that can conceal his own aura and fate, making him undetectable. Possesses various secret techniques, and with the help of the exotic treasure, can protect himself even against martial artists of the initial innate realm. It was him. Seeing the string of information appear in his vision, Lu Qing immediately knew who the visitor was. The same cloth-clothed youth who had appeared in the county and stopped the fight between Wang Kangyi and an ancestor of the Wei family, both of whom were in the innate realm. However, he hadn't expected the youth to be so formidable. Not being in the innate realm, yet possessing the strength not to fear those of the ordinary innate realm, was indeed incredible. No wonder little Li hadn't detected the person in advance. Turned out he had an exotic treasure aiding him in concealing his aura. "I am Zhirui from Tianji Building, a disciple who has come specially to pay respects to the newly advanced innate realm elder, Chen Songqing," he declared. While Lu Qing was rapidly turning thoughts over in his mind, the cloth-clothed youth performed a respectful gesture. Even the name of his master was known. Lu Qing's heart was again greatly shocked. Besides himself and little Yan, almost no one else knew his master's full name. Even the villagers only referred to him as Old Dr. Chen and were unaware of his full name. Unexpectedly, this cloth-clothed youth whom he had never met before was unmistakably clear about it, and furthermore, he knew that master had been promoted to innate. Tianji Building, indeed formidable. Lu Qing felt a tremor within, sensing the terror of these mysterious forces. He took a deep look at the cloth-clothed youth and then said, "Please wait a moment, I will go inform my master." Old Dr. Chen had already heard the noise outside. Seeing Lu Qing come in, he frowned and asked, "Ah, Ching, is the visitor the youth you mentioned yesterday?" "Yes, master. It's the same Mr. Zhirui who claimed to be a disciple of Tianji Building, and moreover, he seems to know you've ascended to the innate realm." Lu Qing was quite puzzled about this. According to Zhao Tian, this Lin Zhirui should have been in the county these days. The county was not near their location, a distance of more than 100 miles. Given such a remote distance and the subtle nature of Master's breakthrough event, how had he come to know of my Master's achievement of the innate realm? Old Dr. Chen was also unclear about the reason but was not panicked. Having spent his life in healing and aiding people, the elder doctor had never done anything remorseful, upright, and forthright. He feared no one. "From what you said yesterday, this person must be from the righteous path. I will go out and meet him." He told little Yan to stay in the room and continue her studies while old Dr. Chen walked out with Lu Qing. The cloth-clothed youth, who had been waiting in the courtyard, was now under the plum tree, looking up to admire the full bloom. Hearing the sound, he turned his head, and on seeing Lu Qing and the others come out, his gaze immediately fell on old Dr. Chen. At the same time, a strange energy emanated from his eyes. Then, rapidly, he bodily trembled, a respectful look appearing in his eyes, and he respectfully bowed to old Dr. Chen. Junior from Tianji Building, Zhirui, pays respects to Mr. Chen. You need not be overly courteous, young man. Please take a seat, old Dr. Chen smiled. I dare not, Mr. Chen. You sit first, the cloth-clothed youth hurriedly said. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, with the cloth-clothed youth insisting on letting old Dr. Chen sit first, old Dr. Chen eventually reluctantly acquiesced. As for Lu Ching, being a disciple, he stood by waiting for orders. May I know why Mr. Zhirui has come to visit us? After sitting down, old Dr. Chen directly asked. Mr. Chen, I have come here wishing to ask for a cup of plum tea from you. The cloth-clothed youth did not immediately reveal his purpose, but took a roundabout way of speaking. That's simple, Ah Ching, go bring my tea equipment, and also some of the plum tea we dried a few days ago, old Dr. Chen ordered. Yes, master. Lu Ching went inside and soon brought out the tea equipment and flour tea, then got the fire burning vigorously. When the spring water boiled, old Dr. Chen placed some plum blossoms into the cup to brew, and a peculiar aroma immediately rose. It was also miraculous the plum tree had bloomed on the day old Dr. Chen had stepped into the innate realm. After so much time, the plum blossoms had still not fallen completely, continuing to bloom. It amazed every visitor who came for treatment. Old Dr. Chen discovered that, nourished by the primordial qi during his breakthrough, the plum blossoms on this tree had also become very special. Not only were they incredibly fragrant, they also had effects of nourishing the yin and yang, promoting salivation and quenching thirst. So he had collected the fallen blossoms and dried them to make flower tea. Mr. Zhirui, please. Lu Ching brought a cup of plum blossom tea to the cloth-clothed youth. The cloth-clothed youth took the tea, gently sipped it, and his eyes instantly narrowed. He closed his eyes and quietly savored the taste for a while. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of admiration. Such excellent plum tea, it moistens the mouth and is wonderfully fragrant, truly worthy of being nourished by the heaven and earth primordial qi. If you like it, Mr. Zhirui, feel free to take some back with you when you return. The elder doctor, also a tea aficionado, felt somewhat pleased to see the high praise for the plum blossom tea he had carefully prepared. Then I must thank Mr. Chen for his generosity. The cloth-clothed youth said joyfully, and so Lu Ching went inside and packed up a small bundle of plum blossom tea. After finishing a cup of plum tea, the cloth-clothed youth put down the cup, and his face suddenly became serious. I think Mr. Chen must be very curious about how I came to know that you had made a breakthrough to the innate realm. Indeed, I am somewhat puzzled, the elder doctor admitted honestly. At the time of his breakthrough, he hadn't sensed anyone spying nearby, and after the breakthrough, he had never shown his innate realm abilities in front of others. He genuinely did not know how the cloth-clothed youth had come to learn about his breakthrough. Mr. Chen need not be concerned. It was purely by coincidence that I came to know about your breakthrough, not due to intentional prying. It's just that at the time of the breakthrough, I was in the county, carrying an exotic treasure from my sect. I happened to sense the changes in the heaven and earth qi in this area, and from that, I knew that a postnatal martial arts grandmaster, 100 miles away, was comprehending the heaven and earth primordial qi, inducing the energy into the body and achieving innate. However, in these past days, the situation in the county has been somewhat tense, and I couldn't leave right away. That's why it has taken until today for me to visit Mr. Chen, the cloth-clothed youth explained. Besides not being able to leave, he was probably also investigating my master's background, Lu Ching thought to himself, but now he understood why the other party knew so much about his teacher. His teacher often traveled to and from the county, and even the county lord had met him. His identity and residence were no secret among the nobility in the city. With the cloth-clothed youth's status, it would naturally not be difficult to investigate thoroughly. However, the exotic treasure carried by the cloth-clothed youth could sense the changes in the heaven and earth qi from 100 miles away, which was indeed a bit terrifying. No wonder, it's surprising that there exists such a miraculous exotic treasure in this world. I must truly be ignorant, the elder doctor exclaimed. This is the exotic treasure of our sect, known to but a few. Mr. Chen being a person of utmost virtue, concerned only with treating and saving people, it's normal that you haven't heard of it, the cloth-clothed youth said with a smile. What utmost virtue, I'm just a Jianghu traveling doctor. Treating and saving people is merely my duty. I really can't accept such high praise. The elder doctor quickly gestured with his hand. The cloth-clothed youth smiled, not arguing with the elder doctor. If a person endowed with the merit light can't be called a person of utmost virtue, then there would be no good people left in the world. To be honest, the cloth-clothed youth's heart was still somewhat shocked. That was the merit light, which generally only those who have done countless good deeds and accumulated immense merit could possibly condense. Although the merit light on the elder doctor was faint, the merit light was still the merit light, and not something easily condensed. Even in the few mysterious lands like the Suspended Temple, not many people possess such treasure light. It was unexpected for him to see it on a relatively unknown Jianghu traveling doctor. How many illnesses must he have treated? How many people must he have saved to have accumulated such an abundance of merit? Mr. Chen, in addition to coming for a cup of your plum tea, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Please speak candidly, the elder doctor indicated. Lu Qing's heart tensed, knowing that the real issue was about to be addressed. I wonder if Mr. Chen has heard of the name Holy Mountain, the cloth-clothed youth asked. This old man is of limited experience and has not heard of it, the elder doctor shook his head. Holy Mountain is a place of mystery and greatness, responsible for maintaining the order of this continent. Even the few mysterious lands such as the Suspended Temple, the Cold Water Palace, and Qingyang Temple all recognize its status. All the major families and sects in the world likewise hold it in awe. As the cloth-clothed youth narrated, the elder doctor and Lu Qing gradually came to a rough understanding of the so-called Holy Mountain. Holy Mountain was a very special force, unlike the standard sect force. 1,000 years ago, it was elected jointly by several mysterious lands and many families and sects across the world to be the organization responsible for discussing and maintaining the order of this continent. Using Lu Qing's understanding, it was similar to the international body with the name united from his previous world. However, different from that body, which could only quibble over everything, Holy Mountain itself possessed formidable martial arts power. The power it wielded, apart from the other few mysterious lands, even the large sects couldn't compare. Holy Mountain held a superior status, never involving itself in the struggles between various forces. Even when wars broke out between nations, it would remain a spectator and not intervene. Holy Mountain's concern was generally for the order that could affect the grand scheme of the human race. For example, the order between innate realm individuals and ordinary martial artists, and even ordinary people. The innate realm was too powerful once a martial artist stepped into the innate, capable of refinement of heaven and earth primordial qi, their strength would increase rapidly. To the average postnatal martial artists, facing them would be almost no different from facing ordinary people. The combat style in the innate realm was no longer limited to simple punches and kicks or sword and saber clashes. Instead, a mere wave of the hand could produce sword chi and saber light that easily slaughtered dozens or hundreds of people. Powerful innate realm experts could even slaughter the entire population of a city in a short time. Such formidable power, if not restrained, could have unimaginable consequences. History had recorded more than one instance where innate realm martial artists, over some trifling argument or disagreement, had come to blows within a city. By the time they had settled their dispute, the small city had been nearly ruined, and countless lives had been lost. As such incidents became more frequent, the major families and sect forces realized that this could not be allowed to continue. Martial artists of the innate realm might stand high above others, but ordinary humans were also the foundation of the human race and should not be slaughtered so indiscriminately. Therefore, after much deliberation, the Holy Mountain issued a ban. It stated that innate realm martial artists must not arbitrarily attack humans below innate, nor stir up battles of innate level within the cities. Violators would be imprisoned in the Holy Mountain to reflect on their actions for minor offenses, and for severe ones, death without discussion. Mr. Chen, I know you have always disliked conflict, but as an innate realm martial artist now, this ban also applies to you, the cloth-clothed youth said. I've come to inform you of this matter. I hadn't realized such a ban existed, but rest assured it's a great virtue, and I will comply, the elder doctor replied, stroking his beard and readily agreeing. Seeing the elder doctor's consent, the cloth-clothed youth also showed a smile. Of course, the ban specifies that innate realm experts must not initiate conflict with those below innate, but grandmasters must not be insulted. If provoked or offended deliberately, even if the innate realm expert kills the offender, they will not be punished. Lu Qing nodded. That was only right, after all. In this world, power still commanded respect. How could martial arts experts capable of reaching the innate realm tolerate being treated like cowards? If one couldn't retaliate when provoked by someone much weaker, then what was the point of having such a powerful cultivation? Without that understanding, such a ban would never have been accepted by the major powers. Moreover, the Holy Mountain won't let innate realm experts abide by this ban for nothing, the cloth-clothed youth continued. Every newly advanced innate realm expert who agrees to abide by this ban will have the opportunity to cultivate in the holy pool of the Holy Mountain for 3 days during their lifetime. This opportunity is valid forever. For you, Mr. Chen, this is an excellent opportunity. Oh, and why is that? The elder doctor inquired. The Holy Mountain is a land of great mystery and wonder, full of opportunities for the fortunate. Among them, one of the greatest is the holy pool atop the Holy Mountain. The holy pool is mysterious and marvelous, possessing the unbelievable ability to assist one in sudden enlightenment and breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks, it's extremely miraculous. Even the dullest martial artist, if they were to cultivate there, could make rapid progress, a truly wondrous thing. Upon hearing the cloth-clothed youth's explanation, even the elder doctor couldn't help but yearn for such an experience. Truly, the world is vast and full of marvels. Everything Jairui has mentioned are things this old man has never heard or seen before. This time I truly have gained insight, the elder doctor exclaimed. Mr. Chen, this jade token is the proof recognized by the Holy Mountain. I will convey your information to the sect, and it will be passed on to Holy Mountain. When you arrive in Central State, you may inquire at Tianji Building with this jade token to find the location of Holy Mountain, the cloth-clothed youth said, handing a small jade token to the elder doctor. The elder doctor took the jade token, feeling a stir in his heart. The quality of the jade in this jade token closely resembled that of the inheritance jade scroll given to him by Ching before. After giving out the jade token, the cloth-clothed youth stood up. Mr. Chen, my main purpose for this visit was to inform you about the ban. Now that I've done so, I must take my leave, said the youth. You're leaving so soon, Jairui. Won't you stay for a meal? The elder doctor offered. No, the situation in the city is not yet settled, and I should not be away for too long. I need to return, the cloth-clothed youth declined. Speaking of which, I have heard about the incidents in the county. May I inquire with Jairui, when will the Wei Mansion's peril be resolved? The elder doctor asked. To his surprise, the cloth-clothed youth shook his head. The crisis of the Wei family is likely difficult to resolve. It seemed he was not surprised that the elder doctor would bring up such a matter. The elder doctor was shocked. What do you mean? Although the Wei family's ancestor has returned, his heart meridians were wounded by the sword chi of Elder Wang Kengi from the Heaven sect. Now with the sword chi deeply embedded and hard to eliminate, if it remains within his heart meridians, given his cultivation, he might not last a year. If Wang Kengi has enough patience to wait a year, and once the Wei family's ancestor passes away, that could be the very moment the Wei family faces extinction. Can't you do anything to prevent all this? The elder doctor urgently asked. The cloth-clothed youth shook his head. Tianji Building has its principles and never intervenes in the conflicts between various powers. Unless Wang Kengi himself takes action, then I have no reason to interfere. Hearing this, the elder doctor fell into a long silence. Seeing the elder doctor's silence, the cloth-clothed youth hinted, the key to the Wei family's survival now lies in the injury of their patriarch. If his health can be fully restored, the Wei family will naturally be safe. If he passes away with a flickering flame, then the Wei family's peril will be imminent. The elder doctor's heart stirred, and he fell into deep thought. Seeing that the elder doctor had understood his meaning, the cloth-clothed youth smiled. He nodded to Lu Qing as a form of greeting, then picked up the small bag of plum blossom tea from the table and floated out of the courtyard, heading down the mountain. After confirming that the cloth-clothed youth had left, Lu Qing asked, Master, what should we do now? Although he didn't specify, the elder doctor knew that Lu Qing was referring to the Wei family's situation. The elder doctor sighed. It seems that this old man cannot escape involvement this time. Master, do you intend to go to Wei Mansion to heal the Wei family's ancestors' injuries? Based on what Jairui said earlier, I'm probably the only one who can heal the Wei family ancestors' wounds. We've seen the people from the Wei family before. They are not bad people. I cannot stand idly by and watch them be slaughtered. Watching his master's serious expression, Lu Qing knew that if his master didn't go this time and the Wei family were indeed wiped out in the future, he would likely be plagued by guilt for the rest of his life. If he had not known about the severity of the Wei family ancestors' injuries, it would be different, but now that he did, he couldn't deceive himself. There was no helping it, his master simply had that kind-hearted nature. Now that he thought about it, that cloth-clothed youth must have calculated his master's personality before deliberately making those remarks before leaving. I'm afraid that won't work. The elder doctor shook his head. The Wei family's ancestors' injuries are to the heart meridians. With such a critical issue, how can they trust a stranger of the innate realm who bursts into their home unannounced? Moreover, after cultivating to the innate realm, we need to often use divine soul power to merge with heaven and earth primordial chi, inducting energy into our bodies and refining it into our own innate true chi. Over time, one inevitably becomes imbued with a hint of the world's essence, which is difficult to conceal. Postnatal martial artists cannot detect it, but it cannot be hidden from other martial artists of the innate realm. If I were to sneak into Wei Mansion and the Wei family's ancestor mistook my intentions, leading to a conflict, then I would be completely without defense. The elder doctor might not have understood other matters, but when it came to difficult patients, he was all too familiar. Lu Qing recalled what the cloth-clothed youth had said. Indeed, if such a misunderstanding caused a battle of innate-level fighters in the county, it'd be a grave injustice. So we need someone from Wei Mansion who is sufficiently trusted to introduce us and avoid this unnecessary conflict. A flash of insight struck Lu Qing. Mrs. Wei and young Master Wei. That is a good idea, but I'm afraid that might entail some risks for them, the elder doctor said. We're acting to save the Wei family. I'm sure Mrs. Wei will understand, Lu Qing said. He knew that if Mrs. Wei found out the reason, she would likely be even more anxious than him and his master. All right, go and bring them out of the mountain. We'll depart for the county this afternoon, the elder doctor nodded. After the cloth-clothed youth's visit, he had specifically told little Li to hide and not to meet with him. After all, the youth's exotic treasure was too mysterious, even able to sense changes in heaven and earth's aura from 100 miles away. Although he wasn't sure if hiding little Li was effective, it was still better to avoid a meeting as much as possible. But it seemed the cloth-clothed youth had not detected that he had cultivated divine soul power. This showed that his exotic treasure wasn't omnipotent. At least not every piece of information could be discovered by it. Unfortunately, the cloth-clothed youth did not display the exotic treasure, so Lu Qing's superpower could not probe and discern what exotic treasure it was. Rushing with little Li, Lu Qing soon reached the cave where Magu and the others were hiding. Luckily, all three were inside the cave. Brother Lu Qing, what's happened? Seeing Lu Qing enter, Magu and the others were shocked. None of them expected that Lu Qing, who had just left the day before, would return so soon. Let's talk on the way, gather your things, we're preparing to leave the mountain. Young Master Lu, what exactly has happened? Can you tell us now? In the forest, Lu Qing, who was carrying Mrs. Wei, asked. A look of nervousness was evident on his face. Just moments ago, Lu Qing had suddenly arrived, instructing everyone to pack their belongings and saying they needed to leave the mountain immediately. Although everyone was unclear about the reason, they trusted Lu Qing and, despite their anxiety, did as they were told. Now, walking through the forest, Mrs. Wei could no longer contain her curiosity. This morning, a cloth-clothed youth, the same one I mentioned to you yesterday, who stopped the battle between your ancestral master and that mysterious disciple of Tianji building from the Innate realm, came to visit my master and brought some rather distressing news. Your Wei family's ancestral master from the Innate realm was ambushed by that mysterious figure from the Innate realm and injured in the heart meridian by innate sword energy, a severe injury that's hard to heal. If the sword wound isn't treated soon, he'll have at most 1 more year to live, Lu Qing explained slowly. How could this be? Mrs. Wei and the others were shocked to hear this. This was told by the disciple from Tianji building named Zhai Rui. Given his actions in the county recently, there's no need for him to deceive us about this matter, so it must be true. Mrs. Wei and the others' spirits were immediately thrown into disarray. They had thought that after the return of their ancestral master, everything at home would stabilize, and they could peacefully await the day they returned home. They had not expected such a serious hidden danger in their ancestral master's injury. After a while, Mrs. Wei calmed her spirit and continued, then, the reason young Master Lu has us leaving the mountain is. Even if their ancestral master was gravely injured with their limited abilities, they couldn't be of much help. It seemed there was no reason for them to leave the mountain. My master, upon hearing of your ancestral master's condition, intends to try to go to the county to see if he can resolve his injuries. However, as you know, the situation in the county is complicated right now, and your mansion is likely very cautious about outsiders. If just my master and I were to visit, it might be difficult not only to gain your family's trust, but might also lead to misunderstandings. That's why we thought to ask you and the young master to come down from the mountain with us and return to the county together. Does your master feel confident in treating our ancestral master's injuries? Mrs. Wei asked, visibly relieved. There's no absolute certainty, as he hasn't yet examined your ancestral master personally. Everything is difficult to predict, but we must try, mustn't we? Lu Qing did not oversell the assurance, but Mrs. Wei discerned a deeper meaning in Lu Qing's words. If the elder doctor had no confidence at all, why would he risk coming to the county? A spark of hope ignited in her heart. Then let me, on behalf of our Wei family, first thank young Master Lu and your master for their righteous assistance. Given the Wei family's current situation, most people would avoid them at all costs. No one would dare to involve themselves with them. It was fortunate enough that someone was not kicking them while they were down. For Lu Qing and the others to repeatedly offer help and attempt to save her and her son, and even the entire Wei family, she was truly at a loss for how to express her gratitude. As they walked through the forest, when they finally emerged, they went straight to the half-mountain small courtyard. The elder doctor was already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing everyone had returned, he smiled. Everyone is back. Mrs. Wei, who had already dismounted from Lu Qing's back, performed a courteous bow. Hee, it's all trivial matters, no need to worry about it. The elder doctor stroked his beard and chuckled. Greetings to the elder doctor. At this time, Wei Zion also came forward to bow. The elder doctor examined his complexion and nodded. You've recovered well and have grown much stronger. Yes, I have been training in martial arts recently with my master and Dr. Lu Zio. I feel much better than before. Wei Zion gripped the wooden staff in his hands and spoke cheerfully. Good, very good. The elder doctor also noticed that Wei Zion's temperament seemed to have changed significantly and was very pleased. As for Magu, since he used to come here often, he was already considered an acquaintance, therefore not much cordial exchange was needed. He simply performed a bow to the elder doctor. "Elder doctor, when do we depart?" After some pleasantries, Mrs. Wei inquired. Ever since she learned of her ancestral master's condition, her heart had been somewhat uneasy. "There's no rush at this very moment. You've just come out from the mountains, go freshen up and have some lunch, and after you've restored your spirits, then we'll set off," the elder doctor said. Magu and the others had been living in a cave, and although they weren't lacking food and drink, other aspects were certainly inconvenient. Now they all looked somewhat disheveled and weary. Mrs. Wei also knew that their current state was somewhat improper, and understood that haste wouldn't help in saving the Wei family. Thus she didn't oppose the elder doctor's arrangement and went to freshen up. The elder doctor had already prepared hot water for them, and once Mrs. Wei and the others returned clean, they saw Lu Ching was already busy in the kitchen, with bursts of food fragrance drifting from inside. "Sister, you should take a good look." Just then, Mrs. Wei heard a sweet voice. She looked down and saw a little girl standing in front of her, tilting her head curiously at her. Seeing the angelic, elfin little girl before her, Mrs. Wei felt a surge of affection. She bent down to lift little Yan and asked, "Little one, what's your name?" "I'm Lu Zioyan." "Sister, who are you?" Little Yan asked cheerily. "So it's little Yan," said a voice. "I'm not your sister, call me Auntie. I'm your brother's friend. My last name is Li." Mrs. Wei instantly knew that this little girl was the one in and the others had talked about, Lu Ching's sister. She just hadn't expected that little Yan would be so pretty. Even the girls in the city couldn't compare to her delicate and charming appearance. "Auntie." Little Yan compared her to the aunties in her village, a bit confused, "But aunties aren't as young as you, are they?" "Little one, you really are adorable." No woman would dislike being called young, and upon hearing this innocent and bubbly remark, Mrs. Wei burst into joyous laughter. Holding the soft and fragrant little Yan, she didn't want to let go. Little Yan also liked this beautiful and kind auntie very much, finding her incredibly warm. So the two of them, one big and one small, began to chat happily. Their cheerful expressions made Wei Zion, who was standing nearby, somewhat stunned. Since they had fled, this was the first time he had seen such a genuinely happy smile on his mother's face. "Little Yan, the food will be ready soon. Set the tableware and get ready to eat." While the two were happily chatting, Lu Ching's voice emanated from the kitchen. "I can eat now, Auntie. You sit here, I'll go help my brother." Upon hearing this, little Yan immediately jumped out of Mrs. Wei's arms and ran to the kitchen. "I'll come help too," said Mrs. Wei, following her into the kitchen. Then she saw little Yan fetching bowls from the cupboard. As for the kitchen, many dishes were already prepared. Several vegetarian dishes were placed on a small table nearby. A steaming pot was being heated, suggesting something was being steamed inside. Next to it, a clay pot was simmering soup, and beside that, a crock pot bubbled with bright red chunks of meat. Looking at the dishes and smelling the rich aroma, Mrs. Wei couldn't help but swallow her saliva. These days, hidden in the mountains, although they weren't short of food, it was obviously impossible to eat well. Suddenly seeing so many delicious-looking dishes, even someone with her discipline felt a bit greedy. "Madam, why are you here? The kitchen is full of smoke, be careful not to irritate your eyes." It was Lu Ching, actively managing the fire, who hurriedly said this. "I came to see if there's anything I can help with," Mrs. Wei responded. "No need, the dishes are almost ready." "Madam, you just need to bring out these vegetarian dishes. I'll finish steaming this fish, and then we can eat," Lu Ching said with a smile. "All right." After Mrs. Wei brought out the dishes, little Yan also confidently carried a large stack of bowls out of the kitchen. "Little Yan, let me help you," Mrs. Wei quickly said, looking concerned. "No need, Auntie, I can manage," the little one declined. Little Yan had taken the earth vein spirit liquid and absorbed the primordial chi white mist gathered from the elder doctor's breakthrough moment. Her physical condition was exceptional. In terms of strength, she probably surpassed many village children over the age of 10, so carrying a few bowls was indeed a simple task. Once the tableware was set, Lu Ching's fish was also perfectly steamed. Soon, a full table of dishes was neatly arranged. "All right, let's eat." As Lu Ching placed the freshly steamed fish in the center of the table and clapped his hands, little Li was already feasting on a dish of fish in some corner outside. Ching's cooking skills are getting better and better. The elder doctor, sitting in the main seat, laughed. "Yes, the food my brother cooks is the tastiest." Little Yan sat on her little stool, her face beaming with pride. As for Magu and the others, looking at the table full of delicious dishes, their eyes widened. Steamed fish, chicken soup, braised rabbit meat, fried fish, and stir-fried vegetable show. Long had it been since they had tasted such dishes. "Brother Lu Ching, what dish is this?" Magu pointed to the bubbling red, shiny meat in the crock pot. "This is braised pork. It tastes quite good," Lu Ching answered. "All right, no need to be polite, let's eat." The elder doctor spoke up, picking up a piece of fried fish first. Seeing the elder doctor begin, everyone else started picking up their chopsticks. Magu and Wei Zion specifically reached for the braised pork in the crock pot first. They couldn't help it, the trembling, glossy hunks of meat were just too tempting. Placing a piece of braised pork into their mouths, they experienced the sensation of it melting instantly alongside a burst of rich meaty aroma, and their eyes widened in surprise. Neither had ever tasted such delicious and aromatic meat. Dr. Lu Zio, what meat is this made from and how can it be so flavorful? Wei Zion couldn't help asking. This is pork. I bought it from the butcher in the neighboring village this morning, Lu Ching answered with a smile. Pork can taste this good. Wei Zion was somewhat incredulous. After this period of hardship, he was no longer the delicate young master who felt nauseated at the mention of pork, but he still couldn't believe that meat from the seemingly dirty pig could taste so exquisite. Ordinary pork, naturally, can't be cooked to have such a rich flavor, but this braised pork has undergone some special treatment by me, making it tastier than regular pork. These days, Lu Ching often roamed the mountains, and occasionally using his superpower to explore, discovered several plants that could replace some contemporary seasoning ingredients. As a result, his cooking skills had also improved significantly. Now the braised pork could be made to taste nearly as good as it had in his previous life. Mrs. Wei saw how deliciously her son was eating the dish. Although she initially wasn't too keen on fatty-looking meat, she couldn't resist trying a small piece. Then she too was amazed. The pork looked greasy but wasn't fatty at all. Instead, it was rich and fragrant, perfect with rice. After tasting the other dishes, they were even more surprised. The chicken soup was savory, the steamed fish was sweet and fresh, the fried fish was crispy and aromatic, and even the greens were delicious. Each dish's flavor was beyond their expectations, so everyone had their fill, thoroughly pleased and satisfied, leaving not a single leftover. Even the last bit of sauce from the pork was scooped up with rice by Magu and Wei Zion. Even Mrs. Wei, who was usually very restrained, couldn't help having an extra bowl of chicken soup after she was full. Brother Lu Ching, I'm really starting to regret not having meals at your place before. How many delicacies have I missed out on? After the feast, Magu was full of remorse. Haha, it's not too late to come over in the future. Just means more chopsticks, Lu Ching laughed, that's for sure. Even if you don't invite me, I'm going to shamelessly stick around for meals, Magu joked. Seeing this, Wei Zion looked on enviously. If his family didn't live in the city, he too would like to come by for meals often. But then he thought Magu was now his master. As a disciple, it was only right to visit the master often, right? And if by accident he also came over to young Master Lu's place for a meal, that would be normal too, wouldn't it? Wei Zion couldn't help but feel pleased with his own cleverness. Even Mrs. Wei was almost tempted by the idea. Unfortunately, she knew that with her status, once she returned to her residence, it wouldn't be easy to come out again. For a moment, the meal made everyone's mood relax, and they seemed to forget the upcoming trip to the county. But what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. After the meal, there was a silence, and the elder doctor finally spoke. Ah Ching, get ready. We're about to leave. Yes, master. Lu Ching nodded and went out to prepare. With the members of the Tian Kang sect around, they couldn't just stroll into the county openly. They still had to disguise themselves. So Lu Ching went to the village to borrow a set of clothes for Mrs. Wei and Wei Zion to wear. He also borrowed old Zhang's docile ox and cart from next door, loading it with some medicinal herbs. Once everything was ready, Lu Ching, with the war saber and a covered bamboo basket on his back, lifted little Yan onto the cart. Indeed, he had decided to take little Yan with him this time. The trip to the county was fraught with danger, and he and his master were unsure what might happen. Leaving little Yan alone in the village without little Li was not something he was comfortable with, so this time they would set out together. After all, he and his master would never let anyone harm little Yan before they themselves fell. Brother, where are we going? Little Yan, seated excitedly in the cart, asked. We're going to the county. Haven't you always wanted to see the city? Well, this is your chance. To the city. Yes, yes. Little Yan was immediately delighted. She had never been to the city before. Mrs. Wei, please help take care of little Yan along the way, Lu Ching said to Mrs. Wei, who was also seated in the cart. I will. Mrs. Wei, dressed as a village woman, held little Yan tightly. She hadn't expected Lu Ching to bring little Yan along, but she could feel Lu Ching's determination and knew persuading him might be futile. So she silently made a vow. Unless it cost her life, she would not let little Yan come to harm. Once everything was in place, the elder doctor took the lead with the cart, cracked the whip, and the wheels of the cart began to turn slowly as they headed out of the village. Lu Ching, Magu, and Wei Zion walked alongside the cart. The villagers were unaware of what Lu Ching and the others were setting out to do, and they were oblivious to Mrs. Wei and her son's true identities. They just thought they were accompanying the elder doctor to the city. Seeing Lu Ching and the group setting off, the villagers bid them farewell without much additional sentiment. Now that Lu Ching was so capable, they were not worried about him. As the cart reached the edge of the village, the elder doctor stopped. Lu Ching walked forward and from beneath a stone slab under the letter tree, took out 3 red ropes and wrapped them around the tree. Young Master Lu, what is this? When Lu Ching returned, Mrs. Wei asked. This is a tradition of our village. Everyone who leaves the village must tie a red rope on it. Lu Qing gave her a brief explanation, but the simplicity of his words made Mrs. Wei's heart tremble fiercely. The hands holding little Yan tightened even more. Magu and Wei Zion standing by also firmed their expressions. In their hearts they made a certain resolution. The whip cracked again, and the ox cart moved forward, slowly advancing. The cart passed through the woods, startling a flock of birds that burst suddenly into flight. At dawn the sun began its ascent. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Sitting atop the ox cart, little Yan exclaimed in wonder. At this moment, Lu Qing and the others had left the forest and were in the midst of a plain. Surrounding them were vast expanses of fields with many cottages nestled among them. Lu Qing's ox cart was traveling on a wide official road through the center of these fields. Being the golden autumn, the fields were a beautiful golden hue. No wonder little Yan was so amazed. Compared to the disjointed patches of rice fields to the east and west of Jiulai village, the sensation of vast contiguous rice paddies was truly stunning. "Brother Lu Qing, a bit further ahead is the county city," said Magu, pointing at the tall city walls in the distance. Looking at the city in the distance, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. He had thought the county city wouldn't be very large, but he was wrong. Just by looking at the height of the walls, he feared the county city was much larger than those so-called ancient cities he had seen on his travels in his previous life. No wonder Master had said before that the city was another world. Just from what was before his eyes, compared to the area around Jiulai village, the county city was indeed much more prosperous. "Master, we are almost at the county city, so what should we do as we enter?" Yesterday afternoon they had set out from Jiulai village, and with the ox cart's slow speed, a journey of more than 100 miles was not short. By the time they had covered most of the distance, it had already grown dark. Traveling at night was difficult, and the county city's gates would be closed. So after nightfall, they found an abandoned kiln in the wilderness and stayed the night, waiting for the first glimpse of dawn before continuing their journey. "Let's just go in like this. As long as we make it into the city, we will be safe," said the elder doctor. Lu Qing nodded. Master was an innate realm martial artist. As long as they made it inside the city, even if Wang Kangyi became aware, they could not do anything to them, unless he wished to unleash an innate realm battle within the city at all costs. So Lu Qing and his companions all concealed their auras, hid their swords and knives on the ox cart, and tried to appear as if they were simple farmers entering the city for the market. Mrs. Wei and Wei Zion's fair faces were even dusted with dirt to conceal their complexions, making them look like ordinary farmers and young farm lads. The elder doctor, too, wore a bamboo hat to cover his face. Following behind other people who were also entering the city for the early market, the ox cart slowly moved forward. As they drew closer to the county city, everyone's hearts began to rise with apprehension, especially Mrs. Wei, whose heart pounded furiously. She held little Yan tightly, trying hard to calm her emotions and avoid showing any sign of weakness. Lu Qing, seeing the city wall that stood dozens of meters tall, neatly stacked in front of them, understood why Magu and the others had not suggested entering the city at night. Even martial artists at the Muscle Bone realm would find it difficult to climb over such tall, slick walls without alerting others, let alone with Mrs. Wei and her children. The city walls grew ever closer, and the ox cart moved beyond the fields to the large open buffer zone outside the city. However, just when they were about 100 meters from the city gate, the elder doctor brought the ox cart to a halt. At the same time, a slight movement came from the basket on Lu Qing's back. "Master," Lu Qing started with a shock. "Alas, we still can't hide it after all," sighed the elder doctor. Magu and the others were greatly shocked and were about to ask in detail when they heard a long laugh coming from in front of them. A figure suddenly appeared atop the city wall above the gate. At the same time, a large group of soldiers emerged from within the city, dispersing the crowd and sealing off the gate. The crowd, who had intended to enter the city, was suddenly scattered and panicked. Those who ran slowly were beaten until their noses bled and their faces swelled, with their belongings scattered all around. Fortunately, those people were somewhat restrained, considering this was a county city, and did not dare to be too excessive, thankfully avoiding any fatalities. Lu Qing watched this scene, and a trace of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes. "This is too much. Where are the people from the county lord mansion? Are they just allowing these people to behave so wantonly?" Even Magu, standing beside him, couldn't bear to watch and indignantly exclaimed. As for Mrs. Wei and her children, their hearts were filled with even more sorrow and anger. With these people acting so arrogantly, they couldn't imagine what kind of bullying their home had suffered these past days. Soon, the crowd that wanted to enter the city had been thoroughly dispersed, leaving only Lu Qing's lone ox cart still standing in place. Upon hearing this, the entire city was shocked. The Tin Kang clan had made such a show of sealing off the city gates, an action that was enough to draw the attention of all the forces within the city. They wondered what the new dragon crossing the river intended to do. Hearing Wang Kangyi's words, it seemed that the Wei family's matriarch and young Master Wei had returned. And that, in addition, it seemed to involve yet another innate realm expert. Instantly, all the forces within the city began to stir, rushing their experts towards the city gate. Another innate realm expert at the County Lord Mansion. The Lord County Master, who was playing chess, was taken aback upon hearing Wang Kangyi's voice. Since when had his secluded small city become so popular? Those elusive innate realm individuals were showing up one after the other. "Let's go out and take a look," said the cloth-clothed youth sitting opposite, as he stood up and spoke indifferently. "Jai Rui, do you know something?" The Lord County Master looked at his friend's expression and quickly asked. He recalled that this fellow had seemingly disappeared for a while yesterday. However, the cloth-clothed youth ignored his question and walked straight outside. "Hey, Jai Rui, wait for me." The Lord County Master hastily followed him. Seizing the chance for some excitement, Jai Rui didn't stop him. An opportunity like this couldn't be missed. Wei Mansion, a quiet courtyard. Ning Yan and an have returned. Upon hearing the voice that spread throughout the city, Wei Xing first rejoiced, but then his face drastically changed. "Another innate realm expert, who is it?" "Have Ning Yan and an fallen into their hands? What should we do, master? The ancestor has not yet left seclusion. Should we go inform him?" Housekeeper Wei asked anxiously. "No need, I have already heard." Wei Shanhai's figure appeared in the courtyard. "Ancestor." Wei Xing and another rejoiced. "Are your injuries better?" "No." Wei Shanhai shook his head, delivering a disappointing answer. "I have meditated for several days with no success." However, Wei Xing quickly regained his spirits. "Ancestor," Wang Kangyi said, "Ning Yan and an have returned, and they're in the hands of another innate realm expert. Is that right? Their chi blood is too weak, and the distance too great. I can't confirm it yet, but outside the city, there is indeed the presence of another unfamiliar innate realm expert," Wei Shanhai said gravely. He had not imagined that in the insignificant Kang County, a third innate realm expert would appear. Was the newcomer friend or foe, merely passing by, or had Wang Kangyi called for powerful reinforcements? For a moment, even with Wei Shanhai's composure, he began to feel unsettled. Nonetheless, he knew that no matter what, he had to go out and clarify everything. The city's major powers were all agitated by Wang Kangyi's statement. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lu Ching was looking up at the figure on the city gate. In his view, the figure on the gate was emitting a faint golden superpower light. Wang Kangyi, intersect second elder of the northern border Sky Blue sect, deceitful and suspicious by nature, adept at disguises and highly protective. Cultivation, peak of initial innate realm, gold element attribute true energy. In possession of various innate secret techniques, especially skilled in swordsmanship. Younger days were spent in Wei Shanhai's company, regarded as close confidants, later conflicting over character differences and uneven sharing of treasure, becoming sworn enemies. Seeing the information displayed in his view, Lu Ching breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wang Kangyi's cultivation was only at the peak of the initial innate realm, not much stronger than his master. Their side was not in an absolutely disadvantaged position. However, what surprised him was that Wang Kangyi and the old ancestor of the Wei family used to be friends in their youth. This could explain why the distant Sky Blue sect in the northern border would know of a treasured possession in Wei family of this small city, and why they would come from afar to seize it. "Master, how did he discover us?" Lu Ching inquired. "It's our bad luck. The innate realm expert near the city gate had been there early, and as soon as we approached, he sensed the inborn energy mechanism on me," the elder doctor said with a wry smile. "It's probably not just our bad luck. The other party must have never left the vicinity of the city gate, always guarding against Wei family's old ancestor," Lu Ching said coldly. From the information gleaned through his superpower, it seemed that Wang Kangyi was the typical deceitful type. Such individuals are often relentless in achieving their goals. Lu Ching guessed that since the attack on Wei Mansion had failed, Wang Kangyi must have been keeping a vigil, ready to sense anyone from Wei family coming and going. "Master, are you confident in defeating this Wang Kangyi?" Lu Ching quietly asked. "I'm afraid not," the elder doctor shook his head. "This innate realm expert has a powerful energy mechanism, and I'm not good at fighting. I would certainly not be his match in an actual combat, even with the cultivation techniques left by Senior Li. That's so. It looks like we can only try to stall for time until the old ancestor of the Wei family comes out." Lu Ching felt it was problematic. However, he believed that Wang Kangyi would also not act rashly. After all, he didn't know that his master was not adept at fighting. With a Wei family ancestor glaring like a tiger in the shadows, the other party would likely not easily make an enemy of someone from the innate realm again. Beside them, Magu and the others, listening to the conversation between the master and disciple, were already dumbfounded. "Elder Doctor, you're a heavenly realm expert," Magu stammered. "It's just a stroke of luck that I made a breakthrough to the innate realm. Can't be considered much of an expert." The elder doctor shook his head. Magu's mouth gaped open. How could he have imagined that the always amiable elder doctor, who was pleasant to everyone on normal days, would be an innate realm expert? Although he had known previously that the elder doctor was a martial artist of the internal organ realm, He had never imagined that the elder doctor would step into the innate realm without any sound or fury. Mrs. Wei and her son likewise could not believe it. Could the old man who personally drove their cart really be one of the legendary innate realm experts? While Magu and the others were in shock, Wang Kangyi across from them was feeling somewhat annoyed. He didn't expect that after he'd taken the initiative to show goodwill, the other party would not even reply. It was as if he was being completely disregarded. However, thinking of Wei Shanhai in the city, he still suppressed his anger. Sir, about the proposal I made earlier, what is your stance? As long as you hand over those from the Wei family to me, my Sky Blue sect will definitely reward you generously. This was the first time Wang Kangyi publicly revealed the origin of his sect. Clearly in the face of the elder doctor, a mysterious figure from the innate realm, he remained apprehensive without knowing the other's background and intended to use the prestige of his sect to coerce the other party into compliance. Unfortunately for him, the elder doctor didn't even know what the Sky Blue sect was. He shook his head. I'm afraid I must decline, elder. You have murderous intent, and if these two children fall into your hands, I fear they will not meet a good end. So you're determined to aid the Wei family. Wang Kangyi's gaze turned cold and his presence gradually started to rise. He had confirmed now that the elder doctor and his companions were the Wei family's helpers. He thought of the deaths of his 3 direct disciples, and the coldness in his eyes grew deeper. His tone also lost its politeness. Old fellow, tell me, did you kill my disciples? Feeling the escalating momentum from Wang Kangyi, Lu Ching was startled and stepped forward, shouting loudly, are you intending to challenge the decree of the Holy Mountain and take action against us? Presumptuous. Wang Kangyi saw a mere martial artist from the muscle bone realm daring to shout at him, and a flash of fierceness appeared in his eyes. An overwhelming pressure instantly crushed down on Lu Ching. Everyone on the ox cart was enveloped, too. The might of an innate realm was extraordinary even if they were not the main targets. Just being brushed by the fringe of this power, Mrs. Wei and the others already showed discomfort and were nearly passing out. Fortunately, in the next moment, the elder doctor waved his hand, and a gentle presence emanated from him, wrapping around them and blocking Wang Kangyi's intense pressure. Even so, Mrs. Wei and the others started coughing loudly. Even Magu, who had a small success in the bone realm, was no exception. His face turned red, his eyes wide with horror. This was his first time experiencing the might of the innate realm, and it was more terrifying than he could have anticipated. Auntie, are you okay? Are you all right? Little Yan, held in Mrs. Wei's arms, looked concernedly at her and started gently patting her back to help her calm her breath. Auntie's fine. Mrs. Wei shook her head, but soon she sensed something was amiss. Little Yan, aren't you uncomfortable? Little Yan's face showed concern, but there were no signs of distress. Not uncomfortable at all, but that uncle over there is so scary. Little Yan doesn't like him. Little Yan shook her head, frowning with disapproval. Mrs. Wei stared dumbfounded at her. Wang Kangyi saw his innate momentum so easily neutralized by the elder doctor, and his heart jolted. What surprised him even more was Lu Ching, who had stood right in front and had fully borne the brunt of his momentum. The young man was standing there, his gaze clear and his expression calm, as if the formidable aura was nothing more than a gentle breeze, leaving him completely unaffected. How is this possible? All the martial artists witnessing this were shocked. At this moment, near the city gate, not only disciples of the Tian Kang sect were present, but also other martial artists from the city's various forces. All of them were the strongest of their respective groups. Even the weakest among them was a powerful martial artist, approaching great achievement in the bone marrow realm. Since the prohibition order that forbade innate realm martial artists from injuring those below their realm at will became known, everyone was less reverent toward innate realm experts. Upon hearing that another innate realm expert had arrived outside the city, they all hurried over. After all, opportunities to observe innate realm martial artists up close were rare, and being able to witness and feel the aura of the innate realm might even benefit their future cultivation. Unexpectedly, just as they arrived, they witnessed Lu Ching effortlessly withstand Wang Kangyi's innate pressure without changing his expression. This left everyone in awe and disbelief. In previous days, they had experienced firsthand how terrifying the pressure exerted by innate realm experts could be. During the standoff between Wang Kangyi and Wei Shanhai, the entire county had almost trembled under their innate pressure. How did that young man manage to remain unaffected? It seems Mr. Wang really regards the Holy Mountain's prohibition as nothing. The question is, can you afford the consequences of violating it? Lu Ching looked at the figure on the city gate and spoke loudly. The calm and composed manner in which he did so left the other martial artists somewhat dumbfounded. This young man was truly audacious, daring to openly question an innate realm grandmaster. Was he not afraid of truly angering Wang Kangyi and getting himself killed with a single sword strike? Looking down upon Lu Ching, Wang Kangyi's gaze was icy. He was about to speak when he suddenly sensed 2 auras appear on the side of the city wall. He turned to look and saw the county lord and the cloth-clothed youth standing not far away, looking in his direction. Seeing the calm gaze of the cloth-clothed youth, Wang Kangyi's expression paused for a moment, and the harsh words he had intended to utter were swallowed back down. However, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. If it weren't for the presence of this disciple from Tianji Building, he would have already unleashed a massacre. Unfortunately, even with his anger, there was nothing he could do in this situation. Being unable to do anything about the cloth-clothed youth didn't mean he had no way of dealing with Lu Ching, though. Boy, you have guts and a bit of cleverness, a mere muscle-bone realm warrior daring to talk back at me. But do you think that just because the Holy Mountain's prohibition order is in place, I have no way to deal with you? No, you're merely seeking your own death. With a mocking look on his face, Wang Kangyi regarded Lu Ching as if he were looking at a dead man. Bear, capture this kid for me. Don't kill him just yet, let's torture him well after he's been caught. Yes, master. The great Han, Wang Kangyi's eldest disciple, responded with a deep voice, stepping forward slowly. Mr. Zhai Rui, the boy has insulted me. I'm having my eldest disciple teach him a lesson. That doesn't violate the Holy Mountain's prohibition order, does it? Wang Kangyi turned his head to speak to the cloth-clothed youth. Of course not, the cloth-clothed youth shook his head. And what if that innate realm expert over there makes a move against my disciple because of this? Does that violate the order? Wang Kangyi asked again. It does. The cloth-clothed youth uttered a word expressionlessly. Good, very good. Wang Kangyi nodded in satisfaction. He then called down, Bear, did you hear that? If that old fellow dares to lay a hand on you, your master will stand up for you, so don't worry. I understand, master, the great hand shouted back. Wang Kangyi's conversation with the cloth-clothed youth was not intentionally masked, so nearly all the martial artists heard it. Suddenly, everyone's glance toward Lu Ching was filled with pity. Who was this great Han? He was capable of exchanging blows with the Wei family patriarch, already at the peak of postnatal martial artists, and held the title of an expert with the perfect internal realm. Among those here, apart from the two innate realm adults and the mysterious Lord Zhai Rui, he likely had the highest cultivation level. Lu Ching was merely a minor sinew and bone warrior. How could he possibly be a match for him? What should we do now, elder doctor? Magu asked, watching the great Han approach step by step and sensing the strong chi blood emanating from him. This was someone they were clearly incapable of dealing with. The great Han felt even more powerful than the internal organ realm expert they had previously encountered in the Nameless Valley. Ah, Ching, you step back. The elder doctor wouldn't stand by and watch his disciples suffer. He was ready to take action to make the opponent back down. However, Wang Kangyi, who had been paying close attention to this side, could hardly overlook this scene. Seeing the elder doctor about to move, he immediately condensed a sword chi in his hands. Old man, you want to bully the weak? Then don't blame me for being rude. With an imposing aura rising, it seemed Wang Kangyi was about to charge over here, but Lu Ching held back the elder doctor's hand. Master, it's not yet time for you to act. Let me go and meet this brute first. But Ah Ching. Rest assured, master, I'm confident. Even if I'm not his match, I can still retreat in one piece. Seeing the faint smile on his disciple's face, the elder doctor eventually lowered his hand. He knew Lu Ching was always prudent and seldom did things without assurance. Even if he couldn't imagine how someone with great achievement in the bone realm could fight against someone with perfection in the internal organ realm, out of trust for his student, he decided to believe in Lu Ching. Young Master Lu, are you going to fight that villain? Mrs. Wei exclaimed in surprise from the ox cart. Someone has to buy some time. But Mrs. Wei, your Wei family's reinforcements are taking too long. We have been waiting for so long and they still haven't shown up. Lu Ching's expression was somewhat grave. I don't know. Maybe something in the mansion is holding them up. Mrs. Wei felt somewhat ashamed as she spoke. I just hope the Wei family master and the others can arrive soon. Otherwise, I may not be able to hold on for much longer, Lu Ching sighed. He took off the covered basket on his back, handed it to little Yan, then pulled his war saber out from the ox cart. Little Li, protect little Yan well. If anyone tries to harm her, show no mercy. Mrs. Wei and her son were stunned, and just as they wished to ask who little Li was, they saw Lu Ching already striding forward with saber in hand. Only Magu was taken aback upon hearing Lu Ching's words. He heard Lu Ching intended to face off against the imposing great Han opposite, and thought he would, like the time in the Nameless Valley, fight with that mysterious living creature capable of invisibility. But from what he just heard, it seemed that Lu Ching wanted the mysterious creature to protect little Yan while he faced the battle alone. But after all, he was only in the muscle bone realm. How could he possibly be an opponent for an expert in the postnatal internal realm? Unfortunately, before Magu could intervene, Lu Ching had already walked away, leaving him anxious in his place. As Magu fretted, the martial artists near the city gate were equally staggered, for they saw the youth across from them not only wasn't running away but was also carrying a weapon and approaching the imposing great Han. Has this youth gone mad? Does he really wish to engage with this internal organ realm grandmaster? That kid must be scared silly. Now the senior brother will surely rip him to shreds. Youthful ignorance. Can't he see just how powerful his opponent is? Foolhardy. That boy is as good as dead. A ripple of commotion spread among those below the city gate, and the few powerful individuals atop the city wall were likewise surprised. At first, Wang Kang's face reflected surprise, but it quickly turned into a sneer. As expected, utterly ignorant of the immensity of the heavens and the earth, thinking he was all that just because he had some talent. Perfect. He could let his son capture him as a hostage, then force that old man across to hand over the mother and son of the Wei family. Jai Rui, who is this reckless youth? The county lord couldn't help asking his friend. I do not know either. The cloth-clothed youth shook his head, but his gaze towards Lu Ching held a hint of peculiarity. When he saw Lu Ching yesterday at Half Mountain's small courtyard, he felt there was something special about him, as though he was shrouded in mist. But at that time, most of his attention was on the elder doctor. He didn't pay much mind. Now it seemed that Lu Ching might be even more special than he had thought. With a thought, the cloth-clothed youth's gaze emitted a strand of mysterious aura, silently emanating from his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of numerous martial artists, Lu Ching arrived in front of the imposing Great Han, and in his vision, information about the imposing Great Han had already surfaced. Amidst the thick superpower light of red, a few lines of text were displayed. Zhao Bear, disciple of Tian Kang's sect, Wang Kangyi's eldest disciple. Personality is stable and calm, seasoned and prudent. Cultivation, perfect postnatal internal realm, proficient in Saber techniques. Possess secret techniques that can double combat strength in a short period of time. Observing the information in his view, Lu Ching was somewhat surprised. Despite being another disciple of Wang Kangyi, the personality of this eldest disciple was unexpectedly not as vile as he had guessed, knowing that the few he and little Li had slain before were no good individuals. Young man, you've got guts. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps I can ask my master to leave your whole corpse, said the imposing Great Han, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen a martial artist from the muscle bone realm brave enough to stand before him. Regardless of whether Lu Ching was overly arrogant or had some reliance, the courage alone was enough to earn his admiration. Good, I like your spunk. Now let's see if your strength is as unyielding as your spirit, the Great Han commended with a shout. What use is all this talk? Let's just put it to the test. If you too are a swordman with your war saber, draw your blade, urged Lu Ching. To deal with someone in the muscle bone realm like you, I wouldn't even need to draw my saber. Now that would truly be a joke, laughed the imposing Great Han with a grin. If you can force me to draw my saber, I won't need to appeal to my master. I can assure you a whole corpse, but you should be careful, sir. My saber technique is not so easily countered with just your fists. No sooner had the words fallen than a fierce tide of murderous intent surged from Lu Ching's being. The ground trembled and Lu Ching's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing before the Great Han. A flash of bright saber light, teeming with overwhelming killing intent, cut through the air like a bolt from the blue, slashing towards the Great Han's head. What? The Great Han was startled. In a mere instant, he could sense the profundity of Lu Ching's blow. It had completely locked down the space around him, giving him the feeling that no matter where he dodged, he would surely be struck. Feeling this relentless and unavoidable killing saber strike locking onto him, the Great Han didn't hesitate. He reached behind and drew his war saber, confronting the swift blade light about to reach him. Clang. A piercing collision of sabers echoed, and under the clash of immense forces, the air rippled violently. Lu Ching and the Great Han were both forced several steps back. See, I told you my saber technique isn't so easy to counter, said Lu Ching as he inspected his war saber, now notched. He turned his gaze to the long saber-wielding Great Han, whose blade was likewise nicked, and whose face was filled with shock. Lu Ching smiled and said, "Looks like you had to draw your saber after all." The burly Great Han gripped his war saber, his face showing shocked disbelief as he looked at Lu Ching. He couldn't believe that he had been forced to draw his sword by a single strike from Lu Ching. What was even more incredible to him was that he found Lu Ching's saber technique to be exceedingly masterful, so masterful that he, a sword Dao master, had nearly failed to block this profound strike. Most importantly, he discovered that the strength Lu Ching had burst forth with was not weak either. Although he had drawn his sword hastily and had not used his full strength to be able to match him evenly in power, that strength had far exceeded the scope of the perfect bone marrow realm. Atop the city gates, the innate realm expert Wang Kangyi couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Sword intention, how is this possible? He saw something. That kid's saber technique actually showed faint signs of breaking through the postnatal limit, reaching that realm of will that only those in the innate realm could comprehend. But how could this be possible? How could a mere martial artist in the bone realm grasp the sword intention? What the hell, what did I just see? Is this youth so fierce that he pressured a postnatal master at perfection of the inner organ realm to draw his sword with one strike? The nearby county lord nearly leapt up in shock. Even the cloth-clothed youth who had used a secret technique revealed surprise in his eyes. He had completely not anticipated Lu Ching's strength to be so formidable. A perfect bone marrow realm that could almost make a master at perfection of the inner organ realm suffer a setback. Even he could not achieve this when he was in the bone realm. As for the martial artists watching the battle below the city gates, they were outright boiling with excitement. What? Big Brother has drawn his sword. Am I seeing this right? Big Brother was forced back by that kid's single strike. This youth's saber technique is filled with a heavy killing intent. What a terrifying saber technique. Amidst the exclamations, the burly great hand finally managed to suppress his shock and regain his composure, his face becoming grave. Exquisite saber technique. No wonder you have such confidence. Discussing only the saber technique, I'm afraid I might even be slightly inferior to you. You flatter me, replied Lu Ching with a smile. Although I do not know how you have practiced, to comprehend such a saber technique at the bone realm, among all the swordmen I have encountered, you undoubtedly possess the greatest talent for saber technique. The burly great hand spoke with earnest sincerity, no longer underestimating Lu Ching, mentally placing him on the same level as himself. The chi and blood power within the burly great hand's body began circulating rapidly, his momentum climbing higher, as he directly utilized an explosive secret technique. As you wish. Lu Ching saw that the other party was not hesitating to use an explosive secret technique, and his expression also became serious. Daring not to be careless with a thought, a tiny god soul rune formed by divine soul power within the brow chakra began to faintly illuminate, casting light over his entire body. As the god soul rune lit up, Lu Ching immediately felt a close connection between his consciousness and his physical body. All the power within him was under his complete control. At any moment, he could unleash all the potential of his body and burst out with the most powerful force. Every time I use this secret technique, I can't help but marvel at the wonders of the runes, Lu Ching thought with admiration. God's soul rune in the brow chakra was the greatest achievement of his recent dedicated cultivation. It was not a part of martial arts, but a feature of the art of runes. The cultivation of runes started with stabilizing the spirit and purifying the heart, observing the patterns of all things in the world. Once one entered the doorway, they could cultivate divine soul power and advance to the next stage. This was where the rune cultivators began to practice the unique techniques of the art of runes. In this stage, what rune cultivators had to do mainly focused on one thing. That was to use divine soul power within the brow chakra to meticulously sketch and condense their own lifebound talisman. Once the lifebound talisman was completed, it could evoke heaven and earth primordial chi to refine the talisman, advancing to a mysterious and wonderful realm. At that point, it was when the rune cultivators truly became powerful. Of course, Lu Ching's divine soul power was still very weak and far from being able to condense a lifebound talisman. All these days he had been diligently cultivating, he had only managed to condense a single core rune that constituted a talisman. But just this one core rune already possessed quite miraculous abilities. Not only did it greatly enhance his control over his physical body, but it could also perfectly conceal the fluctuations of divine soul power at the center of his brow. The reason the cloth-clothed youth had failed to detect that he had cultivated divine soul power was because of the existence of this god's soul rune. Lu Ching had not wanted to resort to this trump card so early, but facing the muscular great hand who had even used an explosive secret technique, if he did not give his all, he feared he would not be able to withstand a few moves before being defeated. With Lu Ching's physical quality now far surpassing that of an ordinary perfected muscle bone realm, the low-level bursting energy technique was virtually useless to him. The simplistic method of circulating chi blood was utterly incapable of deeply stimulating his body to unleash its potential. Even if he did use it, it would not add much strength. In comparison, illuminating his entire body with the god's soul rune allowed him to willingly stimulate his potential and burst forth all the strength in his body without injuring himself. Unlike other explosive secret techniques that would always leave a period of weakness after use, incapable of employing the secret technique further. For Lu Ching, this was the strongest explosive secret technique. Therefore, he called it Perfect Burst. All of this, though lengthy to describe, actually happened in the blink of an eye. After the great hand wielded his explosive secret technique, Lu Ching also activated his god soul rune. Almost simultaneously, a powerful aura rose from both men, startling all the postnatal realm martial artists watching. A disciple from the Heaven Kang sect revealed a shocked expression. Did our senior brother use an explosive secret technique? What made it more unbelievable was that, even after employing the secret technique, the senior brother did not seem to have overwhelmed that youngster in terms of aura. Good, very good. The muscular great hand felt the aura emanating from Lu Ching, and although he did not understand how the opponent could burst forth with such strength, his boiling intent to fight made him stop pondering this question. With a swing of his saber, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. In the next instant, his body went from absolute stillness to explosive movement, appearing in front of Lu Ching like flashing lightning. His saber, carrying the sound of rolling thunder, sliced through the air with shadows trailing behind, aiming to slash at Lu Ching. Take my thunder blade. Facing the formidable and swiftly executed saber strike of the great hand, Lu Qing was not the least bit panicked. With a calm expression, he too slashed with his saber. Surprisingly, he met attack with attack, opting for a strategy where both parties would suffer. Lu Qing's strike, which seemed intent on mutual destruction, was in fact intricately executed to slip through the opening of his saber technique. If he refused to change his move, there was only one outcome before his saber even struck Lu Qing. His wrist would crash against Lu Qing's blade edge and be utterly disabled, ending in severed hands or death. Such impressive insight. The muscular great hand inwardly marveled, all the more convinced that Lu Qing's saber technique realm truly surpassed his. To discern the flaws in his move in that split second, this was something he had never encountered after reaching the perfection of his thunder blade. Nonetheless, the muscular great hand was a perfected internal organ realm cultivator at the end. His saber technique realm had also reached the grandmaster level, where strength and gentleness harmonized and great precision was achieved. With such command over the saber technique, free and uncontrolled, he naturally would not be defeated so easily. His arm twisted, redirecting his saber towards Lu Qing's war saber. Since I cannot match your saber technique realm, I will overpower you with strength. The great hand's eyes widened with rage, his chi blood bursting forth layer by layer, and in an instant his saber reached extreme speed as he aimed it at Lu Qing's saber. Clang! Another harsh clash of weapons rang out. Chi force burst out, and this time neither of them retreated. Instead, they stood their ground firmly, rooted to the spot. After a brief pause, they clashed again. Sword lights flickered constantly, and intent to kill enveloped them. Numerous saber shadows sparked to life around Lu Qing and the muscular great hand, only to vanish again. Occasional saber collisions were piercingly loud, startling anyone who heard them. One had superior strength, while the other possessed superior saber technique. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. But to the onlooking martial artists, this scene was astonishingly frightening. I am not seeing things right. That kid can actually fight the senior brother to this extent. Even the senior brother who has used the burst secret technique can't suppress that kid. Is this kid really just in the muscle bone realm? All the martial artists watching Lu Qing battle the great hand could hardly hide their shock. At this point, with Lu Qing's full explosive effort, everyone could see that Lu Qing's cultivation was indeed still at the muscle bone realm level. But precisely because of this, everyone was even more shocked, because they couldn't imagine how Lu Qing could possibly, with the cultivation of the muscle bone realm, contend against a martial arts grandmaster of inner organs perfection. It would be one thing if it were just a higher realm in saber technique. It could be explained as Lu Qing having astonishing talent in sword skill and having prematurely comprehended a saber technique realm that far exceeded ordinary swordsmen. But cultivation is a tangible, solid matter, allowing no room for tricks or shortcuts. Logically speaking, no matter how strong one from the muscle bone realm is, they should not be able to stand against a grandmaster level practitioner of inner organs perfection. Just the gap in their cultivation alone places them on completely different levels. Yet in front of them, Lu Qing incredibly defied this logic, matching a martial arts grandmaster with his muscle bone realm cultivation, fighting to a deadlock. Above the city gate, the cloth-clothed youth observed the battle below with a hint of strange excitement in his eyes. He was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected this young man, whom he had met once, to have such terrifying martial arts talent. To comprehend sword intention at the muscle bone realm stage, although just a trace, was spectacularly defiant to heaven. What puzzled him even more was Lu Qing's body, unusually robust, managing to contend for so long against the great hand, a martial arts grandmaster, without falling short. Even the true disciples from the top sects in the central state might find it difficult to achieve this. Perhaps only the heirs from those few mysterious lands could accomplish such devilish feats. The cloth-clothed youth shifted his gaze and looked to the side. At this moment, Wang Kangyi's face had already turned ashen, his eyes dark, and it was unclear what he was thinking. His heart grew cautious, guarding himself secretly. Old elder doctor, when did brother Lu Qing become so powerful? Next to the ox cart, Magu asked somewhat stutteringly. He had always known that Lu Qing was strong and should not be viewed as an ordinary muscle bone realm practitioner. During their time in the Nameless Valley, he had once forced back an internal organ realm powerhouse with a single saber strike. But at that time, it was only because Lu Qing's saber technique was superior and caught him off guard. In a true battle, facing the burst of the internal organ realm, he still needed to dodge the main assault. In just this short period, he was already able to face a grandmaster of inner organs perfection head-on without losing. This terrifying rate of growth in strength was indeed frightening. I also do not know. The elder doctor shook his head. I have always not interfered with Ah Qing's cultivation, nor do I know when his strength reached such a level. As for Wei Zion and Mrs. Wei standing nearby, they were completely astounded. They could never have imagined that the usually gentle and mild Dr. Lu Zio, when fighting, possessed such a terrifying aura. As everyone was shocked by this rare battle, Lu Qing's combat took another turn. Zheng, the two combatants' war sabers collided once again. However, this time the already scarred war sabers could no longer withstand the power of the two, and both blades shattered. Only the handles, with a small segment of the blade attached, were left in their hands. Not good, Magu exclaimed, intending to throw his own long saber. But he saw Lu Qing and the Great Hand tacitly throw aside the handles in their hands and rush towards each other with bare fists. Let's go again, just what I wanted. The two, invigorated by their fight, decided to have another go with just their fists and feet. Roar. This time, Lu Qing took the initiative. His steps mimicked the movements of a dragon and tiger, each step causing the solid ground beneath him to shake. His internal chi blood circulated vibrantly, sending out faint yet audible tiger roars from his body. In almost a blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the Great Hand and threw a punch. This punch entirely disturbed the surrounding airflow, creating howls and whistles. The air around the fist, under the extremely fast speed of the punch, didn't have time to disperse and was compressed layer upon layer, gathering into a highly explosive air mass, carrying immense power as it blasted towards the Great Hand. Seeing such a fierce punch from Lu Qing, the Great Hand's eyes twitched. He initially thought that once Lu Qing had no war saber, barehanded, he certainly wouldn't be his match. After all he had cultivated for many years in the sect, and aside from his most proud saber technique, his boxing was also excellent. Comparing their skills, even the third disciple might not be able to beat him. Lu Qing, as a youth, even if he had unparalleled talent in the art of the saber, having prematurely comprehended a grandmaster-level saber technique realm, his boxing inevitably couldn't match his. But now, feeling the momentum of Lu Qing's punch, the Great Hand knew he was wrong, and terribly so. Lu Qing's boxing was also far superior to his. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing's fist reached him. Instinctively, the stout man felt that he couldn't retreat from this punch. If he did retreat, Lu Qing would take control of the initiative in an instant. Considering Lu Qing's boxing prowess and the overwhelming momentum he now possessed, once the initiative was seized by him, trying to take it back would be extremely difficult. He probably wouldn't stand a chance until his defeat. To not lose the initiative, his only option was to brace himself. In the blink of an eye, the stout man made his judgment. Lu Qing's strength was slightly inferior to his. As long as he could withstand his attack, there would be a chance to counterattack when Lu Qing's momentum declined. Determined in his heart, the stout man sank into a horse stance, stood his ground firmly, crossed his arms in front of him, and met Lu Qing's fist head-on. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of many martial artists, they saw Lu Qing's fist roar out continuously, striking the stout man's arms without any flourish. The tremendous force burst forth instantly, the explosive chi force directly distorting the surrounding air, causing the figures of both combatants to blur. Vaguely, the crowd saw the stout man involuntarily step back under the power of Lu Qing's fists, but his boxing stance remained intact, still firmly planted there, but it was far from over. Seeing the stout man step back, Lu Qing relentlessly followed up, stepping forward and tugging at the ground, causing his shoes to burst instantly and the ground below to twist into form like squishy rice cake. Driven by the power from the ground and amid the roaring tiger cries, Lu Qing punched out at the stout man once more. The stout man had no escape and could only brace himself again. Boom! With that punch, as the chi force exploded, the stout man was forced to step back again. Lu Qing, undeterred, stepped forward and threw another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, each time the stout man retreated, Lu Qing followed with a step and a punch. Finally, on the ninth punch, Lu Qing stood firm and ceased his attack. The stout man also stood still, maintaining his defensive posture. By this time, both Lu Qing and the stout man were steaming, surrounded by white mist. It was the steam of sweat evaporating from the intense operation of their powerful chi blood. The ground around them was in complete disarray, pocked and uneven, without any semblance of its former flatness. What boxing technique is that? Suddenly, the stout man asked. Fierce Tiger Fist, Lu Qing replied. Fierce Tiger Fist, a fitting name. Its ferocity is like an unparalleled fierce tiger, truly worthy of being a grandmaster-level technique. To be defeated by a boxing technique grandmaster like you, I have no complaints. After speaking, the stout man could no longer suppress the blood mist and spat it out from his mouth, his body falling backward. Under Lu Qing's continuous barrage, his chi blood had long been scattered. His internal organs were severely injured, leaving him unable to fight. Lu Qing looked at the fallen stout man and walked away. It wasn't that he didn't want to deliver the finishing blow, but after the fierce struggle, his physical strength was nearly depleted. Moreover, the moment the stout man was defeated, he felt a faint killing intent wrapping around him. It was a warning from Wang Kangyi. He was certain that if he dared to make a killing move on the stout man, Wang Kangyi would likely lash out at him without hesitation. By then, he wasn't sure if he could kill the stout man, but the situation would definitely spiral out of control. No one knew what an innate realm martial artist who lost his senses might do. Wish. Seeing the stout man collapse, Lu Qing turned and left. The martial artists watching the fight could no longer contain the shock in their hearts, and it erupted like a volcano. Am I dreaming? That youth actually defeated a martial arts grandmaster. Muscle Bone Realm defeating a cultivation perfected martial artist of the internal organ realm. Can such a thing really happen? That youth's boxing is so powerful. The watching martial artists stared in disbelief at the scene before them, questioning whether they were dreaming. As for the disciples of the Heavens Kang sect, they were completely disheartened, almost unable to believe their eyes. Our first senior brother lost. This youth. The Lord County Master on the city wall, watching Lu Qing's figure, wanted to say something, but his mouth quivered for a long time, still unable to find the words to express his shock. Even the cloth-clothed youth stood with his mouth slightly ajar, looking somewhat disconcerted. After a while, he let out a long breath. Truly a young hero. This youth is probably qualified to enter the Hidden Dragon list. What, Mr. Jairui, you think he can enter the Hidden Dragon list? The Lord County Master exclaimed in surprise. The Lord County Master glanced at the stout man lying on the ground and suddenly realized. Indeed, with the Muscle Bone Realm cultivation defeating a martial arts grandmaster of the internal organ realm perfection, if that's not enough to make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, that would be a joke. Hearing the conversation, Wang Kangyi, who already had a gloomy expression, looked even more displeased. What now, Mr. Jairui? You intend to nominate this person for the Hidden Dragon list. Whether he can enter the Hidden Dragon list or not is not for me to decide, but I will report the process of this battle truthfully to the Tianji Building headquarters. Whether this youth is qualified for the Hidden Dragon list will be determined by them, said the cloth-clothed youth with a smile. But when Wang Kangyi heard these words, his expression grew even uglier. Waiting until the cloth-clothed youth reported the details of the battle to Tianji Tower, the whole world would know that his disciple had been defeated by an unknown Muscle Bone Realm youngster. What was more troublesome was that once the youngster climbed onto the Hidden Dragon list, many powerful major sects throughout the land would likely extend an olive branch. By then, it would be even harder for him to regain face. The killing intent in Wang Kangyi's heart flared up once again, but glancing at the calm expression of the cloth-clothed youth, he ultimately suppressed the urge to kill. However, his desire for the Wei family's treasure grew even stronger in his heart. If he could get his hands on that treasure, he wouldn't need to fear the mighty Tianji Tower or suffer indignities once he made his breakthrough above the innate realm. Anything that dared to displease him could be killed. Not to mention a mere true disciple of the Tianji Tower, even the Tower Master himself could be crushed under his foot. Thinking this, Wang Kangyi's resolve hardened once again no matter the cost. He must seize the Wei family's treasure. Eldest senior brother. The disciples of the Great Hand sect rushed to the muscular Great Hand's side to check on his injuries, but the Great Hand just tilted his head back, gazing at the sky above. He was wrong thinking that if he could just withstand Lu Qing's assaults, he would find an opening to counterattack. But unexpectedly, Lu Qing's energy was so enduring. In the end, it was not Lu Qing who was drained, but himself whose secret technique reached its limit, and his chi blood was forcibly scattered. A disciple of the Great Hand sect, seeing the Great Hand without a response, was nearly on the verge of tears. I'm all right, just help me back first. The Great Hand suddenly spoke, his tone somewhat weak. Immediately, disciples came forward to help him up. Just as they returned to the city gate, a jade bottle fell in front of the Great Hand. At the same time, a cold voice came from above. Useless thing, take it. Master, holding the jade bottle, the Great Hand felt a flush of shame. As for the disciples of the Great Hand sect standing beside him, they all shivered upon hearing the chill in the second elder's voice, not daring to utter a sound. Brother. Unlike the disheartened disciples of the Great Hand sect on the side with the ox cart, Lu Qing was greeted like a hero upon his return. Little Yan threw herself at Lu Qing the moment she saw him return. How was it? Isn't brother amazing? Lu Qing caught her and smiled. Amazing, very amazing, brother is the most amazing. Little Yan's little head bobbed up and down like a pecking chick, her eyes filled with little stars. Dr. Lu Zio, you are really incredible. Wei Zion also looked at Lu Qing with a face full of admiration. Brother Lu Qing, you actually defeated a martial arts grandmaster. Magu's mouth trembled with excitement. Safe return is good, safe return is so good. Mrs. Wei was visibly relieved and delighted. Ah Qing, are you hurt? The elder doctor asked. No, but my energy is almost depleted from now on. I fear we will have to rely on Master. Lu Qing replied. No worries, take a rest. This old man might not be good at fighting, but I should still be able to protect you all. Perhaps stimulated by his disciple's earlier fight, the elder doctor unusually burst out with high spirits. Then it's all up to you, Master. Lu Qing nodded, took out a jade bottle, poured out a chi blood replenishing pill, swallowed it to restore his energy. Mr. Wang, what do you plan to do now? Are you still unwilling to give up? The cloth-clothed youth said calmly from atop the city wall. Give up. Haha, the word give up has never existed in my dictionary. Wang Kangyi laughed. Mr. Jairui, if you want me to give up, you might as well try convincing Wei Shanhai. As long as he is willing to hand over the item, I'll naturally leave. It seems Mr. Wang is adamant about not giving up. Why should I? My sect still has dozens of disciples here. That kid on the other side has exhausted his strength. All it would take is one command from me, and who could stand in the way? The cloth-clothed youth was at a loss for words. Indeed, this was what he feared. As long as Wang Kangyi could swallow his pride and order his disciples to attack Lu Ching and the others, the elder doctor would surely intervene. But that would give Wang Kangyi a reason to take action. This place was not within the city, and the restraint of prohibitions was greatly reduced. Even if Wang Kangyi provoked a fight at the innate level, as long as he didn't deliberately slaughter ordinary martial artists, even if it escalated to the Holy Mountain, they would have difficulty holding him accountable. After all, it is a world where the strong are revered. Even the Holy Mountain would not punish an innate realm for a minor issue. As the cloth-clothed youth anxiously pondered, suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned abruptly to look outside the city. Beside him, Wang Kangyi's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, Wei Shanhai, you dare to leave the city. Before his words ended, Wang Kangyi's figure had already vanished from the city gate. The next moment, a terrifying innate pressure descended from above onto the heads of all the martial artists. Not long ago, at a distance from the city gate, on the city wall, at that very spot, two people were closely watching the activity at the city gate. They were Wei Shanhai and Wei Xing. Their location was particularly clever. Positioned perfectly at a corner, they not only avoided Wang Kangyi's line of sight, but also stayed just outside his innate sense. The sense between those in the innate realm has its limits. Beyond a certain distance, it can no longer be sensed. One deliberately suppresses their presence. This distance can even be reduced to about 100 meters. Wei Shanhai, who grew up in Kang County, knew the layout of the city like the back of his hand. Finding a spot that avoided Wang Kangyi's sight and sense, while allowing them to observe the city gate, was not difficult. So, while everyone questioned why the Wei family's people had not yet shown themselves, little did they know, Wei Shanhai and Wei Xing had already arrived on the city wall and were hiding. Therefore, they also saw the battle between Lu Ching and the burly Great Hand warrior. Shocked by the encounter, they also saw an opportunity. The burly Great Hand was severely injured, temporarily weakening the forces of the Heaven Kang sect by one grandmaster level power. Now was the best time to retrieve Ning Yan and Zai, and, after discussing briefly, they took immediate action, charging from around the corner toward where the cart was located. However, as soon as they burst out, Wang Kangyi immediately discovered them. Overjoyed, he jumped down from atop the city gate, aiming his sword at Wei Shanhai. Xing, quick, I can only hold him off for a moment. Sensing Wang Kangyi's full force, Wei Shanhai's expression changed, and with a gentle force he pushed Wei Xing toward the direction of the carts. Immediately, his own aura burst forth skyward. Ha Wang Kangyi, our century-long grudge must come to an end. Let me see what progress you have made over these 100+ years. Wei Shanhai watched as Wang Kangyi lunged down from above, burst into laughter, and suddenly produced a long blade in his hand, striking downward. A fiery red sword chi surged forth, splitting the sky as it flew toward Wang Kangyi. At the same time, he shouted with a powerful voice, "Silver Moon Guards, form up and charge." The sound echoed for miles, audible throughout the entire county. Housekeeper Wei, who was standing by in Wei Mansion, heard this and his expression turned solemn. Yes, the gates of Wei Mansion opened, led by Housekeeper Wei. The Silver Moon Guards mounted their horses and charged out continuously, like a silver dragon, swiftly moving towards the city gate. In just over a few moments, they had arrived at the city gate. Anyone who blocks me will die. As they arrived at the gate and saw some of the Heaven Kang sect's disciples still blocking it, Housekeeper Wei, his gaze menacing, connected his energy with that of the Silver Moon Guards behind him and thrust forward vigorously with his spear. Gaining momentum from the charge, Housekeeper Wei had been accumulating energy continuously. Now, with his energy combined with the battle formation, the power behind this thrust reached its peak. Even a martial arts grandmaster at the perfection of the internal organ realm would struggle to withstand it. The blocking disciples of the Heaven Kang sect, the strongest being merely at the early stages of the internal organs realm, dared not face this fearsome charge head-on, tumbling and scrambling to clear away from the city gate. Those that were slow were casually struck by Housekeeper Wei, spewing blood and flying through the air with broken bones and crushed muscles, their fate unknown. And thus in a flash, the vehement Housekeeper Wei and the group of Silver Moon Guards had already rushed out of the city gate to the outside. How did they break through so easily? The successful charge out of the city gate left Manager Wei mildly shocked. Having been on standby inside the mansion, he was unaware of the situation outside, but the resistance he expected had not manifested. The martial arts grandmaster he had previously faced didn't make a move either. This caused him to feel uneasy. Could it be a trap? Just as Manager Wei heightened his alertness, he suddenly felt a surge of energy ahead, accompanied by a strong oppressive force overwhelming him. Even the precious horse under him neighed in fright. He hurriedly looked ahead, only to see two figures engaged in battle. Red blade light and white sword chi intertwined, occasionally clashing. The leaked energy from their skirmishes was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Ancestor. Manager Wei recognized the identities of those fighting and shouted in surprise. "Don't worry about me. First get Ning Yan and the others safely inside the city," Wei Shanhai called out. Yes, in that brief moment, Manager Wei had already spotted the location of Mrs. Wei and others. He immediately turned his horse and led the Silver Moon Guards toward the cart. At that time at the cart, Mrs. Wei and Wei Zion were experiencing the joy of reunion. Dad. Seeing Wei Xing arrive, Wei Zion ran up to embrace him first. Mrs. Wei also looked tearfully at her husband. "Good, very good, you're both fine." Wei Xing's expression was also somewhat agitated, but he knew this was not the time for conversation. Hearing the approaching sound of horseshoes behind him, he bowed deeply to Lu Qing and the others. Just as he finished speaking, housekeeper Wei had already surrounded the cart with the Silver Moon Guards, protecting it in the middle. Magu immediately looked toward Lu Qing. Lu Qing, who had just finished reconstituting his energies, smiled and said, "Then we shall respectfully comply, master. Let us enter the city." "Very well," the elder doctor nodded. Gently guiding the ox's head, he drove the cart towards the city gate. "Young Master Lu, Magu, Miss Little Yan." At that moment only then did housekeeper Wei see that it was Lu Qing and Magu next to the ox cart, and even Little Yan was on the cart. It was this group who had escorted Mrs. Wei and the young master back. What on earth was going on? For a moment, housekeeper Wei's thoughts were thrown into disarray. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to maintain the operation of the Silver Moon battle formation, he would have felt compelled to clarify what exactly was happening. The elder doctor drove the ox cart toward the city gate, and to hasten their speed, he even infused a stream of innate true chi into the ox. With this boost, the ox suddenly moved as if it had taken a powerful tonic, its steps widened, and it ran towards the city gate. Its pace was not slower than that of a normal galloping horse. However, when the group was halfway there, just as they were about to reach the city gate, suddenly, with a loud boom, a figure heavily landed in front of Lu Qing and the others. It was Wei Shanhai. "Ancestor," Wei Xing and the others immediately exclaimed. Hadn't the ancestor said he could hold on for half an hour? How much time had passed? At this moment, Wei Shanhai was in a very sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, and his body bore several deep gashes visible to the bone. "Ha ha ha ha, Wei Shanhai, your injuries have clearly not healed. To suppress the sword chi I left in your heart meridian with true chi, how could you, with your current state where you can't exert even 30% of your strength, possibly be my opponent?" Wang Kangyi, holding a long sword, walked steadily towards them. The terrifying innate pressure oppressed the hearts of all present, yet he was unscathed, not even his clothes were disheveled. Humph. "If you hadn't employed tricks and ambushed that day, how could you have been my opponent, you despicable scoundrel? It disgusts me to think I once addressed you as a brother, and to recall our past friendship makes me want to vomit." Although he was severely injured, Wei Shanhai's mouth showed no weakness as he sneered mockingly. "Don't flatter yourself. You never beat me once back in the day. Even if you were at your peak now, you still couldn't be my opponent. Moreover, as the saying goes, the victors be kings, the vanquished be bandits. Wouldn't I use a more effortless method to defeat you?" Wang Kangyi's expression remained calm, not incited by his former friend's words. "In the end, aren't you just afraid that I have taken control of that thing? That's why you only dared to ambush. And blame my blindness for still harboring illusions, thinking you remembered our old friendship. I never expected that you have never changed, always wearing that same hypocritical facade." Wei Shanhai spoke derisively. "Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to hand over that item or not?" Wang Kangyi did not wish to continue bickering and demanded coldly. "Don't delude yourself, you will never obtain that item. I would rather die than give it to you. Since that is the case, I will kill you first, then slaughter your entire Wei family. I refuse to believe I won't find it." Wang Kangyi's gaze turned ferocious, and with a lift of his hand, an incredibly sharp sword chi slashed towards Wei Shanhai. "With this sword, let's see how you dodge." Behind Wei Shanhai stood the entire Silver Moon battle formation and Mrs. Wei, among others. If he dodged, the sword chi would slash down the entire formation. The potential casualties and injuries could be countless. Realizing all of this, Wei Shanhai grimly smiled, knowing he had no other choice. He forcefully gathered his chi and conjured a red blade light. But he knew that just this blade light couldn't block the full force of Wang Kangyi's sword chi. With the mental method in motion, the true chi that had been suppressing the sword chi in his heart meridian also surged, about to be channeled entirely into the blade light. Doing so, however, caused the sword chi within him to become restless, threatening to completely destroy his heart meridian. Absolutely not. Just then a hand appeared on Wei Shanhai's back. A gentle stream of chi entered his body, soothing the restless sword chi in his heart meridian. Simultaneously, mist filled the air, and a transparent, spinning vortex of water appeared in front of Wei Shanhai, moving to meet the white sword Qi. The previously fierce white sword Qi, upon encountering the flow of water, became utterly trapped like a fish entering a river, unable to break free. Eventually, it was unable to withstand the rotating streams of water, breaking apart and dissipating. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Even Wang Kangyi couldn't help but have his pupils suddenly constrict. Elder Doctor. When they saw clearly who had intervened, Mrs. Wei and the others exclaimed in shock. The elder doctor, who had previously been sitting at the front of the ox cart, had vanished and now appeared behind Wei Shanhai. One hand was pressed against Wei Shanhai's back, and the other formed a sword point directly forward. The stream of water that had just been there was his doing. Elder, your heart meridian is injured. You cannot recklessly mobilize your true Qi, or else the injury will erupt, and your heart meridian will not withstand it. After stabilizing the injury within Wei Shanhai that was close to erupting, the elder doctor loosened his hand from his back and said gently. Wei Shanhai looked at the elder doctor somewhat blankly and took several breaths to come to his senses before hastening to express his gratitude. Yet the shock in his heart was indescribable. Not only was it because Wang Kangyi's full-force sword Qi had just been so easily resolved by the elder doctor. It was even more because the restlessness within him, the sword wound that was about to fully erupt, had also been suppressed lightly by the elder doctor and restored to calm. One hand saved a person, the other countered an enemy. The elder standing before them had, in that instant, displayed such a breadth of skill and dignity. It was enough to make Wei Shanhai feel an immensely reverential awe. However, as per his perception, this elder's cultivation should be noticeably weaker than his own. Suddenly, in Wei Shanhai's eyes, the elder doctor donned a layer of mystery, becoming unfathomably profound. Sharing this feeling was Wang Kangyi. At this moment, Wang Kangyi was equally shocked. He hadn't expected that his nearly full-force sword Qi would be dissolved by someone whose cultivation was clearly weaker than his own, and seeing that it appeared to be effortless for the other party. In an instant, Wang Kangyi's wariness toward the elder doctor shot up. Have you resolved to make an enemy of me? Wang Kangyi looked at the elder doctor with a dark expression and said solemnly, I, the old man, have no intention of making enemies. I only hope you can turn a blind eye and not needlessly create slaughter, said the elder doctor with a sincere tone. My grudge with the Wei family is impossible to resolve. Old man, if you don't step aside, then you are my enemy, Wang Kangyi, and I will cut you down along with them. At this juncture, how could Wang Kangyi possibly listen to such words? Seeing that the elder doctor insisted on intervening, his heart filled with even greater malice. His gaze became stern, innate true Qi quickly circulated within him, and his aura surged once more, pressing down so much that everyone in front of him felt suffocated. Under that terrifying pressure, Wang Kangyi swung his sword, and prodigious sword Qi burst forth, sweeping over toward the elder doctor and Wei Shanhai. This time, Wang Kangyi was genuinely holding nothing back, exerting his full power, hoping to crush the mysterious innate realm in one fell swoop. Faced with the tumultuous surge of innate sword energy, the elder doctor looked solemn, his fingers forming a sword slowly thrusting forward. As he made this sword thrust, heaven and earth primordial Qi around him instantly surged, coalescing, with mist filling the air and countless droplets materializing out of nothingness. Freeze. With a light shout from the elder doctor, the entire space seemed to solidify. Numerous water droplets, along with the sword Qi filling the sky, all froze in midair, unable to move. Break. After freezing all the sword Qi, the elder doctor shouted again, and those countless water droplets instantly transformed into sword shapes, flying toward the pervasive sword Qi. Each droplet corresponded to a strand of sword Qi, the number exact, the power not too strong nor too weak, just enough to neutralize the sword Qi and dissolve each other. Once all the sword Qi vanished and the mist dispersed, the sky cleared and everything returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was but an illusion, never having occurred at all. But anyone knew that what they had just witnessed was certainly no illusion. That terrifying innate pressure still shook everyone's heart and spirit. Everyone was utterly astonished by the elder doctor's awe-inspiring abilities. Wang Kangyi, in particular, revealed an expression of disbelief. Muttering to himself, innate domain, turning the intangible into the tangible, how is this possible? Wei Shanhai was equally shaken by this scene. However, the innate domain is usually a mystical realm only accessible to top experts who have achieved great success in the innate realm, and the power of the elder doctor's display seemed to be much weaker. Rumor has it that a true innate domain, once opened, can almost control everything within it. If that were the case, eradicating Wang Kangyi's sword Qi would have been a mere thought. There would have been no need to first freeze it, and then gradually wear it down. But no matter what, the elder doctor's technique just now was still not something an initial innate realm should possess. Therefore, both the two innate realm experts and the cloth-clothed youth on the city wall were completely shocked. As for the other martial artists, they were already dumbfounded. They had never seen such incredible methods before. This had surpassed their understanding of martial arts. Master's martial arts talent is truly astonishingly brilliant. Lu Qing, seeing his master's move counteract Wang Kangyi's full-powered killing move, nodded to himself. Among all the martial artists, probably only he was not too surprised by this scene, because he, who possessed superpower, had long known that his master had grasped a trace of the domain realm's meaning. After all, the cultivation technique his master practiced was left by Li Weishan, who had attained innate perfection. The cultivation technique valued by such an unparalleled expert was surely not that simple. However, Lu Qing had not yet reached the innate realm, and was unsure whether a trace of the domain realm could contend with Wang Kangyi, who had immersed himself in cultivation for many years in the innate realm. Now it seemed that a domain was a domain. Even the mere power of a trace of its meaning was too much for an ordinary initial innate realm to handle. Do you still wish to fight? The elder doctor, having broken Wang Kangyi's innate sword energy, silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat more assured. Who on earth are you, old sir? Wang Kangyi, looking at the elder doctor, could not help but feel a sense of fear taking hold, and his address became more respectful. Being able to comprehend the domain realm at the initial innate realm, he surely wasn't an ordinary innate realm expert. Only the most top-notch powers could possibly harbor such an anomaly. Thinking he might have offended such a power, Wang Kangyi's heart started trembling. Though strong, the power of the Heaven Kang sect was nothing compared to the true giants of the world. They were no match against ancient inheritances with long-standing, profound legacies. Who this old man is not important. I am here only in the hopes that you would be magnanimous and not commit unnecessary killing. Wang Kangyi's expression turned uncertain. He had invested so much effort to corner the Wei family into a desperate situation and had even lost 3 of his direct disciples. How could he willingly give up now? But seeing the calm and composed elder doctor and Wei Shanhai's menacing watchfulness, Wang Kangyi knew that even if he was unwilling, he had to accept reality. He no longer had the power to doom the Wei family. If the fight continued, even he might not make it out. At this moment, Wang Kangyi began to regret. When he first came to Kang County, an elder of his sect had hinted at the desire to collaborate with him. Out of greed for the treasure and believing he could control the situation, he had refused the elder. If at that point he had agreed to cooperate with the elder, the Wei family would have already fallen into his hands, and there would have been no such twists and turns, but regretting now was useless. Fine, I'll give you this respect, old sir, and spare the Wei family this time. Xing, let's go. But Wang Kangyi was extraordinary after all. Being an innate realm martial artist who had lived for over 100 years, he still had the necessary decisiveness. Since it was futile to persist, and continuing might offend some mysterious and formidable power, he might as well give the elder doctor this respect. After giving Wei Shanhai a deep look, Wang Kangyi sheathed his long sword and turned to leave. The towering Great Han left without a word, and the remaining disciples of the Heaven Kang sect quickly followed. Those villains, they just leave like that. Watching the retreating figures of the Heaven Kang sect, Wei Xian's incredulous voice arose, breaking the silence. Silly child, Wang Kangyi couldn't beat this innate realm grandmaster. What other choice does he have but to leave? Wei Xing laughed and said, at the same time, he finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Previously facing the terrifying sword chi of Wang Kangyi, he had thought they were all doomed to fall right then and there. At this moment, Wei Shanhai suddenly bowed deeply to the elder doctor, performing an extremely solemn courtesy. There's no need for this. I, as an old man, merely followed my heart and did what needed to be done, the elder doctor said, waving his hand. Nor was he overly surprised. My lord, my ancestor, there are many people here. Shall we return to the mansion first? Mrs. Wei reminded. She knew that the main purpose of the elder doctor's visit was to treat the injuries of the ancestor, something that was not suitable to mention in this place. Yes, I have been neglectful, Wei Shanhai realized and quickly said, I invite our benefactor and his companions to our mansion so that I may show our hospitality and express our gratitude. The elder doctor and his companions naturally did not refuse, and the group began to make their way into the city. At this time near the city gate, many martial artists still lingered, all notable figures from various powers within the city. But seeing the people of the Wei family, they all stepped aside, none daring to object. The forces of Heaven Kang sect had departed, and the Wei family had once again become the most transcendent power in the county. No one lacked the insight to recognize that. Yet, as they made way, everyone's gaze lingered on the elder doctor and Lu Qing, committing their appearances to memory. No one could help but be extremely curious about such a mysterious and powerful innate realm expert. Unfortunately, the elder doctor had worn a broad-brimmed hat throughout the event, making it impossible for others to glimpse his true appearance. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to Lu Qing. After all, it was equally incredible for Lu Qing, with his muscle-bone realm cultivation, to defeat a martial arts grandmaster who had achieved inner organs perfection. But as they watched, some people noticed something amiss. After the Wei family entered the city, a martial artist nudged the person next to him. Clan leader Ma, the young man who seemed overwhelmingly powerful, standing next to Lu Qing just now. Didn't he look like your Magu? I don't know either. The one nudged was a lean figure with a goatee. He, too, felt bemused at the moment. I'm sure it's him I watched the kid grow up. Although he hasn't been back to town much in recent years, could I possibly mistake him? Another martial artist, evidently on good terms with the Ma family, confidently said. Clan leader Ma, congratulations. Magu seems to know that mysterious innate realm individual, and he has returned with the mistress and young master of the Wei family. Your Ma family is probably going to prosper. Envious martial artists commented. This has not been confirmed yet. I will go back to check. After dealing with a few familiar faces from other families, clan leader Ma felt somewhat dizzy as he rushed home. Although he said he was uncertain, how could he not recognize Magu? Just shortly ago, he had personally sent him to escort goods to the state mansion. However, after the escort mission, Magu had not returned to the city, citing through messengers that the city was too chaotic and he needed to stay in the gathering areas to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, in silence, he had accomplished such a significant feat. Thinking of this, clan leader Ma couldn't help but get excited. He suddenly felt that the opportunity for the rise of the Ma family might be coming. Jairui, do you know who that innate realm individual in the hat is? On top of the city wall, Lord County Master watched the Wei family figures, asking with a grave expression. I know, the cloth-clothed youth nodded. Who is he? The county lord asked hurriedly. We'll find out who he is later, but I can tell you that this innate realm person is someone you know. Someone I know. The county lord's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. However, the cloth-clothed youth was no longer paying attention to his friend's shock. His gaze followed the elder doctor's silhouette, shock still evident in the depths of his eyes. Innate domain. I never expected that a martial artist at the initial innate realm could touch such a realm of consciousness. Is this the power of merit? The ox cart arrived at the Wei Mansion, majestically escorted by the many silver moon guards. Mother, come down. Wei Zion stepped forward and helped his mother off the cart. Mother and son looked at the grand entrance of the Wei Mansion, feeling as if they were in a different world. Their life on the run had made them endure so much. More than once they had brushed with death's cold embrace. Now to return home safely was filled with emotion and relief. And come. Mrs. Wei, with Wei Zion in tow, knelt before Magu and Lu Qing. We thank Master Ma and young Master Lu for risking their lives to save us, allowing us and our son to return home. Mrs. Wei bowed deeply, and Wei Zion, without a word, began to kowtow loudly. There is no need for this. Lu Qing and Magu quickly stepped forward to assist them. Off to the side, Wei Xing and housekeeper Wei felt a stir in their hearts. They realized that the reason the mother and son had been safe these days was because of the protection from Lu Qing and others. Wei Xing also stepped forward and deeply bowed to Lu Qing. Father and Master, if it weren't for Master's protection in the first few days, Mother and I would never have seen you again. Wei Zion reminded his father, worried that his master might be displeased since his father only thanked Lu Qing. Master, Wei Xing was somewhat astonished. Indeed, while hiding in the mountains from those villains, I asked an to take Master Ma as his teacher. From the day we escaped through the secret passage in the city, it was Master Ma who stood up and led me and an to flee, allowing us the luck to live. Mrs. Wei nodded in affirmation. Magu, seeing the Wei family patriarch bestowing such a grand gesture, felt somewhat overwhelmed. He waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need, really. I was just entrusted by those silver moon guard sirs. In fact, I didn't do much. It was those silver moon guards who laid down their lives that gave us a chance to escape. Master, have guard Pang and the others returned? Mrs. Wei asked a question that had been haunting her. Not yet. Wei Xing shook his head. Mrs. Wei's expression darkened, knowing that the small squad of silver moon guards had most likely met a grim fate. Master, that guard Pang and others were integral to me and an safe return. Please take care of their families, Mrs. Wei earnestly requested. Of course. This time the mansion suffered a calamity. Each guard and servant that did not abandon the mansion will receive generous rewards, Wei Xing stated solemnly. His words were meant not only for his wife, but also for all the silver moon guards present. As expected, upon hearing the family head's promise, the surrounding silver moon guards, though still tense, showed a flash of joy in their eyes. That's enough, let's go inside first. It's rude to have our esteemed guests wait out here, said Wei Shanhai at this moment. Mrs. Wei stepped forward, taking Little Yan's little hand. Little Yan, would you come inside with your auntie? Little Yan, already very curious about the Grand Wei Mansion gates, glanced at her brother for permission, and with his nod she immediately agreed. Okay. Lu Qing handed the ox cart's reins to a servant of the Wei Mansion. Elder, this ox has carried us all the way to the county, exerting a great effort. Please take good care of it. Of course, the old servant replied promptly, our mansion has the finest fodder. Please rest assured, young master. Once inside the mansion, and after all the common folk had left the courtyard designated for esteemed guests, old Dr. Chen finally took off his hat. Old Dr. Chen, it really is you. Housekeeper Wei exclaimed delightedly. Grand Steward, it's been a long time since our last encounter, the elder doctor said with a smile. Family head, esteemed elder, this is old Dr. Chen who previously treated the young master's injuries, and this is Lu Ching, his disciple, whom I have mentioned to you before. Housekeeper Wei saw the puzzled look on the family head's face and therefore explained. It was then that Wei Xinghu realized that these two had such a connection with their household, yet his heart was even more astonished. According to previous information, Elder Doctor should have been an internal organ realm martial artist, and Lu Qing merely a gifted youth of the muscle bone realm. But the one standing before them now were a powerful master of the innate realm, who made Wang Kangyi retreat with difficulty, and another, a genius who defeated a martial arts grandmaster at the perfection of the internal organ realm with merely the strength of the muscle bone realm. The gap was simply too vast. So it is Elder Dr. Chen and his distinguished disciple. This makes the debt of gratitude the Wei family owes you even greater. Wei Xing suppressed the tremor in his heart and thanked them once more. We were merely fulfilling our duty as doctors. There is no need for the Wei family master to dwell upon it, the elder doctor replied, shaking his head. After more pleasantries, Mrs. Wei finally found the right moment to speak. Esteemed elder doctor's main purpose in coming to the county this time is actually to see if he can treat the sword injury near your heart. How are you feeling now? How did you know about the sword injury near my heart? Wei Shanhai was startled. The sword chi injury near his heart wasn't healed yet, and not even an internal organ realm martial artist could detect it. Only Wei Xing and housekeeper Wei in the household were informed. How did old doctor and the others from the rural Jiulai village come to know about it? It was Mr. Zhai Rui who informed us, elder doctor explained. Mr. Zhai Rui came to Jiulai village a few days ago, and it was from him that I learned of the lingering injury of Elder Wei. Mr. Zhai Rui was secretly assisting us all along. Wei Shanhai suddenly realized. If it was that person, it would make sense that he could discern his injuries. After all, those who come from Tianji Building are always mysteriously exceptional, possessing unique abilities that ordinary martial artists do not have. Mr. Wei, I do have some accomplishments in the field of medical skills. May I ask if you're willing to be treated for your injuries? Willing, of course, willing. It's exactly what I've been seeking. Wei Shanhai's face showed joy. He was just worrying about his injuries. If the sword chi within his body wasn't removed, he would have at most 1 year to live. As an innate realm practitioner, he theoretically had a lifespan of 300 years. Having lived just over 100 years, he certainly did not want to die so soon. However, his injury was in the heart meridian, and to remove the sword chi, another completely trustworthy innate realm practitioner would be needed to assist. But in the remote Kang County, where could he find a trustworthy innate realm practitioner in a short time? Wei Shanhai had thought that all hope was lost, but suddenly there was light at the end of the tunnel, and hope rekindled. He certainly trusted the elder doctor. Not to mention that he was a famous doctor in Kang County, known for his medical benevolence, but also because he had valiantly fought off Wang Kangyi to protect the Wei family at a critical moment, was enough to earn Wei Shanhai's complete trust. The elder doctor was a practitioner serious about treating illnesses. Since it was about healing, the sooner the better. Therefore, seeing that Wei Shanhai agreed, he immediately proposed to treat his injuries. Initially, Wei Shanhai wanted to be polite since the elder doctor and his company were honored guests. It seemed too impolite to ask for treatment immediately upon their arrival, before they even had a meal. But seeing the elder doctor insist, and wanting to recover as soon as possible, he nodded in agreement. In the end, they chose a quiet room to prepare for the treatment of Wei Shanhai. Little Yan, how about Auntie takes you to eat something delicious? Seeing that everyone was about to get busy, Mrs. Wei gently asked while holding Little Yan's hand. Upon hearing this, Little Yan's eyes immediately lit up, looking towards her brother. Lu Qing was just about to go to the quiet room to help his master, and upon seeing this, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. You may, but you must not be naughty and trouble Mrs. Wei. Of course not, Little Yan is being good. How could she possibly cause any trouble, right, Little Yan? Mrs. Wei quickly said. Brother, Little Yan will be very good. The little one nodded vigorously. And also, bring Little Li along. Lu Qing took out a small black figure from the bamboo basket behind him and placed it in Little Yan's arms. It was Little Li, who had been hiding in the basket, because the innate realm practitioners can easily see through Little Li's invisibility talent. This time, Lu Qing specially asked Little Li not to use invisibility, but to hide in the tightly woven bamboo basket. Innate realm practitioners have strong sensing abilities, but they are not yet able to see through objects. Hidden in the basket, Little Li was less likely to be noticed. Little Yan held Little Li, her face full of joy. Because Little Li had to hide its form these past few days, she hadn't been able to play with it. Now seeing it again, the little fellow was extremely happy. Little Li affectionately rubbed against Little Yan's face. Who is this? Mrs. Wei was surprised upon seeing Little Li. Beside her, Wei Zion's eyes were wide with astonishment. It's called Little Li, Little Yan's playmate, Mrs. Wei. When you take Little Yan for food, please prepare some for it too. This little one likes to eat fish. Fresh live fish will do, Lu Ching smiled. Little Li, Mrs. Wei seemed thoughtful. She suddenly recalled the words Lu Ching had spoken when he went to confront that formidable evil person across the field. The way she looked at Little Li all of a sudden became a bit different. Clearly, the words Lu Ching spoke indicated that this black little beast was not as harmless as it appeared. Magu, observing Little Li in Little Yan's arms, revealed an incredulous expression. He had always imagined the mysterious creature by Lu Ching's side to be something quite terrifying. Now seeing Little Li's true appearance, it was hard to associate it with the terrifying creature that easily tore people's hearts out. How peculiar this little beast is. Wei Shanhai watched Mrs. Wei taking Little Yan towards the backyard, expressing his admiration. Being in the innate realm, he keenly sensed the strange aura on Little Li. Indeed, somewhat strange, this is a little beast that Ah Ching unintentionally adopted in the mountains some days ago, quite spiritual, the elder doctor said with a smile. Your disciple indeed has deep fortune, even the little beast he keeps is so mystical. Lu Ching, serving as his master's assistant, naturally stayed, and Wei Xing, as the family head, also stayed to see if there was any help he could offer. Thus only the four of them remained in the quiet room. Mr. Wei, I need to first check the sword wound in your heart meridian to see how severe it is. After sitting down cross-legged, the elder doctor spoke. Do not worry, just go ahead and check. Wei Shanhai calmly withdrew all his defensive true qi. The elder doctor nodded slightly, placing his hand on Wei Shanhai's chest. A strand of gentle water attribute, innate true qi, secretly seeped into his body. This step was very dangerous now that Wei Shanhai had completely lowered his defenses. If the elder doctor harbored any malicious intent, he could easily destroy his entire heart meridian in an instant. If it were not for the elder doctor, Wei Shanhai would never dare to gamble with his life so carelessly. While the elder doctor was diagnosing Wei Shanhai, Lu Ching also activated his superpower, constantly monitoring Wei Shanhai's condition. He saw a faint golden light emanating from Wei Shanhai. Wei Shanhai, ancestor of the Wei family, straightforward and magnanimous, not particular about trifles, holds strong affection for the family. Cultivation, peak of the initial innate realm, fire attribute, innate true qi. Carries several secret techniques, especially skilled in Saber technique. Once comprehended the Silver Moon battle formation from a treasure, revitalizing the family. In his youth, he traveled with Wang Kangyi as companions, considered each other confidants. Later, due to incompatible temperaments and unevenly divided treasures, they turned into sworn enemies. Once ambushed by Wang Kangyi, struck in the heart meridian by innate sword energy, the injury was difficult to heal. Lu Ching looked at the information emerging around Wei Shanhai and nodded inwardly. The cloth-clothed youth hadn't lied. Wei Shanhai's heart meridian was indeed difficult to heal. The elder doctor did not take long to diagnose Wei Shanhai's injuries soon. He withdrew his true qi. Elder doctor, how is it? Can my injury be cured? Wei Shanhai asked. Beside him, Wei Xing also looked concerned. The elder doctor pondered for a moment and said, the treatment is not difficult, but the process might be somewhat painful. You will need to endure. Haha, Wei has lived for over 100 years and has seen everything. I wouldn't even frown at swords and knives on my body. Just go ahead with the treatment, doctor. I can bear the pain regardless. Wei Shanhai said with joy, bursting into laughter. If that is so, then this old man won't play coy, the elder doctor said earnestly. Ah Ching, you handle the acupuncture. I need to protect Mr. Wei's heart meridian with true qi and cannot spare my hands. Mr. Wei, please remove your shirt. Yes, master. As Lu Ching took out the needle kit, Wei Shanhai also took off his shirt, revealing a fearsome sword scar on his heart. Wei Xing's eyes widened slightly. He knew that his ancestor's heart meridian was injured, but he didn't realize the injury was so severe. Looking at the sword scar, his ancestor had truly been hanging by a thread at that time. It was unknown what pain he had gone through to escape from Wang Kangyi's hands. Involuntarily, Wei Xing's resentment towards Wang Kangyi and others deepened. Ah Ching, I said, start the acupuncture. The elder doctor, hand pressed against Wei Shanhai's chest, said solemnly. Understood, Lu Ching responded in a grave tone. Shenmen, Niguan, Tanzhong. As the elder doctor recited the acupoints, Lu Ching's hand followed, inserting the silver needles without any mistakes. As the silver needles were inserted, Wei Shanhai also felt the sword qi in his heart meridian begin to stir, being forcibly gathered by the blockade of the needles, causing some discomfort to his heart meridian. However, just then, a soft and cool true qi protected his heart meridian, giving him an immediate sense of relief. When Lu Ching inserted the last silver needle, the sword qi originally merged into the heart meridian was completely forced out, converging into a mass. But when gathered into a mass, the innate sword energy was also at its most powerful, almost bursting Wei Shanhai's heart meridian. It was then that the continuously protecting soft true qi suddenly surged into the heart meridian, becoming extremely viscous. It completely enveloped that mass of innate true qi and forcefully yanked it out. Wei Shanhai first felt a pain in his chest, followed by an immense relief. When the elder doctor extracted the sword qi from Wei Shanhai's meridians, Lu Qing and Wei Xing also witnessed a peculiar scene. They saw at the elder doctor's fingertips a cluster of white sword qi, fine like cow hair, trapped within an invisible barrier, thrashing around without the ability to escape. Shortly after, it was quickly dissipated by the elder doctor using his true qi and vanished into thin air. All is well now, the elder doctor said after erasing the sword qi. Mr. Wei, the sword qi in your heart meridian has been completely purged. That's it. Wei Shanhai was stunned. He had braced himself for the pain the elder doctor mentioned would come with the treatment. Just like this, Wei Shanhai swiftly circulated his true qi and found that it flowed unobstructed everywhere it went. His heart meridian in particular felt extremely smooth and free of any foreign true qi, which made him very happy. The elder doctor's medical expertise is truly remarkable. I'm most impressed, Wei Shanhai exclaimed with both surprise and joy, having thought that his sword injury, which had been torturing him for so long and seemed to be sapping all his energy, was so easily healed. The innate realm swordsman who injured you is indeed highly skilled in swordsmanship. His sword qi is insidiously soft and difficult to deal with, capable of drawing on your body's life force to sustain and strengthen itself, merging with the qi of your heart meridian. But in the end, it is still an unrooted source. By simply utilizing the technique of sealing acupoints with silver needles to temporarily cut off the qi flow in your heart meridian and reveal its true form, removal becomes no great difficulty, the elder doctor explained. Wei Shanhai thought of Wang Kangyi's swordsmanship and nodded in agreement. Although he deeply despised this former friend, he had to admit that the man's mastery of swordsmanship had reached a state where it was like a soft breeze turning into nourishing rain, the sword qi as soft as it wound around fingers. Then, elder doctor, does that mean the old ancestor's injuries are fully healed now? Asked Wei Xing. The sword qi is gone and the heart meridian is unobstructed. As for the other external injuries, they are straightforward to deal with. Next, we'll apply antiseptic medicine. I'll prescribe a few medicines, and with timely consumption and rest, it won't be long before Mr. Wei is completely recovered, the elder doctor said, stroking his beard. Healing the sick is our duty as doctors. There's no need for the Wei family master to be so formal. After chatting for a while, they all left the quiet room together. Outside, housekeeper Wei was already waiting. Seeing the group emerge with the old ancestor looking significantly better, he knew the healing must have gone smoothly. With happiness in his heart, he promptly approached them and respectfully said, "Family head, old ancestor, the banquet is ready." Wei Shanhai nodded, then turned and said, "Elder doctor, you all have traveled a long distance and must be tired. We have prepared some food and drink in the mansion to welcome and refresh you. I hope you will not decline our hospitality." That would be pleasant, the elder doctor nodded in assent. As they approached the banquet area of Wei Mansion, they saw Mrs. Wei and little Yan also arriving just in time. "Brother, Grandpa Chen." Little Yan, holding little Li, excitedly called out upon seeing Lu Qing and the elder doctor. "Have you been causing any trouble for Mrs. Wei?" Lu Qing ruffled her hair a bit. Not at all, Mrs. Wei quickly responded. "Little Yan has been very well behaved. I just took her for some snacks." "Yes, brother, little Yan just had some really delicious treats, and little Li ate lots of fish too," the little one boasted. "I can see that," Lu Qing said, looking at little Lei, who, with a belly fed to roundness, was nestled in little Yan's arms, squinting and reluctant to move. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, the little kid had barely eaten anything these last 2 days to maintain his hidden identity. It had indeed been a sacrifice, so letting him eat a bit more was no issue. Upon entering the room, everyone took their seats and the servants began to serve the dishes. Little Yan witnessed what was called the lavish lifestyle of a prestigious family. Despite there being only 7 or 8 people at the banquet, there were dozens of dishes served, each with a unique style. Many ingredients were unfamiliar to him. After the toast, everyone began to eat. Lu Qing was fond of food and became excited seeing many dishes on the table he hadn't encountered before. After serving some to little Yan, he began to taste each dish one by one. After trying a few, he marveled that it was worthy of a wealthy household. Each dish was delicious, and he was quite satisfied. As Lu Qing was enjoying his food, he suddenly heard Wei Zion mumbling beside him. "Mother, why do I feel that the food at home isn't as delicious as what young Master Lu prepared? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or your father will scold you." Even she felt that the meals at home didn't taste as good as what Lu Qing had made the previous day. Wei Zion thought he had spoken softly, but he hadn't considered that those at the table were no ordinary people and had already heard his muttering. "Oh, young Master Lu can cook too. And from the looks of it, it must be quite delicious, as Zai and Ningyan can't seem to forget it," Wei Shanhai teased. This caused Mrs. Wei to blush uncontrollably. "It's nothing. I just used to run the household, so I know how to cook some home-style dishes. It's not sophisticated enough for a grand feast. They've never had my cooking, so naturally it seemed novel, Lu Ching said with a smile. The group chatted and ate in a harmonious atmosphere. Even Magu wasn't ignored. Wei Xing toasted to him several times and solemnly promised to prepare a grand ceremony for Wei Zion to formally take him as a teacher soon, which took Magu by surprise. After 3 rounds of drinks, when everyone had almost finished eating, Wei Shanhai said, "Dr. Chen, as you know, Wang Kangyi came with his disciples and aggressively attacked our Wei Mansion. You must be aware of his reasons, right?" The elder doctor was startled and didn't understand why Wei Shanhai would suddenly bring this up. Still, he honestly replied, "I've heard some rumors that he came for a treasure. That wasn't a secret." Wang Kangyi's lead disciple had made his intentions towards the Wei family quite clear that day, and everyone in the city had heard him. Indeed, he came for our Wei family's treasure. I won't lie, when I was younger, I misjudged people and once called Wang Kangyi my brother, roaming the martial world with him for a while. That treasure was something we obtained from a remarkable place during our adventures. Later, we had a dispute, divided the treasure, and each went our separate ways, breaking our brotherhood. Dr. Chen was unaware of such a history and could only say, "That's quite regrettable." "There's nothing to regret," Wei Shanhai replied with equanimity. "With such a despicable and shameless person, I only regret not seeing his true colors earlier and cutting ties sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this disaster upon my family and nearly destroyed our entire lineage." Dr. Chen remained silent, not joining the conversation. He was unclear about the specific history of the matter and couldn't make any judgments. Dr. Chen, I'm not telling you this to judge right from wrong." Wei Shanhai perceived the thoughts of the elder doctor and chuckled. "I simply wish to invite you to observe the treasure after the banquet." Hearing this, Dr. Chen was suddenly taken aback.